Su Chun, you are absolutely lawless. From now on you are permanently expelled from the national youth team. Pack your things and get out immediately. A furious roar shattered the silence in a meeting room of a star-rated hotel in London. Wang Tao, the Chinese leader of the national youth team, pointed at Su Chen's nose, spittle flying his fat face full of arrogant disdain. On the table before him lay a dozen faxed newspaper clippings from China with bold black headlines that were shocking. National youth team astonishingly has a bully. 18-year-old young player Su Chen beat up a teammate in training. FA strikes hard, zero tolerance for violent elements. Permanently expel Su Chen. Major domestic clubs jointly declare refuse to sign disgraced player Su Chen. Facing this blanket ban, Su Chen stood still, his face as calm as water. On his sharply defined face, bearing the unique heroic spirit of an 18-year-old, there was no trace of fear, only deep contempt. Leader Wang, get your facts straight. Su Chen stared coldly at Wang Tao. That useless Lu first slide tackled me from behind with both feet, aiming to break my leg. I defended myself and beat him up. Is that wrong? How dare you talk back? Wang Tao slammed the table. What status does young Master Lu have? What status do you have? A poor kid who doesn't even know how to bribe. Just getting into the national youth team is a stroke of luck. And you dare to hit someone. I'm telling you, Su Chen, your career ends today completely. Hearing Wang Tao's venomous verdict, Su Chen clenched his fists tightly. Confusion, rage, despair. He was originally a transmigrator arriving in this world highly parallel to Earth. Relying on extraordinary effort and a bit of talent, he was barely selected at 18 by the foreign coach of the national youth team and came to Britain for training. He thought this was the start of his dream. Who knew this so-called national youth team was a huge vanity fair? Although the head coach was a foreigner, the power to select players was entirely in the hands of Chinese leader Wang Tao. If you didn't pay money or send gifts, you didn't even get to play. And that young Master Lu, whose nose Su Chen broke, was just a connection, who got into the team by spending millions from his family. Jealous of Su Chen's outstanding performance in the warm-up match, stealing the spotlight, he blatantly showed his studs and made a dangerous tackle during yesterday's team training. If that tackle had connected, Su Chen would have spent the rest of his life in a wheelchair. So Su Chen got up without hesitation and threw a punch that directly broke the other's nose. Regret. Screw it. If it happened again, I'd break his leg too. But reality was cruel. Expelled from the national team, blacklisted by all domestic clubs for an 18-year-old professional player, this was equivalent to a death sentence. Ding. Just as Su Chen's anger surged, and he was about to storm out, a crisp mechanical sound exploded without warning deep in his mind. Detected that host is at a career dead end emotional fluctuation threshold reached. The strongest football system has been activated. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the beginner's breakthrough gift package, the Prime Caca Ricardo Isaacson dos Santos Latte attribute template. Do you want to fuse immediately? Su Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. System. The standard golden finger for transmigrators had finally arrived. And the beginner gift was actually Prime Caca. Who was Caca? He was the last mortal on Earth to rival gods before the Messi Ronaldo era. The one who strode gracefully at Old Trafford, turning Manchester United's entire defense upside down like a knight on a silver saddle riding through spring. The superstar with the most terrifying long-distance sprinting ability, the deadliest first touch, and the most elegant violent aesthetics in football history. Fuse. Fuse now. Su Chen shouted in his heart. Ding. Starting fusion of Prime Caca template. Fusion progress 10. 50. 100. Congratulations, host, you have perfectly inherited the technical and physical attributes of Prime Caca. Boom. In an instant, Su Chen felt a vast, unimaginable warm current sweep through his entire body. His muscle fibers were restructuring, bone density increasing, every nerve ending seemed injected with infinite explosive power. He subconsciously opened the system panel. Host Su Chen speed 98, lightning fast explosion 96, take off from standstill dribbling 95, perfect ball control shooting 92, long shot expert passing 90, deadly through ball. Looking at this series of incredible stats, Su Chen's tense body completely relaxed. A corner of his mouth curled into a wild, confident smile. With this ability, the domestic ban meant nothing. I wouldn't deign to play for that corrupt national team for the rest of my life. What are you laughing at? Wang Tao, seeing Su Chen not only not crying, but laughing, felt greatly insulted. Do you think I'm joking with you? You'll never touch professional football in this life. I laugh at you, you ignorant fool, Su Chen retorted bluntly. Expel me. Fine. Remember what you said today. Even if you come with a sedan chair to beg me, I won't spare a glance at you, trash. Saying that, Su Chen turned, kicked open the conference room door, and strode away, leaving Wang Tao behind, raging hysterically. Rebellion. Rebellion. Notify the domestic media immediately. Write harshly. It'll ruin his reputation. Returning to his hotel room, Su Chen had just stuffed a few simple belongings into his backpack when the door was pushed open. A middle-aged man in a high-end suit, slightly chubby, ran in panting. Xiao Chen, what's going on? I just heard the FA issued a ban. The newcomer was Su Chen's uncle. He had come to Britain years ago for foreign trade business and was now a wealthy businessman worth tens of millions in London. During the national youth team's training in London, Su Dahai had gone to great lengths to take care of Su Chen. "Uncle, it's nothing. I just beat up a bastard who tried to break my leg and got kicked out." Su Chen's tone was relaxed as if talking about a trivial matter. "This is nothing. All domestic clubs have issued statements rejecting you." Su Dahai slapped his thigh in anxiety. "I told you not to go to that dirty swamp back home. With your stubborn temper, how can you survive there? Forget it, forget it." Su Dahai side walked over and patted Su Chen's shoulder. "Where there's a will, there's a way. Can't play in China. Your uncle has some connections in London. He'll find you a good university you can study. Then come help me with business." Su Chen shook his head, his gaze as firm as iron. "Uncle, I don't want to do business. I still want to play football." "Play? With what?" Su Dahai became anxious. "Don't you know how hard it is to get a work permit here? Without a national team record, you can't even play in League One." Su Chen fell silent. His uncle was right. The English FA's work permit restrictions for non-EU players were extremely strict. Without national team appearances, it was almost impossible to play professional football here. Just as Su Chen was thinking how to break the deadlock, Su Dahai's phone suddenly rang. He answered, initially frowning, then his eyes widened, and his mouth dropped open in shock. "You? Are you sure? Are you serious? Okay. They'll bring him right away." Hanging up, Su Dahai trembled with excitement, grabbed Su Chen's arm, his voice shaking. "Xiao Chen, good news. The greatest news." "What's up?" Su Chen was startled. "Arsenal. It's Arsenal." Su Dahai was incoherent with excitement. "Just now Arsenal's youth training director called. He said the first team manager, Mr. Arsene Wenger, wants to invite you to Arsenal for a trial." "What a—" Su Chen was truly shocked this time. "Wenger? Arsenal?" "Yes." The next second, Su Chen punched the air fiercely, his eyes blazing with fiery light. He suddenly remembered the warm-up match against Arsenal's youth team 2 days ago. Although he only came on as a substitute for 20 minutes, he ran wildly, giving his all to provide an assist. Back then he vaguely saw a tall, thin old man in a long-down jacket in the stands. So the professor really was in the stands. And he saw his potential. The mediocre domestic coaches only cared about how much money was sent, but who was Wenger? He was the world's top tactical master, the best talent scout for young players. "Uncle, screw the university." Su Chen grabbed his backpack, his eyes burning with blazing fire. "Let's go. We're going to Arsenal. The domestic FA blacklisted me. He'll turn around and conquer the Premier League." Ding. Detected that host has triggered the main storyline. Publish main mission within 1 week, successfully pass the Arsenal trial and obtain a first-team professional contract. Mission reward: unlock the system store and reward €1 million startup capital. Sitting in the passenger seat of his uncle Su Dahai's Range Rover, Su Chen's mind once again displayed the system's prompt. A first-team contract within a week. Su Chen watched the London streetscape whizzing past the car window, a confident smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. If it were the himself from a day ago, not to mention the first team, even a contract with Arsenal's U18 youth team would have been impossible. But now, with the body and skills of Prime Kaka, not to mention a trial, even if he started directly in the Premier League, he was absolutely confident that he could tear the opponent's defense to shreds. "Xiao Chen, don't get too excited too soon." Su Dahai, who was driving, glanced at the excited Su Chen and couldn't resist pouring cold water. "The professor invited you, but Arsenal is a top club. The competition in the trial is extremely fierce." Su Dahai paused, his expression turning grim. "Back home, the media campaign against you has already begun." As he spoke, he tossed his spare phone to Su Chen. Su Chen took the phone and opened the largest domestic social platform, Weibo. Among the top 10 trending topics, 3 were related to him. Chinese youth team: Su Chen assaults teammate FA, permanently expels Su Chen. How did a 3-0 player Su Chen sneak into the youth team? Su Chen tapped on the hottest long article published by a football journalist with 3 million followers, Li Wei. The article was written as if every word was dripping with blood. According to our newspaper's exclusive inside information, that Su Chen, who beat a teammate into severe concussion on the training ground, is fundamentally a 3-0 player. No speed, no technique, no physique. The reason he was able to get into the national youth team is that he took advantage of the foreign coach's lack of understanding of Chinese football and engaged in shady backroom deals of power and money. This tumor of a player with his brutal style and corrupt character is a disgrace to Chinese football. The FA's decision to expel him is wise and heroic. I call on all fans across the internet to jointly boycott this violent thug. The comment section below was already overrun by bots and angry fans. Fuck. No wonder the national team is getting shittier. It's all because of these backdoor bastards. Severely punish the violent maniac. Kick him out of football. Feel sorry for young Master Lu, who got beaten. Ew, I heard his nose bridge was broken. How cruel. If this trash can still play football, everyone here is responsible. Kicking him off the team isn't enough. He should pay compensation. If he really got into the national team, he would definitely be a member of the Sea Cucumber team. Watching these vicious comments, Su Chen not only didn't get angry, but was almost amused. The thief crying thief turning black into white. It was clearly that young Master Lu who bribed his way into the team, and clearly, he was the one who first delivered a dirty tackle to ruin someone's career, yet under the pins of these unscrupulous journalists, he himself became an unforgivable violent bully. No need to think, it must be that team leader Wang Tao pulling the strings behind the scenes. He wanted to use public opinion to nail him to the pillar of shame, forever never to rise again. Uncle, these bastards really have no shame. Su Chen tossed the phone back to Su Dehai, his eyes icy. Can you swallow this insult? Su Dehai frowned. Swallow? That word isn't in my dictionary. Su Chen sneered. They want to play the media, then he'll play a big one with them. Su Chen closed his eyes, and his consciousness instantly sank into the strongest football system in his mind. When he had fused the template in the hotel earlier, he discovered that besides the attribute panel, the system also had a hidden function, panoramic video playback. The system can automatically record all football training and matches experienced by the host and replay them from a 360-degree God's eye view originally intended for the host to review tactics. System, pull up the recording of yesterday's youth team training ground. Ding. Now retrieving yesterday's training. Instantly, a virtual playback interface appeared in Su Chen's mind. The picture was extremely clear, even better than a real 4K camera. Su Chen quickly dragged the progress bar to the moment the conflict occurred, then captured the most crucial 10 seconds. In the footage, Su Chen was dribbling forward while that young Master Lu sprinted wildly from the side and rear, not going for the ball at all, but directly displaying gleaming studs, leaping off the ground and viciously kicking at Su Chen's standing leg ankle. If Su Chen hadn't reacted quickly and jumped, that strike would have definitely caused a compound fracture. Then Su Chen landed, angrily grabbed young Master Liu's collar and punched him. System, can you export this video to my phone? Ding. It has been converted to a common video format and transferred to the host's phone album, automatically erasing all traces of system synthesis. Absolutely authentic. Su Chen opened his eyes, took out his phone, and looked at the extremely clear video in the album that even showed the ferocious expression on young Master Liu's face. The smile on his lips grew increasingly dangerous. Uncle, do you believe that once this video is released, the domestic FA's underpants will be stripped clean? Su Dehai glanced at the video during a red light, gasped, then slapped the steering wheel and laughed heartily. Post it. Post it now. I've long been sick of those bureaucrats. Without hesitation, Su Chen registered a new Weibo account, real name verified, former national youth team player Su Chen. Then he uploaded the video and attached a highly provocative caption. I heard him a 3-0 player who only knows. I heard I was the one unilaterally assaulting. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. This is going for the ball. This is attempted murder. Team leader Wang Tao, journalist Li Wei, how much dirty money did you take from the Lu family to turn black into white? Expel me. I don't need you to expel me. I'm done with that filthy garbage team. By the way, a preview, I'm currently on my way to the Arsenal trial. Didn't you say no domestic club wants me? Sorry, I'm going to play in the Premier League. Click send. After doing this, Su Chen directly turned off his phone's network. He didn't need to check the online reactions because he knew that once this bombshell exploded, it would definitely cause an earthquake in domestic football. Stir up trouble. I'm going to wipe out all you maggots. At the same time, back home, Qingbei University freshman girls' dormitory of the journalism department. Shen Ming, known as the Qingbei First Campus Beauty, was sitting in front of her computer typing furiously with red-rimmed eyes. As a seasoned football fan and a die-hard fan who had followed Su Chen since his youth training days, she absolutely did not believe that the boy who was always sunny and hard-working on the pitch could be the kind of scumbag the media described. Meng stopped defending him. The whole internet is cursing him. Even the FA issued a notice. How can this be false? Her roommate advised from the side. Does the FA notice necessarily mean it's true? Shen Ming bit her lip and stubbornly replied. Those media haven't released any on-site video, they're just making rumors with their mouths. Su Chen is absolutely wronged. Just then a special notification tone suddenly rang for Shen Ming. She snapped her eyes to the screen. The user you follow, Su Chen, just posted a new Weibo. Shen Ming tremblingly tapped to open the video. When she saw the footage of that player surnamed Lu leaping off the ground with his studs showing flying into a tackle aimed at Su Chen's ankle, she covered her mouth in horror and tears instantly burst from her eyes. This isn't football, this is trying to cripple him. Then when she saw Su Chen's domineering caption, especially the last sentence, I'm going to play in the Premier League, Shen Ming was stunned. Then she broke into a smile through her tears and excitedly slammed the table. I knew it. I knew he wouldn't be brought down. Girls, come see. Reversal. A shocking reversal. Within just half an hour, the high-definition video Su Chen had posted, with crystal-clear audio, spread like wildfire across the entire internet. The fans who had been cursing Su Chen fell into collective dead silence after watching the video, then erupted with unprecedented fury. Holy shit. This is murder, isn't it? Showing studs and flying into a tackle on the standing leg. If he hadn't dodged, it would have been a broken leg and forced retirement. Well done. If it were me, I'd take a knife and kill him. Where's Li Wei? Show your face. Is this what you called unilateral assault? Are you blind or Blackheart? Team leader Wang Tao come out and explain. Why expel the victim and protect? The public opinion instantly reversed. Meanwhile, far away in a London hotel, Wang Tao, who was celebrating with red wine, received a relentless flurry of calls from China. Wang Tao, what the fuck are you doing? What's going on with the video online? The roar of the FA senior on the other end almost shattered Wang Tao's eardrum. Wang Tao, dumbfounded, opened his phone. When he saw the video Su Chun had posted, the red wine glass in his hand fell to the ground with a crack shattering into pieces. This is impossible. The training ground was cleared. Where did he get a high-definition recording? Wang Tao broke out in cold sweat. He knew he was finished. But what he couldn't believe even more was the last line of Su Chin's caption. Arsenal. Trial. That waste who couldn't even control a pass, how could he have caught Wenger's eye? Bluffing. Absolutely bluffing. Wang Tao gritted his teeth. Even if you cleared your name for the beating with your lousy skills, going to Arsenal is asking for humiliation. When you get kicked out of the trial, it'll still crush you under my feet. A Range Rover glided smoothly through the streets of London. Inside the cabin, Su Dahai's phone rang incessantly. All calls were from domestic sports journalists who had caught wind of the news. Su Dahai hung up on every single one. Su Chun leaned back in his seat. The back-end data of his newly registered social media account was skyrocketing exponentially. In less than an hour since the high-definition video of the sliding tackle was posted, it had been shared over 300,000 times with comments exceeding 100,000. It was also being reposted to Douyin by countless users. Public opinion had completely exploded. In her dormitory, Shun Meng frantically refreshed the page, watching the tide turn. She mobilized her fan base to tag and confront the influential accounts that had previously spread rumors. From the dormitory buildings of Qingbei University, the furious shouts of male students could be heard from time to time. Their anger was all directed at the Football Association and Wang Tao. In the capital city, at the Football Association office building, Zhao Jinqing, the director of the youth training department, sat in a large leather chair, his face ashen. Watching the frenzied public opinion ferment on the computer screen, he suddenly grabbed the teacup from the desk and smashed it to the ground. Shards of glass scattered across the floor. Wang Tao stood before the desk, cold sweat beading on his forehead, not daring to breathe loudly. Look at the mess you've made. Zhao Jinqing pointed a finger at Wang Tao's nose. I sent you to London to lead the team and achieve results, and you bring me this kind of scandal. How did that video leak out? Didn't you say the training ground was cleared? Director Zhao, I really don't know. Wang Tao's voice trembled. At the time, there were only a few assistant coaches present. Absolutely no one was recording on their phone. That kid's video is damn strange. Even the audio is so clear. Nonsense. Zhao Jinqing slammed the table. Now the whole internet is cursing the Football Association for protecting its cronies. That fool Li Wei has also been bullied into closing his comment section online. If this blows up to the main bureau, both our heads will roll. Wang Tao wiped his sweat. So what do we do now? This kid doesn't appreciate the favor. He posted that he's going for a trial at Arsenal, and he's still fanning the flames. Zhao Jinqing snorted coldly, straightened his collar, and resumed his usual demeanor of one holding absolute power. An 18-year-old greenhorn who hasn't seen the world. How big a wave can he make? Zhao Jiansheng's eyes flashed with disdain. He's making such a fuss because he feels wronged, wants to stir things up for an explanation to get some benefits. I've seen plenty of these troublemakers. At heart, they still want to eat from this bowl. Zhao Jinqing took out his phone and scrolled through his contacts. A trial at Arsenal? What a load of bull, Zhao Jinqing sneered. Can't make it domestically, might as well wash dishes in England. They'll call him myself, give him a talking to, offer a way out, and get him to take down the video. As long as he bows his head, this will be easy to settle. In London, inside the Range Rover, Su Chin's phone, the screen displayed an unfamiliar number from within the country. Su Dahai glanced sideways, his expression tightening. That number prefix is from the capital. Xiao Chen, it's probably a high-up from the Football Association. Answer it. Su Chun stared at the screen, the corners of his mouth lifting. Answer it. Why not? Su Chun pressed the answer button while simultaneously opening a voice live streaming room on the social platform. This feature had just entered internal testing, but Su Chin's account was currently extremely popular. As soon as the live stream opened, a massive number of netizens flooded in, and the online viewer count on the screen directly exceeded 100,000. Su Chun, is what you posted true? That guy surnamed Lu is utterly shameless. How can such a person be in youth training? I'm fucking speechless. These bastards kicked you out and then slandered you. They're truly shameless. Su Chin, come back, don't leave. Yeah, we can't let these bastards play for the national team. Come back. Su Chun made a shush gesture, switched the phone to speakerphone, and placed it on the center console. Hello, is this Su Chun? A deep, resonant, middle-aged male voice came through the phone. Speaking. Su Chin's tone was flat. I'm Zhao Jinqing, director of the Football Association's youth training department. The other party announced his title directly, his tone carrying a sense of condescension. Is it convenient to talk now? The barrage in the live stream instantly exploded. Holy shit. A high-up from the Football Association is calling personally. Record it. Everyone record it. These bastards actually dare to call. They're truly shameless. Dirty, so fucking dirty. They want to settle this privately. Everyone shut up and listen to what they have to say. Suchin glanced at the rapidly scrolling barrage and replied, very convenient. Director Zhao would advise. Zhao Jianxing coughed on the other end of the line, modulating his tone as he spoke. The Football Association has seen what's happening online. Regarding the conflict between you and Lu Yang on the training ground, after investigation, there were indeed some misunderstandings. Misunderstandings? Su Chun let out a cold laugh. A two-footed tackle with studs showing is a misunderstanding. Director Zhao's understanding of football rules is truly unique. Being openly contradicted by Su Chun, Zhao Jianxing's voice turned noticeably colder, but he still suppressed his anger. It's good for young people to have a temper, but you can't go too far. Zhao Jianxing adopted a tone of earnest advice. Posting that video online and causing such an uproar has greatly damaged the image of Chinese football. This isn't just a personal grudge, it's about the greater good of national honor. Do you understand the greater good? No. Su Chen spat out two words succinctly. Zhao Jianxing was choked up, his breathing becoming heavier. He glanced at Wang Tao standing before him, made a gesture, and continued, it's okay if you don't understand. I'm teaching you now. This matter ends here. Immediately delete the video online, post a clarifying statement saying it was a camera angle issue, and that you and Lu Yang have reconciled. The Football Association's expulsion notice, I will arrange to have it withdrawn. As long as you do as I say, the door to the national youth team remains open for you. For the next friendly match against the England youth team, I can guarantee you at least half a game of playing time. Not only that, Zhao Jianxing paused, lowering his voice. Lu Yang's family is willing to offer 20,000 yuan as compensation for your injuries. 20,000. For a poor kid from the grassroots like you, that's not a small sum. The netizens in the live stream were utterly enraged. 20,000 for a leg. What kind of bandit logic is that? The greater good. So protecting the perpetrator is the Football Association's greater good. This is disgusting. So this is the so-called clarifying statement. It's all transactions. Shinming sat in front of her computer, trembling with rage. She directly gifted an expensive item and used a prominent message to type out a sentence. Su Chen, don't agree with them. We support you. In the car, Su Dehai was also filled with rage, veins bulging on the back of his hand. If he weren't driving, he would have cursed out the other party's ancestors for generations. Su Chen looked at his phone, his gaze as cold and sharp as a blade. Delete the video, issue a statement, withdraw the notice, give 20,000, and let me go back as a substitute. Su Chun repeated the other party's conditions, his voice steady, without a ripple. Zhao Jianxing thought Su Chun was tempted, a hint of complacency seeping into his tone. Yes. This is the best solution. Young man, you need to understand that being on the roster of the Domestic Football Association is an opportunity many would kill for. Don't ruin your future over a moment's pride. So in other words, Su Chen's voice suddenly rose, enunciating each word clearly through the screen. In this circle, as long as you have money and connections, even if you deliberately injure someone on the field, it can be smoothed over with 20,000. And those without money or background, no matter how strong their skills, have to make way for this trash. This is the rule of the Domestic Football Association, isn't it? Zhao Jianxing's face changed drastically on the other end of the line. Su Chun, what nonsense are you talking about? This is an attitude to solve the problem. Attitude? You're talking to me about attitude. Su Chun let out a cold laugh, his voice like a thunderclap echoing in both the live stream and over the phone. Zhao Jianxing, listen carefully. Keep your 20,000 to buy coffins for your cronies. Want me to delete the video? Dream on. Do you know who you're talking? Zhao Jianxing was completely enraged, slamming the table hard. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You are challenging the authority of the entire Football Association. I'm telling you, if you don't do as I say, no professional club in the country, not even an amateur team, will take you. You will never set foot on a domestic football field in your life. The dagger was drawn. A blatant threat. 100,000 netizens in the live stream had heard the high-ranking officials rant with their own ears. Their anger broke through all thresholds, with various barges flooding the screen, demanding a thorough investigation of the Football Association. I was just thinking the domestic football scene is too foul. Su Chen looked straight ahead, his gaze filled with absolute confidence and arrogance. And by the way, Director Zhao, I have a voice live stream running. Every word you just said is being heard clearly by 100,000 netizens across the internet. A deathly silence fell on the other end of the line. Then came the sound of a chair toppling and Zhao Jianxing's panicked, distorted roar. You're insane. How dare you broadcast this? You little bastard. Shut up, you old dog. Su Chun interrupted the other party without any courtesy. He reached out, picked up the phone, and spoke the long-contemplated words into the microphone. A national team like this, I'd rather not be a part of it. His finger pressed the red end button. The call was cut off abruptly. The whole world seemed to become quiet at that moment. Su Chen casually closed the live stream. He didn't need to see the subsequent reactions. He knew this phone call had completely stripped away the hypocritical, corrupt facade of the Domestic Football Association's upper echelons. What a relief. Su Dehai slammed the steering wheel and roared, "These bastards, someone should have dealt with them long ago. Xiaoqun, well done. Your uncle is proud of you." Su Chen leaned back into his seat, letting out a long sigh of relief. The pent-up frustration in his heart dissipated with this call. From this day forward, he was completely severed from that rotten circle. The sea is vast for fish to leap, the sky is high for birds to fly. Domestically, at the Beijing Football Association office building, smack! The latest model of a fruit brand phone was hurled viciously against the wall, shattering into pieces. Zhao Jiansheng's eyes were bloodshot, his chest heaving violently. He never imagined that the poor boy, who usually didn't even dare to fart in the national youth team, would actually dare to stream a voice call and trick him into talking. Those threatening words were heard clearly by 100,000 netizens. The landline phone on the desk began ringing frantically, all calls from media outlets and higher authorities inquiring about the situation. Half an hour later, in the top-floor confidential meeting room of the Football Association, the air was thick with smoke. Several core executives sat around a round table, their faces growing uglier by the minute. Cheng Yuan, the vice-chairman of the Football Association, sitting at the head, stubbed out his cigarette and tossed a report onto the table. "All right, this is blown up. The higher-ups are very dissatisfied. Zhao Jianxing, look at the mess you've made." Cheng Yuan's voice was icy. "Dealing with a mere brat, and you were so crude you left evidence." Zhao Jianxing sat off to the side, not daring to even breathe loudly. Chairman Cheng, public opinion online is out of control now. Many fans have even gone to the main bureau's website to leave comments demanding a thorough investigation into the youth training department's funding flow. And that Liu Yang's family background has been dug up by netizens. A staff member nearby reported. "Then control it." Cheng Yuan tapped the table with his fingers. "Send letters to all major platforms citing the need to maintain national image and implement a comprehensive traffic limit. Remove all related trending topics. Close the comment sections." "And how do we handle Su Chun?" Zhao Jianxing asked cautiously. "Ignore him." Cheng Yuan let out a scornful laugh. "You actually think he can succeed in his trial at Arsenal? What kind of eye does Wenger have? How many players from all of Asia can catch his eye? You all know what Su Chen's level was like back home, don't you?" Zhao Jianxing nodded repeatedly. "No speed, no physicality. He could even stop the ball 3 meters away. If the foreign coach hadn't seen his stamina and his ability to run all over the field aimlessly, he'd never have made it into the national youth team." Cheng Yuan clasped his hands together and leaned back in his chair. "Exactly. Netizens only have a 3-day memory. As long as we keep a low profile, don't say anything, don't respond, this storm will soon pass. Tell those big accounts and media outlets we've greased to all play dead. No one is to provoke that Su Chen again. Wait a few days until news comes back that he's been kicked out of Arsenal. Then that halo around the kid will naturally shatter. We'll get a few writers to pen some articles exposing how he ended up on the streets in England, and netizens will realize that a player without the support of the Football Association is nothing but a stray dog abroad." With that, the tone was set. A once thunderous nationwide outcry began to cool down. At Qingbei University, inside a female dormitory, Shinming sat in front of her computer, constantly refreshing the webpage. The trending topic, Su Chun Arsenal trial, that had been at the top just half an hour ago, had suddenly vanished. The few bloggers she followed who dared to speak up for Su Chen all showed their accounts as violated community guidelines, account suspended. That high-definition video of the tackle that exposed the truth had been completely wiped from the internet. Clicking on it only showed page not found. This is so corrupt. These people are lawless. Shinming slammed her palm on the keyboard in anger. Her roommate poked her head out from the top bunk and tried to console her. "Mengming, forget it. With their power, it's too easy for them to silence someone. Now that the whole network is limiting traffic, even if Su Chun really goes to Arsenal, there won't be any coverage domestically. He's going to Arsenal to play football, not to perform for these parasites back home." Shinming bit her lip and opened the school's internal academic system. She typed "Overseas Exchange Program" into the search bar. Soon a piece of information popped up. Qingbei University and Imperial College London Exchange Student Program, 3 days until registration deadline. Shinming's eyes lit up. "Xiaoya, is Imperial College far from Arsenal Stadium?" Shinming turned around to ask. Her roommate was taken aback. "They're both in London. It's about half an hour by subway." "Why do you ask? You're not thinking of going to London, are you?" "Why not?" Shinming grabbed the application form from the desk, her tone resolute. "I'm going to watch him play in the Premier League live. I want to tell him that even if the domestic media all turn a blind eye, there are still real fans supporting him." Su Chun had already been staying for 3 full days in the star-rated hotel arranged by his uncle. During these 3 days, he hadn't stepped out of his room even once. Su Dehai had the hotel staff deliver meals to the door every day. Watching his nephew lock himself in his room all day, he was anxious and frustrated, assuming Su Chun was crushed by the domestic ban. In reality, Su Chun hadn't wasted a single second during these 3 days. He had been immersed in the full reality greenfield training ground that came with the system. This was an independent space that existed only in his consciousness. On this virtual pitch, he could set up defenders and training drills of varying difficulty according to his needs. As a fan in his past life, Su Chen knew all too well the power of Kaka's template and its weaknesses. The peak Kaka was the most terrifying monster in football history for launching counterattacks. He didn't need complex fancy moves. He just pushed the ball forward, and with sheer speed and astonishingly long strides could outrun an entire defense line. But this style of play took a tremendous toll on the body, especially the wear and tear on the groin and meniscus. It was devastating. That's why after Kaka suffered a major injury at Real Madrid, his form plummeted like a cliff. Because a mortal body simply couldn't withstand that kind of transcendent violent aesthetics. But now this problem was completely solved by the system. Su Chen discovered that in the virtual training ground, no matter how extreme his sprint training was, no matter how sore his muscles became, as soon as he clicked exit, his physical functions instantly returned to 100 peak condition. Lactic acid buildup, non-existent. Muscle strain, non-existent. Meniscus wear, even more non-existent. This meant Su Chen could recklessly expend the explosive power of this body in reality. He would become an ultimate form of Kaka, forever at his peak, never injured, with endless stamina. Boom. Inside the virtual training ground, Su Chen unleashed a powerful shot from 30 meters out. The ball turned into a blur, curling straight into the top corner of the goal. Even the goal net was lifted high by the force. Ding. Host has completed 1000 direction change acceleration drills. Ding. Host has completed 1000 powerful long-range strikes while moving. Peak Kaka template integration increased to 70. Host's current physical functions have fully adapted to the template's force output method. Su Chen let out a long breath and exited the system space. Opening his eyes, feeling the explosive power within his body, he clenched his fists. These 3 days of hellish training had thoroughly ingrained Kaka's techniques into his muscle memory. Now, even if several top Premier League defenders were placed in front of him, he was absolutely confident he could blow past them so fast they wouldn't even see his taillights. He glanced at the clock on the wall. 8 in the morning. It was time for the Arsenal trial. Su Chen changed into a clean tracksuit, slung a simple black sports bag over his shoulder, and pushed open the door. Su Dehai had been pacing anxiously in the hallway. Seeing Su Chen come out, he quickly rushed over. "Xiao Chen, you're finally out. Come on, your uncle will drive you there himself. Whether you make it or not, just think of it as gaining some experience." Su Dehai patted his chest to encourage him, but deep down he had no confidence. After all, Arsenal was a Premier League giant. Their youth academy was full of prodigies from all over the world. Su Chen had struggled, even domestically. Could he survive the first round of tests in a place like this? Su Chen didn't explain much. He just patted Su Dehai on the shoulder. "Uncle, just watch from the sidelines later." Coney Training Center, North London. As one of the most modern training facilities in world football, its grass was even more pristine than that of the Emirates Stadium. Arsenal U18 head coach Steve Bold sat in his office, sipping an espresso and watching video footage on his computer. The video playing was of the friendly match a few days ago between the Arsenal youth team and the Chinese national youth team. Standing beside him was fitness coach John. "Steve, is this the Chinese kid the boss personally requested for a trial?" John pointed at the Asian face sprinting across the screen. "Su Chen." "Yeah." Steve pressed pause, freezing the frame on Su Chen making a pass. "The boss said this kid has good movement awareness and a positive attitude. He wanted him to train with the team for a few days to see how he does." John pursed his lips. The boss always likes to dig up cheap lottery tickets from all over the world. "But honestly, Steve, I'm not optimistic about him." Steve nodded in agreement. "Look here." Steve circled a spot on the screen with a red marker. "His center of gravity is too high and his stride frequency is too slow. Even though he covers a lot of ground, his absolute speed is mediocre. Look at that sprint down the wing earlier. Even our backup fullback could easily catch up to him. And look at these touches. His ball control is poor. That means he'll easily lose possession under high pressure. In a fast-paced physical league like England, having just a good attitude is far from enough." As Arsenal's youth academy director, Steve had a very sharp eye. His analysis was completely correct. But that was Su Chen from 3 days ago. The Su Chen who hadn't yet integrated any template. "Regardless, since it's the boss arrangement, we have to go through the motions." Steve shut down the computer and stood up. "John, take him to the medical room for basic physical tests, then to the indoor track to test his explosiveness and absolute speed. If the data doesn't meet the standards, just send him home." "Understood." John took the notepad and left the office. 20 minutes later, accompanied by Su Dehai, Su Chen arrived at the Coney base's registration office. John walked over with a cold expression, sizing Su Chen up. He was thin. Though he stood 182 meters tall, his muscle definition wasn't prominent. He looked like an ordinary Asian high school student. John felt even more disappointed. With a physique like that, he'd probably be knocked flying by those strong, physical defensive midfielders on the pitch. "You're Su Chen. Follow me. Your uncle can only wait in the rest area." John said matter-of-factly. Su-chun handed his bag to his uncle and followed John into the fitness testing center. First came the standard height, weight, and body fat percentage tests. The data was unremarkable, nothing outstanding. John yawned as he ticked boxes on his notepad. Go put on your cleats on that track over there. First a 30-meter sprint, then a 100-meter dash. Give it your all, understand? Su-chun loosened his ankles, walked to the starting line, and nodded. The 30-meter sprint was one of the most crucial indicators for a footballer. Space on the pitch is extremely limited. Most overtaking and evasions happen within 30 meters. Even if you could run 100 meters in under 10 seconds, if you couldn't create separation in the first 30 meters, it was useless on the football field. The world's top stars like Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo in their prime had a 30-meter sprint time of around 3.8 seconds. John stood at the finish line with a stopwatch. Ready, go. The moment the whistle blew, John only saw a black shadow shoot forward. He even heard a distinct sound of air being sliced. Su-chun's legs pounded the ground alternately, each step unleashing incredibly explosive power, leaving deep cleat marks on the specialized rubber track. Start, lift the head, accelerate. No wasted movements, just pure linear explosive power. The nonchalant look on John's face instantly froze. His eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he instinctively pressed the stopwatch. Click. Su-chun crossed the finish line, decelerated smoothly, and stopped in the buffer zone. He wasn't even breathing hard. John stood dumbfounded, looking down at the stopwatch in his hand. On the stopwatch screen, red numbers were flashing. 3.71 seconds. How is this possible? John blurted out, his voice echoing loudly in the empty indoor training hall. What did 3.71 seconds mean? That was almost as fast as the short-distance start times of professional track athletes. Even Theo Walcott, the fastest player in Arsenal's first team, now had a best 30-meter sprint time of only 3.79 seconds. This seemingly thin Asian kid had actually broken the entire Arsenal club's short-distance sprint record. Coach, is your stopwatch broken? Su-chun walked back, his tone very calm. This was the result of him holding back. The Kaka template's starting explosiveness was as high as 96. If he had pushed off with full force, running under 3.7 seconds would definitely not be a problem. No, it's not broken. John swallowed hard. Go test the 100-meter dash. Now. 3 minutes later, Su-chun stood on the 100-meter starting line. He started again. This time John clearly saw Su-chun's terrifying sprinting ability in the latter half of the race. Long strides, high frequency. His legs were like they were equipped with a V8 engine. In the second half, he didn't slow down. Instead, he accelerated. Faster and faster. Until he crossed the finish line. John glanced at the stopwatch. 10.29 seconds. Hiss. John felt his scalp tingle. An 18-year-old footballer running 100 meters in under 10.3 seconds. Was he here to play football or to prepare for the Olympics? Without saying a word, John tore off the record sheet and ran like crazy toward the head coach's office. He left Su-chun behind. In the office, Steve was planning the lineup for the afternoon youth team scrimmage. The door was slammed open with John burst in, panting heavily, and slammed the record sheet onto the desk. Steve, it's a bloody miracle. A real bloody miracle. John was red in the face with excitement. Which track team did the boss dig this monster out of? Calm down, John. Steve frowned, picking up the report. Are the physical test results in too slow? If he's slow, just send him packing. What's the big deal? His eyes scanned the rows of numbers on the form. When his gaze landed on the bold sprint data at the bottom, Steve's hand holding the report jerked violently. The office chair let out a harsh screech. Steve jumped straight out of his chair, knocking over the coffee cup on the desk. Brown liquid spilled all over the table. But he didn't care. He gripped the paper tightly, his eyes nearly glued to the numbers. 3.71 seconds. 100 meters in 10.29 seconds. Steve looked up sharply and yelled at John. Are you sure the measuring equipment isn't broken? Is this even a time a human can run? I used 2 different brands of stopwatches and tested him twice. There's absolutely no error. John gasped for air. His explosiveness off the start is like a cheetah. Steve, we completely misjudged him. Steve's head was buzzing. He recalled the footage from the friendly match 3 days ago. That Asian boy with mediocre speed who could barely control the ball. How could his physical attributes have undergone such a terrifying transformation in just 3 days? Had he been hiding his true ability all along? Steve paced in a circle twice, then slapped the table. Let's go. To the training ground immediately. Steve said, urgently, walking out. Having speed on the track is useless on the pitch. I need to see his ability with the ball. Get a football. I want him to do a dribbling cone drill right now. On pitch 2 of the Coney base, Sudahai stood outside the wire fence, his hands sweating profusely. Just then he saw the youth head coach Steve leading a group of assistants rushing onto the pitch in a flurry. John quickly set up a row of orange cones on the grass. The intervals between them were very short, requiring the player to dribble at full speed through them. Steve stood on the sidelines watching Su-chun, who was stretching, and shouted loudly, Kid, use your fastest speed to dribble through these cones. and then put the ball into that small goal. Let me see what your... Suchin stepped on the grass. The feel of this top-class pitch made his blood boil. He flicked the ball up with his toe and caught it cleanly on his instep. He looked up staring at the row of cones ahead. No unnecessary preparation. Suchin sharply pushed the ball forward with the outside of his right foot. Boom. The ball shot out 3 meters instantly. Steve frowned, cursing inwardly. Too heavy a touch. In a match, that ball would be intercepted by a defender. But the next second, Steve's pupils contracted to their absolute limit. Because Suchin moved, like a bolt of white lightning, he caught up to the ball just before it slowed down. No slowing down to change direction. No short choppy steps for adjustment. At full sprint, Suchin gently nudged the ball with his left foot, making it curve tightly around the first cone. Then he pushed it again with his right foot. His body swayed widely from side to side, each touch using only the smallest surface area of his instep or the outside of his foot. Dribbling past the cones with long, powerful strides. On the green field, that figure kicked up a gust of wind as it swept past the row of orange cones. The 2 cones in the middle were even knocked over by the strong draft he created, tumbling across the grass. 15 meters from the small goal. Without adjusting his stride, Suchin met the rolling ball. His right leg swung back like a whip and struck the lower middle part of the ball with full force. Wham! A crisp, clean sound of impact echoed across the entire training ground. The ball turned into a straight streak of white light, grazing the underside of the crossbar and slammed deep into the back of the net. The entire place fell silent. The wind stopped. Only the black and white ball was spinning and rubbing frantically in the back of the net. Steve's mouth hung open. The tactical board in his hand fell onto the grass with a thud. Was this the so-called discarded national team player who couldn't even control a simple pass? Steve stared at the ball still spinning and rubbing violently against the net, his mouth agape for a long time. As the youth academy director who had spent over a decade at Arsenal, he had seen so-called football prodigies from all over Europe, and he knew exactly what the ultimate innate talent of a player was. Technique could be honed through endless daily drills. Game awareness could be cultivated through years of match experience. But speed and explosive power, that was a gift from the heavens, an absolute barrier etched into one's genes. A 100-meter sprint time of 10.29 seconds. A 30-meter acceleration time of 3.71 seconds. What did that even mean? In terms of straight-line speed alone, even if this kid didn't play football, a few days of specialized training on the track would make him more than qualified for the Olympic sprint trials. But on the pitch, the core 30-meter sprint data was a striker's greatest weapon. In football, starts, overtakes, and escapes mostly occurred within the cramped 30-meter space. A half body length advantage at the start meant a fatal sword thrust chance. Bloody hell. With such terrifying starting stats, those idiots at the Chinese Football Association actually gave him the assessment of average speed, no physical confrontation. Steve grabbed his hair in frustration. Are those pot-bellied bureaucrats sitting in their offices all blind? They treat a once-in-a-century freak talent like a worthless nobody. What a waste. A sheer waste. If this uncut jade had entered Europe's youth system a few years earlier, he would now be a multi-million-euro hot commodity on the transfer market. Even if you only taught him one trick, to recklessly bulldoze past defenders along the sideline, with legs that could sprint under 3.7 seconds, this kid would definitely earn a rotational starting spot on a Premier League powerhouse. John swallowed hard beside him. Steve calmed down first. He rolled up the physical test sheet and clenched it. Straight-line speed is fine for track. That dribbling around the cones was indeed impressive, extremely fluid. But it was just a rigid test without defenders. The intensity of English league football is the highest in the world. In real matches, if he can't shield the ball against physical battles and low tackles from tough defenders, all his speed is useless. Steve nodded decisively. Right? Seeing is believing. He turned and strode toward the sideline. He'll arrange an intra-squad scrimmage right now. He'll even slot him into the starting lineup. We'll see if he's a horse or a mule once he rolls around in the real meat grinder. John was startled, dropping him straight into the starting lineup. This would definitely cause a stir in the locker room. Meanwhile, on the second training pitch, Suchin retrieved the ball from the goal and bounced it a couple of times in his hands. Pure, unadulterated pleasure flowed through his entire body. This black and white ball felt like an extension of his own limbs. Back in the national youth team, stopping a high ball meant staring at the landing spot and calculating the force of the touch in his mind. Now none of those tedious steps were necessary. The ball at his feet obeyed him better than a well-trained hunting dog. Whatever move he imagined, his feet would unconsciously and precisely execute it. What thrilled him even more was that those 2 unrestrained full-power sprints had caused no negative effects. He had expected that after such extreme performance his hamstrings and meniscus would feel sore and strained. But now his face was calm and his breathing was steady. This was the most incredible boost from the system. A peak cockiform without injury risk and perfectly eliminating wear and tear. It allowed him to recklessly unleash his explosive physical gifts on the pitch. Hey kid, gather up. In the distance, fitness coach John blew his whistle. Su Chen kicked the ball back to the assistant coach and jogged toward the center circle. Their over 20 young players in training kits were already standing, all regular members of Arsenal's U18. Most of them had bright futures ahead, but only 1 in 10 would climb through the ranks and finally stand on the first-team pitch at the Emirates Stadium. Such was the cruel law of England's youth system. Survival of the fittest, the strong devouring the weak. So when Steve led Su Chen, a stranger with a tainted label and an Asian face, into the circle, the surrounding gazes were extremely complex. A few players whispered among themselves, "Who's that guy? Asian? Haven't you seen the news? That's the violent lunatic who broke a teammate's nose at the Chinese training base yesterday. Heard he got kicked off the national team. Looking for a job here. Huh, what good player can that football wasteland of China produce? Probably some agent's trick to pad his resume. He'll be gone within 2 weeks." Most of the young players regarded Su Chen coldly, not seeing him as a real competitor. At the front of the crowd stood a youth just over 1.7 meters tall, with extremely developed chest muscles. He had short hair and a defiant look in his eyes. Jack Wilshere. He was the brightest gem in Arsenal's youth academy in recent years. Last year, he had even been promoted to the first team by Wenger, making his Premier League debut and breaking the club's record for youngest appearance. He was at the U18 training ground today solely to maintain fitness during the off-season. Jack glanced at Su Chen, then looked away, continuing to juggle the ball with his heel out of boredom. He only cared about midfielders who could deliver good passes or strikers who could finish games. This random kid from nowhere didn't spark any interest in him, until Steve started handing out training bibs. In England's training system, distributing bibs signified the coach's decision on the starting lineup for the next official match. Today it was bright red bibs. Jack took the first one without surprise and pulled it on. Then came the captain center back, the starting defensive midfielder, the starting winger. When only one red bib remained, several substitute forwards, eager to prove themselves to the coach, stepped forward unconsciously, heads held high, eyes burning with desire for a starting spot. But Steve walked right past them and handed the sweaty red bib to Su Chen. "Put it on. You're playing as a shadow striker, roaming freely ahead of Jack. Show me how you play." Steve pointed to the attacking midfield area. The air on the pitch dropped to freezing point. The overlooked youth players widened their eyes. They had sweated and fought on the muddy pitches for nearly a year just to earn a spot on the bench. And this Asian kid on his first day snatches the starting shadow striker position. Why? Because he's a brawler who got kicked out. Hostility. An extremely obvious rejection and hostility pressed down on Su Chen from all sides. Su Chen took the red bib without even lifting an eyelid, pulled it over his head in front of everyone, and walked defiantly into the starting lineup. He didn't blame them for their jealousy. Competitive sports were a law of the jungle. Once on the pitch, you just had to knock down the dissenters with your fists and strength. Beep. The shrill whistle for the scrimmage cut through the air above the pitch. The match was between the starting team and the substitute team. Duration 30 minutes. Since it was an informal internal match, both sides skipped the probing phase and went straight into aggressive high pressing. The most iconic English football traits, fierce tackles and hard collisions, were on full display from the very first minute. Su Chen roamed near the center circle, ready to make forward runs. His direct opponent was the substitute team's black center back Marcus. This guy was nearly 1.9 meters tall, with a build as broad as an adult brown bear. To prove to Steve that he deserved the starting spot more than Su Chen, Marcus immediately stuck to Su Chen from the kickoff. Thud. Using his height and long legs, Marcus deliberately slammed into Su Chen from behind, while off the ball, his knee rudely digging into Su Chen's thigh muscle. "Yellow boy, that bib on you is a joke." Marcus lowered his head, trash talk dripping with provocation directly into Su Chen's ear. "You'd better run off the field and cry to your mommy. This is a man's arena. When the ball comes, he'll snap your leg right at the knee." Breaking a newcomer's mental fortitude with brutal fouls was a traditional English defender's trick. Su Chen withstood the impact from behind, his lower body rock solid, not even shifting his center of gravity. He completely ignored Marcus' stream of filth. At that moment, midfield maestro Jack Wilshere received a pass from the backline. Jack pulled the ball back under his foot and looked up to scan the forward runs. He noticed the new kid was extremely clever, constantly sliding into the narrow gaps between the defensive and midfield lines. Such tactical awareness was nothing like a reckless runner. "Let's see if you can handle this pass," Jack thought. He struck the ball with the outside of his right foot, not opting for a safe high ball, but sending a low-through ball that skimmed. The pass was aimed directly at Su Chen's feet, but it carried a test. If his first touch was even slightly off, the ball would bounce 2 meters away and be intercepted by the defender. The ball cut through the substitute team's defense like a blade, flying low, passing straight through the crowd. "That pass is too heavy. He'll never control it," Marcus sneered. He spread his arms wide, pressing firmly against Su Chen's back, and raised his right foot ready to slide tackle both the ball and the player the moment Su Chen's touch faltered. The ball was about to hit Su Chen's right instep. A tenth of a second before contact, Su Chen's left foot dug firmly into the turf. He didn't make the traditional cushioning touch. Instead, his right instep suddenly tensed, and the tip of his boot at a concealed angle lightly flicked upward under the rapidly rolling ball. Effortless. A feather deflecting a ton. The ball obediently left the grass, tracing and eerily it sailed over Su Chen's head, and of course over Marcus, who was about to charge from behind. A backheel flick. Before Marcus' brain could process what had happened, the terrifying explosive power hidden within Su Chen was full. His starting burst value of 96 points displayed devastating, overwhelming force in that instant. His core muscles exploded using Marcus' weight against him, completing a ferocious half-turn. Then his long legs drove into the ground with immense force. The power that could dent a running track was now applied to the soft turf. Whoosh! Marcus felt only a strong gust of wind whip past his cheek. When he clumsily twisted his torso to try and grab the opponent's shirt, his fingers clutched only air. Su Chen had already bulldozed past him with the most brutal, irrational speed. A nutmeg. Absolute speed domination. Like a white lightning bolt breaking through a blockade, Su Chen precisely controlled the descending ball with his chest 3 meters behind Marcus. With his right foot, he pushed the ball forward in a single large stride. Long stride straight to goal. The substitute goalkeeper, terrified, rushed out to narrow the angle. Without even looking at him, Su Chen, a half beat before the keeper's dive, curled a low shot with the inside of his right foot. The ball skimmed the keeper's fingertips, slid along the grass into the far corner of the net, and nestled against the white mesh. Thud! The crisp sound of the ball hitting the net echoed loudly across the empty training ground. Silence. Dead silence. Everyone's movements froze. From Jack's pass to Su Chen's backheel flick, his powerful turn to shake off Marcus, and the final unknown finish. The entire sequence was lightning fast, lasting no more than 3 seconds. Smooth, brutally efficient, with no unnecessary frills. Just pure technique combined with physical attributes that could utterly overwhelm an opponent. Jack Wilshere, standing in the center circle, gasped. He loved this kind of striker, someone who was all business, who could turn a difficult through ball into an assist. Holy shit. A monster striker has really arrived. Jack's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but curse. Steve, who had been watching intently, clenched his fists tightly, involuntarily stepping forward several paces, his heart pounding wildly. That flick and turn required an insane level of ball control and core strength. To pull off such a move under the heavy marking of a Premier League youth team, this was a genius among geniuses. Trash kicked out by the Chinese Football Association. If this was trash, then where on earth were the real talents? Effortless. Too effortless. Watching the black and white sphere frantically spinning in the net, Su Chen turned around, too lazy to even bother with an extra celebratory gesture. Not a single ripple stirred within his heart. He had originally thought the defensive intensity of Arsenal's youth team might put some pressure on him. But when matched against this one-dimensional black central defender named Marcus, facing himself now empowered by the attributes of Kaka in his prime, it was nothing short of a one-sided brutal domination. This feeling of forcing a bypass and scoring was like plucking something out of a bag. Even in England's top-tier youth academy, it was nothing more than this. Only by quickly obtaining a work permit and stepping onto the first team's turf. To clash head-in with those established Premier League stars, that was the true stage. As Su Chen thought this, he jogged back towards the center circle. He ran straight into Jack Wilshere, who was charging over with an ecstatic face. This English midfield prodigy, later known as the Prince, now had eyes filled entirely with fervor for the strong. He himself was naturally rebellious. What he admired most were the tough guys who could prove themselves with their strength on. As an attacking midfielder, he desperately needed a monster striker up front who could convert those damn through balls into goals. Beautiful pass, incredibly precise. Su Chen raised his hand and praised in fluent English. Well done, mate. That turn and dribble was awesome. Jack jumped up directly, wrapped his arm tightly around Su Chen's shoulder, and slapped his back hard. Several other main young players in red vests also ran over, cheering loudly. The world of football was just that. 5 minutes ago, they thought this Asian face was a slacker with connections, feeling 100 resentments. But with that combo of a backheel lob followed by a forceful, overpowering finish, all doubts and hostility vanished instantly. The substitute group was dead silent. Marcus sat on the muddy turf, panting heavily, staring fixedly at Su Chen's back, his mind a complete blank. Everything that had just happened was too fast. He hadn't even touched the opponent's jersey before being bypassed like a training cone. The match resumed. The following 20 minutes became Su Chen's personal highlight reel. The 7th minute. Jack received the ball in midfield, looked up, and spotted Su Chen dropping back. He passed the ball over without hesitation. Su Chen received it with his back to goal. This time the substitute group had learned their lesson. Marcus and another defensive midfielder flanked him left and right, attempting a pincer movement. Su Chen didn't give them a chance to close in. He nudged the ball to the outside with his right foot and burst into action. The explosive starting power of 96 points roared to life once more. Mud splattered everywhere. Like a heavy-duty sports car shifted into 8th gear, Su Chen tore a path open right through the gap between the two defenders. A long-range dash. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. The two defenders chased desperately behind, only to realize they weren't even worthy of eating the exhaust fumes from his car. The distance was visibly widening. At the top of the penalty arc, Suchin didn't slow down at all. His left leg slammed into the turf like a heavy cannon mount. His right leg meeting the rolling ball unleashed a vicious full-power cannon blast. Boom. The ball with a terrifying roar rocketed straight into the top corner. The substitute goalkeeper didn't even make a save attempt before the ball had already kicked up a puff of air in the back of the net. 2-0. The 15th minute. Suchun moved wide to receive the ball. Near the sideline facing the fullback's defense, he didn't bother with feints or stepovers. He simply kicked the ball 5 meters ahead and relied on pure linear speed to overtake him on the outside. He drove to the byline and crossed, setting up a teammate for a header. 3-0. The 25th minute. Suchun controlled and dribbled past in the box, a silky smooth touch that sent the unfortunate Marcus tumbling. A delicate left-footed finish into the near post. 4-0. On the sidelines, Arsenal's youth director Steve and fitness coach John were completely frozen. Their scalps tingled, their breaths quickened. They had seen countless prodigies, but a player displaying such absolute dominance at this age was utterly unprecedented. It was like shoving a first-team core starter into a youth match to play against elementary school kids. 30 minutes, a hat-trick plus an assist. John swallowed hard, his hand holding the notepad trembling uncontrollably. You call this average speed? You call this not knowing how to play? Steve, right now I really want to buy a plane ticket to China and see what kind of aliens their national youth team is made of. Steve let out a cold laugh. Aliens? Those idiots who don't even know how to control a ball. This is a great gift God has sent to Arsenal. Those morons at the Chinese Football Association actually kicked out a freak-level prodigy worth tens of millions of euros. Steve grabbed his tactics board and blew his whistle loudly. Beep. Game over. If they played any longer, the substitute group's psychological defense would completely collapse. That poor black central defender Marcus had been dribbled past so many times he had no strength left to stand sitting on the ground questioning his existence. Steve strode onto the pitch heading straight for Suchun. He was now terrified that some other club scout would snatch this kid. Well done. Steve patted Suchun's shoulder heavily, his voice brimming with extreme excitement. Arsenal has decided to sign you to a top-tier apprentice contract immediately. Not only that, next week when the first team assembles, I will personally recommend you to Professor Wenger for the squad list. According to English work permit regulations, non-EU players without national team appearances find it extremely difficult to get a work permit to play in the Premier League. But there are two exceptions. One is the special talent clause. The second is to sign a youth contract, first play in youth cup competitions in England for a while, allowing the club to prove the player's first team level through operations, and then apply for a special work permit. Suchun perfectly met both criteria now. Suchun nodded, showing no surprise at this outcome. Coach Steve, when can I play an official match? Suchun only cared about playing. Only by constantly playing and scoring crazily could he shut the mouths of those back home, who were still blacklisting him nationwide and waiting to see him fail. Steve laughed heartily. Don't worry, you've arrived just in time. Steve pulled a schedule from his pocket. This weekend we have a crucial FA Youth Cup knockout match. The opponent is Manchester City's U18 youth team. Once the contract is signed, you'll be the starting center forward. A day later, with his uncle Su Dehai acting as a go-between and full support from the Arsenal youth, Suchun smoothly signed a youth contract with Arsenal and received a special trial spot with the first team. Weekend. A luxury bus was speeding down the highway towards Manchester. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere was The Arsenal U18 lads weren't blindly optimistic just because they had signed Suchun. In the English youth, Manchester City's youth investment in recent years had been terrifying. They had spent tens of millions of pounds just buying up young talents. Last season's Youth Cup, we were thrashed 20 away by City and then held to a draw at home, getting eliminated. Jack Wilshere sat next to Suchun, angrily punching the seat back in front of him. Damn it, just thinking about that goalkeeper gives me a headache. Yes, striker Charlie chimed in. If that bastard hadn't made those saves, how could we have been eliminated? That guy has such long arms and a huge reach, he comes out like a madman. Listening to his teammates chatter, Suchun grew interested. You guys make him sound so formidable. What's this City youth? Suchun asked casually. Jack turned around and answered very seriously. He's German. City spent a lot to poach him from Stuttgart's youth team this year. His name is Loris Karius. Suchun was drinking a sports drink when he heard the name and nearly spat it out. Karius. Massive, monumental blunder. Suchun's mind instantly flashed back to the 2018 Champions League final in his past life. The Liverpool goalkeeper who threw the ball straight onto Benzema's foot and let in a long-range shot from Bale with butterfingers. So this famous world-class goalkeeper actually spent his early years at City's academy. Suchun quickly checked his memories. Indeed, from 2009 to 2011, Karius did play for me. Oh, it's him. Suchun wiped the moisture from his chin and couldn't help but laugh. You know him? Jack asked, surprised. You could say I've heard a lot about him. Suchun waved his hand. This German pretty boy's future was indeed unlucky. He lost his form after being hit by Ramos. But at this moment, he was the proud star goalkeeper of City's youth academy and the bane of Arsenal's youth setup. You need to be careful. Jack lowered his voice to warn. He's extremely arrogant and makes very aggressive defensive moves. He'll rush out of the box to slide tackle on an onion. Arrogance is good. Su-chun leaned back in his seat, twisted his neck, producing crisp sounds of bones grinding. I love beating arrogant guys the most. Leave him to me. He'll take care of him today. Seeing Su-chin's confident attitude, the previously oppressive atmosphere in the carriage dissipated considerably. With this freak who could devour entire defenses in one half, revenge against City no longer seemed like empty talk. Destroy City. Jack stood up and roared. Destroy them. A unified battle cry rang out inside the bus. Manchester Etihad Campus Youth Training Center. The main stands were filled with local fans, including quite a few newspaper reporters armed with cameras. Today was not just a key match. There were also rumors that City's first-team manager Roberto Mancini would personally watch from the executive box. This was the main reason for the large media presence today. After final preparations in their respective dressing rooms, the players from both sides lined up and entered the player tunnel. Su-chun walked at the front of the Arsenal team. As the starting center forward for this match, his appearance immediately drew the attention of the City players. A completely unfamiliar Asian face. City's youth team captain, the tall, long-haired German goalkeeper Karius, stood at the front of the other line. He scrutinized Su-chun rudely for a few moments and let out a loud, derisive snort. Jack has Arsenal run out of players completely. You've brought in a skinny monkey from Asia to play as your main striker. Karius taunted Jack Wilshere next to him in English without restraint. Jack's face darkened, and he was about to retort. Su-chun reached out and held Jack's shoulder, turning to look Karius straight in the eye. I heard you're Arsenal's nemesis. Extremely tough in defense. Su-chun's tone was very calm, betraying no hint of emotion. Karius lifted his chin, looking arrogant. Of course. As long as I stand on the goal line, you won't have a single shot on target today. Good. Su-chun nodded. I have a habit. Whenever I meet a goalkeeper who claims to be invincible in defense, I like to send both the ball and the man into the net right in front of them. I hope your speed in rushing out matches your arrogant attitude. As soon as he said this, the City team burst into laughter. An unknown Asian rookie daring to talk big in front of City's star goalkeeper. Karius' face darkened, his gaze turning cold. You ignorant yellow monkey. On the pitch, it'll show you the defensive intensity of English football. Every shot you take will be firmly rejected by me. Su-chun didn't waste any more words and strode straight out of the... Stepping onto the turf of the Etihad campus, the stands immediately erupted with deafening boos from the City fans. The match officially began. Manchester City's youth team kicked off first. Taking advantage of their home ground, the young City players played very aggressively, frequently using physical confrontations to pressure Arsenal's half from the start. For the first 10 minutes, Arsenal were on the back foot defensively. In the luxury box at the highest point of the stands, City manager Mancini, wearing a dark trench coat, held a cup of hot coffee and looked down at the pitch from his vantage point. What the hell is that old fox Steve up to? Mancini pointed at Su-chun, who was prowling near the center circle. A single striker tactic. Pushing a skinny Asian guy up front as the attacking focal point. Are they giving up the match? His assistant coach quickly flipped through the materials in his hand. Coach, this player is named Su-chun. He arrived in London from China a few days ago. According to the information, he was permanently expelled by the Chinese Football Association for assaulting a teammate back home. This is ridiculous. Is Arsenal now recycling trash players with such a bad record? Mancini shook his head, instantly losing interest in observing further. The chief referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the match. From the stands of the Etihad campus training ground, the home fans erupted with thunderous cheers. Manchester City's U18 youth team kicked off first. This luxurious young squad, a gathering of prodigious talents from across Europe, held Arsenal in utter contempt. In the very first minute, Manchester City's midfielders surged forward en masse. They used their robust physiques and aggressive pressing to forcefully pin Arsenal's youngsters in their own half. Arsenal's formation was forced to shrink back. The ball moved swiftly among the feet of Manchester City's players. Two consecutive highly threatening long-range shots were only blocked by Arsenal's centre-back, desperately throwing himself to the ground to deflect them for a corner. From the ensuing corner, Manchester City's tall centre-forward overpowered his marker with a header, the ball grazing the post and going wide. In the opening 5 minutes, Manchester City was in full, overwhelming form. They exhibited a level of pressure a full tier above the Arsenal youth team. Karius, standing in Manchester City's goal, even strode directly out of his penalty area. With his hands on his hips, he stood not far from the center circle, acting as a sweeper-keeper. It was an arrogant position. He was utterly confident that Arsenal could not launch any meaningful counterattack. Karius even whistled at Su-chun, who was drifting alone in the attacking half, and loudly taunted him. Are you ready to spend the entire game without even touching the ball? This is the Etihad, not a place for you. Su-chun didn't even glance at Karius. He simply adjusted his breathing, silently jogging slowly as he observed the gaps in Manchester City's defensive line. High pressing. An advanced defensive line. They were practically handing him, who possessed the template of Kaka, a golden opportunity. In the luxurious box at the highest point of the stands, Manchester City's manager Mancini held a steaming cup of coffee and crossed his legs. A match with no suspense. Mancini tossed the dossier onto the table. Arsenal's youth setup is completely suffocated. Their single striker tactic is an absolute disaster. That kid from China is utterly useless. The assistant coach chimed in, indeed, coach. China has no soil to nurture top-tier strikers. His only redeeming quality is probably his cheap price. This is the consequence of Wenger's penny-pinching in recent years, Mancini said, taking a sip of coffee. A player of this caliber, even if offered to us as a training dummy, I wouldn't bother with. Before the words faded, the situation on the pitch changed abruptly. Arsenal's midfield core Jack Wilshere precisely intercepted a pass near the edge of the box. A sliding tackle. Ball 1. Jack lay on the turf, not even getting up, just lifting his head to glance at the far half of the field. There a white figure was beginning to sprint. Without a moment's hesitation, Jack struck the ball with the outside of his right foot, sending it skimming low across the grass, a long straight line that sliced through most of Manchester City's defensive lines. A through ball. Stop him, shouted the Manchester City coach from the sideline. Two of their remaining deep-lying defenders immediately converged on the ball's landing point. But they were horrified to discover that the figure flashing past them was moving at an impossibly fast speed, starting from a standstill, accelerating. Suchin used no feints, just the simplest, most brutal straight-line sprint. His speed attribute, maxed out at 98 points, was fully unleashed. His molded boots pounded into the turf, kicking up clumps of mud. With each stride of his long legs, the distance between him and his pursuers visibly widened. Too fast. So fast that Manchester City's two center-backs didn't even have a chance to foul him by tugging his shirt. In full sprint, Suchin deftly extended his right foot and nudged the ball forward in its direction of travel. The ball control was seamless, natural. This single touch left the defenders a full 5 yards behind. Unknown with the keeper, the stadium announcer roared. Outside the penalty area, Karius, who had been standing with his hands on his hips, his face drained of color. He never imagined this Asian's explosive power could be so terrifying, not even two black center-backs could catch him. Relying on his long limbs and large coverage area, Karius gritted his teeth and charged straight off his line. Like a raging bull, he sprinted towards Suchin, who was advancing at high speed with the ball. Karius, from 3 meters away, launched himself into a reckless sliding tackle, aiming to block both man and ball, sealing off all forward routes. It was a dangerous defensive move. Most youth team forwards facing such a ferocious challenge would instinctively jump to avoid it losing possession. But in Suchin's vocabulary, there was no such word as retreat. Sprinting at full speed, his upper body remained utterly still. He subtly nudged the side of the ball with the inside of his left foot. The ball slipped past Karius' outstretched studs, rolling to the outside. Then, the muscles in Suchin's thighs exploded with brutal power, forcibly altering his forward trajectory mid-stride, bypassing the sliding Karius entirely from the side. A nutmeg. Clean. Crisp. Leaving no room for doubt. Karius spat out a mouthful of grass, turning his head in utter despair. He could only watch the white-shirted figure casually catch up to the ball and gently push it with his right instep. The ball rolled unimpeded into the empty net. The white netting rippled. 1-0. Only 8 minutes had elapsed. Arsenal's first foray into the Manchester City half. Their first shot. A goal. The entire Etihad campus training ground fell into dead silence. The insults and jeers prepared by the Manchester City fans were choked in their throats by this incredibly stunning long-range solo run. Inside the box. Bang! Mancini's bone china coffee cup slammed heavily onto the glass coffee table, spilling coffee all over his hand, but he didn't notice. This Italian master manager, known for his composure, stared wide-eyed, his gaze fixed on the number 10 player, slowly jogging back on the pitch. My God, what kind of speed is that? Mancini's voice cracked. The assistant coach was too stunned to speak. You just said he has no pace? No physicality. Mancini whipped his head around, grabbing the dossier from the table. You tell me this guy who can outrun two center-backs in a 30-meter sprint and perfectly control his body at top speed, you call that no pace? This is a heavy tank with a supercharged engine. Mancini, enraged, tore the dossier in half and threw it to the ground. Are those Chinese FA scouts all blind? How is a talent like this judged as a troublemaker and thrown out? On the pitch, Suchin and Jack high-fived emphatically. Nice one, mate. That pass was perfect, Suchin said with a laugh. It's your run that was insane, Jack exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. I could barely keep up. Keep going. Let's smash these arrogant pricks. The match restarted. Clearly angered by the goal, Manchester City's players began employing extremely rough fouling tactics against Suchin in midfield. Whenever Suchin got the ball, 2 or 3 players would swarm him, hacking at his legs. They thought this would contain the, but they were wrong. It only served to fully unleash the killing instinct of the peak Kaka template. The 20th minute. Arsenal's winger sent in a cross from near the byline. The ball sailed over the penalty area. The landing point wasn't ideal, drifting towards the top of the arc. Manchester City's midfielders were ready to collect the second ball. Midway through the ball's descent, Suchin suddenly burst back out from inside the box. He didn't need to stop. Meeting the falling ball, Suchin's body leaned elegantly in midair, his left foot planted firmly in the turf for support. His right foot, like a fully drawn sledgehammer, smashed into the very center of the ball. Boom! An incredibly dull, explosive sound echoed through the stadium. A full power cannon shot. The ball turned into a white blur barely visible to the naked eye, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, flying straight for the top corner. Karius reacted this time. He pushed off with his legs, launching himself horizontally, his glove just barely grazing the edge of the ball. The immense impact force blasted his fingers apart. The ball slammed into the inside of the post and ricocheted into the net. 2-0. Karius hit the ground, staring blankly at his hands, the surface of his gloves still tingling. What kind of freakish ankle strength was that? Utterly unstoppable. The 31st minute. Suchin again. He received a short pass from Jack near the left touchline. Manchester City's fullback was tightly marking the inside route. Suchin didn't play by the rules. He simply booted the ball a good 7 or 8 meters forward along the line, passing it to himself 3 seconds later. Then sprinting flat out on the outside of the pitch, he used pure straight-line speed to overtake the defender from the outside. The Manchester City fullback felt a gust of wind, and the player was gone. Suchin caught the ball before the byline glanced towards the center. He sent a comfortable low cross with his right instep, pulling it back. The onrushing Charlie met it with a shot. 3-0. Suchin had a hand in all 3 goals, 1 assist, 2 goals. In just half an hour, this Manchester City youth team, which dominated the English leagues, had its defense completely torn apart by one man. The entire stadium was deathly silent. Manchester City's coach stood on the sideline, head in his hands, completely clueless about how to adjust his tactics. Man mark. Can't catch him. Foul. Can't even touch his shirt. This was a complete mismatch. The 42nd minute. The most brutal scene unfolded. Suchin received the ball at the center circle arc and began his personal showcase. His dribbling attribute, maxed out at 95 points, made his ball control flawless. First, he nutmegged Manchester City's defensive midfielder with a subtle backheel. Then in long strides, he charged straight for the box. Facing the last center back, Suchin didn't slow down. He nudged the ball with the outside of his left foot, his boat's center of gravity twisting unnaturally. The defender was faked out so badly, he sat down hard on the turf. Finally, Suchin faced the charging Karius again. This time Karius was smarter. He didn't slide but spread his arms wide, trying to block all possible shooting angles. Facing this tall German goalkeeper, Suchin couldn't even be bothered to fake a shot. He flicked the ball up with a chip shot. The ball traced a beautiful arc through the air, sailed over Karius' head, and dropped soft. 4-0. The halftime whistle blew. In just 45 minutes, Suchin had scored 4 goals, a massacre. Some Manchester City fans in the stands had already started to leave. Too humiliating. The youth academy of a proud Premier League giant was being utterly dismantled by an unknown Asian kid. Karius knelt on the goal line, his face buried in his hands. He had picked the ball out of the net 4 times in one half. After each goal, the player in the number 10 shirt didn't even celebrate, as if he had just accomplished some trivial, insignificant task. This cold, contemptuous indifference completely shattered Karius' psychological defenses. The seeds of a legendary trauma were planted in the mind of this 18-year-old. Jack jogged past Karius, pausing deliberately. "Hey, keeper," Jack taunted mercilessly. "Try to save just 1 in the second half, or your market value will plummet." Karius clenched his jaw, saying nothing. The 15-minute break passed quickly. The second half of the match began with sides swapped. The stands at the Etihad Campus Youth Training Center were deathly silent. The home fans of Manchester City couldn't even muster a jeer. Being suppressed by Arsenal and conceding 4 goals in the first half was a humiliation they had never witnessed in their lives. The eyes of the Manchester City players on the field were bloodshot. The head coach had given a stern order during halftime: at any cost, they must neutralize that Asian number 10. The match resumed. Manchester City's defense completely dropped back. They even deployed 2 defensive midfielders, employing extreme man-marking tactics to engage Suchin in close-quarters combat. Dirty tackles, jersey pulling, sneaky holds. The most brutal, grinding style of English football was laid bare on the pitch. In the highest box, Mancini watched the field with a grim, fixed stare. "His physique is too slender," analyzed the chief scout beside Mancini. "The first half sprint drained too much of his stamina. Now, facing our double-teaming and intense physicality, that Asian will definitely disappear." Mancini remained silent, his gaze locked on Suchin. On the field at the 50th minute, Manchester City earned a corner kick in the attacking half. They committed heavy numbers forward. The ball was sent into the box. An Arsenal center-back leaped high, heading the ball clear out of the penalty area. The ball landed near the center circle. 2 of Manchester City's deep-lying center-backs quickly converged on the landing point. Suchin moved too. He sprinted at full speed from his own half, racing towards the ball's descent in the air. "Take him out. Don't let him get the ball." Seeing he couldn't match the pace, Manchester City's black defensive midfielder slid in studs, showing viciously, aiming for Suchin's standing leg. Another center-back charged in from the side with a shoulder barge. It was a deliberate attack on the man. On the sidelines, Arsenal's youth director Steve felt his heart stop and let out a curse. Facing this pincer attack, Su Chun didn't even bother to jump out of the way. In the split second before contacting the ball, Su Chin's explosive power, rated at 96 points, surged through his entire body. His thigh muscles bulged and his core suddenly flexed. Thud! An extremely heavy sound of muscle colliding echoed across the entire field. The Manchester City center-back, who tried to use his weight to shove Su Chin aside, felt like he had crashed into a high-speed armored train. Not only did he fail to make Su Chun lose his balance, but he was himself thrown back by the sheer force of the reaction, landing hard on his backside in the mud. Simultaneously, Su Chin subtly flicked the ball with his left foot, easily lifting it over the head of the sliding defensive midfielder. He then took a long stride to clear the tackle on the ground. Brutal domination, breaking the double team. No fancy stepovers, just despair-inducing absolute power and extreme speed. Past these two defensive lines, only a vast expanse of open field lay before Su Chun. Unknown with the keeper. A long-range run from midfield. 30 meters, 20 meters. That white figure left an astonishing blur across the green turf. On the goal line, Karius' legs turned to jelly. Watching that heavy tank charging again, the Manchester City goalkeeper's mental fortitude completely shattered. He didn't even have the courage to rush out. He was rooted to the line, flailing his arms wildly. At the edge of the penalty area, Su Chun didn't even need to adjust. Planting his left leg firmly, he swung his right foot like a full-moon scimitar, unleashing a powerful blast. The ball turned into a white meteor, whistling as it tore through the air, smashing against the underside of the crossbar. Clang! The ball bounced heavily into the net, sending it bulging high. 5-0. Silence. The entire stadium was dead still. Karius slumped to the ground, his eyes vacant. He couldn't even muster the effort to retrieve the ball from the net. A perfect 4 goals wasn't enough, he had scored 5. A display of overwhelming class. In the box, Mancini spun around and grabbed the scout by the collar. This is what you call slender. He just sent our 180-pound center-back flying. Mancini roared, spittle flying. Find out. Find out immediately if that kid is signed or not. Whatever Arsenal is paying City will pay double. I want him in the first team. On the sideline, Steve broke out in a cold sweat. This wasn't playing football, this was a psychological evisceration. If he left this kid on the field, the desperate Manchester City youngsters would definitely cripple him with a dirty foul. Steve decisively turned and held up the substitution board. Beep. At the 51st minute, Su Chun was substituted off. As Su Chun walked to the sideline, sporadic applause even broke out from the Etihad stands. Those diehard City fans who had come to taunt were utterly captivated by this pure violent beauty. Steve rushed over, embracing Su Chun and thumping his back wildly. The remaining 40 minutes became garbage time. Without Su Chun, Arsenal dropped deep to defend. The final score remained 5-0. A massacre. 2 hours later, the team bus sped along the highway back to London. The cabin was filled with a fervent celebratory atmosphere. The grudge from last season's elimination by Manchester City's youth team was avenged 100-fold today. 5 goals. Brothers, our youth academy has a monster. The captain shouted, waving his shirt in the aisle. The surrounding young players responded in kind. The earlier exclusion and disdain had been shattered by those 5 ruthless goals. Jack Wilshere pushed through the crowd and sat down next to Su Chun, his eyes filled with intense admiration. Su, that midfield burst was incredible. That defender you slammed rolled twice on the ground. So awesome. Jack gestured animatedly. You know, after the match, Karius didn't even shake hands. He just hung his head and ran to the locker room. You made that arrogant guy depressed. Facing this fervent praise from the half-grown stars, Su Chun just leaned back in his seat, drinking water. 5 goals and a half meant nothing to him. The template of Kaka at his peak belonged to the Champions League final and the World Cup stage. Playing in a youth league was like an adult beating up kindergartners. It brought no sense of achievement. Su Chun crushed the water bottle in his hand. The ban from the Chinese Football Association was still in place, those bureaucrats expecting him to wash dishes in the UK. Only by reaching the Premier League stage as fast as possible and achieving dazzling results could he thoroughly trample those parasites into the dirt. At the Coney first team training base in North London, the light in the head coach's office was still on. Arsenal manager Arsene Wenger stood before the tactical board, massaging his temples. The desk before him was piled high with recent injury reports. Arsenal was suffering from an extremely severe injury crisis. Their main center forward Van Persie had torn his thigh muscle during the international break, sidelining him for 2 months. Eduardo, the versatile forward, was still recovering from a severe ankle injury. The entire first-team frontline of the Gunners was now in a desperate state, with no one available. They could only rely on the wildly inconsistent Bender and the physically drained Arshavin to barely hold the line. Just last weekend, Arsenal was held to a draw by a weak team in the league, dropping out of the top 3 in the standings. And in 3 days, the Gunners would face a terrifying opponent at the Emirates Stadium, the Premier League powerhouse Chelsea. Facing the steel-like Blues boasting the beast Didier Drogba, and the Iron Man Frank Lampard. How could Arsenal's depleted lineup compete? The office door swung open. Pat Rice, the chief assistant coach, walked in with a stack of analysis reports and let out a heavy sigh. Arsene, the medical team, just confirmed that Van Persie won't make it for the weekend's London Derby. Vinder's fitness test results are also terrible. Pat slammed the report onto the table. Chelsea's midfield is brutally aggressive. If we don't have a pivot who can hold the ball and overpower their defense, this match will be a disaster. Wenger let out a long breath and adjusted his glasses on his nose. He was well aware of the situation. Arsenal was desperately lacking a super explosive point that could strike decisively. But the transfer window had long closed, and the winter window was still far off. Where could he conjure a top-tier center forward? Just then the internal direct line on the desk rang urgently. Wenger frowned and picked up the receiver. Arsene, it's me, Steve. You need to listen to me right now. The voice on the other end was the extremely high-pitched roar of the youth director, Steve. In the background, cheers from a bus could be heard. Wenger held the receiver a bit farther away. Steve, I'm racking my brain over the starting lineup for the weekend. If you're just calling to report the score of the FA Youth Cup, I'll read the summary tomorrow, Wenger said, his voice laced with fatigue. No, to hell with the summary. I've got a super genius in my hands who can solve all your troubles. Steve rambled incoherently over the phone. Aren't you short of a striker? Aren't you lacking an explosive point? I've brought you a monster. Wenger was stunned. He knew Steve's character too well. The stern old youth director rarely used such exaggerated terms to describe a young player. Who are you talking about? Jack. He's still too young to handle the midfield of Premier League level, Wenger asked. It's that Chinese lad you had me sneak into the youth team for a trial a few days ago. Su Chun. Him. Wenger searched his memory. A few days ago he had casually glimpsed a warm-up match of the Chinese youth national team from the stands. Thinking that the number 10 player had some flair in his movement, he asked Steve to give him a trial opportunity. Later he heard the kid had been expelled for fighting back in China, and Wenger paid no further attention. An Asian player without European professional youth training, no matter how talented, would need at least 2 or 3 years in the youth ranks to become useful. Distant water couldn't quench a present thirst. Steve, he can't play in the Premier League right now, Wenger said, shaking his head, preparing to hang up. Arsene. He just scored 5 goals in half a time at Manchester City's home ground. He completely traumatized Karius. Steve shouted frantically. Just 10 minutes ago, a scout from Manchester City stopped Su Chen's uncle and offered an astronomically high signing bonus of £1 million, trying to hijack and buy him outright. If you hesitate any longer, Arsenal will never see a forward of this caliber again. Arsene, are you even listening to me? Manchester City has gone crazy. Their manager Mancini is right there in the box. Those oil-rich bastards from West Asia are practically drowning in cash, and they'll definitely use it to buy the kid. Steve's shrill roar echoed through the manager's office. Wenger gripped the phone tightly, his brow furrowed into a deep crease. Arsenal's head of youth development had always been a meticulous, even somewhat rigid old Englishman. Seeing him so uncharacteristically agitated today, yelling and shouting, was completely beyond Wenger's comprehension. A young lad fresh from a trial in China, kicked out of his club for fighting back home. And on Manchester City's youth turf, he scored 5 goals in 1 half. Such absurd statistics sounded more like a cheap joke from a tabloid. Steve, calm down. One youth game doesn't prove much. Maybe City's defenders just had an off day. Wenger tried to keep his voice steady. We do need a striker, but I don't believe an 18-year-old Asian boy without European systematic training can solve our first team's urgent problems. Steve's heavy breathing came through the receiver. Arsene, I know you don't believe it. Neither did I. But this is what I saw with my own eyes. I sent the video to your email from my phone. Go open your computer and see for yourself. If you still think he can't handle the first team after watching it, he'll resign immediately. The line went dead. Wenger rubbed his throbbing temples and turned to his chief assistant coach Pat Rice, who Steve has lost his mind. Wenger muttered, moving his mouse to open the internal encrypted mailbox. The email loaded quickly, containing a video attachment about 10 minutes long. Pat leaned closer to the screen, hands on the desk. Steve's been in this role for over a decade. He never jokes. Just play it. Our forward line is a complete mess anyway. We've got nothing to lose. Wenger pressed play. The footage was from a fixed camera in the stands. The quality wasn't top tier, but it was clear enough to see every player's movement and positioning on the pitch. The video began with Su Chen's first long-range sprint after receiving Jack's through ball. To start the acceleration, Wenger's back straightened instantly, the fatigue on his face vanishing. 2 of Manchester City's black central defenders chased desperately from behind, but the white number 10's back only grew more distant. This was no ordinary sprint. It was pure extreme linear violence and beauty. When he saw Su Chen facing the Russian goalkeeper Karius, not slowing down at all in his full sprint, elegantly nudging the ball to the side with his left foot to round the keeper and slot it into the empty net. Snap! Wenger's pen broke in his hand. The plastic casing dug into his finger, but he felt no pain. My God! Pat let out a stifled gasp beside him, grabbing his own hair. What kind of explosive speed is that? Those two City center backs are top tier in their youth setup, and they couldn't even catch his dust. The video continued. A powerful strike from the edge of the box left Karius rooted to the spot, overtaking a defender on the flank, cutting back for an assist. Then came that utterly audacious nutmeg with successive feints followed by a delicate chip shot. The frame froze on a close-up of Karius kneeling in despair. A deathly silence fell over the office, broken only by the hum of the computer's cooling fan. Wenger stared at the screen, his chest heaving. As a top-tier tactical master who had roamed the world of football for over a decade, his eyes, which had judged countless players, were now filled with fervor and shock. There was no need for physical test data. In the face of absolute talent, those cold numbers lost all meaning. This kid wasn't just a good prospect, as Steve had called him. He was a fully assembled heavy war machine ready to hit the battlefield and crush the enemy. That freakish ability to gain half a yard from the start, that unparalleled ball control, it perfectly suited the wide-open, brutally contested rhythm of the Premier League. With a speed demon like this leading the line, the lethality of Arsenal's midfield maestros would be multiplied. Even an aimless clearance booted upfield, this kid could turn into an unknown chance through sheer pace. Those idiots in the Chinese Football Association discarding a multi-million-euro nuclear weapon like a use. This was a miracle sent by God to Arsenal. Pat. Wenger stood up abruptly, pushing his chair back, his voice loud. Call Gazidis immediately. Have the legal department work overtime and draft the highest-level youth contract buyout clause. Pat hesitated, swallowing. Arsene, he's a non-EU player. Without a work permit, he can't play in the Premier League. Then apply for the special talent exemption. Wenger slammed his hand on the desk. If those bureaucrats at the Home Office dare to block it, he'll personally go to the FA headquarters tomorrow and turn their desks over. Pat had never seen the usually elegant Frenchman so furious. He quickly asked, what contract level? Mancini was in the stands. City is notoriously wealthy. A £1 million signing bonus is just an appetizer. Wenger grabbed his long dark coat from the hanger and strode towards the office door. If the 20-year-old Ronaldo the phenomenon were standing here today, prepare the same contract for this Chinese kid. I'm going to the Coney car park to intercept the bus. We can't let City buy him with money. Elsewhere, Arsenal's youth team bus was cruising down the motorway back to North London. The atmosphere inside was electric. Gone were the pre-match prejudices and doubts. A group of young English prospects had completely surrounded Suchun. A superstar who could single-handedly dismantle an entire defense was a god anywhere. Midfield core Jack Wilshere pestered Suchun with a notebook, insisting he explain how he squeezed between two. The bus stopped at a highway service area to refill water. Sudahai, drenched in sweat, jumped out of a Range Rover and stormed onto the bus. Ignoring the curious stares from other players, he squeezed in front of Suchun and slapped several gold-embossed business cards onto his lap. Chun, it's crazy. Everything's gone crazy. Sudahai panted heavily, his eyes bloodshot, in a state of extreme excitement. What's wrong, uncle? Suchun took a sip of sports drink, his tone calm. We're being followed. Sudahai pointed at a black Mercedes not far from the bus. That car has been following my Range Rover since we left. At the service area, a guy got out and stopped me. Sudahai lowered his voice, leaning close to Suchun's ear, speaking rapidly. It was Manchester City's first-team chief scout. On behalf of manager Mancini, he offered me a £1 million signing bonus. If you get off now and go to the Etihad for a medical tomorrow instead of going back to Arsenal, that million will be wired into my overseas account immediately. £1 million. Converted to RMB, it was a fortune exceeding 10 million. As a businessman in foreign trade for years, Sudahai knew exactly what that money meant. Just days ago, that Zhao director from the Chinese FA had brazenly offered a paltry 2 RMB as hush money to end Suchun's career. Now Manchester City had offered 50 times that amount. Sudahai clenched his fist and slammed the seat. Chun, these foreigners really know their football. I saw it clearly from the stands. Their manager was so anxious he smashed his coffee cup. £1 million. I've never seen that much cash in my entire business life. Sudahai's palms were sweaty. He'll call the domestic media right now. Shove this offer right in the faces of Wang Tao and Zhao Jianqing. Let's see who dares call you useless back home. Seeing his uncle's triumphant excitement, Suchun simply picked up the City business cards and tucked them back into his uncle. Don't call home yet. Suchun shook his head, his tone utterly flat. Why not? This is the perfect chance to slap those bureaucrats. Sudahai was agitated. Let the bullet fly a little longer. Suchun looked out the window at the speeding nightscape, his gaze cold. Buying me out for £1 million. City underestimates me. A club built on oil money buying stars to sit on the bench. I might not get to start immediately there. Sudahai was taken aback. So what are you thinking? The last thing I lack in this life is money. What I need is playing time, a starting spot in the Premier League this weekend. Whichever club dares to give me a first-team starting position, that's where it'll go. They'll go to whichever club dares to give me a first-team starting spot. As Suchun's words just fell a screech, an extremely harsh tire friction sound came from the front of the bus. A black Audi sedan in a brutally aggressive manner cut sideways to block the bus front. The high beams shone straight into the cabin. The bus driver slammed on the brakes in fright. The door pushed open. A thin, elderly man in a dark long coat and gold-rimmed glasses strode down from the Audi. The bus cabin fell into dead silence. All the young players were stunned. "My God, it's the professor," Jack Wilshere exclaimed. Arsene Wenger, the supreme commander of Arsenal, had actually driven all the way to the highway service area to intercept the bus in the dead of night. Wenger ignored everyone else's gaze, stepped directly onto the bus steps, his eyes locked on Su Chun sitting in the back. He walked over quickly and casually slammed a document onto the seat in front of Su Chun. "This weekend against Chelsea, the first team starting center-forward position, I'll give it." Wenger's voice was loud and resounding. Su Dehai, standing nearby, was completely stunned. The chief scout from Manchester City, who had just been pestering Su Chun at the service area and threatened to dazzle him with a £1 million check, had just squeezed onto the bus. Hearing this, his foot slipped, and he nearly tumbled down the steps. The City scout steadied himself, his face extremely ugly. "Mr. Wenger, Manchester City has already offered a £1 million signing bonus. This Chinese kid doesn't even have a work permit. How can Arsenal guarantee him playing time? This is blatant deception." Wenger slowly turned his head, looking down at the City scout. "Get off," Wenger uttered 3 words. I told you to get off. Go back to Manchester and tell Mancini anyone Arsenal sets their eyes on, no amount of his oil dollars can buy them away." Wenger pointed at the door, his attitude extremely tough. "Work permit. They'll go to the English Labour Bureau myself tomorrow morning and force it through using the special talent clause. If it doesn't get approved, I'll lead the team to boycott the match." At this moment, Wenger displayed an extremely domineering hand. The City scout was scolded into a flushed face. Knowing a heating clash on the Gunners' turf wouldn't yield any good results, he could only slink away and jump off the bus. Wenger turned around, looking at Su Chun. "Arsenal is currently suffering an extremely severe injury crisis. There's no one available for the forward line. I've seen your footage from the Etihad Youth Academy. You are the missing piece I need most right now." Wenger's tone softened as he pushed the contract into Su Chun's hands. "This is the highest spec apprenticeship buyout contract in the entire Premier League, with additional first-team appearance bonuses. As long as you prove yourself against Chelsea, a top-salary professional contract will be delivered to you immediately." The sincerity was overwhelming. He even directly handed over the starting authority for the weekend match against Chelsea. "Good." Su Chun didn't hesitate. He took the marker pen and signed his name on the last page of the contract. Going to Manchester City to be a high-paid substitute was definitely not Su Chun's pursuit. What he wanted was exposure to explode across Europe in the shortest time possible and trample those laughing officials back at the Domestic Football Association under his feet. Wenger looked at the vigorous signature and let out a long sigh. The next morning, outside the gates of the London Coney first-team training base, Su Chun got out of his uncle's taxi. Just as he slung his backpack over his shoulder, an extremely excited shout came from behind him. "Su, over here." Jack Wilshere, wearing Arsenal's training kit, jumped out of a black Mercedes-Benz, dashed a few steps to Su Chun, and heavily punched Su Chun's shoulder. "You're something else. Straight into the first team. The guys on the bus last night went crazy." Jack's eyes were filled with fervor. "I got promoted to the squad by the professor today too, but I'm definitely just going to be a substitute. You are the designated starter." Su Chun looked at him. "What are you very familiar with the first team?" "Extremely familiar." Jack curled his lip. "I already made my debut last season. But the first-team locker room has deep waters. The old timers have huge egos, especially now that the team has drawn several games in a row and Van Persie is injured. The atmosphere inside is so low it could suffocate you." Jack led the way while briefing Su Chun on the power dynamics of the first team. They walked through a long corridor and pushed open the heavy wooden door bearing the Arsenal crest. The full view of the first-team locker room unfolded before Su Chun. Huge lockers were arranged in a semicircle. The room was very quiet. Several senior figures sat on benches, heads down, adjusting their socks. No one spoke. The despair of consecutive dropped points combined with the impending weekend match against Premier League giants Chelsea weighed on everyone's heart. Hearing the door open, the current Arsenal captain Cesc Fabregas looked up. The Spanish midfield maestro saw Jack and merely nodded slightly. When his gaze fell on Su Chun behind Jack, his brow immediately furrowed. A completely unfamiliar Chinese. Fabregas stood up and walked towards the two. "Jack, the professor said today he'd promote 2 youth team players to supplement the squad. Besides you, it's him." Fabregas sized up Su Chun's lean physique, his tone extremely doubtful. "Captain, the super striker who scored 5 goals in the first half against City on their turf yesterday," Jack announced loudly, afraid others wouldn't hear. Several other bigwigs in the locker room looked up. Starting center back William Gallas sneered. He slammed his boot hard on the floor. 5 goals in a first half, my ass. Youth team defenses are all made of paper. The professor is truly grasping at straws, letting an Asian who hasn't even touched a work permit play against Chelsea. Another center back, Thomas Vermaelen, also shook his head. With that build, Drogba would knock him apart with one turn. Starting defensive midfielder Alex Song taunted from the sidelines. Facing these doubts, Su Chen remained silent. He couldn't even be bothered to refute them. On the green pitch, trash talk is always the only way to shut these proud Premier League stars up is to tear their defense to shreds on the turf. This is your Fabregas pointed to a locker in the corner. Hanging on it was a red and white Arsenal jersey. The number was 40. A temporary promoted from the youth academy, not entitled to choose a number. Su Chen walked over, took off his coat, and changed into training shoes and the jersey. To the training ground. Fabregas clapped his hands and led the way out of the locker room. Coney pitch 1. This pitch was exclusively for the first team, with turf thicker and flatter than the youth teams. Wenger and chief assistant coach Pat Rice were already waiting by the sidelines. After simple stretching and warm-ups, Wenger directly blew his whistle to start a half-pitch scrimmage. This was the most crucial part of pre-match tactical drills. Su, you are on the red bib team. Pat Rice shouted loudly. The red bib team was the backup squad. The yellow bib team was the immovable starting lineup. Fabregas anchored the midfield. The defense consisted of Gallas Vermaelen and the beastly defensive midfielder Alex Song, forming a steel wall. This was Arsenal's homegrown core intended to withstand Chelsea. Su Chen put on the red bib and moved to the forward fulcrum position. Partnering with him to supply the passes was coincidentally Jack. Starting center-back, Gallas glanced at Su Chen standing not far in front and immediately closed in. Chinese kid. Gala, relying on his extremely strong 181 frame, viciously rammed his shoulder into Su Chen's back while off the ball. This isn't some kiddie youth team. When the ball comes, it'll break your leg. You'd better just pass it back as soon as you get it. This was a common tactic for Premier League veterans to assert dominance over newcomers. Su Chen absorbed the impact, his lower body as steady as a mountain. He turned his head and looked at Gallas. You're old. Your legs are too slow. Su Chen uttered a sentence. When I have the ball, you'd better not stick your leg out. You might twist your waist. Gallas' eyes widened. A rookie who just arrived dared to talk to him like that. Beep. The scrimmage began. The starting team attacked first. Fabregas orchestrated play masterfully in midfield. After a few passes, a highly threatening long-range shot from Alex Song was punched out of the penalty area by backup goalkeeper Fabianski. The ball fell towards the center circle. The backup team's defensive midfielder headed the ball onto Jack. Jack received the ball without looking to the sides. His peripheral vision was fixed solely on the white number 43 back ahead, because he knew exactly the starting speed of this sports car. Bang! Jack unleashed an extremely violent low-through ball. The ball sliced through the starting team's midfield defense, heading straight for Su Chen. The pass was powerful, the landing point slightly to Su Chen's right front. Gallas reacted quickly. He roared his massive body, surging forward in an attempt to intercept and slide tackle before Su Chen could touch the ball. Su Chen faced the incoming ball. No stopping. No slowing down. His starting explosive power, rated at 96.0, fully detonated. The thigh muscles bulged into terrifying lines beneath his shorts. Boom! Su Chen's first stride kicked up a spray of mud from the turf. He charged like a tiger unleashed from its cage directly towards Gallas' sliding trajectory. Just a split second before Gallas' studs could touch the ball, Su Chen's right toe deftly poked the bottom of the ball. The ball obediently lifted half a meter into the air, sailing clean over Gallas' outstretched leg. Immediately after, Su Chen's legs exploded with power, leaping directly over the fallen Gallas' head. A nutmeg. A clean and brutal overpowering. Damn! Gallas slid 2 meters on the turf, turning his head frantically only to see Su Chen's disappearing back. His proud positioning and anticipation had become a huge joke in the face of this relentless speed. Striding forward. Long-range sprint. Past Gallas, only Vermaelen and the frantically chasing beastly midfielder Alex Song stood between Su Chen and the goal. Double team him. Don't let him accelerate. Alex Song roared. The two defensive stalwarts came from left and right, trying to form a human wall to force Su Chen towards the wing. This was exactly the meat grinder tactic Chelsea's defense loved. Wenger stood on the sidelines, fists clenched tightly. This was the real reason he had thrown Su Chen into this scrimmage. He wanted to see if this cocky-ass player could withstand the most elite defensive pressure in the Premier League. 30 meters. 20 meters. The top of the penalty arc was close. Su Chen was sandwiched. Alex Song's hand was even tugging tightly at the hem of Su Chen's jersey, trying to use his weight to drag Su Chen down. For an ordinary technical forward, this would have already caused a loss of balance and a fall begging for a free kick. But Su Chen didn't fall. With a speed attribute of 98 combined with extremely strong core strength, Su Chen completely ignored the drag from behind. He pulled the nearly 80-kilogram Alex Song along, charging forward another 2 big strides. The jersey stretched taut, emitting an unbearable tearing sound. Vermaelen saw his chance and extended his thick leg, trying to knock the ball out for a goal kick. At the critical moment, Su Chen's high-speed dribble paused bizarrely for half a second. His left instep suddenly cut the ball sharply to the right. Swish! Vermaelen had committed too hard and couldn't stop. He was completely fooled by this simple yet deadly cut, lost his balance, and crashed onto the turf. A sudden stop and turn at full speed. completely defying human biomechanics. The ball was on his right foot. Only the goal remained ahead. Goalkeeper Almunia rushed out to narrow the angle. Su Chun swung his right leg. The terrifying power of his thigh muscles transferred to his instep. Without any adjustment, he shot directly from his position. Boom. Like a cannon shell exploding. The ball flew through the air without a hint of spin, turning into a blur carrying brutal force and slammed directly into the absolute top right corner of the goal. Almunia didn't even have time to raise his hands. All he heard was the crisp sound of the net bulging. Thud. The ball hit the back of the net, deeply embedded. The entire goal frame shook. Goal. Complete silence. On Coney's pitch, only the sound of wind rustling through the leaves remained. Alex Song stared blankly at the small piece of torn jersey fabric in his hand, his mind a blank. Vermaelen sat on the ground, touching his ankle in shock. Gallas ran over from a distance, his steps slowing, until he stopped outside the box, staring like he was looking at a monster at the Chinese youth, who turned and slowly walked back to his half. Shrugging off a slide tackle, dragging a beastly midfielder, dribbling past a starting center back, blasting into the top corner, all in one fluid motion. And they said he couldn't handle physical contact. He was treating Arsenal's vaunted main defense like training cones. On the sidelines, assistant coach Pat Rice swallowed hard, his tactical board dropping to the ground. Arsene. This kid yesterday against Manchester City's youth team, he wasn't even going all out. Coney Snow. One pitch. The silence persisted. Gallas and Alexander Song picked themselves up from the ground. Two defensive stalwarts who had intimidated countless strikers in the Premier League now stared at the Chinese youth in the red bib, feeling nothing but sheer shock. Too ferocious. In their defensive system, they had never encountered such a domineering, unreasonable style of breakthrough. It defied physical contact and overpowered double teams. Pat, Wenger said, suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, turning to his assistant coach. Put him in the yellow bib group. Replace Bendner's position. Pat Rice immediately blew his whistle. Su Chun was moved to the yellow bib group, symbolizing the starting lineup. This time, no one voiced any objection. In competitive sports, weakness is the original sin. But when you are overwhelmingly strong beyond reason, everyone bows to you. Captain Cesc Fabregas walked over to Su Chun and extended his right hand. Your acceleration is explosive. Don't stop your runs, my passes will find you, Fabregas said politely. As the midfield maestro, he understood best the tactical boost such a lightning-fast striker could provide. Gallas, who had taunted him earlier, also approached. The veteran French center-back brushed the grass clippings off his shirt. Kid, that move of yours nearly twisted my back. Gallas grinned. If you can play like that against Chelsea this weekend, no one in the locker room will care where you came from. Alexander Song dropped the torn piece of jersey he was holding onto the ground and gave Su Chun a thumbs up. Recognition was that simple. With just one touch of the ball and one long-range sprint, Su Chun, through sheer talent, silenced these proud first-team stars. From now on, he was no longer just a kid temporarily promoted from the youth academy. He was a true bona fide super weapon worthy of a place in the Gunners' forward line. Training continued. The destructive power Su Chun displayed in the main squad kept Wenger sketching on his tactics. Whenever Fabregas or Wilshere sent a through ball down the channel, Su Chun would use his terrifying speed to tear the defense apart. This intense visual impact lifted the entire team's morale to unprecedented heights. After training in the locker room, Wenger pushed the door open and walked in, his face very serious. He clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. This weekend against Chelsea, we have a lot of injuries, Wenger said, looking around. The outside world is laughing at us, thinking Arsenal will be crushed by the Blues' steel defense. But I don't think so. Wenger's gaze fell on Su Chun, who was sitting in the corner. These next few days, no one is allowed to go to the nightclubs. Everyone stays at the training ground. Wenger ordered sternly. He gave a pointed glare at Bendner, who was sitting nearby. Bendner could only shrug helplessly. Beside him, Jack Wilshere nudged Su Chun's arm. I'm going stir crazy. After we win this match, they'll take you to the West and to relax. Jack said in a low voice. Su Chun leaned against his locker. Let's talk after we beat Chelsea. The atmosphere in the locker room turned both tense and fervent. For the next 2 full days, the Coney training ground was completely closed off. In the tactical room, Wenger laid out a crazy game plan to the entire team. Arsenal had always been renowned for their beautiful possession-based penetration. But against Chelsea, with muscle men like Drogba and Eschen, possession could easily be broken up. Wenger decided to change tactics. He placed all his bets squarely on Su Chun. Counterattack, Wenger said, tapping his tactical pen heavily on the single striker position marked on the whiteboard. Once we win the ball in the back, don't overcomplicate it. Launch it long immediately, whether it's an aerial ball or a low-through pass. Everyone else's job is to make intelligent runs and pull Chelsea's defenders out of position. Create unknown situations for Su Chun. Wenger turned to look at the entire squad. Don't doubt his pace. If you dare to make the pass, he will catch up to it. Entrusting the decisive factor for a top club without reservation to an 18-year-old Chinese rookie was extremely rare in Premier League history. But this was the audacity of the professor, Arsene Wenger. The first-team stars had no objections to this tactical arrangement whatsoever. During the past 2 days of inter-squad matches, they had suffered enough chasing after Su Chun and eating his dust. Now it was time for those arrogant Chelsea players to taste this despair. The entire Arsenal squad was secretly gathering their strength. They knew the Blues would never expect Arsenal to unveil Su Chun a trump card completely beyond their comprehension. Until the day before the match, the official squad list for the 5th round of the Premier League, the marquee clash, was published on official media. In London, major sports newspapers and media outlets immediately reprinted the starting lineups for Arsenal and Chelsea. Due to Arsenal's severe injury crisis, the media had already guessed most of the starting 11. But in the single striker position, a completely unfamiliar opinion name was written as Su Chun. The entire English football world was stunned. Who is Su Chun? All the beat reporters frantically searched through Arsenal's youth team registration records. Soon they unearthed the news from a few days ago about Arsenal's academy signing a young Chinese player. At Chelsea's training ground, Cobham head coach Carlo Ancelotti sat in his comfortable office chair, holding the Arsenal squad list handed to him by his assistant. The famous Italian manager glanced at it and raised an eyebrow. Su Chun. Ancelotti read the name. Who is this? A temp from Arsenal's youth team. The assistant coach shook his head. He's Chinese. Arrived in London for a trial from China just a few days ago. With Van Persie seriously injured, Wenger seems to have no one left. He's pulled him straight into the squad, and judging by the formation, he might even start. A Chinese. Ancelotti laughed. He casually tossed the squad list into the wastepaper basket beside him, completely unworthy of attention. In Ancelotti's understanding, aside from a few Japanese and Korean players who could barely hold their own in Europe, China's football desert could not possibly produce a striker capable of thriving in the Premier League. Wenger truly is at the end of his rope. Pitting an 18-year-old Chinese kid against Terry and Carvalho. That's just asking for a beating. Ancelotti walked to the tactical board and directly erased the planned double-team tactic against Arsenal's forwards. Notify Terry. Push the defensive line higher for this game. Don't bother too much with that rookie. Just overpower him physically. Chelsea captain John Terry, upon hearing this news in the locker room, burst into loud laughter. A Chinese striker. I bet I'll have him crying back to the bench within 10 minutes. The entire Blue squad was completely immersed in arrogant overconfidence. No one took Su Chun seriously. It was pure underestimation. At the same time, in a cafe in central London, a Chinese girl in her early 20s sat in front of her laptop, typing rapidly on the keyboard. Her name was Fong Yiqiu. She was an intern reporter for China's largest sports weekly stationed in Europe. Her daily job was to translate Premier League match information and news into Chinese and send it back to the headquarters. In recent days, due to the Chinese Football Association's nationwide media blackout on Su Chun, the domestic football scene was in complete chaos. The CFA's top brass had issued a strict order. No domestic media was allowed to report any of Su Chun's news from England. Full throttling, full blockade. Their intention was to destroy Su Chun through complete silence. Fong Yiqiu didn't want to court trouble either. But today's match was the absolute blockbuster of this Premier League round. Arsenal hosting Chelsea. This match was scheduled for national broadcast on China's sports channels. Fong Yiqiu opened the official website for England's Sky Sports, expertly found Arsenal's matchday squad list, and prepared to translate it. When her eyes moved down past Fabregas and stopped at the sole striker position, the hand holding Fong Yiqiu's coffee cup froze in midair. Her pupils contracted violently. Su Chun. Su Chun. Fong Yiqiu exclaimed, causing other patrons in the cafe to look over. She quickly covered her mouth, her heart pounding wildly. How could this be? Just a few days ago, a CFA high-ranking official named Zhao Jianqing had confidently told the media that Su Chun's trial at Arsenal was a complete publicity stunt and he would definitely be kicked out. Those big-name influencers and reporters had mocked him online, saying he'd end up begging on the streets in England. And the result? This 18-year-old who dared to stand up to the CFA not only wasn't kicked out, but had bypassed all the youth academy ranks, landed straight in a Premier League Giants first team, and was starting against the Premier League powerhouse Chelsea. What an insane comeback. Fong Yiqiu was so excited her fingers trembled. She knew exactly how valuable this. For how many years had Chinese football waited? There hadn't even been a shadow of a Chinese player starting for a top 5 European League giant. Those so-called CFA cronies couldn't even warm the bench at a second-tier European club. Su Chun, all on his own under the CFA's total blockade, had forcefully carved a bloody path in the Premier. In Huaxia, Guangzhou City, Guangdong Province, within the headquarters of the Southern Sports Daily editor-in-chief, Wang Dehai sat in his office chair, a cigarette dangling from his fingers. Staring at the email on his computer screen, his brows knitted into a tight knot. The email was an urgent dispatch sent 10 minutes ago by Fong Yiqiu, a trainee journalist stationed in the UK. Its headline was nothing short of shocking. Arsenal's official squad announced. Huaxia's outcast Su Chun makes a surprise start leading the line against Chelsea. Attached to the dispatch were official screenshots from Sky Sports England, Arsenal's website, and even a few local newspaper pages Fong Yiqiu had snapped on the streets of London. Every piece of evidence was irrefutable. That 18-year-old youth blacklisted nationwide by the Huaxia Football Association and mocked by major sports media as destined to beg on London streets had not been cast out by Arsenal. Instead, he had soared to the top. He had bypassed Arsenal's youth academy, bypassed the bench, and landed directly on the starting 11. Wang Dehai took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling a thick plume of smoke. Should he report it? Absolutely. The weight of this news was akin to dropping a nuclear bomb on the Huaxia sports world. Once published, the Southern Sports Daily's website traffic would undoubtedly break historical records within an hour. But timing was everything. After all, the Southern Sports Daily was one of the top traditional sports media outlets in the country, relying daily on first-hand coverage of the domestic Chinese Super League and the national team. If they were reckless enough to be the first domestic outlet to report on Suchun, they would surely draw the ire of the Football Association's higher-ups. Zhao Jinxing, a senior FA official, had just issued a strict order a few days ago to blacklist all overseas news about Suchun. If the FA retaliated by revoking their credentials to cover the Super League and the national team, the Southern Sports Daily could be forced to shut its doors. Editor Wang, should we hold back this piece? A managing editor beside him asked, sweating profusely. There were less than 2 hours left until the Premier League's marquee match. If they delayed any longer, other media outlets would scoop the story, and this tidal wave of traffic would slip away. Wang Dehai stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, gritting his teeth. Wait. The first bird gets shot. We can't be the first. Find some fearless self-media outlet to break the news first, then follow up and repost. Immediately assign someone to monitor Weibo. The entire editorial office stared at their computer screens. Time ticked by second. Just then a young editor suddenly sprang to his feet, knocking over a coffee cup beside him. It's out. It's out. Someone's posted it. Wang Dehai rushed over in a single stride. Which self-media outlet is that reckless? The young editor spun his computer screen around. It's not self-media. It's the national broadcaster. The official Weibo of the national sports channel just posted a preview. Dead silence fell over the room. Wang Dehai stared intently at the Weibo post published less than a minute ago. Tonight at 2:00 sharp, the Premier League Round 8 Super Showdown, Arsenal hosts Chelsea. The national sports channel will broadcast it live for you. Plus, we've attached the just-released starting lineups from both sides. We see a long-lost Huaxia face. Young Huaxia talent Suchun has been named as Arsenal's starting center forward. Let's all look forward to his performance. Below the post, the lineup images from both teams were directly displayed. Wang Dehai slapped his thigh hard. Well done. The national sports channel leads the charge. No matter how arrogant the FA people are, they wouldn't dare to shut down the national sports channel. Move now. Push on all channels. Top headline on the website's homepage. Rush the newspaper layout. Immediately repost all the images Fang Ichio sent back on our official Weibo. With a single command, the vast news machine of the Southern Sports Daily roared into full gear. There was no longer any need to fear any blacklist order. When the big brother had already flipped the table, the underlings naturally scrambled to grab their share. Within just 10 minutes, it wasn't only the Southern Sports Daily. Major portal sites, various sports forums, and self-media accounts across the entire internet surged in like a school of sharks catching the scent of blood. Extremely exaggerated and inflammatory headlines dominated every corner of the internet. Defying fate. 18-year-old outcast Suchun lands Arsenal's starting spot. Expelled from the country by the FA, he's about to battle Chelsea's iron defense in the Premier League. The slap came so fast. The FA boss's so-called stunt has become a Premier League striker. Wenger's secret weapon. The hope of Huaxia football. Stay up tonight for the Premier League. All Huaxia fans witness history together. The news swept like a violent storm across every online platform in the country. Countless fans across Huaxia, upon first seeing these notifications, were stunned. They simply couldn't believe it. What level of team was Arsenal? And what caliber of opponent was Chelsea? A rebellious young talent who couldn't even make a domestic club roster, deemed hopeless by the FA, and had been in London for less than a week. How could he start in a top-tier English derby? Even novels wouldn't dare write such a plot. But when they clicked on the news, saw the official seal of the national sports channel, and spotted the name Suchun in black and white on the Premier League's official website, everyone's emotions were ignited. Ecstasy. Frenzy. The heat from Suchun's defiance of the FA and tearing up his apology letter just days ago hadn't even faded yet. This latest move set the entire internet ablaze. Comment sections across platforms exploded. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Alas, I lack culture, so a single holy crap must suffice. Suchun is a beast. This is what it means to slap faces with skill. Is this what your FA meant by begging on the streets? If I could get a starting spot at Arsenal by begging, I'd want to beg too. Professor Wenger is famous for his sharp eye. Those idiots in the FA forced a world-class talent out of the country. Tonight, I'm buying 10 bottles of beer. I'm sticking with this match. I just want to know what expression that senior official Zhao Jinxing is wearing right now. Does his face hurt? Brothers, let's hit the FA's official website. The massive traffic and fans' fury transformed into a tangible wave of online impact. The FA's official website, which had just been expensively repaired a couple of days ago, couldn't hold out for even 5 minutes. It was overwhelmed by millions of fans flooding in with sarcastic comments crashing the server. The page turned into a glaring 404 error. Meanwhile, in Yinjing at the Huaxia Football Association headquarters, a loud crash echoed. A valuable purple clay teacup was hurled violently against the wall, shattering into pieces. FA Vice Chairman Zhao Jinxing stood in the middle of his office, his face ashen. His tie was twisted and askew. His chest heaved heavily. Pointing at the television on the wall, which was broadcasting sports news from the national channel, he erupted into a tirade. "Is this what you told me about not causing any waves? Is this what you meant by a stunt in London? The kid has even secured a Premier League starting spot. Now the whole internet is laughing at us. The official website is down." In the office, Director Guo, in charge of media and youth training, shrank, his neck, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Who could have predicted things would escalate to this point? Was that old man Wenger at Arsenal insane? This was Chelsea, the top team on the Premier League table, and he was letting an 18-year-old Huaxia newcomer lead the line as a lone striker. Even if Arsenal was short on players, they wouldn't sink to such desperate measures. Seeing Zhao Jiansheng's fury, Guo swallowed his saliva and quickly stepped forward to appease him. "Chairman Zhao, please calm down. There's definitely something fishy about this." "Fishy? What fishy business? It's written in black and white on the squad list." Zhao Jiansheng roared. Guo's eyes darted around as he lowered his voice. "Chairman Zhao, think carefully. How could a Premier League giant casually let a completely unproven young player start? And in a London derby of this completely defies the basic logic of football." Zhao Jiansheng furrowed his brow and sat back down. "What are you suggesting?" Guo continued his analysis. "Even if hypothetically Su Chen performed well in trials, running a bit faster or jumping a bit higher, how could Wenger risk his team's results? Facing top-tier center-backs like Terry and Carvalho, Su Chen's frail frame on the pitch would be pure suicide. The only explanation is profit." Guo clapped his hands together. "Chairman Zhao, don't forget. Arsenal has been saddled with massive debt to build that new stadium. They're famously strapped for cash, now constantly seeking sponsors. I've heard that while Su Chen's family is modest, his uncle, who's been doing business overseas, is a real tycoon." Zhao Jiansheng's eyes lit up sharply. "Buying a starting spot?" Guo nodded vigorously. "Exactly. Buying a starting spot. It's the most common trick used by shady agents. Export to re-import. They pay a huge sum, maybe millions of pounds, as sponsorship to Arsenal. In exchange, Su Chen gets to start in a marquee match. He plays for 10 minutes, creating a nationwide sensation. Then he fakes an injury or gets subbed off for tactical reasons. With this Premier League starting stint on his resume, he can return to China or go to other Asian countries, join any club, and his value skyrockets into the tens of millions." Guo's business logic suddenly enlightened Zhao Jiansheng. He had actually been a bit panicked earlier, afraid that Su Chen might truly be a once-in-a-generation talent, which would make his decision to expel Su Chen an indelible stain on his career. But now with Guo's analysis, everything made sense. There weren't that many underdog stories in the world. It was all a game of capital manipulation, right? That must be it. Zhao Jiansheng slammed the table hard, letting an 18-year-old Huaxia kid take on Chelsea's defense. "Wenger definitely took the money." Guo flattered. "So you have nothing to worry about. 10 minutes. A veteran like Terry only needs one fierce physical challenge to expose the kid's true colors. As long as he makes a fool of himself on the pitch, we'll have plenty to work with." Zhao Jiansheng completely calmed down, his gaze turning extremely sinister. "This public storm must be suppressed. We can't let netizens keep stirring things up. Xiao Guo, immediately contact the media people we've cultivated. Muddy the waters thoroughly." "Understood. They'll find Ma Dexing right away. His pen is the sharpest for writing these kinds of agenda-setting articles." Guo took the order, pulled out his phone, and left the office. Just half an hour later, with an hour to go before the match, a lengthy article emerged. Its author was Ma Dexing, the well-known editor-in-chief of the domestic football news and the FA's top hired gun. The article's title was highly inflammatory: 18-year-old genius lands Premier League start. Beware the biggest export to re-import scam in Huaxia football. The article rambled on for thousands of words, lacking any substantive evidence, relying solely on logical leaps and insinuations. Ma Dexing pointed out, first, Chelsea's defense was world-class, with Terry's physicality making even Drogba. How could Su Chen, a frail 18-year-old without professional league experience, break tactical norms to lead the... Second, Arsenal faced immense financial pressure, with Wenger under constant demands from higher-ups to cut costs. Third, according to reliable sources, Su Chen had strong overseas financial backing. Finally, Ma Dexing concluded in a tone of self-righteousness, "This is nothing but a money-driven transaction cloaked in a thrilling narrative. Buy a spot on the field, create a trending topic. Soon this so-called genius will be subbed off early due to his inability to handle the physicality. I urge fans to stay rational and not become tools to inflate someone's market value." Football is round, but in the face of money it can sometimes turn square. Once published, the article, boosted by the FA's army of bots, quickly stormed into the top 10 trending topics. Many fans, initially in a frenzy, suddenly sobered up after reading it. The tide of public opinion began to shift subtly. Su Chen's long-dormant haters finally found their weapon, gleefully flooding comment sections. I knew it. Nothing good falls from the sky. So he bought his way in. Rational analysis editor Ma is Arsenal is dead broke. Selling a 10-minute starting slot for millions in sponsorship is entirely possible. Let's pack it up. He'll probably touch the ball once and fake an injury to go off. I knew Su Chen was crooked. A troublemaker at home, a trickster abroad. Does he think he's a ball king? An 18-year-old taking on Chelsea. If Terry doesn't send him to the hospital, I'll wash my hair, standing on my head. Of course, there were also staunch Su Chen supporters arguing back. Empty accusations. No proof. At least he's standing on a Premier League pitch. What can you keyboard warriors do besides being sour? Ignore these FA bots. Watch the live broadcast tonight, and you'll see. Even if it's bot, he's still given the FA a real middle finger. The online discourse had completely shifted from a unified condemnation of the FA to a fierce war of words between two fan factions. The FA had successfully used this baseless article to extricate itself from the storm's epicenter. The waters had been thoroughly muddied. All the controversy, all the speculation, all the venomous curses and fervent hopes converged on this impending match. The eyes of every Huaxiao fan were locked onto the national sports channel's live broadcast, waiting only for the referee's whistle. The online quarrels had reached a fever pitch. Countless live streaming platforms were flooded with bullet comments that nearly obscured the screen. Yet many domestic fans, swept away by the tide of public opinion, remained unaware. Just before this match, which had triggered an earthquake across the entire internet, what kind of storm had actually unfolded in London? Let us turn back the clock to 2 hours before the game. A fine drizzle drifted through the London sky. A luxurious coach, emblazoned with the crest of the Gunners' Arsenal, departed from the Coney Training Center slowly, making its way towards Stamford Bridge. The atmosphere inside the carriage was oppressively tense. Head coach Arsene Wenger, clad in his signature oversized down jacket, held a tactical board and walked to the very front of the bus. Following the custom of Premier League teams, the manager would officially announce the starting 11 to the squad during this journey. Arsenal had been plagued by a string of misfortunes lately. The team was riddled with injuries and under immense financial pressure. The starting striker had pulled a thigh muscle in a previous training session, and even the substitute forward had missed the matchday squad due to a cold and fever. It could be said that the Gunners were at a dead end with no one left to deploy. Wenger's face was grim as he began to read out the names one by one. Goalkeeper Szczesny. Defensive line Sagna, Koscielny, Mertesacker, Gibbs. Midfield Arteta, Ramsey, Cazorla, Wilshere. Left wing Walcott. This was a depleted starting lineup entirely within everyone's expectations. After reading out these 10 names, Wenger paused for a long time. The eyes of everyone on the bus involuntarily turned toward the back row. There sat a youth with black hair, Su Chen. Wenger stared straight ahead and loudly read out the final name. Striker position, Su Chen. As soon as these 4 words were uttered, a dead silence fell over the bus. Only the sound of the windshield wipers scraping back and forth against the glass could be heard. Vice-captain Wilshere and Ramsey exchanged a look of sheer astonishment. 18 years old. Promoted from the youth team less than a week ago. A man from the Dragon Kingdom who had never proven himself in a European league. Today's match was the crucial London derby. Standing opposite them were ruthless beasts like Terry Lampard and Drogba, who could kill without blinking. The coach was actually letting this Eastern lad start directly as the spearhead. This wasn't a surprise tactic, it was sending him to his death. But Wenger returned to his seat after speaking without any intention of negotiating. In the back row, Su Chen tilted his head, watching the London cityscape rapidly receding outside the window. The veins on the back of his hand bulged as he slapped his knees heavily twice. The Premier League him here. 1 hour before the match, the bus arrived at Stamford Bridge. Arsenal's starting lineup was immediately printed by match officials and distributed to major broadcasters and media reporters. At this time, the Stamford Bridge press hall was packed with hundreds of top European media outlets. When the list fell into the reporters' hands, an eerie silence descended upon the entire hall for a full 10 seconds. Then an uproar erupted that threatened to lift the roof off. Good heavens! Am I seeing this right? Starting striker Su Chen. Who is this guy? The profile says. Nationality is Dragon Kingdom. Age 18. Did Wenger get his head caught in a door this morning? Did the Arsenal board take some Asian consortium's dirty money? A group of local British reporters were so agitated they slammed the table on the spot. Smith, a veteran football journalist from The Sun, even jumped onto a chair holding up the list and laughing loudly. Lads, I've already got tomorrow's headline figured out. Eastern porcelain doll bravely enters Stamford Bridge, gets sent to a London hospital by Terry in the first 10 minutes. Don't you think that's a spicy enough title, eh? The surrounding European colleagues burst into unrestrained roaring laughter. In their prejudice-filled minds, Dragon Kingdom football simply didn't deserve to set foot on the pitches of the top 5 leagues. Letting a yellow-skinned kid go up against the most terrifying defensive line in the Premier League. It was the biggest international joke of the century. At almost the same time in Yinjing inside the football newspaper office, the door to the editor-in-chief's office was hurriedly pushed open by an assistant. "Chief Ma, huge news. A report from the front line." The assistant, panting heavily, slapped a printed English lineup onto Ma Dexing's desk. Ma Dexing leaned in to look. Although his English was abysmal, he could still understand the pinyin Su Chun and the starting marker next to it. Cold sweat instantly streamed down Ma Dexing's forehead. His legs were trembling under the desk. Over the past few days, he had been bustling about personally setting the tone to smear Su Chun, claiming the kid was just buying a spot on the roster to go sightseeing. But he had never dreamed that Wenger would actually dare to let the lad start. Once Su Chun truly established himself in the Premier League, the Domestic Football Association, which had been blacklisting him and labeling him a cancer of the sport, would become a complete laughingstock. His own position as the association's mouthpiece would be utterly shattered. "Chief Ma, the starting lineup is confirmed. What do we do?" the assistant stammered. Ma Dexing abruptly stood up, grabbed the teacup from his desk, and smashed it hard onto the floor. Shards of glass scattered everywhere. "Publish. Publish immediately. We must never let this kid turn the tables." Ma Dexing gasped for breath, his eyes bloodshot from exhaustion, his fingers flying across the keyboard. In just 20 minutes, the several thousand-word article, "Porto Import Scam Exposed," was finished. He completely twisted Arsenal's starting lineup into a monetary transaction for buying a playing spot. After hitting send, Ma Dexing immediately pulled out his phone and dialed the number of his bot farm leader. "Laolu, get all the accounts under your control moving. The article is out. I don't care how you do it. Once the match starts, the moment that Su Chun loses the ball, gets tackled, or even trips over a blade of grass, immediately turn it into a GIF by trending topics and push it across the entire network. I want to crush him into the mud this very night, never to rise again." In the most secluded corner of the Stamford Bridge press hall, Fong Yiqiu, a female reporter from the national sports channel stationed in the UK, sat alone in front of an old laptop. Her ears were filled with the venomous mockery of the European reporters nearby. Fong Yiqiu gripped her voice recorder tightly, her lips bitten into a deep white mark by her teeth. As a sports journalist who had long followed teams across Europe, she understood all too well this feeling of isolated helplessness. It was the sorrow of being at the very bottom of the football world's food chain. What made her even more despairing was that just as this young man was about to step onto the battlefield, the domestic public opinion sphere was filled with a foul atmosphere due to the Football Association's dirty dealings. People from his own country were frantically slinging mud at their own genius. Fong Yiqiu took a deep breath, forcing down the rage in her heart. Over the past month, she had countless times staked out the gates of the Coney Training Center. She had personally seen Su Chun training alone in the pouring rain. She had witnessed that slender figure tirelessly practicing shots over and over again. That was the purest love for football. It was definitely not some shady monetary transaction. She picked up her camera and took a close-up shot of the starting lineup on the table. She logged into Weibo, captioned the photo, and with a heavy press of the enter key sent it. Live report from Stamford Bridge. No capital. No shady deals. An 18-year-old youth from Cathay has earned his starting spot on the pitch through his own blood and sweat. Cast aside all prejudice. Tonight let us cheer for our solitary hero. However, this passionate post had barely been published when it was immediately overrun by the bot army Ma Dexing had hired. How much did the female reporter get paid in undefeatable fees? Such a hard-working whitewash. Stop kidding yourselves. With a figure like a scrawny monkey, he's only going up there to embarrass our country. Everyone don't rush. Just wait and see how he gets carried off on a stretcher by Chelsea's giants. Staring at the screen full of vile and vicious comments, Fong Yiqiu abruptly snapped her laptop shut. She grabbed her press credentials and strode purposefully toward the tunnel leading to the pitch. Words were useless now. All the counterattacks could only be delivered on that rectangular green field. The moment Fong Yiqiu left the media seats, the major sports forums and social media sites exploded into chaos. The domestic public opinion sphere was no longer something a single football newspaper and a few hired trolls could fully control. Ma Dexing's lengthy hatchet job had indeed skewed public sentiment for the first half hour, inciting countless uninformed netizens to join the chorus of abuse. But all of China was not just keyboard warriors who blindly followed the crowd. There were also tens of millions of genuine football fans. Ever since the domestic football scene weathered the storm of match-fixing, gambling, and corruption in previous years, veteran fans who truly understood the game had long given up on the Domestic Football Association. They rarely bothered to voice their opinions online, seldom even watched national team matches, and only kept up with reports from the top 5 European leagues to soothe their passion for football. This silent massive group possessed a profound understanding of football. When the news of Su Chun being named in Arsenal's starting lineup spread from foreign websites to China, When Fong Yiki's Weibo post captured live from the scene, with a tone of defiant counterattack, trended on the hot search list, these once dispirited veteran fans were all roused from their slumber. Starting for Arsenal. An 18-year-old kid playing against Chelsea. Am I seeing things? That dog of a reporter Moddexing says he bought his spot with money. Are they taking us for fools? This is the London Derby, a Premier League title-contending heavyweight match. Are you telling me Wenger took a bribe to field a useless player? Those domestic media are rotten to the core. They wallow in the mud themselves and can't stand seeing others succeed. Making it onto the squad for a match this intense is a blessing from the ancestors. Starting means this kid's talent is absolutely explosive. Paid trolls get lost. Tonight we must support our sole overseas player. Countless pent-up frustrations erupted like a volcanic explosion. The sports section, which usually maxed out at a few thousand comments, saw its popularity rival that of major entertainment scandals. Knowledgeable veteran fans waded into the fray using highly professional analysis to tear apart the flaws in Moddexing's article until it was utterly exposed. For these veteran fans, the despicable nature of Moddexing and his ilk, the FA's hired pens, was crystal clear. In an instant, Moddexing's personal social media account and the official comment sections of the football newspaper were directly overrun by millions of furious fans. The entire internet was a chorus of mockery and thunderous condemnation. At the same moment, in Yinjing, in the top-floor meeting room of the FA headquarters building, the heavy security door was sealed shut. Chairman Chin stared at the real-time online public opinion displayed on the projection screen, his face as dark as a piece of liver. The ashtray was overflowing with cigarette butts. Starting? How could he be starting? Director Gua, seated below, was drenched in sweat and stammering as he spoke. This completely defied their understanding. Director Gua could list the level of players produced by domestic youth training with his eyes closed. Even if Su Chun was considered a promising prospect in the youth academy, this was the Premier League. It was against Chelsea, a team famous for playing tough. Did they really think a top European giant was just playing games? Was the sun rising in the west? Chairman Chun glared fiercely at Director Gua, who was shrinking in his chair, and slammed the table. The teacups on the table jumped, spilling water everywhere. Didn't you say it was foolproof? Didn't you say Arsenal only bought him for his commercial value? Chairman Chen roared through gritted teeth. Now he's not only made the squad, but he's starting. How do you think this makes us the FA look? We just issued a disciplinary notice, and now he's taking the lead at a Premier League giant. The FA's face had already been slapped resoundingly by Su Chun from 10,000 kilometers away, time and time again. If tonight in this match, Su Chun actually put up some impressive stats, or if by some chance he became a regular starter for Arsenal, then the FA would be forever nailed to the pillar of shame in history. From then on, every time Su Chun played in the Premier League, the FA's gates would be flooded with the spittle of national fans. This directly threatened their lofty authority. Just as Chairman Chun was about to continue his tirade, the red internal secure phone on the table rang urgently. The entire meeting room fell into a pin-drop silence. Seeing the caller ID, Chairman Chen's eyes twitched violently. He quickly straightened up and picked up the receiver. Secretary Go, you're still up so late. Chairman Chen's voice dropped several octaves, dripping with sycophancy. The other FA executives present were also sweating profusely. Secretary Go, the top leader of the General Administration of Sport, the direct superior who held the power over all their futures. What kind of mess are you people at the FA stirring up? What's going on with this player named Su Chun? The reprimand from the phone made Chairman Chen's back completely soaked. Secretary Go, please let me explain. He was a player reported by our local branches for disciplinary violations. The kid is usually a troublemaker, disrespects his elders, and seriously broke team rules. We were just following procedure. Chairman Chen hastily fabricated lies. I don't care if he's a troublemaker or not. The online uproar is getting out of hand and severely damaging our overall image. Secretary Go's tone was extremely harsh. The higher-ups have been focusing on improving the football environment for years, and you guys go and stage a farce. Since he's a troublemaker, you shouldn't have escalated things at this sensitive time. Keep a low profile for the next few days. Yes, Secretary Go, your criticism is correct. We've already held an internal meeting to review the matter and will immediately give him the cold shoulder. Once this blows over, we won't cause any more trouble for the organization. Chairman Chen assured repeatedly. The call ended. Chairman Chen let out a long sigh and slumped back into his leather chair. He irritably loosened his tie and looked at his subordinates. Did you all hear that? Keep your heads down. Tell Moddexing to pull his trolls. Lie low. Chairman Chen slapped his thigh in frustration. Let the kid have his 90 minutes of glory. Director Gua wiped the cold sweat from his brow and murmured in agreement. Rest assured, Chairman Chen. Chelsea's midfield is full of tough nuts. With Su Chin's skinny frame, he won't last 3 minutes before getting... Once he makes a fool of himself on the pitch and shows his true colors, we can make our move legitimately. Everyone nodded in agreement. All the FA executives were silently praying that Terry Maddock and those Chelsea bruisers would break Su Chin's legs that night. As long as he suffered, we have plenty of ways to finish him off. London. Stamford Bridge. 15 minutes before kickoff. Having just finished their on-field warm-up, the Arsenal players all returned to the away team's dressing room. Even through the thick walls of the corridor, the deafening abuse and jeers of over 40,000 Chelsea home fans could still be heard. The London Derby. The very air was thick with gunpowder. Inside the dressing room, Arsenal manager Arsene Wenger was already standing in the center of the room. His immaculate suit was spotless, a marker pen in hand for the tactics board. He waited for the players to file in. The heavy dressing room door was firmly shut by the assistant coach, muffling most of the external noise. Wenger's gaze swept across the room. The dressing room quickly fell silent. A group of multi-million-pound star players all found their seats, awaiting the manager's final instructions. Anyone stepping onto the pitch at Stamford Bridge needs enough courage. Wenger's rich, accented voice echoed in the dressing room. This is our toughest battle of the season. Beat them, and we will trample over Chelsea's corpse to challenge for the league. Every tactic we've drilled behind closed doors at the Coney base these past few days has been for these 90 minutes tonight. As his words fell, the gazes of stars like Giroud, Sanchez, and Ramsey involuntarily turned towards Su Chun sitting on a bench in the corner. The whole team knew full well. Tonight, every tactic was custom-made for this 18-year-old Chinese youngster. Su Chun was the absolute core for tonight's clash against Chelsea. On the tactics board, the core circle at the number 10 attacking midfield position bore Su Chun's name. Sanchez was tasked with pulling the defense wide on the flanks, Ramsey with harrying and defending in midfield, and Giroud with acting as a target man to create space up front. Everyone's first choice upon receiving the ball was to pass it to Su Chun. For a top Premier League giant, this was nothing short of heretical. Wenger walked through the crowd and stopped in front of Su Chun. Scared? Wenger asked. Su Chun tightened his laces, slowly raised his head, and met Wenger's eyes. A little, Su Chun answered bluntly. Wenger smiled and reached out to give Su Chun's not-so-broad shoulder. A little is right, but that's no excuse to back down. You must tear through that fear as quickly as possible. If you can trample the pressure Chelsea brings completely under your feet, then you will be the best midfielder in the world. Wenger's words hammered against every player's eardrums. No one objected. Not even the proud foreign stars. In the past few days at the Coney training ground, they had witnessed firsthand Su Chun's ghostly dribbling and his pinpoint, almost frighteningly accurate through balls in practice matches. That wasn't something you could achieve through hard work alone. It was a gift from the gods. Su Chun was well aware of the changes within his body. He possessed a max-level passing vision. His body had been infused with the peak explosive power of a world-class attacking midfielder. Every twitch of his muscle fibers harbored the strength to tear apart Premier League defenders. What he lacked most now was the proof of real combat to show he was worthy of this body. Su Chun took a deep breath and stood up straight. His 183-meter frame looked particularly imposing on this Chinese youth. Just watch. Su Chun looked at Wenger and uttered a few calm words. Wenger nodded in satisfaction. Thumbs up, lads. Get out there and beat them. Assistant coach Bold roared from the doorway, yanking the dressing room door open. The deafening roar of the crowd flooded back in. Captain Per Mertesacker was the first to stand up. He walked over to Su Chun and extended his large hand. Stay close to me. If that bastard Diego Costa tries anything dirty on you, I'll break his neck first. Thanks, Captain, Su Chun said, slapping his hand in return. Then Sanchez walked over and bumped Su Chun. Chinese kid, give me 2 good passes. I want to score. No problem. Giroud Bellerin. Every starting player as they passed by Su Chun actively slapped his hand. Trust fermented rapidly amidst the sweat and pre-match adrenaline. They all knew in this away game, only by uniting as one and focusing all their firepower on this young attacking midfielder could they tear apart Chelsea's seemingly impenetrable defense. Su Chun walked at the very back of the line. His red and white number 43 shirt seemed a bit thin among the galaxy of stars, yet it was strikingly conspicuous. Wenger paused by the door, watching Su Chun's back as he headed towards the player tunnel. His eyes held immense expectation mixed with a trace of barely perceptible tension. Piling such a heavy burden onto a kid who hasn't even played a single professional league match. What if it crushed? Assistant coach Bold leaned close to Wenger's ear and whispered, according to Premier League club conventions, a highly promising youth academy prospect like this would typically be sent on by the manager for a few minutes of garbage time when the team was leading by 2 or 3 goals, just to let him get a feel for the atmosphere. After he gradually adapted to the pace, he might occasionally be given a start against relegation-threatened teams, who would deploy him as the primary core in a meat-grinder match like the London Derby. The pressure on the pitch can be crushing. One slight mistake in technique and a young player's spirit could be broken. Wenger shook his head. He's different from others. Ordinary talents need protection, but top-tier prodigies don't. Wenger stared straight into the lights outside. His vision and technique dictate that the moment he steps on the pitch, he must be the team's brain. Not placing him in a core position would actually stifle his instinctive play. He doesn't have time for easy games. He must learn to be a leader in this cauldron. Bold swallowed hard. What if he can't handle the physical challenges from Terry and the others? Wenger turned his head and grinned. If he can't get past Chelsea, then from now on he'll only use him as a fringe rotation. But if he weathers this storm for the next 10 years, he will be the sole king of this Arsenal ship. From then on, every single club transfer will be built solely around him. London, Stamford Bridge. A high-stakes Premier League clash was about to unfold. The Red versus Blue battle. Chelsea hosted their arch-rivals Arsenal at home. At this moment, the focus of the live broadcast was not on the world-class stars. All the cameras from the broadcasting crew were fixed on the young man at the very back of the Arsenal lineup. Su Chun. The broadcast director knew exactly who held the key to ratings right now. From the moment the Arsenal players began their walkout, the cameras relentlessly locked onto Su Chen's face. The youthful young man stood tall amidst the crowd of burly players. His height of 1.83 meters ensured that even at the back of the line he was not obscured by his teammates ahead. Back in the homeland, inside the studio of the national television's 5th sports channel, the renowned Premier League commentator Jean Jun sat before the screen. Beside him was his longtime partner Jean Lu. Good evening to all our viewers watching on television. You are now watching the pivotal match of the 8th round of this season's Premier League, with Chelsea hosting Arsenal. The young player in the red and white jersey number 43 is none other than Su Chun. He is about to start for Arsenal. This sets a new record for the youngest debut in the top 5 European leagues by a player from our country. Jean Jun's voice was extremely loud. His speaking pace was also exceptionally fast. His emotions radiated intense excitement. Longtime fans knew that during this period Dragon Country football was mired in its deepest, darkest trough. Even Asian-level matches were played disastrously, let alone playing in the top 5 European leagues. Arsenal, a top Premier League giant, had actually arranged for a 17-year-old Dragon Country youngster to start against a sworn enemy like Chelsea. This was nothing short of a miracle. From the moment the official lineups were announced, Jean Jun had not discussed a single tactical point about Chelsea. Every topic revolved entirely around Su Chun. He knew all too well what Dragon Country fans needed now. A starting teenager playing a core role in a Premier League giant would surely bring immense hope and confidence to Dragon Country fans lost in the darkness. At this moment, Su Chun was a blazing light illuminating the darkness of Dragon Country football, dazzling and brilliant. In the live discussion threads of major sports forums, barrage comments had already completely covered the screen. Damn. Look at the live feed. Su Chun is so handsome. With that face, why isn't he debuting in movies instead of playing football? Enough talk. What use is being handsome? Football is about skill. Those Chelsea defenders are no pushovers. Playing in the English top flight at 17, I respect his mental. Wenger must be mad. That kid will probably get chopped down by Terry within 10 minutes. All sorts of debates raged across the internet, just as female fans were frantically screenshotting the handsome face on screen. Su Chun followed Per Mertesacker ahead of him, strode out of the player tunnel with large steps, and entered Stamford Bridge. Boom. The very second he stepped onto the turf, a deafening roar of boos from over 40,000 Chelsea home fans surged towards him. This was one of the most fearsome fortresses in all of England. The wave of noise generated by the fans was a violent hurricane. The hair on Su Chun's forehead was blown back by the fierce wind. He lifted his head. Before him stretched an endless blue ocean. Countless blue Chelsea flags waved wildly in the stands. In the north stand, the section for diehard fans, a massive tifo was slowly being raised. The image depicted a blue giant wearing a Chelsea shirt, its gaping jaws lunging to bite down on Arsenal's cannon emblem. Heavy metal music blared from the stadium speakers. An overwhelmingly oppressive home atmosphere. Before the match had even started, this intensity had already reached its peak. Su Chun took deep breaths of air mixed with the scent of grass clippings and hormones. He did not retreat. On the contrary, his blood began to boil. The muscle fibers within him, infused with the peak explosive power of a world-class attacking midfielder, were jumping wildly. This is the kind of match I want. Su Chun strode forward. On the live commentary desk of England's Sky Sports, famous commentator Gary Neville was shouting into his microphone. The Arsenal players have entered the pitch. Without a doubt, the focus of attention across the entire stadium and all of Europe is on this starting gamble by Wenger. Dragon Country youngster Su Chun, 17 years old, no prior experience in top-tier professional leagues, and he's been placed directly in the most crucial position of attacking midfielder. Neville shook his head repeatedly. His co-commentator Jamie Carragher picked up the thread. Now let's look at the starting line. For the away team, Arsenal leading the line is Giroud with Su Chun behind him and Sanchez and Ramsey on the flanks. For the home team, Chelsea, Mourinho has fielded his strongest 11. Striker Diego Costa, midfielders Fabregas and Hazard, defensive line of Terry partnering Cahill, left back as Pilicueta, right back Ivanovic. This is a steel defense capable of crushing any attack. The commentators droned on analyzing statistics. By the pitch side, Chelsea manager Jose Mourinho, in his iconic black coat, stood with hands in his pockets, swaggering towards the away team's technical area. Wenger was standing there watching the pitch. The two exchanged perfunctory handshakes. Mourinho leaned in close to Wenger, a cold smirk twisting his face. Old man, letting a weaning Asian kid play in this match is truly an eye-opener for me. Mourinho's tone was dripping with disdain. Did you know you couldn't win today, and came up with an excuse for losing beforehand? Wenger shook off Mourinho's, don't be too pleased yet. Later he'll let this little guy tear your defense to shreds. Wenger replied with a blank, then he'll be waiting to see the joke. Mourinho turned and walked back to his own technical area. He plopped down into his seat and crossed his legs. Assistant coach Rui Faria leaned in and asked in a low voice, "What is Wenger up to? What's so special about this Su-chun?" Mourinho snorted. "What could be special? Just a desperate gamble. A 17-year-old Asian defender, if he lasts 20 minutes in this Premier League meat grinder, he'll be lucky. Don't worry about the kid. Stick to our tactics. Press their flanks and cut off the midfield passing lanes." Mourinho had absolute confidence in his defense. In the center of the pitch, the players began to line up for handshakes. The Arsenal players filed past the Chelsea lineup. Su-chun stood before Cesc Fabregas. The former Arsenal captain gave Su-chun a few extra glances. Then Su-chun stood before Diego Costa. Costa's fierce face twisted into a sinister grin. "Asian kid, this is Stamford Bridge. They'll be giving you some special attention later." Su-chun retorted without hesitation. "Hope you clumsy bear doesn't get so frustrated from not touching the ball that you start biting." Costa was taken aback. He hadn't expected this seemingly frail rookie to talk back. Next, Su-chun approached Chelsea captain John Terry. Terry was immensely sturdy. He looked down, glaring at Su-chun. "Rookie, this is a man's game. As soon as you dare to take the ball and turn, my studs will be right on your ankle. They'll make you crawl off this pitch." Su-chun looked up, meeting Terry's gaze. "Then let's see who's faster, your studs or my speed." Terry's eyes widened. Hearing this, Ivanovic beside him couldn't help but snort coldly. "Ignorant fool." The two passed each other. Su-chun finished the lineup, but didn't go straight to his position. He ran to the front of the pitch, pulling Giroud, Sanchez, and Ramsey aside. The four quickly formed a small huddle. Covering his mouth, Su-chun spoke rapidly in a low voice. "Let's hit them with a blitz right from kickoff. Ramsey, after the kickoff, play a couple of passes at the back. As soon as you see me raise my hand, send a long through ball. Aim for the right flank." Su-chun's words came out incredibly fast and clear. Ramsey nodded. Su-chun then looked at Giroud. "Giroud, when you see me accelerate, sprint forward at full speed and drag Terry or Cahill out of position. Sanchez, you drift to the far post and get ready for the second ball." All three senior players understood Su-chun's tactical intent. Under normal circumstances, if a rookie dared to give them orders like this, they would have brushed him off immediately. But this was the brain approved by Wenger. The manager's roar in the dressing room was still fresh in their minds. Everyone agreed. Su-chun retreated to the halfway circle. The referee glanced at his watch and put the whistle to his lips. A long blast. The London Derby officially began. Arsenal kicked off. Giroud tapped the ball back to Santi Cazorla. He immediately turned and sprinted forward. Facing the charging Costa, Cazorla calmly passed the ball sideways to Ramsey. Ramsey controlled the ball at his feet. Chelsea's Brazilian midfielder Oscar immediately pressed him. In that, Su-chun on the right flank suddenly raised his right hand. Ramsey didn't hesitate for a moment. Planting his left foot, his right foot curved a highly penetrating long ball. The ball arced through the air, flying precisely into the vast space behind Chelsea's left defensive zone. The same second Su-chun raised his hand, his legs exploded with power. This body, infused with the peak explosive power of a world-class attacking midfielder, now operated at full throttle. The terrifying force from muscle fiber contraction propelled him forward like a shot. The man defending Su-chun was Chelsea's right-back Branislav Ivanovic. He had assumed Arsenal would start with safe, patient passing. He never expected Ramsey to go long directly to Su-chun. "Mark the man in the middle." Ivanovic shouted, instructing Cahill to pick up the advancing Giroud. Then he turned, ready to block Su-chun's path forward. Ivanovic had absolute faith in his physical strength. Even the toughest, strongest forwards found no advantage against him, let alone this seemingly slender youngster. But the moment Ivanovic finished speaking, a fierce gust of wind whipped past his ear. He only saw a blur of red and white, overtaking him on the outside, right on the edge of the turf. An outside line overtake. Too fast. Unbelievably fast. Startled, Ivanovic instinctively reached out to grab Su-chun's shirt. But his fingers only grasped empty air. He didn't even touch Su-chun's jersey. Su-chun's speed was completely unaffected. In the split second before the ball was about to cross the sideline, he stretched out his right instep and cushioned it gently. The ball obediently stuck to his foot. Then, Su-chun knocked the ball forward with a heavy touch, striding with big steps, charging towards Chelsea's penalty area. "Oh my God." On the Sky Sports commentary desk, Neville shot to his feet. "What kind of monster speed is that?" Ivanovic has been completely burned. On the sideline, Mourinho had been lounging in his seat. Seeing this, he sprang up abruptly, his eyes wide. Chelsea's originally tight defense. Within less than 10 seconds of the match starting, Su-chun alone had torn a massive gap open on the right flank. Su-chun dribbled into the right side of the penalty area. Danger zone. Veteran Captain Terry reacted swiftly. He abandoned his cover on Giroud and charged directly. Terry's defensive experience was immense. He didn't recklessly dive into a slide tackle. Instead, he blocked the inside route, lowered his center of gravity, and fixed his eyes on the ball at Suchen's feet. If Suchen made even the slightest extra move, Terry would not hesitate to stick out a foot and dispossess him. The distance between them closed rapidly. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Just as they were about to collide, Suchen, while dribbling at high speed, showed no upper body movement. But his legs began to paint. His left foot swept rapidly over the ball. Then his right foot swept over the ball, a textbook step over, but executed at a sprinting pace. Terry was horrified, performing consecutive stepovers at high speed. Such body coordination was inhuman. Terry's mind raced. Left or right? Terry's center of gravity involuntarily shifted half an inch to the left. That half inch. Suchen precisely detected the shift in Terry's weight. With the outside of his right foot, he swiftly nudged the ball to the side. Then, powering from his thigh, he forcefully squeezed past Terry on the right side. Terry, completely off balance, turned awkwardly. He looked back in horror. He saw Suchen had already penetrated the edge of the 6-yard box. Facing him now was only Chelsea's goalkeeper Thibaut Courtois. Suchen launched himself into the air. His body tensed like a drawn bow pulled to its limit. His entire right leg, as if infused with immense power, smashed into the center of the ball. Bang! A dull thud exploded across Stamford Bridge. The ball turned into a streak of white light invisible to the naked eye. Courtois didn't even have time to react. The ball sailed over his head and slammed violently into the back of the net. The white mesh rippled. The net was sent billowing high by the sheer force of the impact. 14 seconds into the match. Goal. Courtois stood agape, rooted to the spot before his goal line, his gloved hands still suspended in midair, a veritable wooden post. Before he could even bend his knees to push off, the ball had already crashed into the net behind him, the goal frame still shuddering violently. The ball bounced a few times on the turf, rolling slowly out of the goal. The Chelsea goalkeeper was stunned, turning his head to glance at the ball, then at Suchen, who stood at the edge of the 6-yard box. All was shock. Outside the 6-yard box, Chelsea captain Terry sat on the grass, panting heavily, his hands propping him up, his eyes fixed on the solitary figure ahead. Terry's mind went blank. He had been deceived, fooled by a 17-year-old yellow-skinned lad who had completely thrown him off balance with a rapid series of stepovers. At that age, such moves, such sprinting changes of direction, without slowing down. Terry had played in the Premier League for over a decade, and had never seen such a relentless monster. Further away near the touchline, Ivanovic still held his arm out, having not even grazed Suchen's jersey. He had grasped only air. Even now, he had not regained his composure. Chelsea's vaunted steel defense, just 14 seconds into the match, had been breached. One man alone had torn through them. After a brief silence, Suchen turned and charged straight for the southeast corner flag of Stamford Bridge. That was where the Arsenal away fans gathered. Suchen bent his knees, sliding 2 long furrows across the turf, his head held high. His arms crossed over his chest, domineering, arrogant. Suchen, what a goal! The 3,000 traveling Arsenal supporters erupted. They sprang from their seats, waving their redanned white scarves, screaming wildly. Some fans even hurled their plastic cups into the air. Water splashed everywhere. Just then, Arsenal forward Giroud was the first to rush over, grabbing Suchen by the shoulders and pulling him down onto the turf. "You're amazing, kid. You're amazing," Giroud roared into Suchen's ear. Sanchez followed, leaping onto Giroud's back, pumping his right fist. Cazorla, Ramsey, Ozil. The entire team went berserk, sprinting from all directions to pile on. They formed a dogpile, crushing Suchen at the very bottom. Meanwhile, Arsenal's half-veteran captain Mertesacker knelt on the turf, pointing both hands to the sky. The match had barely begun, and Arsenal had already achieved a dream start. Amid the frenzied cheers of those 3,000 Arsenal fans, the fort at the Sand Plus, Chelsea faithful in Stamford Bridge were collectively struck dumb. Utter silence, dead silence. This was their home ground. Yet before they could even settle into their seats, their goal had been breached by the opponent's newcomer. Many Chelsea fans clutched their heads, unable to accept the reality. In the Sky Sports broadcast booth, Neville grabbed the microphone and leaped from his chair, shouting, "Goal! Goal!" His headphone cord snapped from the sudden movement, but he paid no heed, yelling at the top of his lungs, "The match has just started." 14 seconds. My God, what have I just witnessed? What kind of monstrous speed and dribbling is this? Beside him, Carragher's face was flushed red. He pounded the table forcefully. "Suchen, this 17-year-old has destroyed Terry with an unreasonable long-range strike. I've never seen anyone eat Ivanovic alive like that." Neville turned abruptly to the director backstage. "Check the stats. Find the fastest goal record in Premier League history." The broadcast cut to a set of data. A few seconds later, Neville sat back down and put on a spare headset. "Ladies and gentlemen," confirmed. 14 seconds. "This is the 6th fastest goal in Premier League history. But more crucially, it's the fastest debut goal by a new signing in Premier League history. Before this record, all past prodigies pale in comparison. Congratulations, Suchen. He has etched his name forever on the Premier League record list. In China, in the studio of an online streaming platform, renowned commentator Zhang Jun's eyes bulged. One hand on the desk, he half rose from his seat. 14 seconds into the match, goal. Su Chun. Oh my goodness. He's done it. On the Premier League stage, he has scored the first goal by a Chinese player. Look at this goal. An outside line overtake on the wing. 2 step-overs to brush past Terry. Then a fierce strike to finish. This is absolutely a world-class goal. Beside him, analyst Zhang Lu nodded repeatedly. He, right? This speed, this explosive power, too strong. Terry couldn't react at all. In the live stream, the online viewership had surged past 3 million. The entire screen was flooded with white barrage comments obscuring the match entirely. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. I'm stunned. Is this a Chinese guy? He's got to be an alien. Terry's lumbar disc must have been shaken out. Awesome. So damn awesome. Devouring the Chelsea defense. Ivanovic's legs turned to jelly. Couldn't even pull him back. Not just online. In every corner of China, equally frenzied scenes were unfolding. At Qingbei University, in dormitory building 8 for male students. The corridor had been quiet in the dead of night. Suddenly, all doors from the 1st to the 6th floor were flung open. Countless shirtless male students burst out of their rooms. They sprinted and screamed down the hallway. Awesome. Su Chen is awesome. The dormitory janitor came out with a flashlight ready to scold them. But glancing at the goal replay on his phone, he tossed the flashlight aside and raised his hands, shouting along with the In Shanghai City, at a roadside barbecue stall, dozens of tables of late-night diners gathered around the TV. The moment Su Chen blasted the ball into the net, the owner dropped dozens of lamb skewers into the charcoal fire, not bothering to pick them up. Around him, burly men from a dozen tables overturned their chairs and stood up. Their beer bottles clinked heavily together, golden foam spilling everywhere. Cheers. For Su Chen's goal, I'm treating everyone tonight. A chubby big brother shouted, tilting his head back to down a bottle. The scene cuts back to Stamford Bridge in London. On the Chelsea bench, manager Mourinho could no longer sit still. He hurled his tactical notebook onto the turf, his face ashen. Before the match, he had specifically deployed a double-team tactic against Arsenal's forwards. But he had never imagined that a debutant who had never played before would completely disrupt all his plans. Mourinho strode to the touchline. He waved over midfield core Fabregas, covering his mouth to quickly issue instructions in Fabregas' ear. Control the tempo. Don't panic. Strengthen the defensive depth on the right flank. Don't give him space to sprint. Fabregas nodded repeatedly. He turned and ran back to the midfield, shouting for his teammates to get into position. On the other side, the scene at Arsenal's bench was entirely different. Manager Wenger had been lowering his head, pulling up the zipper of his iconic coat. The moment the ball hit the net, his hands froze. Then Wenger tore the zipper open and charged to the touchline. His face beaming, he leaped into the air, pumping both fists fiercely. Assistant coach Bold rushed forward and embraced Wenger. Professor, did you see that? He's a genius. Wenger nodded vigorously. Indeed. This is our greatest signing of the year. He will lead us to reclaim the championship. Just as everyone was in a state of extreme euphoria, the stadium's big screen and broadcast feed began showing slow-motion replays of the goal from multiple angles. Commentator Neville stared intently at the screen, analyzing frame by frame. Notice Su Chen's first step. In the footage, after extending his foot to control the ball, the muscles in his thigh, his right foot slammed heavily into the turf, kicking up a clump of earth. With that single step, he left Ivanovic in the dust. No superfluous movements, pure overwhelming power and speed. Now watch this against Terry. The slow motion switched to a frontal view. Terry had already lowered his center of gravity, preparing to intercept. Yet Su Chen, at full sprint, maintained his leg speed without any reduction. His left foot stepped over the ball, followed by his right. A terrifying test of knee ligaments and core strength. An ordinary player attempting such a move at full speed would slip or twist an ankle. But Su Chen was as steady as a mountain. The moment he sensed Terry shifting his weight, he deftly nudged the ball with the outside of his foot, cutting past on the right. The entire stadium watched the replay on the big screen. Chelsea fans gasped. They finally understood. This was no stroke of luck. This was sheer absolute dominance. The celebration finally ended. The referee blew his whistle, urging the match to restart. Su Chen and the Arsenal players jogged back to their half. The Chelsea players took their positions in the center circle. Hazard stood with the ball under his foot, expressionless. As Chelsea's core player, he would never tolerate a rookie showing such arrogance on his home turf. Fabregas stood nearby, hands on his hips. The whistle blew. Hazard passed the ball to Fabregas and sprinted forward. Fabregas received the ball, drew his right foot back, and began to lift his head to observe his teammates' runs. But no sooner had he raised his head than a redanned white figure turned into a gust of wind, crossing the center circle's arc and charging straight at him. Su Chen. Fabregas, startled, tried to pivot and shield the ball, but Su Chen gave him no time to react. Su Chen slid his right leg along the ground, executing a tackle. Cesc Fabregas was caught completely off guard, knocked over along with the ball by Su Chen's tackle. Turf flew into the air. The tackle was clean and decisive, connecting with the ball before bringing down the man. The referee held both arms forward, signaling play to continue with no foul. A thunderous chorus of boos erupted from the Chelsea fans in the stands. Fabregas lay on the ground, arms outstretched, furiously protesting to the referee. But Suchin paid no heed. He sprang up swiftly, nudged the ball forward, and charged straight into Chelsea's half. The counterattack began. Suchin's dribbling pace was astonishing. Chelsea's midfield line had yet to settle into position. Defensive midfielder Nemanja Matic, sensing danger, immediately stretched his long legs and lunged forward. Standing at 194 meters, Matic was Mourinho's most reliable midfield shield. He intended to use his mass and physical advantage to force Suchin wide. Suchin pushed the ball forward with his left foot and suddenly accelerated. Bang! Their shoulders collided heavily. Matic felt a tightness in his chest, as if he had slammed into a block of solid iron. Suchin's core strength was absurdly formidable. Not only was he not knocked away, but he withstood the impact and forcefully squeezed through from the inside. Breakthrough successful. The edge of the penalty area lay ahead. Only center-back Gary Cahill stood in his way. Cahill retreated cautiously, blocking the shooting angle with all his might. Suchin didn't slow down. He planted his left foot on the turf and swung his right leg like a whip. No feints, just a direct, explosive shot. The ball was imbued with terrifying force, flying straight for the top corner. Chelsea goalkeeper Thibaut Courtois launched himself into a dive, fully extending his long arm and barely grazing the ball with one hand. The ball changed direction, grazing the post and rolling out for a goal kick. Whoa! A huge gasp swept through the stadium. Suchin slapped the turf in frustration. What a pity that shot didn't go in. Turning to look at Chelsea's defense. Right back Branislav Ivanovic was bent over, gasping for breath. Only 12 minutes of the match had passed. Yet his jersey was already soaked through with sweat clinging to his back, and his shorts were covered in mud and grass stains. On the other side, the staunch center-backs Gary Cahill and John Terry were equally disheveled. They stood still, hands on their knees, catching their breath. The source of it all? It was entirely due to that 17-year-old Chinese prodigy. At that moment, Suchin got up from the ground, turned, and jogged back. He truly realized that the Premier League was far tougher than the Youth League. In the Youth League, he could leave opponents in the dust just by accelerating with the ball. Scoring goals was almost effortless. But in the Premier League, the difficulty skyrocketed. Ivanovic was indeed a world-class fullback. Though Suchin had the upper hand in those earlier breakthroughs, the veteran always managed to close in quickly. Like a piece of sticky candy, he constantly used subtle moves and physical contact to disrupt Suchin's shots. Chelsea's two defensive midfielders, Matic and Fabregas, were always ready to double-team. Center-backs Cahill and Terry, with their wealth of experience, positioned themselves flawlessly, leaving no gaps. No wonder it's Mourinho's iron-blooded Chelsea. This defensive system is incredibly tough. Suchin marveled inwardly. If Ivanovic had heard this assessment, he might have been furious enough to spit blood. Who was Ivanovic? A top-tier attacking fullback in the Premier League. In this world, the number of forwards who could make him question his existence in just 12 minutes could be counted on one hand. For a rookie playing his first professional match to achieve this was enough to send chills down the entire Premier League. In the Sky Sports broadcast booth, commentator Gary Neville stood up, pounding the desk and shouting, "Another dangerous shot. And it's Suchin again." Before the match, countless people questioned Wenger's decision, calling it madness to start an inexperienced rookie. But now look at the situation on the pitch. Who dares say that anymore? Take a good look at those flustered Chelsea defenders. This is the Premier League's stingiest defense, and Suchin has turned it upside down all by himself. If not for Courtois' miraculous save, Chelsea would be 2 goals down. Co-commentator Jamie Carragher was equally ecstatic, eyes fixed on the replay screen. "I have to admit, this young man has completely won me over. His playing style is so direct, so oppressive, with an incredibly powerful visual impact. That explosiveness, that audacity in his dribbling. It's like witnessing Kaka in his prime back in the Premier League." This assessment was no exaggeration. At this moment, Suchin, empowered by the system's peak Kaka template, possessed both skill and physique. Back in the day, Kaka's long-range sprint at Old Trafford had earned a standing ovation from Manchester United fans. This bold, violent aesthetic of football was the best way to ignite fans' passion. On the sidelines, Mourinho's face was as dark as water. His brows were knitted into a tight, not staring intently at Suchin. "We can't keep taking this beating." The assistant coach fidgeted anxiously beside him. Over the past 10+ minutes, Chelsea had been barely holding on by sheer luck. If they allowed Suchin to keep charging recklessly, Ivanovic's stamina was about to hit rock bottom. He couldn't keep up every time. Mourinho turned to glance at the away team's bench. Wenger stood on the touchline, hands in his coat pockets, his face beaming with undisguised smugness. Mourinho snorted coldly, clenching his jaw tightly. "You just got lucky signing a genius and caught us off guard. Without this, Suchin would have torn Arsenal apart." "Don't panic." Mourinho raised his wrist to check his watch. "They've been sprinting full tilt for 12 minutes. They're at their physical limit. It's time for us to strike back." He strode to the sideline, waving vigorously at the players on the pitch. His hands pushed forward repeatedly, signaling a full-on offensive push. Then he let out a sharp whistle calling over Eden Hazard and Fabregas to quickly issue tactical instructions. On the other side for Arsenal, the explosive 12-minute opening had indeed pushed their players to a critical point of continuous high pressing was extremely draining. Plus, they already held a one-goal lead. Though failing to extend the lead was a bit disappointing, it was more than enough. Captain Per Mertesacker began directing the defense to drop back. Arsenal's midfielders retreated from the front. The formation tightened, solidifying the half-field defense ready to counter Chelsea. In the vast expanse of the forward area, only Suchin remained. Seeing his teammates fall back, he also retreated to the center circle, conserving energy and waiting quietly for a counterattack opportunity. Under the manager's command, Chelsea immediately bared their fangs. The formation pushed forward as a whole, launching a frenzied assault. Eden Hazard on the left wing, Willian on the right, Diego Costa with his unruly hair leading the line. This attacking trio was among the best in European football. Their destructive power was on par with the forward lines of Real Madrid and Barcelona. Chelsea, in their prime as the Premier League champions, had a heritage that was no mere decoration. Within just 2 minutes, Arsenal's defense faced a hellish trial. In the 13th minute of the match, Willian received the ball on the right flank, facing Nacho Monreal. He executed a series of stepovers to create space and delivered a cross. The ball traced a dangerous arc through the air, landing precisely in the center of the penalty area. Costa used his powerful frame to shove off Laurent Koscielny, leaping high to meet the ball. He headed it with force. The ball slammed toward the ground, heading straight for the bottom right corner. Petr Cech, relying on years of instinct, reacted instinctively. He dove horizontally, fully extending his arm, and just managed to graze the ball with his fingertips. The ball changed trajectory, grazing the post and flying out for a goal kick. The resulting corner was cleared by Mertesacker's header, but the danger was far from over. In the 14th minute, Chelsea's attack resumed. This time it came from the left. Hazard took on Hector Bellerin, using 2 quick changes of direction and acceleration to cut into the edge of the box, then played a cutback pass to the top of the arc. Fabregas arrived on the run. Without pausing, he unleashed a powerful volley. Bang! The ball whizzed. It slammed into the crossbar and bounced out of play. Clang! The metallic echo reverberated over Whoa! Over 30,000 Chelsea fans in the stands clutched their heads in unison, letting out a huge groan. The Arsenal fans in the away section broke out in a cold sweat. At that moment, the home fans of the Blues completely took over the stadium's atmosphere. Under Chelsea's relentless waves of attack, the home supporters' cheers grew louder and louder. Songs and drumbeats were deafening. Score? Keep it up. So close. Fabregas' shot was just The local London commentator pounded the desk, shouting, "This is the spirit we need." The first 10+ minutes were too stifling. "We are Chelsea. We must pin them in their half with our attack." The commentator was beaming with excitement. "Keep the pressure on. Arsenal can't hold out. The goal is coming." The fans' cheers continued. The pressure on the pitch grew ever more intense. In the 16th minute, Hazard received the ball again on the left side of the box. He faked a move to deceive the defender, cut inside, and fired a low shot with his right foot. The shot was incredibly precise. Cech dropped to his knees, diving to smother the ball under his body, securing it before Costa could pounce on the rebound. In just 4 minutes, Chelsea had completed 5 high-quality shots, each one heading for the corner. Arsenal's half was in chaos. Goalkeeper Cech became the busiest man on the pitch, making save after save to keep the goal intact. Clutching the ball, Cech lay on the turf. He didn't rush to get up, but pressed the ball firmly beneath him, deliberately wasting time. He needed to break Chelsea's relentless attacking rhythm and give his defenders a chance to catch their breath. The referee ran over, pointing at his watch to signal Cech to release the ball quickly. Cech slowly got to his feet. Chelsea's players had already pushed forward en masse. Costa and Willian blocked the edge of the box, while Hazard marked Arsenal's fullback. They applied intense pressing, cutting off all of Cech's short passing options. Cech took a couple of steps forward with the ball, surveying the situation. Arsenal was too passive. Being pinned in the box and pounded wasn't a viable strategy. They needed to respond with a counterattack. Just then his gaze cut through the crowd and fixed on a spot near the center circle. There stood a figure in red and white. Suchin. Without any hesitation, Cech shouted, "Here we go." He tossed the ball into the air, took 2 steps, and struck the bottom of it with his right foot. The ball soared high, clearing most of the pitch and heading straight for the halfway line. On today's pitch, giving the ball to Suchin was the most direct counterattack. Cech launches a long ball straight to Suchin up front. The TV camera quickly cut to the midfield. Everyone's eyes followed the ball's trajectory. Suchin kept his eyes on the ball's landing point, constantly adjusting his position. The ball descended with immense downward force. Such a long pass was extremely difficult to control. The slightest misstep would send it bouncing a meter away. Suchin met the ball, lifting his right leg high. The moment his instep touched the ball, he gently cushioned it downward. The ball shed all its momentum, landing obediently at his feet without any extra bounce. Then Su Chen pushed off the turf with his left foot, completing a turn on the spot. Without hesitation, without slowing to wait for teammates. He charged single-handedly into Chelsea's half with the ball. A brilliant touch. Su Chen receives turns and bursts forward. The commentator's voice cracked with excitement in the Premier League broadcast booth. All viewers dared not blink. On the screen, a 17-year-old boy sprinted with the ball. No flashy feints. Just a pure fusion of speed and power. Unstoppable. Directly ahead, 3 Chelsea defenders stood in a line braced for impact. John Terry, Gary Cahill, Branislav Ivanovic. On his flanks, Matic and Fabregas were sprinting back with all their might. 5 men, a full 5-man defensive cordon, formed a massive encirclement. Yet in Su Chen's eyes there was only the distant white goal. Dribbling. One touch. Another touch. He kicked the ball forward with long strides, then unleashed his legs for a violent burst of speed, exuding a ferocious aura of unstoppable force. His speed increased. The boos from the home fans were drowned out. Chelsea's defenders felt their hearts race as they watched Su Chen charging at them. This wasn't a man playing football, it was a rampaging beast ready to devour the entire defensive line. The livestream chat exploded. Holy crap. Is he really taking on 5? This is brutal. The guy's inhuman. Chelsea's defense is about to be torn apart. Go on. Rip the Blues' defense to shreds. Su Chen closed in on the first line of defense. Terry lowered his center of gravity, his eyes locked on the ball at Su Chen's feet. China. Inside the studio of the National Sports Channel, Zhang Jun abruptly stood up, pressing both hands firmly against the table before him. Counterattack. Arsenal's counterattack is coming. Racing forward. Ahead of Su Chen, there are 5 of Chelsea's formidable defenders. If it were any other player, I'd absolutely suggest slowing down to wait for teammates. But this is Su Chen. The lad shows no sign of decelerating. Zhang Jun's voice suddenly soared, his hoarse roar echoing across the nation. On the television screen, Su Chen faced his first adversary, Chelsea's veteran captain Terry, guarding the edge of the penalty area. At this moment, every Chinese fan glued to their TV or computer screen had their hearts in their throats. Su Chen is up against Terry. Can Terry block Su Chen this time? I never imagined that one day a player from our own country could single-handedly take on the Premier League's top defenders. Charge through. Su Chen charged through. Beat him. In countless dim university dormitories. In countless smoky internet cafes. Everywhere fans clenched their fists with faces flushed red. On the pitch, Su Chen fixed his gaze on Terry ahead. His expression was focused. He still didn't slow down. The ball was perfectly controlled beneath his feet. The distance between them shrank rapidly. 3 meters. 2 meters. Terry stared intently at the ball, at Su Chen's feet, waiting for a flaw. At this moment, Su Chen could even hear the sound of Matic sprinting behind him. Time was running out. If Terry managed to hold him up, even for a second here, by the time Chelsea's midfield defense fully formed, breaking through the encirclement would be nearly impossible. Speed must be even faster. The muscles on Su Chen's thighs bulged, his feet stomping hard on the turf. His explosive power fully engaged, he accelerated again as he faced Terry. This acceleration, defying all logic, made Terry's eyes light up. Looking for death. Terry lunged forward, extending his right foot, decisively aiming to poke the ball out of bounds from under Su Chen's control. Terry judged it well. Su Chen's speed was already considerable, forcibly accelerating further in this state would certainly cause a significant drop in ball control. This was the perfect moment to steal the ball. However, just as Terry's foot shot out, Terry's pupils contracted violently. How is this possible? In Terry's horrified gaze, the outside of Su Chen's right foot struck the side of the ball hard. No flashy feints, no intricate stepovers. This was pure change of direction and brutal speed domination. A nutmeg. A violent raw burst past the defender at high speed. This was also the signature move of Peak Kaka, the one that terrified defenses across Europe. Su Chen's body shot past Terry's side like a gale, continuing to surge forward with the ball. Terry's kick met only air, losing balance, and the immense inertia sent his bulky frame crashing to the ground, rolling twice pathetically on the turf. He's past him. Oh my God. Terry has been utterly dominated. Su Chen's speed is still increasing. Fabregas and Matic behind him can't even catch his dust. Only 2 defenders and the goalkeeper Courtois stand before him. Neville was gesticulating and roaring wildly in the Sky Sports studio, his eyes wide, staring at the broadcast screen. What kind of freakish creature is this Chinese lad? Forward, forward, always forward. This relentless, overwhelming momentum ignited the entire Stamford Bridge. The 3,000 Arsenal fans in the away section rose to their feet in unison. They clenched their fists, gritting their teeth, staring fixedly at that white figure. Terry has been beaten. What comes next? Everyone held their breath, waiting for a goal to be born that would drive them utterly wild. On the sidelines, Professor Wenger had long left his seat. He stood just outside the white touchline, his fists clenched tight. Go on, just like you do at the Coney training ground. Show the whole Premier League the Arsenal's new ace. On the other side, Jose Mourinho's back was drenched in cold sweat. As a championship-winning manager roaming the football world, a strong sense of foreboding welled up inside him. This unstoppable pressure, he had only ever seen it in that Brazilian chosen one who rampaged through the Champions League. But that Brazilian was Kaká, a Ballon d'Or winning superstar. Now standing on the field was just an 18-year-old kid who had never played top-flight football. Foul. Take him down. Mourinho screamed hoarsely towards the pitch, but drowned by the massive roar of the crowd. Cahill and Ivanovic couldn't hear their manager's command. Yet as Chelsea's main defenders they knew only one path remained. Foul. Even if it means a card, he must be stopped. Cahill and Ivanovic executed a closing door defense, both sliding in from left and right simultaneously. Two thick legs scraped across the turf, studs glinting aimed straight at Su Chen's ankles. Su Chen stared intently at the goal ahead. The last line of defense, he could not stop here. Su Chen nudged the ball forward heavily with his right foot. Using the momentum of his sprint, he leaped into the air. The studs of the two Chelsea defenders slid past the soles of Su Chen's boots. In midair, Cahill's studs grazed Su Chen's heel. The moment Su Chen landed, he lost his balance, staggered violently, and his hands touched the turf. It's over. A groan rose from the Arsenal fans in the stands. But the next second, the groan got stuck in their throats. Su Chen did not fall. His core balance stats over 90 fully took over his body. Su Chen pushed hard off the turf with his hands, using the rebound force to straighten himself up. Second acceleration. He strode past the two despairing center-backs. Ahead of him, only one final hurdle remained. Chelsea's main goalkeeper Thibaut Courtois. Courtois charged off his line, without hesitation, his massive frame, like a wall, sealing off most of the shoot. A unknown chance is inherently difficult. After sprinting the length of the pitch, a player's stamina and heart rate reach their limits, causing shooting technique to break down. But facing Courtois now was Su Chen, who possessed Kaká's finishing ability. Su Chen dropped his left shoulder sharply and raised his thigh high. It was a very obvious motion for a powerful strike. Courtois made his judgment in an instant. He gritted his teeth and hurled himself to his right, trying to block the shot with his hand. What a save! Chelsea fans cheered from the stands. Su Chen smirked. All a feint. His center of gravity hadn't shifted with his left shoulder at all. The moment Courtois' body was airborne, Su Chen calmly nudged the ball to the left with a gentle tap, bypassing Courtois' outstretched arm. Then with the inside of his left foot, he pushed the ball smoothly forward. The ball rolled slowly across the green turf over the white goal line, nestling into the net. Boom! The away section in the southeast corner of Stamford Bridge erupted. 3,000 Arsenal fans jumped on his seats, hugging each other, crying and laughing hoarsely. It was a feint. He fooled the keeper and slotted into an empty net. Goal. Another goal. Unbelievable. Su Chen has performed a solo run of epic proportions. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Is this really a player from our China? Starting his dribble from the center circle, sprinting all the way, he devoured Terry, forcibly broke through the closed-door defense of two center-backs, and then executed a classic pendulum dribble past the goalkeeper to slot into an empty net. Grandpa, come out quick and see China's very own Kaká. The entire Chinese internet erupted into a frenzy. Su Chen's lightning-fast goal in the 14th second had just topped the trending charts. Now, he had smashed in an even more earth-shattering goal. If the first goal had an element of Ivanovic's carelessness, then this second goal was a pure display of individual dominance. Terrifying acceleration, explosive core strength, ball control that seemed one with his body. It was an unstoppable, domineering momentum that treated Chelsea's defense like training cones. The television broadcast repeatedly showed slow-motion replays from various angles. The 3,000 Arsenal fans in the away section of Stamford Bridge had screamed themselves hoarse. Even more spine-tingling was the sight in the home stands. Several elderly die-hard Chelsea fans were rising from their seats, gently clapping their hands. Even though he was the enemy who had breached their own team's goal, they willingly offered their applause. They had been utterly conquered by the pure, brutal aesthetics of football. A magnificent goal. In the broadcast studio, Jean Jun ripped off his headphones, stood at the commentary desk, and roared into the microphone for the national audience. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. Chinese youngster Su Chen. A brace. Look at Terry's desperate expression sitting on the turf. Look at Courtois holding his head and gasping for air. That's how you know the psychological blow Su Chen has dealt to this Premier League giant. Mourinho is in big trouble. The Blues have met their match today. Beside him, veteran analyst Zhang Lu had red-rimmed eyes. This old timer, who had spent decades in the football world and commentated on countless top-tier European matches, was so excited he was almost incoherent. Incredible. This is world-class physical talent. That move to get past the goalkeeper, a classic pendulum dribble. The shifting of his weight from side to side was so solid, a perfect replica of Kaká. This is a true, genuine genius for China. I just don't get it. Are those big shots at the Football Association blind or brain damaged? The angrier Zhang Lu got the more he spoke, and he fired off a broadside live on national television. With these two goals alone, Su Chen must immediately wear the national team jersey. Those incompetent bureaucrats at the FA, just to save face and protect their own selfish interests, actually issued a notice to blacklist a nuclear-level overseas prospect like this. Their faces aren't worth one of Su Chen's fingers. The director backstage broke out in a cold sweat and frantically gestured at Zhang Lu. National television broadcasts have stricter control over discourse than online platforms. But Zhang Lu waved his hand, ignoring the director's warning. He knew the ways of those FA people too well. The more Su Chen shone now, the harder those higher-ups would try to suppress him to uphold their authority of never admitting fault. He wanted to use this massive wave of attention to tear down that veil of hypocrisy, to fight for justice for Su Chen. The fans in the live stream were moved, their blood boiling. The screen was flooded with a torrent of comments. Director Zhang is a true man. Well said. Disband the FA. Zhao Jinqing stepped down. Fuck their stage performances. Fuck their pay-to-play lineups. Ma Dexing crawl out here and watch the game. If he can single-handedly tear through Mourinho's defense, is this the porcelain doll Ma Dexing said would break at the slightest touch? Their faces are swollen from the slap. Aren't those bastards at the FA coming out to kneel and apologize? While marveling at the masterpiece, fans also unleashed a torrent of abuse at the Chinese Football Association. Years of pent-up anger turned into a barrage of textual artillery in this moment. The FA's official website was destined to be crashed again by the furious netizens. Meanwhile, at Stamford Bridge in London, Su Chen watched the ball cross the white line. He took a couple of deep breaths, then turned to celebrate. His adrenaline was spiking to its peak. He sprinted forward a few steps, bent his knees heavily, and prepared for an imposing long-distance slide. But then, because he had sprinted at full speed across most of the pitch, his leg muscles were already feeling sore. The turf was also slick with rain. As his knees touched the grass before he could slide, even half a meter, his thigh cramped up. He flipped over entirely, tumbling a couple of times on the ground before stopping with a mouth. Damn, sliding on your knees is really a skill. Su Chen spat out the grass clippings and muttered while sitting on the ground. Before he could get up, a weight landed on his back. Giroud's massive frame pounced on him. Then came Sanchez, Ramsey, Ozil. The entire Arsenal team rushed towards the corner flag like madmen piling into a red human pyramid. Well done. That was fucking awesome. Su, those changes of direction nearly snapped Terry's old back. But your slide celebration really sucked. Ha. His teammates ruffled his hair, wildly laughing and teasing him in excitement. The score was 2-0. And at the suffocating away ground of Stamford Bridge, it was a supercharged adrenaline shot for an Arsenal team mired in an injury crisis. These Arsenal stars had truly accepted this 18-year-old Eastern youth. In the world of football, the strong reigned supreme. Over at the other technical area, Wenger was hugging his assistant, bowled wildly, waving his arms. The Arsenal substitutes had all jumped onto their seats, waving towels. But on the Chelsea bench less than 10 meters away, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Mourinho's face was as black as a pot. He kicked a half-empty water bottle away, spraying water all over his assistant Faria. From the start of the match until now, only 16 minutes had passed. A full 16 minutes. Chelsea's vaunted fortress of a home ground had been breached twice by Arsenal. What infuriated Mourinho even more was that these 2 goals weren't due to Arsenal's intricate possession-based tactics. It was entirely a one-man show by that kid named Su Chen. Unreasonable speed. Brute force dribbling. He alone had torn Chelsea's defensive structure to shreds. If he was allowed to keep playing like this today at Stamford Bridge, would be an absolute massacre. Mourinho ground his mold. In his original plan, Su Chen was just an unknown nobody Wenger had thrown in to make up the numbers. Terry could knock him over with a bit of physical contact. But now Su Chen's threat level had skyrocketed to the maximum on Mourinho's tactical board. From a minor character not worth much attention, he had leaped to a superstar capable of dominating a match single-handedly. In the Premier League, there are very few players who could force Mourinho to admit he had misjudged someone within 16 minutes. We can't keep playing like this. Mourinho turned to look at the bench, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He had to disrupt his rhythm to make sure that kid couldn't run. Mourinho took a deep breath and shouted a name. Ramirez, get up and warm up. The Brazilian defensive midfielder on the Chelsea bench snapped his head up, took off his jacket, and walked straight over to Mourinho. The match had only been going on for 16 minutes. The manager was already calling for a substitution without even needing a proper warm-up. Mourinho grabbed Ramirez by the shoulders and pulled him close, speaking rapidly. You're going on immediately. Replace Oscar. When you get on, play as the defensive midfielder. Then tell Matic to drop back and cover the midfield. As for you, Mourinho's eyes locked onto Su Chen, who was still celebrating on the pitch. Your only task today is to mark that Chinese guy to death. Stick to him like glue. Even if he goes to get a drink, you stand right next to him. Mourinho's substitution came as a bolt from the blue. The match had barely unfolded for 20 minutes. When Oscar, Chelsea's starting attacking midfielder, saw the number on the substitution board, his expression turned as sour as vinegar. He trudged toward the sideline with his head bowed. Ramirez stood beyond the white line, gave Oscar a firm pat on the shoulder, and charged onto the pitch with long strides. This Brazilian defensive midfielder was known in the Premier League as the Blue Beast. A player who never tired tackled ruthlessly and executed tactical instructions with flawless precision. The moment Ramirez set foot on the Stamford Bridge turf, Suchin's situation became exceedingly dire. Ramirez carried out Mourinho's strict orders to the letter. He abandoned all pretense of zonal defense, transforming into an unyielding, tenacious shadow. No matter where Suchin roamed, he followed without fail. Even when Suchin retreated to his own half to fetch a water bottle, Ramirez stood just 2 meters away, watching with unrelenting intensity. And that was not all. Whenever a teammate's pass aimed for Suchin, while the ball still hung in the air before descending, Ramirez would close in without hesitation, using both hands and feet. He pulled, grabbed, and even rammed his shoulder into Suchin's back. With a heavy thud, Suchin had just stretched out his foot to stop the ball. Behind him, Ramirez immediately slid into a tackle, taking down both the ball and the man. Suchin rolled twice on the grass covered in mud. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Only a routine free kick was awarded in the defensive half. No card was shown. The match resumed. 5 minutes later, Ramsey sent a through ball from near the center circle. Just as Suchin started to sprint for the pass, Ramirez seized the collar of his jersey with both hands, dragging him to the referee's whistle sounded again. Another ordinary foul. Ramirez was not alone. All around him, Chelsea's players, Mkhitaryan, Ivanovic, joined in. They all became accomplices in this brutal chopping tactic. Whenever Suchin showed an inclination to receive the ball, or had just completed a touch of vicious foul, was the first thing that awaited him. These seasoned veterans of the Premier League knew exactly how to control the boundaries of foul play. They rotated their fouls like a relay race. Their infractions were rarely severe enough to warrant a card, but they were absolutely enough to knock you off your feet. In those 10 minutes, Suchin was dragged to the ground 7 or 8 times in a row. The smooth rhythm of counterattacks was utterly shattered. Suchin stood up, tugged at his jersey, already torn at the collar, and the fire within him could no longer be contained. After being knocked down again by Matic from the side and behind, Suchin sprang up from the turf and charged toward the referee. No card for this. They fouled countless times. Is this football or assault? Suchin pointed at Ramirez in the distance, shouting in fury. The referee furrowed his brow. He pulled a yellow card from his breast pocket and held it high in front of Suchin. The Chelsea fans erupted in thunderous approval. "Young man, mind your temper. This is a warning. A yellow card," the referee said calmly, offering an explanation. Deep down, he had seen many rising stars burst onto the scene. He admitted to himself that he admired Suchin's explosive long-distance runs. But this was the Premier League. Top clubs had their own methods for handling prodigies. Chelsea was now operating on the edge of the rules. "Fouls are part of the game," the referee added as he tucked the card away. Hearing those words, Suchin's mind cleared instantly. Fouls are part of the game. Exactly. Mourinho had sent Ramirez in with the purpose of provoking him through brute force. If he lost his composure, that yellow card would soon turn red. That would play right into Chelsea's hands. Suchin took a deep breath, forcing the raging fire deep into his chest. Without another word, he turned and walked away. Behind him, Ramirez followed like a shadow, continuing his relentless. On the sidelines, Arsenal assistant coach Bold was hopping with fury. "Arsene, they're committing a crime. They're blatantly trying to cripple him." Bold protested wildly to the fourth official, then turned to Wenger. "We have to do something. Put pressure on the referee. We can't let Suchin be worn down like this." Wenger stood still, hands buried deep in his coat pockets. His expression showed little change. "Let him handle it himself," Wenger uttered. Bold was stunned. "What? Even if this match is lost because of his restriction, he must find a way to endure it." Wenger's gaze pierced through the rain, fixed on the slender figure wearing the number 43 jersey on the field. In the future, he will face hundreds of such defensive treatments. To become the king of this team, to be the most dazzling core on the pitch, this is a hurdle he must overcome. No one could replace Suchin at this moment. This was the harshest law of survival in the Premier League. Suchin was completely neutralized. Arsenal's counterattacking system, built entirely around him, immediately ground to a halt. On the football pitch, momentum always ebbs and flows. When the Gunners' counterattacks stalled, Chelsea's terrifying offensive surged like a relentless tide, crashing against Arsenal's defense. Mourinho stood on the sideline, waving his hand. "Press forward. Full press." The humiliation of being 2 goals down ignited the Blues' fighting spirit. Flank breakthroughs, short passes through the middle, aerial bombardments. Chelsea unleashed their entire arsenal. Facing such a fierce, multidimensional assault, Arsenal's already depleted defense began to crumble. Koscielny and Mertesacker scrambled desperately in the box. Goalkeeper Cech was overwhelmed, making save after save. Finally, under this relentless storm, a gap was torn in Arsenal's defense. In the 28th minute, Chelsea launched an attack from the right. Ivanovic received the pass and sent a high looping cross into the box. Diego Costa, with his massive frame, overpowered Koscielny and leaped high. Instead of shooting directly, he cleverly knotted the ball into the open space at the edge of the penalty arc. There, Cesc Fabregas arrived on cue. Without any pause or adjustment, he met the falling ball and swung his right foot. A powerful, thunderous volley. The ball turned into a cannonball, skimming low along the turf and drilling into the bottom left corner of the net. Czech lunged, but his fingertips only brushed the air. 1-2. Chelsea pulled one back. The entire Stamford Bridge erupted in deafening cheers. This goal was a shot of adrenaline. It lifted the morale of the entire Chelsea team. Wave after wave of attacks followed. Arsenal's players could only huddle in their own half, holding on desperately. Ramsey and Cazorla were severely drained of energy. Under the relentless pressing from Chelsea's midfield, even stringing together 3 passes became a luxury. The first half was nearing its end. In the first minute of stoppage time, Hazard picked up the ball on the left flank. Facing Bellerin, he executed a series of stepovers before suddenly driving to the byline and crossing. The ball traced a low, rapid arc slicing through Arsenal's entire 6-yard box defense. At the far post, Willian arrived like a ghost. Meeting the ball, he slotted it home with ease. The ball nestled into the net. 2-2. Just before the end of the first half, Chelsea had clawed their way back to level terms. Mourinho pumped his fists wildly on the sideline, roaring directly at Arsenal's bench. The referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. The players from both sides headed toward the tunnel. Their states were starkly different. Chelsea's players exchanged high fives, their morale soaring. They were convinced that in the second half they would completely crush this broken Arsenal side. Meanwhile, Arsenal's players trudged with heads bowed, visibly dejected. The once promising 2-goal lead had been erased. This psychological blow was enough to shatter a team's defense. However, thousands of miles away in China, most fans were unaffected by the scoreline. The online streaming rooms were still buzzing with excitement. After all, only a fraction were diehard Arsenal supporters. The vast majority had tuned in specifically to watch. In fact, Chelsea already had a massive fan base in China. The current situation perfectly satisfied most people's expectations. This script is perfect. Suchin scores 2 wonder goals and steals the show while Chelsea doesn't lose face. Exactly. With Arsenal's depleted lineup holding Chelsea's full-strength team to a draw is all thanks to Suchin's one-man run. Suchin hasn't lost this game, he was only disrupted by Mourinho's tight marking. With those 2 goals that shook all of Europe, who would dare blame Suchin? During the halftime break, every brilliant touch and those 2 unstoppable runs from Suchin were clipped into short videos by bloggers. They spread like wildfire across Chinese social media. View counts skyrocketed. The keyboard warriors who had previously jumped on the bandwagon to criticize Suchin were now silent as mice. The paid troll accounts from the Football Association were bombarded by furious real fans. Unsurprisingly, the FA's official website crashed again. Riding this massive wave of attention, Suchin's personal Weibo account saw its follower count soar at an alarming rate. 3 million. Per million. It quickly broke through the 5 million mark. In this era of footballing decline, Chinese fans pinned all their hopes on this young man sprinting through London. In London, inside the away team's dressing room at Stamford Bridge, the air was suffocatingly heavy. Players found their spots, breathing heavily. Suchin sat in the corner holding a sports drink, his chest heaving violently. Tired. Exhausted. The muscle fibers in both his thighs were aching. At that moment, Suchin finally understood why the once invincible Kaka had such a short peak. This explosive, wide-open style of play demanded immense energy reserves and terrifying muscular power. Every long, powerful stride to overtake an opponent, every high-speed sharp turn, without slowing down, drained his bonus resources. What's more, since Ramirez came on, Suchin had expended a massive amount of energy and off-the-ball movement just to shake off this relentless defender. After playing a full half, his stamina was teetering on the red line of danger. The dressing room door swung open. Wenger strode in with his assistant. The veteran manager ignored the tactics board and walked straight up to Suchin. He looked at the sweat-soaked jersey and the young man's heavy breathing. Wenger leaned down. "How is it? Can you keep going?" His voice carried no reproach, only concern. He knew well how much this match had drained Suchin. An 18-year-old without the baptism of a professional league facing Mourinho's chopping tactics for 45 minutes was a miracle in itself. Even if Suchin asked to be substituted now, Wenger would have agreed immediately. Everyone's eyes fell on Suchin. Anyone else facing such targeted defense would have crumbled mentally. Should he give up, step down from the battlefield, and protect the halo of those 2 goals? Suchin slammed his bottle down heavily. He lifted his head, meeting Wenger's gaze. He nodded firmly. "I can keep playing." Suchin stood up, his eyes sweeping across every teammate in the room. Giroud, Sanchez, Ramsey, Mertesacker. Suchin pounded his chest, his voice resolute. "I don't care what dirty tricks Chelsea has. I don't care how many more collisions they have in store. I have to beat these lumberjacks. Arsenal will not be cowards at Stamford Bridge." Hearing this, the silence in the dressing room was shattered. Sanchez was the first to leap from the bench, hurling his towel to the ground. "He's right. We won't be cowards." Giroud strode over to Suchin and punched his shoulder. "In the second half, we'll take the hits for you. If Ramirez tries any dirty tricks again, I'll take him out myself." Captain Mertesacker roared. "Everyone pull yourselves together. Suchin has done everything in the first half. Now it's our turn to pass the ball to him. Let's fight." These high-paid proud stars were ignited by the competitive spirit of an 18-year-old. The gloom and frustration from conceding 2 goals were swept away in those few words. The fighting will in Arsenal's dressing room soared to its peak once more. Wenger, standing nearby, smiled. He exchanged a glance with assistant coach Bold, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. A leader. This kid. Wenger had prepared a bellyful of motivational speeches and tactical adjustments. Now none of it was needed. Just one man had turned the entire team back into a pack of howling wolves. Are they all madmen? Just 5 minutes into the second half, Chelsea's manager Mourinho could no longer hold back and strode to the sidelines. His brow was furrowed so deeply it could trap a fly. During the halftime break, his calculations had clicked like an abacus. Arsenal, a makeshift squad patched together, should have had their spirit shattered after conceding 2 equalizers. The second half at Stamford Bridge should have been a one-sided slaughter for the Blues. Yet the moment the referee's whistle blew, the scene on the pitch made him exclaim, "What the devil?" Arsenal showed no sign of retreating into defense. Led by that 18-year-old Chinese youngster, they pushed forward en masse, launching a desperate high-intensity press. From Su-Chun to Giroud and to Sanchez on the flanks. All of them charged across Chelsea's half with bloodshot eyes. This sudden spike in match intensity dragged Chelsea straight into the mire. They couldn't leverage their passing and control advantage. Forced into a brutal meat grinder-like hand-to-hand combat with Arsenal. The referee's whistle echoed incessantly. The game was fragmented into pieces. Bang! Turf flew into the air. Su-Chun gritted his teeth and executed an incredibly decisive sliding tackle. He cleanly intercepted the ball that Fabregas was about to transfer, sending it out for a throw-in. Not stopping there, Fabregas couldn't pull up and tumbled to the ground, getting a mouthful of dirt. The 3,000 traveling Arsenal fans in the stands leaped to their feet. Thunderous applause erupted. Brilliant defense. Su-Chun crushed them. At that moment, in less than 50 minutes, Su-Chun had become an icon in the hearts of the Gunners' diehard fans. The livestream comments back home also erupted in celebration. This is what a real Chinese tough guy looks like. With this defensive attitude, who dares say he can only attack? Fabregas is completely dazed. Forget your Blues legacy today, we're fighting tooth and nail across the pitch. At the commentary booth in the stands, Sky Sports commentator Neville roared, "This is ferocious." Facing Chelsea's steel midfield, Arsenal hasn't backed down an inch. Both sides are using their brawn to carve a path. On the sidelines, Mourinho snorted coldly and turned back to sit in the dugout. All bluster. He saw it clearly. That Chinese youngster's stamina was definitely on its last legs. This style of all-out running was too heavy a burden for an 18-year-old's physique. Just hold out for another 10 minutes or so until Su-Chun's legs give out and he's substituted. Chelsea would still secure this match. In front of the away team's dugout, Arsenal assistant coach Bold clenched his fists nervously. "Arsene, should we prepare a substitution?" Su's pace is slowing down. Wenger's eyes were fixed on the pitch as he shook his head decisively. "Wait a bit longer." On the pitch, Su-Chun rested his hands on his knees, gasping for air. His lungs were burning. He was exhausted. This high-intensity Premier League clash was truly more than an ordinary person could endure. No wonder even a football prodigy like Ricardo Isaacson dos Santos Leite Kaka in his prime had his stamina drained by this ferocious style of play. Even with the safety net of the system's template, the stamina pool would eventually run dry. He had to secure top-tier stamina attributes. But before that, he still needed to find a way to win this match. Su-Chun wiped the sweat from his chin, his mind racing. The system had only granted top-tier explosiveness and technique, but it didn't say he couldn't use his brain to play. He still had his teammates. He didn't have to charge from the backline all the way forward with the ball every single time. Su-Chun's restless heartbeat gradually steadied. He changed his tactics. No longer waiting for the ball in one spot, his movements became increasingly fluid. The situation on the pitch shifted instantly. The Brazilian defensive midfielder Ramirez, tasked with sticking to him like glue and hacking him down, suddenly felt like a fool. Su-Chun was no longer holding onto the ball. Whenever Ramsey or Cazorla passed the ball to him, Su-Chun would touch it once and knock it straight to a teammate in space without pausing for a second. After passing, Su-Chun would turn and sprint deep into Chelsea's defensive line. Ramirez was brimming with malicious intent to land a dirty tackle. But Su-Chun didn't have the ball at his feet. In this off-the-ball state, if he dared to grab, pull, or slide, and the referee would unhesitatingly pull out a red card. Su-Chun darted through the crowded mass of players, his off-the-ball movement cunning and elusive. Chelsea's defensive structure was torn open with several massive gaps. Wenger's eyes widened on the sidelines. He's using his head. This kid has learned to read the game. Bold was equally stunned, playing just half a match and he can already adjust on the fly. This talent is terrifying. On the other side, Mourinho rubbed his cheeks with both hands, almost drooling with envy. Now that was able to fight, press, run, and instantly switch to a high IQ mode when targeted. Can we buy this kid in the winter window? Put in a high bid. Mourinho turned to ask his assistant. The assistant gave a wry smile and rolled his eyes. Boss, do you think that's possible? After this match, United, Real Madrid, and Barcelona will all be lining up at Coney with their checkbooks. Chelsea might have money, but with Wenger's temper head starved before selling his new core to a local rival. Just as the two were talking, the storm on the pitch suddenly broke. Ramsey received the ball in the center circle, shaking off Maddox's challenge. He looked up searching for a passing option. Up front, Suchin suddenly burst into movement. Ramirez was hot on his heels. Ahead, Chelsea's veteran captain Terry's broad frame was firmly blocking the path. This time, Suchin didn't change direction to avoid Terry. Instead, he sprinted straight at him. Terry braced himself, lowering his center of gravity, ready for a physical battle. Then, in the half-second before they collided, Suchin stamped his left foot into the turf, executed a sudden stop, and turn, and slipped around Terry's back. Ramirez, following closely behind, couldn't stop in time. Bang! Ramirez collided headfirst into Terry's chest. Both players were sent reeling, dazed and confused. A human shield pick. Suchin had used Chelsea's captain as a wall, completely shaking off his tenacious marker. A huge gap opened up on the right side of the penalty area. Ramsey understood the intent. His left foot lofted a perfect chipped pass over the top. The ball soared over the defense, landing precisely in front of Suchin. Terry was horrified. He pushed Ramirez aside to try and recover. Too late. Suchin was already in position. He fixed his eyes on the descending ball, choosing not to control it. His thigh muscles were fully tensed. He turned his body sideways. All the power from his core transferred to his right foot. Meeting the ball, he unleashed a thunderous volley. Midair, Suchin's body was fully extended. The terrifying core strength of peak Kaka poured out, without reservation, at this moment. The instep of his right foot struck the very center of the ball with brutal force. Bang! A dull thud exploded across Stamford Bridge. The ball gave no one a moment to react, transforming into a white blur. It tore through the rain curtain in a straight trajectory that defied the laws of physics. It hung directly into the top left corner of Chelsea's goal. Goalkeeper Courtois stood rooted to the goal line, his feet seemingly filled with lead, unable to even raise his arms for a save. Swish! The white net was violently lifted by the sheer force of the strike. A corner. An unstoppable thunderbolt volley. Boom! After a brief silence, the away section of Stamford Bridge erupted into utter madness. 3,000 diehard Arsenal fans jumped onto the plastic seats, wildly tossing their beer scarves and water bottles into the air. A rain of red and white fell from the sky. On the pitch, Suchin landed steadily. He watched the ball spin in the back of the net. The pent-up frustration of nearly the entire match surged from his chest. He turned, spread his arms, and but just as he prepared to sprint towards the corner flag to celebrate, a muscle in his thigh suddenly cramped. The accumulated strain from consecutive explosive sprints and violent shots had finally broken the critical threshold. Suchin's body tilted, and he stumbled, falling onto the slippery turf. His right leg was stretched straight, the muscles spasming uncontrollably. A cramp. He clutched his right leg, his brow furrowed tightly. At that moment, the first to rush over wasn't the Arsenal medical staff, but the forward Giroud. Ignoring his celebrating teammates, Giroud pressed down on Suchin's shoulder and lifted his right foot to stretch it backward. Sanchez and Ramsey also sprinted over, gathering around Suchin. A hat-trick. You madman. You actually scored a hat-trick. Ramsey was incoherent with excitement, pulling at his own hair. 3-2. Arsenal had overturned the score again less than 10 minutes into the second half. This was no victory of tactics. It was a one-sided massacre of the Chelsea defense by an 18-year-old Chinese youngster. On the other side, Chelsea's core player Hazard approached. He looked at Suchin lying on the ground receiving treatment, his eyes filled with reluctance, yet also mixed with undisguised admiration. You are indeed very strong, even absurdly strong, Hazard said in English. But now you're out of energy. Scoring 3 goals doesn't guarantee taking 3 points from Stamford Bridge. Before Suchin could respond, Giroud turned his head sharply and glared at Hazard. Don't celebrate too early. As long as we're here, you won't score another goal today. Hazard shrugged, turned, and ran back to the center circle, loudly rallying his teammates to restart the game. The referee ran over to check on the situation, then immediately turned to call for the medical staff. The Arsenal team doctor sprinted onto the field with a medical kit and took over Suchin's right leg. An ice pack was applied. Suchin let out a long breath as the pain subsided. Captain Mertesacker sprinted all the way from the back, crouched beside Suchin, and patted his cheek. Well done, lad. Leave the rest to us. Mertesacker stood up and turned to look at the Arsenal starters around him. He pounded his chest. Old lads, open your eyes and see. Our young brother has pushed himself to a cramp, forging a lead for us. Are we going to let his blood and sweat go to waste? No. Giroud, Sanchez, and Ramsey roared in unison. The eyes of these multi-million-dollar stars burned with unyielding fighting spirit. For these 3 points, give it everything. The morale of the entire Arsenal team soared to a terrifying new height at the moment Suchin fell. On the sidelines, Wenger didn't hesitate, turning to the substitutes bench. Coquelin, get on. Defensive midfielder Coquelin immediately took off his jacket and ran to stand by the fourth official, waiting for the substitution. The formation was adjusted to 451, comprehensively strengthening the midfield's harrying and interception. This was Wenger's final answer. A few minutes later, Suchin stood up with the help of the team doctor. The referee blew the whistle for the substitution. Arsenal's number 43, Suchin, was substituted off. As Suchin limped towards the touchline, a tidal wave of cheers erupted from the stands in the southeast corner. Su. All the Arsenal fans stood up as one wildly applauding that solitary figure. This was Stamford Bridge. This was Chelsea's fortress. But at this very moment, this 18-year-old youth had forcefully staged his own coronation ceremony of a new king right here. Suchin stepped off the field. Wenger strode over to meet him. The old man pulled Suchin into a tight embrace, patting him forcefully on the back several times. Well done. Absolutely brilliant. Wenger's voice was filled with undisguised ecstasy. The earlier two long-range runs were a perfect display of Suchin's physical talent. But this third goal, scored through a dummy screen and off-ball movement, had fully revealed to Wenger Suchin's most terrifying potential. Football intelligence. The ability to perfectly integrate one's skills into the team's tactics and to read the game and exploit the rules in desperate situations. This was the true cornerstone to build a team around. Wenger had now completely abandoned any thought of just aiming for the top four. With Suchin, Arsenal's battered chariot had the most powerful engine to compete for the league title. Suchin smiled as he took the coat handed to him by a staff member, draped it over his shoulders, and sat down on the substitute's bench. The team doctor immediately came forward to use instruments to relax the muscles in his thigh. Suchin leaned back in his seat, let out a long sigh, and turned his gaze back to the pitch. Back in China, in the studio of the National Sports Channel, commentator Zhang Jun's voice was completely hoarse, but he still gripped the microphone and roared. A hat-trick. Suchin has scored a hat-trick. He changed the score to 32 with a shocking thunderbolt volley. Too stunning. From today onwards, who dares to say that China cannot produce world-class talents? Analyst Zhang Lu was grinning from ear to ear, rubbing his hands together. Right? And everyone looked closely at this third goal. Suchin clearly made adjustments against Chelsea's tactical fouling, using Chelsea captain Terry as a shield to shake off Ramirez marking. This brave and resourceful style of play would probably make Mourinho spit blood with rage. The live streaming comments were already lagging so badly that the screen was unrecognizable. The screen was filled entirely with bold red text. Godsu, please accept my knee. One man destroying Chelsea's entire defense. This performance is legendary. Do the old farts in the Football Association see this clearly now? This is the cancer you kicked out. Mourinho's expression right now could be made into a meme, haha. Suchin is off now. It depends on whether Arsenal's defense can hold. The heat on the internet exploded exponentially. Meanwhile, in the China Football Association building in Yinjing, the office was deathly silent. Chairman Qin stared at the score on the computer screen, his hands gripping the leather sofa armrest tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands. Director Gua stood beside him, not daring to even breathe loudly. A hat-trick. 3 goals, each more explosive than the last. This was the player they had confidently labeled in the media just days ago as a show-off, buying his starting spot. Chairman Qin knew that after dawn the entire association would be drowned in the spittle of fans nationwide. Tell the media department to all play dead. Chairman Qin squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth. From now on, no one is to mention Suchin's name. This was their only response. Playing dead. If we ignore you, you can't scold us. But in the face of absolute power, this ostrich-like behavior would only make them a bigger laughingstock. London, Stamford Bridge. The match had entered the white-hot final 10 minutes. The trailing Chelsea launched a suicidal, frantic counterattack. Mourinho tore off his tie on the sidelines and waved on all his attacking players. Only 2 men remained in defense, the rest pushed forward over the halfway line. High balls, crosses from the byline, long-range shots from outside the box. Chelsea's attacks crashed down on Arsenal's goal like a violent storm. But the Arsenal players at this moment were completely inspired by Suchin's fighting spirit. This group formed an unbreakable wall of steel. Inside the box, Fabregas unleashed a highly threatening low drive aimed at the corner. Koscielny threw himself desperately to block it. Diego Costa contested a header. Mertesacker fearlessly collided with him. The 2 men's heads crashed heavily onto the turf. Mertesacker's forehead bled. He left the field for a bandage, then turned and charged back into the box. This didn't look like the Arsenal known for its stylish passing play. They were a pack of bloodthirsty wolves. In the 5th minute of injury time, Chelsea won their final corner of the match. Even goalkeeper Courtois surged into Arsenal's penalty area. Get it in. Mourinho roared in desperation on the sidelines. The corner was taken. The ball curved dangerously inward through the air. Terry used his body to muscle past the defense and met the ball with a powerful header. Bang! The ball smashed against the crossbar and bounced back into the box. Willian reached the first rebound and attempted a bicycle kick. In the nick of time, Czech, like an eagle spreading its wings, tipped the ball with one hand. The ball sailed over the crossbar and out for a goal kick. Beep, beep, beep. The referee glanced at his watch. Without any hesitation, he blew 3 long whistles. The match was over. The score was frozen. Chelsea 2-3 Arsenal. The moment the final whistle sounded, Stamford Bridge erupted in a cacophony of polarizing noise. The home stands were filled with wails of despair. Many Chelsea fans covered their faces in pain. Meanwhile, the away section in the southeast corner had become a sea of joy. We won. We won. Back in the studio in China, Jean Jun slammed his hands heavily on the desk. The match is over. Arsenal defeated the invincible Chelsea 32 away from home. And the greatest contributor to this match, the undisputed MVP. Chinese 18-year-old prodigy, Su Chun. On the pitch, Arsenal players collapsed onto the ground, gasping for fresh air. Cech was pulled up from the turf by his teammates and embraced tightly. Su Chun, wearing his coat, stood up from the bench and limped onto the field. Just as he reached the center circle, a blue figure approached him. It was Chelsea's attacking core, Hazard. Hazard took off his own sweat-soaked number 10 jersey and held it out to Su. Let's swap jerseys. Hazard looked Su Chun straight in the eye. Su Chun was taken aback. This was an overture of goodwill from a top star of a European giant. He immediately unzipped his coat and took off his own number 43 jersey, handing it over. Hazard took the jersey and casually draped it over his shoulder. Your performance today was perfect. It's hard to believe you're only 18. Hazard gave a wry smile. Hazard lowered his voice and winked. Are you interested in coming to a real giant that can win the Champions League? Arsenal had been fighting for 4th place year after year and had been consistently eliminated in the round of 16 in Europe. This was a sore point known across Europe. Hazard was clearly sounding him out on behalf of another giant, or perhaps it was even an approach instructed by Chelsea's management. Before Su Chun could answer, a furious shout came from behind. Hazard, keep your dirty little schemes to your... Captain Mertesacker, drenched in sweat, strode over, wrapped his arm around Su Chun's shoulder, and glared fiercely at Hazard. Su Chun is Arsenal's non-transferable asset. In the second leg at the Emirates, he'll score another 3 against you. Hazard could only shrug helplessly and turn. Su Chun watched Hazard's retreating back and smiled. The Champions League. I will bring that trophy back to the Emirates with my own hands. Hearing this, Mertesacker gave Su Chun a hearty slap on the back. That's the spirit. I like your swagger. Just then the referee for the match walked over. He stuffed the match ball directly into Su Chun's arms. Keep it, lad. You've earned this honor. The referee smiled and patted Su Chun on the shoulder. According to tradition in the Premier League and professional leagues worldwide, a player who scores a hat-trick in a single match is entitled to take the match ball home as a keepsake. It is the highest accolade for a striker. Su Chun looked down at the football stained with grass clippings in his hands. An indescribable sense of achievement surged through him. Thank you. Su Chun hugged the ball tightly. Come on, time to thank our most beloved fans. Mertesacker called out to the whole team. Su Chun, holding the ball, walked at the front of the line. The entire Arsenal squad arrived below the away section in the southeast corner. The 3,000 diehard fans in the stands were now completely delirious. They looked at the Chinese youth draped in a coat, holding a football. Someone started a chant. Soon a unified cry echoed across Stamford Bridge. King! 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 The clamor of Stamford Bridge gradually faded away. Surrounded by his teammates, Su Chun returned to the visiting team's dressing room. In the shower area, steam rose. Su Chun soaked comfortably in a spacious bathtub. The continuous flow of hot water washed over his weary body. The soreness from repeated sprints and thigh cramps slowly dissipated under the warmth. He leaned against the edge of the tub and let out a long sigh. Closing his eyes, he opened the system panel in his mind. For this earth-shattering London derby, his rookie mission had been more than fulfilled. On his personal account balance panel, Su Chun clearly saw the number 1 million. The unit was euros. However, this 1 million euros was merely virtual currency within the system. To actually live a life of luxury in the real world, he would have to convert it within the system. But there was no rush for conversion. The good items in the system shop were the true foundation for improving his strength. Su Chun opened the system log. Ding. Congratulations, host. The rookie mission is complete. System functions fully activated. Please check it yourself. Su Chun tapped on the latest system function interface. Besides the original training ground and mission panel, a very conspicuous money farming system had now appeared. Su Chun carefully read through the rules. In future official matches, any match data he generated would be converted into corresponding system money. Taking the Premier League as an example, running 1 meter earned €1. Passing once earned €100. Dribbling past an opponent once earned €1,000. Shooting once earned €1,000. Scoring a goal earned €1,000. Besides that, interceptions, tackles, and assists all came with substantial monetary rewards. Su Chun kept scrolling down. He even saw that a save earned €5,000. Upon seeing this, he blurted out a complaint. I'm an attacking midfielder. What use do I have for save rewards? Am I supposed to steal Cech's job? Su Chun was quite satisfied with this money farming system. As long as he kept playing on the pitch, the money would keep pouring in. Next, he opened the system shop. With the full activation of functions, the shop's inventory became abundant. What caught his attention most were the rows of skill books radiating golden light. Heavy cannon shot, a rank skill, greatly increases long-range shot power from outside the box, comes with aiming assistance to improve accuracy. Iron bones and steel muscles strength skill greatly reduces the probability of injury on the field. Iron Man strength skill greatly increases stamina cap and recovery speed. Crescent Moon Blade strength skill grants master-level free kick technique. Just looking at these skills made Su Chun drool with envy. The cramps he had felt on the pitch were no fun. If he had the Iron Man skill, he could have run Chelsea's defense ragged until they collapsed. Besides these conventional divine abilities, at the top of the shop were a few special skill books glowing with red light. These skills almost seemed like weapons of cause and effect. Guaranteed goal SS strength skill. Once activated, no matter the circumstances in this match, you will score at least one goal. Guaranteed header S strength skill. Within 10 minutes of activation, as long as you win a header in the box, it will definitely be a goal. Looking at these descriptions, Su Chun swallowed hard. If he bought them all, couldn't he dominate world football? But he glanced at the price. Guaranteed goal was marked with a long string of zeros. Thanks but no thanks. Su Chun decisively swiped away. He carefully filtered through the skill items. In his view, buying stamina potions or commemorative jerseys was a waste of money. Saving up to buy skills was the real deal. True strength was the foundation for survival. After flipping through several pages, he finally found a skill that perfectly suited his current situation. Global Vision, a rank skill, grants you a super sight to perceive the entire field, preemptively predicting opponent movements and teammate gaps. Price 100 million euros. 100 million. Su Chun looked at his paltry 1 million euros in the account. So poor. Truly poor. But this Global Vision could indeed bring a qualitative leap to his abilities. Right now he possessed peak Kaka's explosive physicality and ball control. But his mind lacked the seasoned match experience of a top midfielder. It was like wielding a peerless sword, but only swinging it with brute force. Earlier, when Ramirez stuck to him tightly, if he hadn't had the sudden inspiration to use a teammate as a screen, he wouldn't have found another way to break through. With Global Vision, he could plan 3 or 4 attack routes before even receiving the ball, where the gaps were where the fatal strike could be made. All clear in his mind. Effectively avoiding being hounded by the opponent's defensive midfielder. There were many other skills in the shop that tempted Su Chun. Unfortunately, he couldn't afford them now. Su Chun shook his head and closed the shop page. He tapped on the mission panel. A new main quest had appeared. Main quest: achieve 5 consecutive wins in the Premier League. Mission reward: a rank skill, heavy cannon shot. Su Chun's eyes lit up. A direct reward for long-range shooting. This was too tempting. Although Kaka was unmatched in long-range sprints, he wasn't a perfect master of long-range shooting. If he could have a foot that could hit any spot outside the box, combining inside and outside play, it would be nearly impossible for opponents to defend against him. Dare to stick tight to stop a breakthrough. Head overpower them with his explosive speed. Dare to drop back and leave gaps. Head wind up and blast a heavy cannon shot to shatter the net from outside the box. The more Su Chun thought, the more excited he became. With a splash, he stood up from the tub. Drying himself off, he pulled on his casual clothes and strode briskly back to the main dressing room. The dressing room was buzzing with noise. When they saw Su Chun push open the door, all the Arsenal players stopped what they were doing and looked over in unison. "Oh, welcome our king of Stamford Bridge." Giroud led the chant. Ramsey and Sanchez stepped on. The whole team, mimicking the fans in the stands, raised their hands above their heads and bowed to Su Chun. "King, king." Everyone laughed and shouted Su Chun's name. This kind of top-tier treatment in the dressing room was usually reserved for core players who had served for a decade. But Su Chun, with just 1 match and 3 ruthless goals, had completely conquered these multi-million-pound Premier League stars. They erupted into chaos, splashing mineral water at each other. The noise only subsided when the dressing room door opened again and head coach Wenger walked in wearing his coat. Wenger looked at the excited players with an unmistakable smile on his face. Having secured 3 points in the enemy's fortress, all the pressure he had felt over the past few days was swept away. "Lads, you did a fantastic job today." Wenger clapped his hands. "To reward you for this hard-fought battle, I announce that the whole team has tomorrow off." This decision sparked a roar that nearly lifted the roof. Given the tight Premier League schedule, recovery training was usually held the day after a match. But the professor made an exception today. Wenger wisely didn't stay long, turning to leave the dressing room to the players. Once the old man was gone, the players cheered without restraint. Arsenal's midfield Prince Wilshere leaped onto the central massage table. He announced loudly, "Brothers, tonight in London's West End, meet at the Soho nightclub to celebrate our new king. Drinks are on me." Whoop whoop. This immediately drew unanimous cheers from the younger players. Bellerin and Chambers whistled excitedly. Veterans like Captain Mertzacker and goalkeeper Cech, who had families, just smiled and packed their bags, declining the nightclub invitation. Their age and status no longer suited such rowdy occasions. "Take me. You have to take me." The 18-year-old German youngster Nabry raised his hand and shouted from the corner. He had sat on the bench for the entire 90 minutes without a single minute of play. Hearing that a big shot was treating everyone to a nightclub, he couldn't contain himself. Soon a group of 7 or 8 young Arsenal players swaggered out of the stadium. They hopped into several luxury cars and headed straight for the bustling West End of central London. In the car, Wilshere played the role of a seasoned older brother. He slapped Su Chun on the shoulder and enthusiastically shared his tips for picking up girls at London nightclubs. "Su, listen, London's hot girls aren't as reserved as your Chinese ladies. Once we're inside, if you see someone you like, don't hesitate. Just buy her a drink and compliment her eyes. If she clinks glasses with you, you're in," Wilshere said with animated excitement. Neighbor nodded along, pulling out his phone as if to take notes. Su Chun just smiled and nodded without joining the conversation. While Su Chun enjoyed this rare post-match celebration thousands of miles away in China. The night was deep, but the entire cyberspace was churning like boiling water. On the largest sports forum Tieba, the real-time online user count had broken a historical record of 3 million. The front page was packed with posts about Su Chun. "Apologize. The Football Association should apologize now. Is this your so-called cancer? Even Terry got his back broken by the fake move. Ma Dexing, are you blind? I cried tonight. Our China finally has a living god who can score a hat-trick in the Premier League." Countless fans built towering comment threads under these posts. The keyboard warriors who had followed the trolls to smear Su Chun just hours ago were now silent. They dared not even post a punctuation mark. Some hot-tempered netizens even dug up Ma Dexing's pre-match article, "Porto domestic scam exposed." They screenshotted the article and turned it into various mocking memes circulated across the entire internet. The official Weibo account of the football newspaper received hundreds of thousands of comments cursing the editor-in-chief's family within 10 minutes. The Fright operations staff worked through the night. He had disabled the comments. In a high-end residential area of Yinjing, Ma Dexing sat before his computer in the study, his face pale as death. As he stared at the vile curses flooding his private messages, his hands trembled like leaves in a storm. The mouse creaked under his grip. "This can't be. This absolutely cannot be." Ma Dexing bit his lip, his eyes bloodshot. He had personally set the tone for a hit piece, arrogantly declaring that Su Chun would be exposed as a fraud within 10 minutes of stepping onto the field. Yet not only did the boy not make a fool of himself, he had torn apart Chelsea's vaunted iron defense. A hat-trick, a match-winning goal. It was a brutal, grinding humiliation, his face being stomped into the dirt. He picked up his phone and dialed Director Gua of the Football Association. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. "Director Gua, have you seen what's happening online? What do we do now?" Ma Dexing asked urgently, his voice laced with undisguised panic. On the other end, Director Gua's tone was icy. "Ma Dexing, you shut your mouth and lie low for a while. Don't send out any articles, don't make any responses. Who told you to stir up such a massive public outcry? Now the fire is burning us." Chairman Chun is furious. Hearing this, Ma Dexing's heart sank. They were planning to sacrifice him to save themselves, to make him the scapegoat. "But Director, those fans are doxing me. The FA can't just abandon me." "Abandon you? The FA's website has crashed again. We're barely keeping our own heads above water." Click. The call was mercilessly terminated. Ma Dexing collapsed into his chair, staring at the torrent of mockery on the screen. He knew his career in domestic sports media was utterly shattered. The scene shifted back to London. A sports car pulled up smoothly outside the Soho nightclub, the city's most opulent playground. As the Arsenal stars pushed through the doors, they instantly commanded the attention of half the establishment. Deafening electronic music pulsed through the air, mingling with the dim, seductive neon lights. A crowd writhed wildly on the dance floor as Su Chun and his teammates settled into their VIP booth. Wilshere's confident pickup advice dispensed in the car just moments ago had become a complete joke. Su Chun didn't need to approach anyone. The moment he sat down, he became the epicenter of the entire club. Just a few hours earlier, the London derby that had stunned all of England had concluded. Having performed a savage hat-trick on Chelsea's home turf, he had ascended to legendary status atop their fallen rivals. All of London, from the East End to the West End, was buzzing with talk of this meteoric Chinese prodigy. In this nightclub at this very moment, how could Su Chun not be the most sought-after figure? He had barely leaned back into the sofa when within 5 minutes, a parade of glamorously dressed women began to approach. Some, using the pretext of a toast, slipped pieces of paper with their phone numbers into the pockets of his jacket. Others shot him unabashed, sultry glances. The blatant advances left Wilshere and Nabry sitting beside him wide-eyed and speechless. They were a mix of envy and jealousy. These Premier League stars, usually so successful in the club scene, were today mere foils to Su Chun. The women here were discerning and self-aware. Those who were merely average-looking or had ordinary figures didn't dare approach him. The ones bold enough to hand him their numbers were all magazine cover material. Just then, the crowd at the edge of the dance floor parted. A tall, slender girl holding a glass of tequila walked directly towards the Arsenal booth. She wore a tight black halter dress. Her figure was stunning, with curves in all the right places. Her features were sharp and exquisitely beautiful. As she appeared, several other girls who had been about to approach Su Chun retreated, feeling inferior. She stopped before him, her red lips parting slightly. "Hey Su Chun, hello. Catherine. Her voice had a unique huskiness. Suchin appraised her. Her looks and figure were truly top tier. No wonder those other socialites had given way so readily. He glanced at Nabri beside him. The German lad's eyes were practically bulging, his drink frozen halfway to his lips. Without ceremony, Suchun gave Nabri a shove on the back, sending him to the empty sofa opposite. He cleared a large, comfortable space beside himself. Catherine smiled knowingly and sat down right next to him. A wave of expensive perfume washed over him. Across from them, Wilshire slapped his thigh in frustration, his heart burning with jealousy. This was his usual haunt, and tonight all the glory was being stolen by this newcomer who had played just one good game. That volley of yours at Stamford Bridge. It was magnificent. Catherine raised her glass, tilting the rim down to clink against his. She leaned in as she spoke, her warm breath brushing against his ear. Suchin took a sip. Such forward advances might have made him uncomfortable in the past. But now his mindset had undergone a complete transformation. He was the king on the pitch, and off it he could naturally command the same presence. As they chatted idly, a sudden commotion arose from the general seating area near their booth. "Get out of my way." A rough, angry shout cut through the pounding music. Several burly men forcibly pushed through the crowd on the dance floor, storming towards the Arsenal booth. The leader had a mop of unkempt hair and a fierce, menacing face. He reeked of alcohol. It was Chelsea's star striker Diego Costa. Having just been humiliated by a comeback on their home turf, the entire Chelsea squad was seething with frustration. Costa, with his notoriously hot temper, had dragged some friends out for a night of drinking to vent. But fate had played a cruel trick. In the largest nightclub in West London, he had run into the very man who had orchestrated their disgrace. What infuriated Costa the most was that this Chinese kid who had rendered him scoreless all game was now lounging in the best booth with the hottest girl in the club on his arm, basking in the adulation of those around him. Fueled by alcohol, Costa stormed up the steps. Bang! He slammed his half-empty bottle of whiskey onto the glass coffee table in front of Suchun. Liquor splashed everywhere. The atmosphere in the booth froze. Catherine flinched, instinctively shrinking back. Wilshire and Nabri's faces changed, and they shot up from the sofa. "Costa, what the hell are you doing?" Wilshire yelled, stepping forward. Though he was often a troublemaker, he was fiercely protective of his teammates. Costa ignored him, his bull-like eyes fixed on Suchun, who was still lounging on the sofa. "Chinese kid, you got lucky with a few goals on the pitch. Think you own London now." Costa's tone was incredibly arrogant. The security guards, seeing it was a conflict between these football giants, dared not intervene and could only form a human barrier. The DJ, startled, cut the music. Everyone was watching this off-field continuation of the rivalry. Suchin looked at the bottle smashed before him. He didn't even blink. Slowly, deliberately, he pulled out 2 tissues to wipe the spilled liquor from the back of his hand. Then, gently pushing Catherine aside, he rose to his feet. Standing at 183 meters with a body enhanced by the system, he completely overpowered the stocky Costa in presence. "What's the matter? Didn't get enough of being beaten on the pitch today, so you came to the club looking for a beating?" Suchin stared into Costa's eyes, enunciating each word clearly. Costa was livid, bursting into a torrent of profanity. "Cut the crap. If it weren't for the ref protecting you at Stamford Bridge, I'd have broken your legs," he shouted, reaching out to grab Suchun by the collar. Suchin wasn't one to tolerate such provocation. Before Costa's hand could touch his clothes, his right hand shot out with lightning speed, precisely clamping down on Costa's wrist. His fingers squeezed. The full force of his 99-point core strength was unleashed, a power that Costa, weakened by alcohol and unsteady on his feet, could not withstand. Costa felt as if his wrist were caught in a hydraulic press, a sharp, agonizing pain shooting through his bones. His face contorted. Suchin twisted his arm back with force. He pinned Costa's 180-pound frame hard against the edge of the coffee table. "Listen up." Suchin looked down at the red-faced Chelsea brute. "On the pitch, I am the king. Off the pitch, in my eyes, you're still just a piece of trash. Take your bottle and get it. Otherwise, I promise tomorrow's headlines will be all about you, this clumsy bear kneeling in a nightclub." With that, Suchun flung his arm out. Costa stumbled backward several steps before crashing onto a nearby sofa. The Chelsea cronies who had come with him started cursing and lunging forward. The young Arsenal players also grabbed their bottles, ready for a brawl. In that tense, explosive moment, the nightclub's main doors were thrown open. Several British paparazzi, their press badges swinging, rushed in, clicking their shutters frantically. The flashbulbs illuminated the entire booth. Seeing the reporters, Costa's last shred of reason prevailed. If a mass brawl broke out in a nightclub, the FA would hand down an unprecedented heavy fine, potentially ending his career. "You got lucky. Next time at the Emirates, he'll destroy you." Costa spat out the threat through gritted teeth before slinking away with his men through the back door. The conflict dissipated without further incident. But Suchin's earlier declaration on the pitch, "I am the king," along with the image of him subduing Costa with one hand, was all captured clearly by the photographers. The nightclub erupted in thunderous whistles and applause. Wilshire excitedly threw an arm around Suchin's shoulders. "Bro, that was so badass. You scared that thug Costa away. After the commotion, the club's atmosphere grew even more feverish. But Su Chen had lost his desire to stay and party. He downed the last of his drink. "I'm heading out. You guys have—" Su Chen patted Wilshire on the back. Catherine quickly stood up, pressing herself against his arm. "Are you going home? I think it's too noisy here too. My place is nearby. I have a cat that can do a backflip. Want to come see it?" After all this, was London a top-tier nightlife hub where the elite converged? Just moments ago, the sight of Su Chen pinning Costa down against the coffee table with one hand had been secretly captured by many onlookers around them. At this moment, Su Chen was undoubtedly the most explosive figure of conversation across the entire English football scene. Having left opponents utterly bewildered on the pitch during the day, he then terrorized the Premier League's notorious tough guy into fleeing at a nightclub in the evening. Wherever he went, he became the focal point of all eyes. Catherine was evidently the boldest woman present and the one who best knew how to seize an opportunity. Hearing the line, "My cat can do a backflip," a few young Arsenal players nearby exchanged glances and let out knowing, teasing cheers. Wilshire leaned close to Su Chen's ear and lowered his voice. "This girl is a supermodel on the rise with top-tier family connections too. Just have your fun, but take care of yourself, bro." With that, Wilshire gave Su Chen's shoulder a firm pat. He turned, grabbed a few envious reserve team youngsters beside him, and actively moved to the other side of the booth, leaving this slightly quieter space for Su Chen and Catherine. The other Arsenal players were also tactful enough not to act as third wheels, scattering to find their own prey for the night. "Want another drink?" Catherine closed the distance naturally. No, Su Chen refused outright, his gaze clear. "Athletes can't have too much alcohol. That glass I just had was my limit for tonight." He was all too aware of the harm alcohol could do to a professional footballer. The English football scene was rife with talents ruined by drink. A prodigy like Gascoigne had literally drunk himself into ruin. Rather than numbing his mind with alcohol, Su Chen craved the thrill of utterly shredding the opponent's defense on the green pitch. That was a true man's pleasure. Hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Catherine's delicate face. Then she boldly stepped closer, the fabric of her chest brushing against Su Chen's arm. Heaven knows how such contrasting qualities of innocence and wildness could coexist within her. "All right, not even having an extra drink. You're really disciplined," Catherine said, looking up with a smile. "So how are you going to come see my cat?" As she spoke, the distance between them shrank. "Just lead the way," Su Chen replied without wasting words. In his past life, he had seen plenty of casual flings. This scene before him didn't even qualify as an appetizer. Feeling the searing warmth of Su Chen's large hand on her waist, Catherine's entire body stiffened, her breath faltering for a beat. Su Chen noticed this subtle reaction. He chuckled inwardly. This girl seemed bold and uninhibited on the surface, tossing out seductive lines one after another, but when it came to actual practice, she was a novice. Since she had delivered herself to his doorstep, Su Chen saw no reason to be polite. The two walked out of the nightclub side by side, the night breeze dispelling some of the lingering heat. A few other Arsenal first-team players were just smoking by the roadside. Watching Su Chen walk away with Catherine in his arm, they knowingly let out a sharp whistle. "Where do you live?" Su Chen casually hailed a black London taxi. 78, Kensington Avenue, Catherine replied with an address. Su Chen's hand paused as he opened the car door. This neighborhood was no ordinary place. Kensington Avenue in West London was a renowned top-tier affluent area. Any house with a yard there started at tens of millions of pounds. It seemed Wilshire was right. This girl was indeed wealthy. The car sped along smooth asphalt roads, soon entering a quiet upscale neighborhood. The taxi stopped before a sprawling, luxurious villa. Su Chen paid the fare, put his arm around Catherine, and stepped out onto the stone path toward the gate. Just then, from an inconspicuous bush across the street corner, several dark figures suddenly shook with excitement. "Haha, got it. Finally caught them. Tomorrow's front page for the Sun is set. Rising innocent supermodel Catherine brings a man home for the night. Wait, can you see who that guy is? That build. That profile. Holy shit. It's Su Chen, that Chinese kid from Arsenal who just humiliated Chelsea today." Big news. He took down Costa with one hand at the club, then walked off with the hottest girl there. This guy's fierce on the pitch and even wilder off it. The British paparazzi hiding in the shadows were practically fainting with excitement. Click, click, click. The shutters of high-powered telephoto lenses fired frantically. The scene of Su Chen entering the house with Catherine in his arms was captured from every angle. Though the night was dim, their faces were perfectly clear under the streetlight. Inside the master bedroom of the villa, Zhang Ailing once famously said that the quickest path to a woman's heart is through that shortcut. Su Chen perfectly validated this saying. His system-enhanced strength core maxed out at 99 points wasn't just dominant in on-pitch clashes. It was a game-changer in this kind of hand-to-hand combat too. Up. Morning sunlight streamed through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows into the room. A high-pitched scream shattered the tranquility. Su Chen's eyes snapped open to see Catherine clutching the silk duvet corner, retreating to the far side of the bed. Her face was full of terror as she looked at Su Chen, then at the clothes scattered across the floor. What? What happened? Catherine's mind went blank. What happened? Su Chun leaned against the headboard, stretching his neck. Isn't it obvious? Catherine pointed at Su Chun as her jumbled memories began to fall into place. She remembered. Last night at the club she had been the one to approach Su Chun. She was a fake football fan at heart. Having watched the match live yesterday, she was deeply drawn to Su Chun's commanding presence on the pitch, coupled with the shocking image of him subduing Costa with one hand at the nightclub. Her impulsive mind had driven her to make a move. She had thought it would be just a casual flirtation, but after throwing out a few bold words, she couldn't even remember how she ended up in the bedroom. And this guy's stamina was an absolute monster. Catherine ran her hand through her tangled blonde hair in frustration. She had completely delivered herself to him. She stole a glance at Su Chun lounging against the headboard. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, perfectly sculpted muscles. He was undeniably handsome, and now the hottest rising star in the Premier League. Not a bad deal, was it? Su Chun watched the golden-haired girl's adorable, conflicted expression, and his previously calm desires stirred again. He rolled over and pressed forward in one fluid motion. Amid the girl's startled cries, Su Chun unceremoniously engaged in an intense morning workout. An hour later, Catherine lay limply in Su Chun's arms like a thoroughly tamed ragdoll cat. Her pale little fingers unconsciously traced circles on his solid chest. Her hazy blue eyes fixed on Su Chun's profile, filled entirely with adoration and infatuation. "Su, you're off today, right? How about we go for afternoon tea by the Thames?" Catherine suggested softly. "No, I need to get back to the base for training," Su Chun refused decisively. Though he had the system to rely on fully integrating the skills of top-tier football stars, and maintaining dominance over the long Premier League season required daily tactical drills and body conditioning without a single day off. Women were merely a diversion in life. Football was his absolute core. "All right." Catherine pouted in disappointment. Just as they were chatting, an extremely aggressive engine roar suddenly erupted from the yard downstairs. It sounded like a large displacement off-road vehicle accompanied by the screech of brakes as it came to a solid stop at the villa's entrance. Catherine's expression shifted drastically, her rosy cheeks turning pale in an instant. "Oh no, it's my mom's car. She's back." She shot up from the bed, not even bothering with slippers, running barefoot across the floor in a panic as she grabbed scattered clothes. "You, get up now. Hurry and get dressed," Catherine urged Su Chun frantically while clumsily pulling on a t-shirt. Su Chun frowned slightly. "Why is she back this morning?" "I have no idea. She said she was going on a business trip to Manchester for 2 weeks. She's only been gone 3 days. Why is she back?" Catherine was on the verge of tears. "What are you panicking for?" Su Chun said calmly as he threw off the covers and picked up his pants from the floor. "We're both single. It's normal for a man and woman to have fun. If your mom catches us, at worst we say hello, no big deal. In Europe this sort of thing wasn't even an issue." Catherine shook her head wildly, her voice choked with tears. "It's different. You don't understand. My mom is an absolute diehard football fan. And she has a terrible temper. So what?" Su Chun was even more unbothered. He was the hottest star in English football right now. A fan mother-in-law might even ask for his autograph. Catherine swallowed hard, staring intently at Su Chun. She's a diehard Tottenham Hotspur fan. A season ticket holder in the North Stand. Her house is covered in Spurs flags. Su Chun's hands mid-motion as he dressed froze instantly. Well damn. An angry mom wasn't the scary part. The terrifying part was that this mom was a devoted fan of Arsenal's century-old archrival, their absolute North London nemesis, Tottenham Hotspur. An Arsenal new ace sleeping with the daughter of a Spurs diehard and spending the night in her mansion. If he got caught, this wouldn't be a simple greeting. This could absolutely spark a real-life brawl, potentially even more brutal than his fight with Costa yesterday. Su Chun had no desire to see tomorrow's headline read, "Horror. Arsenal star chased by Spurs fanatic mother with a knife at her daughter's home." Fine, if I can't confront it, I'll avoid it. Where can I hide? Su Chun decisively opted for a strategic retreat. Inside, there's a bathroom at the back of the walk-in closet. The glass is one way. You can't see in from outside. Hurry and hide in there. Su Chun grabbed his jacket and shoes, strode into the walk-in closet, and locked the hidden bathroom door behind him. The very second the hidden door clicked shut, the solid wooden bedroom door burst open with a bang. A stunning mature woman in a high-end trench coat radiating immense authority stepped in on high heels. "Sweetie, mommy's home," the woman said in a loud, firm voice. "Mom. Mommy." Catherine stood guiltily by the bed, forcing a smile uglier than tears. "Why are you back so early?" "The project in Manchester hit a snag, management changes on their end, so I had to come back," the woman said, taking off her trench coat and scanning the room. The air seemed to carry a lingering, unusual scent. "Why is your room so hot?" she frowned. "Oh, yeah, yoga, so I worked up a sweat." In the deepest part of the walk-in closet behind the hidden door of the bathroom, Su Chun held his breath, his back pressed tightly against the cold ceramic tiles. The design of this one-way mirror was incredibly ingenious. From the outside, it appeared to be nothing more than a massive, full-length mirror. Yet from within, it offered a complete view of the bedroom. Catherine's mother casually tossed her haute couture trench coat onto the bed, revealing a tight burgundy bodycon dress that accentuated her voluptuous figure with breathtaking allure. Yoga, darling, with you drenched in sweat like this, it hardly seems like a simple stretch. The mature woman stepped closer in her high heels, approaching the one-way mirror one step at a time. Su Chen's Adam's apple bobbed. Between them was nothing but a layer of glass less than a centimeter thick. The woman's face exuding charm and impeccably maintained enlarged on the glass. She gently tousled her wavy hair, her impressive assets rising and falling with each breath. Mommy, Catherine's face turned pale with fright as she hurried over to block the mirror. I really was doing some advanced yoga. You must be exhausted from such a long flight. How about you go take a shower and rest in the master bedroom? The woman looked at her daughter suspiciously, then leaned closer to the glass to sniff. There's a scent of men's cologne in the air, and it's a very youthful hormonal smell. Catherine stamped her feet in panic. Oh, that's my new perfume. It's unisex. Mom, don't jump to conclusions. Go take your bath. As she spoke, Catherine pulled and dragged forcibly, ushering her mother out of the bedroom. Hearing the master bedroom door close, Catherine finally let out a long sigh of relief. She quickly ran to the hidden door and whispered urgently, "Quick, get out now, while my mom's in the shower. Slip out through the back window." The hidden door swung open. Su Chen swiftly put on his shoes, grabbed his backpack, walked to the window, pushed it open, and leaped out, landing steadily on the lawn of the villa's backyard. After scaling the courtyard wall, Su Chen hailed a taxi and sped away. No sooner had he settled into the back seat than his phone buzzed violently in his pocket. It was a message from Catherine. "Are you coming tomorrow night?" Su Chen leaned back against the taxi seat, staring at the words on the screen, yet his mind involuntarily drifted to the curvaceous, alluring figure before the one-way mirror. "Depends." Su Chen replied with one last message, then slipped his phone back into his pocket. He narrowed his eyes, savoring the thrill of that morning's escapade. Tisk tisk tsk. Who would have thought? The mother's allure was even more overwhelming than the daughter's. If she weren't a die-hard Tottenham fan, this would have been a perfect English romantic encounter. Su Chen shook his head, casting these chaotic thoughts aside. The team had the day off. He didn't want to go anywhere, he just wanted to get back to his apartment. Yesterday he had first engaged in high-intensity combat with the muscular giants of Chelsea on the pitch, even engaging in an all-out brawl with the villainous Diego Costa. Then at night he had played a full evening of ball control games in Catherine's villa. Not even an iron body could withstand such relentless strain. Tired, going back to sleep, Su Chen returned to his rented single apartment. Pushing open the door, he tossed his backpack onto the sofa and collapsed onto the soft bed like a boneless heap. Yesterday he had fought intensely for 70 to 80 minutes on the Stamford Bridge pitch, severely straining his thigh muscles and even suffering cramps. In the middle of the night he had gone to a nightclub in West London to deal with Costa, which had taken considerable effort. By the early hours of this morning he had endured another bout of high-intensity physical confrontation in the mansion. Even with his body strengthened by the system's maximum explosive power, it couldn't withstand such continuous abuse. He was too tired to move even a single finger. Closing his eyes, he immediately fell into a deep sleep, oblivious to whatever earth-shattering changes might be happening in the outside world. The next morning, London's fog had not yet fully dissipated. Newsstands along the streets were already besieged by early rising football fans. Young people of various skin tones waved banknotes, shouting loudly to buy that day's sports newspapers. The Times splashed a photo of Su Chen kneeling in a slide, roaring to the sky across its entire front page. The bold black headline was extremely eye-catching: "Stamford Bridge conquered by Chinese youngster, Arsenal welcomes new king." The front page article analyzed in detail Su Chen's running distance, passing accuracy, and his astonishing shot conversion rate. A renowned commentator wrote in his column, "We have witnessed the birth of a phenomenal genius. Facing the most formidable ironclad defense in the Premier League, he tore through all resistance like a reckless heavy tank." Meanwhile, the Sun's content set readers' blood boiling even more. The front page was split in two. One half showed a photo of Su Chen's volleyed goal on the pitch. The other half was a photo secretly snapped by paparazzi at the Soho nightclub the previous night. In the picture, Su Chen was pinning Diego Costa's wrist with one hand, pressing the Chelsea villain onto a coffee table. Alongside it was a photo of Su Chen with his arm around supermodel Catherine as they entered a mansion. The headline was utterly cheesy yet completely attention-grabbing: 18-year-old stud fights 4 battles in one night. Hat-trick on the pitch defeats foe in nightclub, scores top supermodel in mansion. The Sun detailed the embarrassing scene of Costa picking a fight at the nightclub, only to be subdued single-handedly by Su Chen. This gossip-laden report catapulted Su Chen's popularity beyond the football world. Even fans on the entertainment boards were passionately discussing this clean-featured, yet extraordinarily powerful Chinese boy. Britain's Sky Sports had been airing replay analysis programs non-stop since 6 in the morning. Several retired legends sat in the studio frame-by-frame, replaying Su Chen's 3 goals, arguing heatedly until their faces were red. The storm of this London derby wasn't confined to the UK, it rapidly swept across the entire European continent. A famous sports newspaper in Munich, Germany ran a headline, "The Prey Dortmund and Bayern Munich missed. Wenger found a real diamond in China." A major French newspaper was even more direct in its assessment, "Chinese genius emerges. 3 goals show 3 top-tier abilities. This is a perfect debut worthy of competing for the European Golden Boy Award." An old Spanish newspaper, never one to miss a chance for drama, published a lengthy commentary. Mourinho's vaunted iron defense became a backdrop. Should Real Madrid consider bringing in this Chinese rising star to fully tap into the vast Asian market? The entire European football world was buzzing about the same match, the same person. An 18-year-old player of Chinese descent. No prior top-tier professional league appearances. Just a week ago, he was a discarded pawn, officially expelled by his own National Football Association. Yet in his debut, he started directly in a high-profile derby, delivering a hat-trick that silenced all doubters. What does it mean to become famous overnight with a single goal? This is the most standard, most brutal interpretation. Social media exploded. All 10 of the top trending topics on YouTube and Twitter were completely dominated by Suchin-related keywords. The match highlights of his 3 goals, along with the video clip of him teaching Costa a lesson in the nightclub, amassed over 20 million views in just a few hours. Comments and bullet comments in various languages blanketed the video screen. "Oh my God, has anyone calculated the speed of his first goal? Those first 2 steps just ate up the Chelsea defender completely. That step over for the second goal, I swear on my house, that was the reincarnation of prime Ricardo Isaacson dos Santos Leite. Too strong, ridiculously strong. The way he rounded the goalkeeper was so composed. I prefer the third volley. Didn't you notice? He deliberately used Terry as a screen to shake off the defense. That game-reading intelligence is even more terrifying than his physical attributes. None of these 3 goals were flukes. They were pure, overwhelming individual skill. Arsenal is really going to take off this time. Wenger hit the jackpot. Just as fans were passionately discussing, and the entire internet was showering Suchun with praise. The most authoritative transfer news reporter in Europe, Fabrizio Romano, published a blockbuster insider scoop on his personal account that was capable of shaking the ground. Romano wrote, "Exclusive inside info. Attention, all managers of Europe's top clubs. Arsenal's current superstar Suchun does not have a formal contract protected by professional regulations. According to my multi-source verification and understanding, when Arsenal initially signed him in order to circumvent the expulsion risk from the Chinese FA, and due to complex factors like work permit points, Wenger only used the special talent clause to grant him a very short-term youth apprenticeship contract. This apprenticeship contract has no release clause protection." What does this mean? It means that according to FIFA transfer regulations, any club only needs to pay Arsenal a youth training compensation fee of around €5 to legally approach and sign Suchun. Once this tweet was posted, the management of the entire European football world went into a frenzy. €500,000. In today's European football market, where transfers routinely cost tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, this wasn't even the price of a cabbage. Buying a 10-year-old kid in South America who only knows how to juggle a ball on the beach costs more than that. Spending €500,000 to buy a talent who scored a hat-trick at Stamford Bridge and possesses the template of Ricardo Isaacson dos Santos Leite. This was simply Arsenal doing a charity giveaway. In Madrid, Spain, inside the president's office at Real Madrid's Valdebebas Sports City, Florentino Perez sat in his wide leather executive chair. On the large screen, Suchun's volleyed goal was playing on repeat. Standing beside him was the sporting director responsible for transfers, holding a stack of documents. "Has the €500,000 release clause been confirmed?" Florentino asked. "Mr. President, it has been verified with the legal department. Romano's information is completely accurate." The sporting director nodded repeatedly. Arsenal's management made a colossal blunder. They left a rare treasure on the street without even putting a lock on it. Florentino stood up, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and looked out at the training ground. China has a massive market of over 1 billion people. We've been trying for years to develop this virgin territory, but they've never been able to produce a star with real strength. Now this Suchun is the perfect key to unlocking that gold mine. Furthermore, his raw strength is absolutely worthy of the Bernabeu's turf. Florentino turned around. "Book tickets to London immediately. Contact his agent team. Tell him that Real Madrid is willing to offer a guarantee of a rotational starting position plus a cash signing bonus of €5 million. As long as he agrees, we'll transfer that €500,000 compensation fee to Arsenal's account right away. Spare no expense, bring him back to Madrid." In Manchester, England, at the Carrington training ground, Manchester United executive Ed Woodward slammed his hand heavily on his desk after looking at the urgent scouting report. United's results were currently inconsistent. The front line sorely lacked creativity and explosive breakthroughs. Star player Wayne Rooney was getting older and the new talents were failing to step up. The entire team needed a new banner to boost morale. Find out Su Chin's address and phone number in London immediately. That broke Arsenal can't afford high wages, but we can. Woodward barked at several of his subordinates. Send someone with a blank contract to his door right now. Offer him a weekly wage of £100,000. Give him the maximum signing fee. We're going to stab that old man Wenger in the back and poach this Chinese boy for Old Trafford. The Red Empire needs a new leader. It wasn't just Real Madrid and Manchester United who were on the move. Chelsea owner Roman Abramovich, furious from the night before's home defeat, called the club's manager early in the morning. That kid who tore our defense apart last night. Spend a little money to get him. I don't care about a few tens of thousands of euros. Even if we make him sit on the bench and watch the water cooler every day, we can't let him stay at Arsenal to keep tormenting us. Executives from other wealthy clubs like Paris Saint-Germain and Manchester City all canceled their entire day's leave. Dozens of professional transfer negotiators boarded charter jets rushing to London in a frantic race. Of course, besides the extensive coverage from sports media, Su Chin also found himself splashed across the gossip headlines of London's local entertainment scene. Though supermodel Catherine possessed a sizzling figure, she had previously been merely a newcomer lingering on the fringes of the fashion world with few taking notice of her. But after the Sun's blatant pictorial exposed Catherine caused a minor explosion in London's local entertainment, not only did her fame skyrocket, but several high-end luxury brands also proactively contacted her for regional endorsements. Over on the European continent, people have little interest in the private lives of top football stars and are not overly critical. Many players here indulge in wild escapades after work. Hanging out in nightclubs and swapping partners is practically a common occurrence among Premier League players. As long as you can smash the ball into the opponent's net on the weekend pitch, even if you're a playboy off the field, fans will worship you as the city's hero. However, Su Chin is Chinese. Some Chinese media stationed in London quickly picked up on this trivial entertainment news from the Sun and transmitted it back home. On domestic online forums, fans were already celebrating Su Chin's hat-trick at Stamford Bridge. Now with this gossip, the reaction was surprisingly lenient. The discussions in major forums and live streaming platforms showed no intention of condemning Su Chin's morality. Damn, our Chinese youngster is too fierce. He crushes Chelsea's muscular brutes on the pitch during the day and battles a supermodel in a mansion at night. This is what true physical fitness looks like. Isn't this 100 times better than those national team players who eat sea cucumbers daily and cramp up after 2 steps? With one hand pressing Costa onto the table, he turns around and takes the hottest girl in the place. God's Su script is something even novels wouldn't dare write. A man isn't dashing without a little romance. As long as he keeps scoring, I don't care who he sleeps with. Even if he monopolizes the entire London socialite circle, I'll still cheer for him. Thanks to the filtering effect of distance coupled with Su Chin's unassailable performance on the field, Chinese fans cast aside their moral purity. All they could think about was Su Chin's ferocious figure weaving through Chelsea's defense like they were training dummies. Of course, Su Chin was completely unaware of all the commotion back home. At this very moment, in his rented single-room apartment, the heavy curtains were drawn tightly, blocking out all the noise and harsh sunlight from the outside world. He was deeply sunk into the soft bed, snoring loudly. 2 consecutive high-intensity battles, one a life-or-death struggle on the pitch, the other an extreme tug-of-war in a mansion, had drained his energy. Now he couldn't even be bothered to move a finger. While Su Chin was in deep sleep at the Arsenal club headquarters in London, the high-level meeting room was in complete chaos. The atmosphere was oppressively tense. The reason was simple. The suit-clad big shots sitting in leather swivel chairs were horrified to discover that Romano's tweet was true. Su Chin's contract was entirely a youth trainee deal that could be bought out at any time. The contract clearly stated that Su Chin was currently a youth team member without the protection of a formal professional contracts release clause. His monthly stipend was a paltry few £1,000s. It was a template contract signed blindly in the... What did this mean? It meant Su Chin could be taken away at any moment with pocket change. If another club simply slapped a 5,000 youth training compensation fee on Arsenal's desk, Arsenal wouldn't even have the right to stop it. Not to mention, based on Su Chin's debut hat-trick at Stamford Bridge last night, that shocked all of Europe. If Arsenal put out the word now, even with a $50 million price tag for Su Chin, top clubs across Europe would go mad with tycoons lining up to hand over checks. What the hell is going on? Why hasn't his first-team professional contract been finalized after all this time? Arsenal CEO Gazidis, who rarely intervened directly in team affairs, stood before the conference table with a furious expression. His fist slammed heavily onto the solid wood surface, letting the team's core player be poached for 5-0. If that really happened, Arsenal's management would become a colossal joke. They'd undoubtedly become the biggest laughingstock in Premier League, even European football history. These executives would be thrown out of their office windows by angry Arsenal fans tomorrow. The head of the legal department wiped cold sweat from his forehead and explained helplessly. Mr. Gazidis, Su Chin hadn't played any top-level professional matches before. According to club rules, to mitigate risk, we plan to offer him a rookie salary contract at the lower end of the second tier. You know this is already his first professional contract. A weekly wage of 3,000 is definitely not low for a young player. Arsenal's salary structure had always been strictly controlled, which is why Wenger was called the piggy bank. The team's top wages were only held by big stars like Sanchez and Ozil, around 1,000 a week. The second-tier main rotation players mostly earned between 6,000 and 8,000 a week. In the legal department's view, offering a kid just stepping into professional football 3,000 a week already showed the Gunners' sincerity. If not for Wenger insisting on putting Su Chun in the starting lineup, the legal department would have only offered 1,000. But what they didn't expect was Wenger directly blocked the signing. At his desk, Wenger said he wanted to reassess the contract terms after Su Chun played the derby against Chelsea. The legal department thought that's fine. Chelsea's steel-like defense was extremely tough. Even if Su Chun played facing Terry, and Cahill had likely be exposed. Once Su Chun got a beating from the Blues defense and experienced the cruelty of the Premier League, had obediently signed the 3,000 contract. After all, back then, apart from Arsenal taking him in as an outcast expelled by the Chinese Football Association, no other club would offer him playing time. They were confident they could lock Su Chun in with a low salary. But now everything had gone wrong. He tripped Terry and blasted past Courtois. Overnight, he became famous across Europe. This time Arsenal was caught in a passive position. If Su Chun was previously a youth prospect with no leverage to negotiate with the club, now these Arsenal executives would have to beg Su Chun to sign on their knees. If we offer him the second-tier 8,000 weekly wage, now will he sign? Gazidis suppressed his anger. It's useless, Mr. Gazidis. The commercial director ashen-faced raised. 10 minutes ago we received inside information. Manchester United's executive vice chairman Woodward has left Manchester with a contract heading straight for London. They've directly offered a weekly wage of 15,000. And Real Madrid's envoy, Florentino, has given a 10 million signing bonus. They're all after that 5,000 compensation fee. Gazidis felt darkness closing in. If we raise it further, we'll hit the top-tier wages of Sanchez and Ozil. Gazidis said hesitantly. Won't other players in the dressing room have issues with that? He's only an 18-year-old rookie who's played just one match for the team, and he gets the top salary. Bang! The meeting room door was violently kicked open. Wenger in his coat, and with a grim face, strode in, followed by assistant coach Bold, who also looked anxious. Gazidis, are you still worrying about your ridiculous salary structure? Wenger showed no mercy, pointing at the CEO's nose and cursing. Arsene, calm down. We're discussing. Gazidis was stunned. Discuss my ass. Wenger swore, pulling a chair and sitting down heavily. I've just received calls from 3 friends in the agent circle. Half of Europe's managers are rushing to London. Wenger's gaze swept over everyone present. If you don't prepare the top-tier contract today, Su Chun will be wearing Manchester United's red or Real Madrid's white jersey tomorrow morning. Gazidis swallowed. Arsene, we have to consider the overall budget. Is he really worth Sanchez's salary level? Worth it? Wenger sneered. If I were the manager of another team with enough transfer funds. Wenger pressed his hands on the table, each word hitting the ears of everyone. Even if they demanded 100 million euros, I would smash the checkbook without hesitation and bring Su Chun into my squad. 100 million. The legal head was shocked, dropping his pen. Even Gazidis and all the executives gasped. What did 100 million euros mean? Just a few years ago, to rebuild the Galacticos, Real Madrid spent 94 million to poach Cristiano. Back then, all of Europe thought Florentino was crazy. That was a sky-high price. When Ricardo Isaacs and Dos Santos Leite won the Ballon d'Or and transferred, it was only around 60, and now Wenger claimed this Chinese kid who had only played one official match was worth 100 million. That's too exaggerated, Arsene. Gazidis shook his head repeatedly. Not exaggerated at all. Wenger's tone was unyielding. Look closely at those few steps he used to get past Terry yesterday. That explosive power combined with ball control is unmatched in the entire Premier League. And his goal? He used the opponent's body as a screen, finding space in a tight spot to deliver the lethal blow. He has supreme physical talent and terrifying football intelligence. Wenger took a deep breath, his tone softening slightly, but his stance still firm. Not to mention the Chinese market behind him. As long as he stays in the starting lineup, the broadcast revenue and jersey sales alone will recoup that 100 million euros within 3 years. Gazidis fell silent. The meeting room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. So you plan to sit here saving a few £1,000s in weekly wage differences and watch tens of millions, even hundreds of millions in assets slip away, eh? Wenger played his final trump card. Do you want to relive the pain of losing Fabregas and Van Persie? If we can't even keep our own future core this time, Arsenal will forever be a second-rate team fighting for 4th place. Gazidis broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, if Su Chun really ran away under a youth contract, the entire management would be nailed to Arsenal's pillar of shame. Faced with immense profit and crisis, offering Su Chun a top-tier salary seemed to require no further hesitation. Otherwise, player movement between youth teams wasn't restricted by FIFA's transfer windows. After all, Su Chun was still theoretically a member of Arsenal's youth academy. If he packed his bags now and went to Manchester to sign, neither Wenger nor Gazidis could stop him. Gazidis spun around, glaring at the legal head. Go. Print out the contract right now. Mr. Gazidis, what salary do we fill in? The legal head fumbled to open his laptop. 1500 weekly wage. Signing bonus of 3 million. All image rights go to him personally. Gazidis gritted his teeth and rattled off the numbers. Arsenal's high echelon had to bow and compromise. They had no choice. On one hand, although Su Chun was nominally an Arsenal youth player, he had only been in London for a few short weeks. Expecting club loyalty to sway him. That was pure nonsense. Besides, the domestic FA had just expelled him. He was now a free-soaring eagle. On the other hand, if Arsenal refused to pay the 1500 top wage, plenty of wealthy clubs were lining up to offer cash. After all, signing Su Chun now only required a dirt-cheap 500 training fee. Gazidis had to strike before all the giants made their move, turning the raw rice into cooked rice. Give me the contract as soon as it's ready. They'll deliver it to Su Chin's apartment myself. Gazidis urged loudly. Wenger grabbed the car keys from the table. Stop dawdling. I'm coming with you. Meanwhile, in a black Maybach just 3 streets away from Su Chin's apartment, Manchester United's executive vice chairman Woodward was loosening his tie, shouting at the driver. Drive faster. Forget the red lights. They'll cover all the fines. We must knock on that Chinese boy's door before those Arsenal paupers figure it out. Woodward clutched the document tightly. It was the maximum sincerity United could offer. A weekly wage of 200, a 10 million signing bonus, and a promise to rebuild the Red Devils midfield around Su Chun. And on the highway to Heathrow Airport, a black Mercedes business van was also speeding. The Real Madrid envoy in the back seat kept checking his watch. Florentino's strict order weighed on him. To fully open the untapped gold mine of the Chinese market, Real Madrid absolutely could not miss this phenomenal rising star. Even if it meant throwing cash directly, they had to stuff him onto a private plane to Madrid. London morning. On the apartment's large bed, heavy curtains completely blocked the glaring sunlight outside the window. Su Chun, wrapped in his blanket, sleeps soundly. Last night's high-intensity match, coupled with subduing Diego Costa in the middle of the night, followed by a series of ball control exercises at Catherine's mansion. This whole ordeal had drained his physical strength to the limit. A sudden urgent phone ring shattered the silence. The ringing persisted, showing no sign of stopping. Frowning, Su Chun fumbled for the phone on his bedside table and pressed the answer button without opening his eyes. Uncle, what's up so early in the morning? A gruff, middle-aged man's voice came through. It was Su Chin's uncle in China, also his nominal agent Su Dingfang. Xiao Chun, you're still asleep. The sky is falling. Su Dingfang's speech was rapid. It's total. Arsenal has caved. Their top brass just called me, willing to offer you a max contract immediately and make you a friend. Real Madrid, Manchester United, Chelsea, Paris Saint-Germain. The transfer managers of these super clubs have all been calling me in a queue. They all saw that Romano's leak. A €50,000 youth training fee. That's chump change to them. Manchester United directly offered a weekly wage of £200,000 plus a €10 million signing bonus. Real Madrid is even more ruthless. They promised an immediate cash payment of €12 million and guaranteed you a starting rotation spot. All the tycoons across Europe were waving their checkbooks, waiting in line for us to nod. Su Dingfang's hand trembled as he held the phone. This was a fortune of tens of millions of RMB suddenly landing on the head of an 18-year-old boy. What do you think? Su Dingfang forced himself to calm down. Do you want to stay in London or go somewhere else? We have complete control now. Hearing this, Su Chin's chaotic mind fully cleared. The top clubs were all scrambling to recruit him. This was something he had anticipated. Romano, the journalist specializing in transfer secrets, had far-reaching connections. The €50,000 buyout clause in his youth contract was definitely not hidden. Those top clubs had a sharper sense of smell than bloodhounds. A Chinese market cash cow with top-tier physical talent and a hat-trick debut. Who wouldn't want to bite? But should he really leave Arsenal at this time? Su Chin sat up in bed, leaning against the pillow, his mind racing. Go to Real Madrid. The Bernabeu dressing room is a deep water. They are stacked with superstars. Cristiano Ronaldo is the absolute tactical core, flanked by Bale and other talents. As a newly emerged rookie going there, how much possession would he get? Without possession, he couldn't rack up stats. He definitely wouldn't get the tactical core status for a long time, and had likely be forced to play an unfamiliar wide midfielder position. Go to Manchester United. The Red Devils are currently in the turbulent post-Ferguson era. Their tactical system is chaotic with frequent managerial changes. Whoever goes to Old Trafford now takes the blame. Going there to wade through this muddy water would be a pure waste of development time. Go to Chelsea. He had just clashed with their main striker Costa last night. Moreover, Mourinho's ironclad defensive counterattacking tactics impose very strict defensive positioning requirements on offensive players. Su Chin knew his own strengths well. He possessed the template of the peak Ricardo Isaacson dos Santos Leite, rewarded by the system. That explosive aesthetic of long-range runs, that domineering style of driving forward with the ball. It had to be in a place willing to give him unlimited shooting rights and build the team around him to unleash its full power. Arsenal's manager Wenger happened to be just such a talent scout. Wenger was good at nurturing young players and knew how to devise attacking tactics centered around a core. Staying at Arsenal would provide the most stable playing time and absolute core tactical treatment. This was the fundamental concern for him at this stage. There would be plenty of opportunities to make big money later. First, win everything: the Premier League title, the FA Cup, the European Golden Boy Award, the Premier League Golden Boot. Once he was laden with honors and had firmly established his strength across Europe, then whether he stayed with the Gunners or went to other top clubs to negotiate terms, he would have true dominant bargaining power. Su Chun took a deep breath, his gaze clear. "Uncle, tell those club scouts to wait. I'm staying at Arsenal," Su Chun said into the phone. Su Dingfang paused for a moment on the other end, but quickly agreed. "All right. You've made a name for yourself with your debut here. Staying is indeed the safest choice. They'll go negotiate the £15,000 weekly wage with Arsenal's top brass right away." "Wait." Su Chun directly interrupted Su Dingfang. "Uncle, call Arsenal's management again. Tell them my conditions have changed." Su Chun pulled a jacket over his shoulders, his tone serious. £15,000 a week isn't enough. I want Arsenal to break their salary structure for me. I want the highest salary on the entire team." Su Dingfang gasped sharply on the other end. This kid had an enormous appetite. Arsenal, those misers who held their purse strings tight, would normally haggle for thousands of pounds for weeks when renewing a regular starter. Getting them to break the salary structure for a young player was like cutting their flesh. However, Su Dingfang, having navigated society for years, quickly caught on. He nodded emphatically. "Exactly. This deal can be negotiated. The pressure is on them now anyway. Manchester United and Real Madrid's offers are out in the open. This fire is already burning Arsenal's management's eyebrows. Ask high, bargain down. I'm on it." He hung up. Su Chun tossed his phone aside, flopped back onto the bed, closed his eyes, and continued his nap. Meanwhile, on a London street, a black Maybach sped through traffic. In the back seat, Arsenal CEO Gazidis and manager Wenger sat side by side, both looking extremely anxious. They were holding the freshly printed £15,000 max contract ready to go straight to the apartment to pin Su Chun down and have him sign on the dotted line. Suddenly, Gazidis' phone rang. He glanced at the number and answered immediately. Gazidis' face turned from eager to livid, then finally to a beet-red hue. "What's wrong?" Wenger asked, sensing trouble. Gazidis gritted his teeth as he hung up, slapping his thighs, and his agent just called. £15,000 isn't enough. They refuse to accept a salary on par with Sanchez. He demands to break Arsenal's current salary structure to be the team's sole highest earner. Gazidis was panting heavily, his chest heaving. "That's absolutely impossible." Gazidis shook his head repeatedly, his voice rising. "Arsenal is a legitimate publicly listed company. Our salary structure has strict budget limits. Giving an 18-year-old rookie a record-breaking supermax contract, that requires a full board meeting. Those stubborn old men sitting in their offices looking at financial statements will flip the conference table. They will never allow such a disruption to the club's salary system. Once this precedent is set, everyone in the dressing room will come asking for a raise." After hearing this, Wenger's face turned completely dark. "If we don't pay this money, Manchester United's Woodward will immediately put a £200,000 fat contract in his hands," Wenger warned coldly, his voice raised. "Just got word Real Madrid's special envoy plane has already landed at Heathrow Airport. Are you willing to save a meager budget difference and watch a super building block worth hundreds of millions of euros be taken away for a cabbage price of 50,000? Gazidis irritably tore off his expensive silk tie. "Give in, and the board wouldn't accept it. The salary structure would collapse. Don't give in, and the superstar would defect to a rival, and the management would be cursed out by fans the next day." Arsenal was completely backed into a corner with no way out. "Tell the driver to turn around. Head back to the club building." Gazidis made a snap decision, slapping the back of the driver's seat and shouting. "They'll contact the major shareholders immediately and hold an emergency online video conference. Those board members have to make this decision." The scene shifts back to China. At this moment, the cauldron of online public opinion had boiled over completely. Su Chen's fate-defying hat-trick at Stamford Bridge was like a super dose of adrenaline injected directly into the hearts of countless Chinese fans. How many years had it been? Chinese fans had been suffocated in the dark for too long. Now finally, a living immortal had emerged who could single-handedly shatter Chelsea's iron defense. In a short time, Su Chen became the hottest superstar in domestic sports. His name dominated the top spot on all trending lists. His popularity directly crushed all the trendy traffic stars in the entertainment industry. At this critical juncture, many veterans and retired legends in the domestic football circle could no longer stay silent. They all publicly voiced their opinions on their respective social platforms, calling on the Football Association to immediately face reality and quickly revoke the absurd expulsion notice issued a few days earlier. Some even spoke vehemently, demanding that Chairman Chen personally issue a public apology. They strongly suggested that the future national team must be built unconditionally around Su Chun. Let Su Chun be the absolute tactical core. Tens of thousands of fans spontaneously organized, flooding the FA's official website with comments. The network servers crashed several times in a row under the sheer volume of traffic. Beijing FA headquarters building. Chairman Shin sat behind his large solid wood desk, tugging at his hair in frustration. The ashtray was overflowing with cigarette butts. He had initially thought Su Chun was just a waterboy benchwarmer in the Premier League bought for a starting spot. He would be sent back to China in a few days. Who would have thought the kid not only started but scored 3 world-class goals in front of the whole world? Now the public opinion had done a complete 180. Have him, Chairman Shin, issue a public apology. Where would he put the face of the FA's top leader? Who would listen to his instructions in this compound anymore? What about his authority? Even more fatal was the outrageous demand from the legends make Su Chun the absolute core of the national team. Pure nonsense. What was the national team? It was a huge waddle and ritual arena where various interests who made the national team roster who started. All of it was tied to sponsorship quotas, local FA favors, and even huge money deals from player agencies. This was a solid, impregnable profit chain. If they truly followed public opinion and brought Su Chun back to be worshipped like an ancestor with his rebellious personality that dared to confront FA leaders publicly at the airport, that kid would never submit to management's control or interference. Then all tactical arrangements would revolve around Su Chun and no one else could be squeezed in. This would directly smash the rice bowls of countless people. The power of these FA bureaucrats would be completely hollowed out. The profit chains would all break. Absolutely impossible. Chairman Shin slammed his hand heavily on the table. But if he didn't compromise, the angry masses of fans could topple this FA building at any time. What gave him the worst headache was the attitude of the higher-up General Administration of Sport. The big boss at the gas had just put out the word that morning the FA made its own mess that should clean it up itself. The gas absolutely would not take the blame. The leader's exact words were harsh: if this negative incident affected the approval of the year's sports activity funds, Chairman Shin would be held solely responsible. Long seasoned in officialdom, he knew he was on the verge of being thrown out as a scapegoat by his superiors. An 18-year-old young player had single-handedly pushed him, the top power figure in the FA, into such a desperate corner. Agreeing was wrong, not agreeing was even worse. He couldn't win either way. Just as Chairman Shin was at his wits' end, even considering drafting a compromise PR statement, through gritted teeth the office door was flung open. Director Guo of the FA's press office, his face flushed with excitement, rushed in without even knocking. "We're saved. We're saved." Director Guo hurried to the large desk in 3 steps. He slapped a stack of freshly printed color photos onto the table. "Take a look at this." Chairman Shin frowned deeply, looking down at the photos. The quality wasn't particularly clear, clearly the result of long-distance telephoto lens snooping. In the picture, Su Chun was in a dimly lit nightclub holding a burly man's arm with one hand, standing next to a very hot blonde in a spaghetti-strap dress. The following photos were even more explosive. They showed Su Chun with his arm around the blonde's slender waist, walking into a luxurious villa late at night. A lone man and a woman entering a house late at night. "What is this?" Chairman Shin's heart pounded. Director Guo rubbed his hands together, smiling slyly. "This is a news photo just released this morning by the famous British tabloid The Sun. That Su Chun kid has a riding on his goal-scoring fame. Right after the match, he went straight to those seedy nightclubs looking for women to spend the night. According to the background check, this woman is a supermodel in London who likes to hang around the fashion circle." Director Guo pointed his stubby finger emphatically at Su Chun in the photo. He was caught red-handed by their paparazzi. Chairman Shin was stunned at first. He stared at the photos for over 10 seconds. Then, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. His pupils dilated involuntarily. The gloom and worry on his face vanished, replaced by uncontrollable ecstasy and excitement. This was no mere stack of gossip photos. It was a lifeline sent from heaven. Good. Excellent. Chairman Shin sprang up from his leather chair, gripping the edge of the desk, panting with excitement. In the open environment of Europe, a player going to a nightclub after work to relax with a supermodel wasn't even worth mentioning. It was his freedom. But in China, it was completely different. As long as they mobilized the media with a bit of spin, this became a decadent lifestyle. This was a moral failing. This was moral depravity. What use is such a young player, no matter how good his skills, if he can't even uphold basic moral standards? Our national team is a noble collective representing the nation's image. We absolutely cannot have such a black sheep with a chaotic private life. Chairman Shin roared triumphantly, finally releasing the pent-up frustration of the past few days. As long as the big black pot of bad conduct was firmly pinned on Su Chun, he not only wouldn't need to apologize to the public, but could also stand firmly on the moral high ground, continuing to legitimately keep Su Chun out of the national team. He could even turn the tables and accuse the fans and legends supporting Su Chun of blind idol worship and not knowing right from wrong. Go now, contact the propaganda department immediately, and notify that Ma Dexing. Chairman Shin slammed the table, issuing orders. Mobilize all the media resources we've been keeping. Get these photos plastered all over the internet. Make the headlines as eye-catching as possible, as vicious as possible. Let the whole nation see with their own eyes what kind of lowlife this so-called Chinese genius really is behind the scenes. Just half an hour later, the FA's massive bureaucratic propaganda machine roared into full gear, led by the notorious football journalist Ma Dexing and his ilk. The night before, they had been so cursed out by netizens nationwide that they didn't even dare to open their Weibo comment sections, hiding at home like rats avoiding the light. Now, having received their master's instructions and these explosive materials, they were revived like they had taken a shot of adrenaline. Long-winded denunciation articles were quickly churned out. Shocking scandal. The so-called pride of China is actually a nightclub-going, morally corrupt individual. After the match, seeking pleasure and not coming home overnight. Do you really want such an unprincipled national team player? Revealing the true face of the super news star, violent fights and female companionship. Is he worthy of the jersey he wears? Various alarming headlines instantly filled the front pages of the sports sections on all major portals. Not only that, but the FA also spent heavily to hire a massive army of professional bots flooding the comment sections of social platforms to steer the narrative. They launched organized, premeditated attacks, viciously denouncing Su Chun for moral decay and indecent behavior, claiming he was utterly unworthy of wearing the sacred jersey emblazoned with the national flag. This threw a nuclear-level bomb into the entire Chinese online public opinion sphere. The previously one-sided carnival of support for Su Chun was once again stirred into muddy water. Some older netizens, or those who didn't follow football closely and were unaware of the facts, were directly swayed by the overwhelming tide of these planted articles and began to join the chorus condemning Su Chen's private life. Meanwhile, the staunch Arsenal loyalists and Su Chen's fans immediately went all out. They took to their keyboards, citing examples of foreign stars launching a fierce counterattack in the comments. WTF? Is this even allowed? Ma Dexing, have you lost your mind? Su Chun is an 18-year-old strong young man, not married. What's wrong with him finding a girlfriend after work? What law has he broken? You guys only know how to bully your own. When he was on the front lines destroying Chelsea for national glory, you turned a blind eye. Now you come picking on his private life, you take the top prize. You call this a decadent lifestyle? Our national team big shots eat sea cucumbers every day and go to VIP rooms for karaoke. Why doesn't your FA do anything about that? Hypocrites. On the domestic internet, the smear campaigns orchestrated by Ma Dexing and the Football Association's hired trolls were overwhelming. In London, after finishing his morning rest, Su Chun naturally saw the filthy remarks flooding the social platforms back home. However, he couldn't be bothered to respond. In fact, he felt relieved to be blacklisted and slandered by these people. He had no desire to wallow in the mire with those gluttonous and corrupt officials in the Football Association compound. A place where they feasted on sea cucumbers and indulged in internal strife every day. Was that a proper environment for football? Unless the Chinese national team underwent a complete overhaul one day, uprooting the entire cabal of the Football Association chairman and Ma Dexing. Otherwise, even if they begged him with the grandest sedan chair, he wouldn't spare a glance at that so-called national team roster. The Football Association thought this moral blackmail would corner Su Chun, but in reality, it had zero effect on him. He ate and drank as usual undisturbed. Over the following days, Su Chun waited for his uncle to finalize the details of a top-tier contract with Arsenal's executives while immersing himself fully in daily training at the Coney base. On the training ground, head coach Arsene Wenger issued a firm directive. Arsenal's tactical system underwent a radical restructuring. All offensive plays must revolve entirely around Su Chun. Although assistant coach Steve Bold warned that concentrating all efforts on one player could easily be neutralized by opponents. Once Su Chun was shut down, the Gunners' attack would grind to a halt. But Wenger overruled the dissent. Arsenal couldn't afford much margin for error at this stage. The sole focus was clear: have the entire team integrate as quickly as possible into the system driven by Su Chun as the single core. Those who shone in this system would be promoted and valued. Those who couldn't adapt or harbored grievances against this single core tactic would be marginalized and relegated to the bench. The former fan favorite Theo Walcott was the most glaring example. Walcott had just recovered from injury a few days ago and returned to first-team training. Initially brimming with confidence, he aimed to reclaim his starting spot as a winger or striker. But he soon realized in despair that his position was gone, and gone for good, because Su Chun's tactical value far surpassed anything he could offer in the forward line. Now Su Chun held absolute authority over shots and ball distribution. Walcott's celebrated speed paled in comparison to Su Chun's explosive acceleration. Walcott sat on the bench with a bitter smile, back from injury, and just like that his starting spot was lost, so decisively that he had no choice but to accept it. After several intra-squad matches, Walcott grimly acknowledged the reality: as long as Su Chun remained at Arsenal, he would never reclaim his former core status. In this professional football world that reveres strength and talent, the strong reign supreme. Walcott even began instructing his agent to scout offers from other clubs contemplating a departure. Such was the ruthlessness of the Premier League. There was no room for petty grudges or dissatisfaction. Causing a ruckus in the locker room over a lost starting spot would be sheer foolishness. 3 days later, the 6th round of the Premier League commenced. Arsenal faced Aston Villa away. After their stunning comeback against Chelsea in the previous round, Arsenal's points tally reached 8. They were only a few points behind league leaders Chelsea. Before this round began, both Manchester clubs suffered unexpected away losses. Thus, if Arsenal could secure all 3 points at Villa Park, they could significantly narrow the gap in the standings, even breaking into the top 4. The start of this Premier League season was a chaotic battleground. The form of top clubs fluctuated wildly, creating a turbulent landscape. In the visitors' locker room, Wenger stood before the tactical board, clapping his hands forcefully. The more chaotic the situation, the greater our opportunity. We must take down Villa today. We will go further this season than ever before. Just aiming for top 4. Su-Chun, sitting in a corner putting on his boots, scoffed inwardly at the remark. He desired far more than the title of a top 4 contender. Since he was in the Premier League with the system's backing, he was determined to bring that heavy Premier League trophy back to the Emirates Stadium. Facing the formidable Aston Villa, Su-Chun naturally started the match. The Villa manager determined to counter the Chinese prodigy, who had wreaked havoc at Stamford Bridge, went all out. He deployed 2 defensive midfielders for relentless man-marking and, leveraging the home crowd's energy, instructed his players to commit frequent dirty tackles. Their aim was to disrupt the game's rhythm, with these fouls reducing Arsenal's midfield possession time. Yet these rough tactics failed to halt Su-Chun's advance. In fact, today's Su-Chun was even more dynamic than in the previous match against Chelsea. His movement on the pitch was relentless to an extreme degree. No matter where the ball was, he tirelessly roamed. After all, Su-Chun knew a secret: every meter he ran earned him €1 from the system. A successful pass netted €100, a dribble past an opponent 1,000, and a shot 1,000. It was like picking up money in plain sight on the green field. Su-Chun not only ran wildly, but frequently signaled for the ball. Once it reached his feet, he would dribble, weave, distribute, and burst forward. His white figure seemed to cover the entire attacking half. On the sidelines, Wenger watched the tireless Su-Chun and nodded in admiration. This kid is not only gifted, but his drive and fighting spirit are extraordinary. He's a natural-born core player. Little did Wenger know, Su-Chun's relentless effort was purely driven by exploiting the system. Run toward a future. Dribble toward unimaginable wealth. Under Su-Chun's almost irrational onslaught, Aston Villa's meticulously crafted defense quickly crumbled. In the 23rd minute, after 2 long-range attempts, Su-Chun finally found the decisive opportunity. Santi Cazorla delivered a low-through ball from midfield. Su-Chun received the ball with his back to goal at the edge of the penalty area. The Villa defender pressed hard against his back, trying to unbalance him with weight. Su-Chun's thigh muscles tensed sharply. Planting his left foot on the turf, he nudged the ball slightly to the right with his right. Leveraging this momentum, he executed a brutal pivot. The Villa defender was shoved back half a step by the force. That half step was all the space Su-Chun needed. Without any adjustment, he swung his right foot and unleashed a thunderous strike. The ball shot off like a cannonball, skimming the slick turf and drilling precisely into the bottom right corner of the net. 1-0. Arsenal took the lead away from home. The traveling Arsenal fans erupted in thunderous cheers. A crisp notification sounded in his mind: goal confirmed. Reward €1,000,000. Hearing the prompt, Su-Chun sprinted to the corner flag with a laugh, punching the air fiercely. What a thrill! Scoring boosted his value and earned him cash. After breaking the deadlock, Arsenal's attack flowed even more fluidly. In the 36th minute, Arsenal launched a swift counterattack. This time, Su-Chun didn't call for the ball in the center, but drifted to the left flank. Receiving a long diagonal pass from a teammate, he shifted into Kaka-style explosive dribbling mode. A nutmeg. A sheer pace-driven overtake. After sprinting over 20 meters along the touchline, Su-Chun suddenly halted near the byline. He cut the ball inward sharply with his left foot, executing a diagonal run into the box. This style of play is lethal in modern football. After shedding his marker, Su-Chun drove laterally into the channel. Before the 2 center backs could close ranks, he curled an exaggerated arc with his right instep. The ball sailed over the goalkeeper's outstretched fingers, struck the inside of the far post, and nestled into the net. 2-0. Su-Chun scored a brace. This is utterly unstoppable. That cut inside and finish was flawless, roared the British commentator in the broadcast booth. In the second half, Villa grew desperate, their fouls intensifying. 10 minutes and Su-Chun received the ball in the box, feinted twice, and sent the opposing center back off balance. Just as he prepared to shoot, the defender slid in with studs up, taking Su-Chun down. The referee pointed to the spot without hesitation and brandished a yellow card. A penalty. Arsenal's designated penalty taker Cazorla stepped forward, picked up the ball, and placed it into Su-Chun's arms. Such was the treatment of a core player. Su-Chun accepted without hesitation, cradling the ball as he stood on the penalty spot. He took 2 steps back, his eyes fixed on the opposing goalkeeper. The referee's whistle blew. Su-Chun ran up. Without any feints, he struck the ball with the inside of his right foot. The ball rocketed into the top right corner with a whistling sound. The goalkeeper guessed wrong, diving left, and could only watch the ball hit the net. 3-0. A hat-trick. Su Chun delivered another phenomenal performance. The camera locked onto Su Chin's youthful, confident face. The live chat on domestic streaming platforms went absolutely wild. Holy crap. 3 matches consecutive hat-tricks. This is our Chinese football king. Come out and witness the god, you old dogs from the Football Association. The player you blacklisted is dominating the Premier League. He's on fire. Unstoppable, absolutely unstoppable. After scoring the penalty, the match's suspense evaporated. Wenger approached the sideline and decisively substituted Su Chun with young Gnabry. Though Su Chun was still raring to play, he understood the professor's protective intent. The heavily trailing Villa players were already seething with frustration. Getting injured from a malicious tackle during garbage time would be a costly loss. The entire stadium rose to applaud. Su Chun donned his jacket and settled onto the bench. He immediately shut his eyes, opening the system panel in his mind to tally the match's bountiful rewards. Distance covered 7091 meters, 7091 euros. Dribbles past opponents 13,13000 euros. Shots 8,8000 euros. Successful passes 45,4500 euros. Goals 3,30000 euros. Adding miscellaneous tackles, interceptions, and penalty forcing bonuses. Final tally after this match, the system account had gained a whopping 7,300 euros. Su Chun grinned widely at the numbers on the panel. Moreover, once the match ended and Arsenal secured the 3 points, he as the starting core would receive a substantial, with various earnings from a single game easily surpassing 1,000 euros. Making money had never been so effortless. However, Su Chun closed the attribute panel with a sigh. While 1,000 euros seemed like a lot compared to the global vision skill in the system store, which could fundamentally elevate him, it was priced at a staggering 100 million euros. At this earning rate, even if he started every match and played the full 90 minutes, he'd need hundreds of games to save up. Too slow. How could this snail's pace cope with the grueling upcoming schedule? To rapidly amass wealth and strength, he had to find another way. His gaze finally settled on the golden main quest flashing at the bottom of the system panel. Main quest: secure a 5-match winning streak in the Premier League. Quest reward: A-grade skill, cannon shot. As the referee at Villa Park blew the final whistle 3 times, the match concluded with a resounding 30 victory. Arsenal had cleanly secured all 3 points on the road. The players of the home team Aston Villa hung their heads low as they quickly retreated to the locker room. Meanwhile, the Arsenal squad lined up beneath the away stand, raising their hands in gratitude to the traveling diehard Gunners. In the final 10+ minutes of the match, Villa, trailing by a significant margin, had completely abandoned resistance. The game on the pitch devolved into a one-sided passing drill. The broadcast cameras paid no attention to the other players on the field, instead locking onto the Chinese teenage boy sitting on the substitutes bench for an extended period. At the Sky Sports commentary desk, Neville, clutching a freshly printed post-match statistics sheet, roared into them. 17 years old. 2 Premier League matches. 2 consecutive hat-tricks. 6 goals. And he has been crowned man of the match in both games. Neville's voice was hoarse, yet piercing. Who else? I ask you, who else can stop this heavy tank wearing the number 43 jersey? If anyone thought his first match against Chelsea was just luck or due to Chelsea's complacency, then this second hat-trick today has shattered all doubts. He not only possesses freakish physical attributes, but has also perfectly integrated into Wenger's tactical system with unbelievable speed. No, to be precise, Wenger has dismantled and rebuilt the entire core tactical foundation of Arsenal, entrusting it entirely to this young man. As Neville's words faded, the director displayed an updated Premier League top scorer chart in the lower right corner of the live broadcast. The moment this chart appeared, tens of millions of fans watching the broadcast worldwide gasped in astonishment. First place, Su Chun, Arsenal. Goals 6. Second place, Diego Costa, Chelsea. Goals 4. Third place, Sergio Aguero, Manchester City. Goals 3. In just 2 matches, Su Chun, with only that amount of playing time, had bulldozed his way to the top of the Premier League scoring charts. He had even opened a 2-goal gap over the rampaging Chelsea striker Diego Costa. Such a ferocious start was simply unprecedented. The moment the final whistle blew, the entire Chinese internet erupted in a celebration more jubilant than the news. The barrage of comments on the live stream was dizzying. Su Chun is godly. Who said he could only play 1 good game? He scored hat-tricks in back-to-back matches. Isn't a hat-trick just a normal thing? Su Chun treats it like a bulk purchase. Where are those bastards from the Football Association? Come out and show yourselves. The one you expelled is now the top scorer in the Premier League. It's hilarious. Yesterday there were bots claiming Su Chun was exhausted. Today he sprinted all over the pitch for 80 minutes and created 3 goals. With this kind of undeniable talent, even if he goes to a nightclub for a drink or buys out all the champagne in London, I'd still buy his jersey. An immense sense of happiness enveloped every Chinese fan who truly loved football. This past week had been surreal for them. A 17-year-old from their own country was making fools of European defenders worth tens of millions on the pitch of the world's top league. How could this not drive people wild? It wasn't just within China. Sports media across Asia were in an uproar. Fans in Japan were seething with envy on forums. Although the number of their players in Europe far exceeded China's, they had never even dreamed of a phenomenal talent like this who emerged suddenly and became a core player in just 2 matches. A major South Korean sports newspaper went even further, publishing a lengthy article on its front page titled In-Depth Investigation, the source of Chinese genius Su Chen's astonishing explosiveness. His ancestors most likely possessed blood from the Republic of Korea. This utterly baseless and desperate attempt at association immediately drew a torrent of mockery from Chinese netizens who bypassed internet firewalls. But it also served as proof that Su Chen had already become the object of envy for football fans across Asia. Fans from various nations engaged in heated online debates. For the European superclubs waving their checkbooks, Su Chen's 2 consecutive hat-tricks made them abandon their last shred of hesitation and plunge into a frantic bidding war. A youth training compensation fee of 5,000 for the top scorer who scores goals for fun. Anyone who wouldn't make that deal would be a fool. At Arsenal's headquarters in London, CEO Gazidis sat in his spacious office, his scalp tingling. His 2 personal phones and the desk phone were all ringing incessantly. Gazidis took a deep breath and grabbed the receiver. No, Mr. Woodward. Su Chen is not for sale. We absolutely will not accept Manchester United's offer. Yes, we are about to sign his official professional contract. Please stop wasting your efforts. What? A weekly wage of 2,000. Gazidis' face changed color, and he slammed the receiver back onto the phone. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This was already the 4th call today from Manchester United's executive vice chairman Woodward. Although old Ferguson had retired, his influence within United's management remained. Rumor had it that Ferguson's script for snatching Cristiano Ronaldo from under Arsenal's nose was about to be reenacted with Su Chen. This absolutely could not happen. Gazidis pressed the internal communication button. All legal department personnel come to my office. Soon several Arsenal executives and the head of legal entered. Just moments ago, Arsenal's board of directors had held an emergency video conference. The old men reviewing spreadsheets in their offices had flatly refused to offer Su Chen a weekly wage of 1,500, which would break the existing salary cap. They believed that breaking the cap for a newcomer would lead star players like Alexis Sanchez and Mesut Ozil to line up at the door tomorrow demanding raises. This would cause the club's entire salary structure to collapse. However, this didn't mean Arsenal would give up on Su Chen. After heated debate, the board offered a flexible fallback plan. Gazidis slammed a newly drafted document onto the table. Contact Su Chen's agent, he ordered through. Tell him the maximum base weekly wage we can offer is 1,400 matching Sanchez. It absolutely cannot exceed this cap. But, Gazidis emphasized, we can keep the base wage unchanged and compensate him through other means. This is a standard practice in Bundesliga and Premier League transfers. Raise the signing bonus directly to 10 million. Additionally, increase the appearance fee from 1,000 to 5,000. Win bonus 1,000. He gets paid whenever the team wins. Goal bonus 5,000 per goal. Bold all these clauses and put them in the contract. Send it to him immediately. Upon hearing these figures, the head of legal nearly snapped his pen. It was like inviting a god of wealth into the club. With these appearance and goal bonuses plus the 10 million cash signing fee. If Su Chen maintained this scoring rate, the actual money he would pocket would far exceed United's offer of 2,000 a week, although it increased the budget indirectly. The base salary cap was preserved, silencing the other stars in the locker room. This was the management's shrewd. Half an hour later, Su Chen, who had just returned to his single-bedroom apartment and taken a hot shower to rest, received an urgent call from his third uncle Su Dingfang. Xiao Chen, Arsenal has a new proposal. Su Dingfang's voice was so excited it cracked. He read out the long list of bonuses Gazidis had offered word for word to Su Chen. After hearing this, Su Chen leaned back on the sofa, his eyes lighting up immediately. Not breaking the salary cap. No problem at all. Su Chen didn't care about empty fame. He wanted real money in his pocket. He quickly did the math in his head. The system had a built-in money-making function, rewarding 1,000 per goal. Now Arsenal was adding an extra goal bonus of 5,000 per goal, plus the win bonus of 1,000. If he scored 3 goals and won a match like today, he would pocket nearly 3,000 in cash from both the club and the system. A double money-making mechanism. This was basically treating Arsenal like a legitimate automatic teller machine. Too good. Third uncle, this offer has sincerity. I can agree not to break the weekly wage cap. Su Chen picked up a bottle of water from the table and unscrewed it. But since they're being so generous with bonuses, let's add a bit more pressure on them. Su Chen took a sip of water, his tone calm. Third uncle, tell the legal department that the list of bonuses isn't. Su Dingfang on the other end was stunned. Not enough. Son, this money is already terrifying. The signing bonus alone is 10 million. There's no such thing as too much money, Su Chan said with a light laugh. Have them add these: winning the Premier League title 5 million bonus. Winning the FA Cup 2 million bonus. Winning the Champions League 8 million bonus. Plus individual honors: winning the Premier League Golden Boot 3 million. Winning the Ballon d'Or 10 million bonus. Su Chan reeled off a series of figures that would make jaws drop. Dead silence fell on the other end of the line. After a full 10 seconds, Su Dingfang gasped. You really have the audacity to ask for this. Su Dingfang wiped his sweat and exclaimed. Soon, without further ado, Su Dingfang directly dialed Gazidis and conveyed Su Chin's final demands. In the Arsenal headquarters office, Gazidis was stunned for a moment after hearing these additional bonus clauses. Then without hesitation he loudly agreed. Agreed. Add them all to the contract. Gazidis shouted into the phone. After hanging up, the head of legal looked at Gazidis with concern. Sir, these championship bonuses add up to a fortune. Are you out of your mind? Gazidis cut him off with a Premier League title, Champions League, Ballon d'Or. Do you think, given our current squad depth, the likelihood of achieving these honors is very high, eh? Gazidis waved his hand. These are all impressive sounding, but empty clauses. He'll never get them. And even if by some miracle Arsenal were to win the Champions League this season, thanks to him, the revenue from broadcast rights, sponsor bonuses, and the surge in stock market value would be more than enough to make the club a fortune. When that happens, even if we had to sell the naming rights to the Emirates Stadium to pay his bonuses, the board would be in full support. Gazidis was a complete old fox. He was more than happy to issue such promissory notes. That afternoon, a brand new professional contract, dozens of pages thick, lay on the table in Su Chin's apartment. Besides the dazzling array of bonus clauses, Gazidis had added the most crucial chain in the contract, the release clause 200 million. This directly cut off any hopes of other big clubs poaching him on the cheap. Su Chin didn't even glance at the release clause, as it was standard practice for top clubs. He simply picked up a pen and with a couple of strokes signed his name. From that moment on, this contract, arguably the most absurdly lucrative and complex in Premier League history, took effect. The 18-year-old boy, unceremoniously expelled by the Chinese Football Association, had in just 2 matches officially ascended to become the uncrowned king of the Emirates Stadium in North London. When Gazidis returned to the Coney training ground with the signed contract, manager Wenger looked at the signature on the paper. The massive boulder that had been hanging over his heart finally crashed to the ground. The old manager let out a long sigh of relief. Su Chin was staying. His tactical puzzle of a single-core blitz was now firmly in place. As long as Su Chin was on the pitch as the core, no matter how tight the defensive block they faced in the upcoming matches, he was confident he could tear it apart. A fire of ambition unseen for years ignited in Wenger's eyes, fighting only for a top 4 finish. To hell with being 4th place FC. With this bulldozer up front, Arsenal was absolutely going to take a massive bite out of this chaotic Premier League season's title. After the conclusion of the 6th round of league matches, the Premier League table underwent a major reshuffle, with both Manchester clubs suffering shock losses in this round. Arsenal, propelled by Su Chin's phenomenal performances, stormed into the top 4 with 10 points, just 4 points behind league leaders Chelsea. The next league match, the 7th round, was a headline event that would put all of London's police force on high alert and send the adrenaline of countless fans soaring. The North London Derby. Arsenal would travel to White Hart Lane to face their century-old archrivals, Tottenham. At the press conference hall of the Coney training ground in London, the room was packed with hundreds of cameras cramming the front rows. Reporters from major European sports media outlets, armed with their long lenses and microphones, fixed their gazes on the seats on the stage. Arsenal CEO Ivan Gazidis strode onto the stage with a beaming face. Manager Arsene Wenger followed closely behind. In the center walked Su Chin, clad in a sportswear, his expression relaxed and composed. The three took their seats. The flashing lights below turned into a blinding sea of white. Gazidis tapped the microphone, cleared his throat, and spoke with an exuberant voice. Dear friends from the media, we are immensely honored to announce to the world that Arsenal Football Club has officially signed a new long-term professional contract with our super talent Su Chin. The contract spans 3 years with an option for an additional year's priority renewal. Let us all welcome the future ruler of North London. As his words fell, Wenger stood up with a smile. The old manager took a neatly folded brand new Arsenal home jersey in red and white from the attendant behind him. Wenger grabbed the jersey by its shoulders, exerted force with both hands, and shook it open. The back of the jersey was fully revealed before the lenses of all the journalists. An uncontrollable gasp erupted from the crowd of reporters below. There, emblazoned on the back, were 2 massive numbers: 14. Above the 14, the abbreviation of Su Chin's name was printed SU. It was not the temporary fringe number 43 he had worn before. It was the weighty number 14. Throughout Arsenal's century-long history, the number 14 possessed an irreplaceable magic, for it was the exclusive number of the Highbury King, the Gunners' icon Thierry Henry, Whoever wore this jersey became the team's undisputed tactical core. Previously, this jersey had been worn by the Tiger, Theo Walcott, hailed as Henry's successor. However, due to persistent injuries and his recent return from recovery, Walcott had discovered that Arsenal's tactical foundation had completely transformed into a single-core system driven by Su-Chun. Wenger had personally spoken with Walcott the night before, facing a phenomenal newcomer who had scored consecutive hat-tricks and toyed with the Premier League's most formidable defense. Walcott had no grounds to resist. He voluntarily surrendered the number 14 jersey and chose compromise. Wenger solemnly handed the number 14 jersey to Su-Chun. The two held the jersey together with both hands standing side by side, as the cameras below frantically captured this historic moment. The moment these photos were posted online, the entire fan base in China exploded. Holy crap! Number 14. This is number 14. The first Chinese person in history to wear the absolute core number of a top European giant. Walcott was forced to hand over power. Wenger has entrusted Arsenal's very soul to Su-Chun. Do those pigs at the Football Association see this? Hey, this is the cancer you expelled in your announcement. He's become the emperor of the Premier League. Awesome. This slap in the face is so satisfying. I'm going to buy 10 Su-Chun jerseys for my buddies. The football frenzy on the internet spread like wildfire across the prairie, growing ever more intense. The name Su-Chun was welded to the top of the trending lists on all major social media platforms. Any mention of these two characters meant a terrifying flood of traffic and monetization. This massive explosive effect immediately attracted a frenzied chase from countless capital sharks. Domestic sportswear brands, beverage giants, and automobile manufacturers all clamored with red eyes for Su-Chun's endorsement rights. A professional evaluation agency publicly declared online that given Su-Chun's current competitive level and his limitless traffic heat, his annual commercial endorsement fees, conservatively estimated, would directly exceed 100 million yuan. In the underground garage of the Coney base, Su Dingfang sat in the driver's seat of a newly acquired high-end Maybach, rubbing his weary face vigorously. Su-Chun opened the passenger door and sat in. Xiao-Chun, we need to talk. Su Dingfang didn't start the car, but turned his head with an expression more serious than ever. Your fame is too huge now. Over the past 2 days, dozens of major domestic companies have blown up my phone. Su Dingfang let out a long sigh. Your third uncle can manage small businesses here, but now we're talking about tens of millions of euros in commercial endorsements and complex disputes over your image rights in Europe. I've checked the contract Gazetes gave you. There are too many pitfalls in the commercial clauses. Your third uncle's education and energy are no longer enough to handle this. You should find a professional agency, preferably one of those top European agent giants. They can maximize your interests and shield you from many unnecessary off-field troubles. Su-Chun listened to his uncle's words and nodded earnestly. Third uncle, you've worked hard during this time. Without your help holding things together, I wouldn't have secured this first big contract. Su Dingfang waved his hand and laughed heartily. We're family, no need for formalities. As long as you can play well and not lose yourself in a pile of money like some of our countrymen, your third uncle's efforts won't be in vain. I've been looking into a few reliable names for agents recently. You make the final decision. Su-Chun leaned back in the leather seat, his gaze steady and determined. Earning money was merely a means. The football itself was his foundation for standing tall in this world. Without invincible performances on the pitch, all those commercial endorsements would be castles in the air. Days passed one after another. Midweek brought Arsenal a match in the English League Cup. The opponent was a weak team from the third tier of English football. To prepare for the weekend's crucial clash, Wenger made sweeping rotations with a bold stroke. Not only were key players like Giroud, Ramsey, and Sanchez all rested on the bench, but he also gave Su-Chun a paid day off, not even including him in the matchday squad. Wenger's protection of his new core engine was almost obsessive. He was terrified that Su-Chun might suffer a malicious foul from lower league thugs in this inconsequential cup match. Even with a full reserve lineup, Walcott and Gnabry, eager to prove themselves, easily dismantled the opposition at home, winning 3-0. They advanced smoothly to the next round of the League Cup. Yet no one in the entire Arsenal squad celebrated this cup victory, because everyone's eyes were fixed firmly on the weekend's Premier League blockbuster. The air across North London had already grown restless and feverish in advance. Premier League Round 7. Arsenal would face their century-old archrival Tottenham Hotspur at White Hart Lane, the North London Derby. In London, the Tottenham Hotspur Training Centre. The tactical meeting room of head coach Mauricio Pochettino was sealed shut. On the expansive projection screen, match footage played on an endless loop. This was Su-Chun's personal highlight reel. 3 goals against Chelsea, 3 against Aston Villa. Every frame of Su-Chun's performance had been meticulously extracted by Tottenham's analysts and stitched together. Touches, runs, accelerations, dribble shots. Specialized overhead camera angles revealed every single action Su-Chun had taken over the course of 2 full matches, laid bare before the Tottenham coaching staff with no blind spots. Pochettino had reviewed this encrypted footage countless times. Even now he stood with arms crossed, eyes fixed on the screen, his brow furrowed into a deep crease. As the Argentine manager at the helm of Tottenham, Pochettino harbored immense ambition this season. The current squad, refined over several years, had reached a critical juncture where results were paramount. They boasted England's most formidable striker Harry Kane, midfield maestro Christian Eriksen, French national goalkeeper Hugo Lloris anchoring the defense, and the tenacious Moussa Dembélé for midfield disruption. In short, Tottenham was a powerhouse fully equipped to challenge for the Premier League's top four, or even the title itself. After the first 6 league matches, Tottenham had secured 11 points, staying close to the leading pack. However, in recent days, every headline in London had been stolen by their archrivals Arsenal. This infuriated Pochettino and the Tottenham hierarchy. In North London, Tottenham and Arsenal were sworn enemies, their rivalry spanning a century. This hatred ran bone deep, surpassing even the Chelsea-Arsenal derby. What Tottenham fans could not bear was seeing Arsenal revel in success. This week's match was the highlight of the Premier League's 7th round, the North London derby. Venue White Hart Lane, Tottenham's fearsome home ground. Pochettino took a deep breath and raised a hand, signaling the analyst to turn off the projection. The screen went dark. The room fell into a silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Pochettino turned to face his assistant coaches. These usually proud tactical analysts now wore furrowed brows and pale faces. They had watched Součen's match footage repeatedly. The more they watched, the more daunting he seemed, the more an overwhelming pressure bore down on them. Is this kid even human? Assistant coach Jesus shook his head, his tone laced with deep helplessness. His speed, explosive power, and rhythm, when combining with the ball, are all top tier, among the very best. What's more terrifying is his ability to change direction at high speed, defying biomechanics, another defensive coach added, clutching his hair in frustration. He's impossible to defend. Chelsea's Terry and Cahill looked like training cones against him. Villa's double pivot was sliced through like an open highway. I simply cannot fathom where Arsenal found such a monster. To fully contain Součen for 90 minutes seemed in their eyes an impossible task. Listening to his subordinates' complaints, Pochettino let out a cold snort and slammed his palm hard against the sharp crack jolted everyone to attention. Snap out of it. Pochettino's gaze swept across each person, his voice booming. I need not reiterate what this North London derby means. Defeating Arsenal, trampling them underfoot, is our most crucial mission now. That Chinese kid is indeed strong. But on the football pitch, no one is flawless. Pochettino grabbed a marker and scrawled 3 bold words on the board: Součen's weaknesses. You've been blinded by his goal compilations. If you dissect his playing habits carefully, you'll find fatal flaws. Pochettino pointed at the board, his tone resolute. First, he has no long-range shooting ability. All 6 goals were scored inside the penalty area. Even when he gets the ball outside the box, he never shoots, only dribbles forward. That means his long-range accuracy is atrocious. The coaches exchanged glances, their eyes gradually brightening. Second, he plays extremely selfishly, clinging to the ball. Once trapped in a double team, he can't find a passing lane and relies solely on physicality to force his way through. Pochettino drew a heavy red cross, pointing at the final line. Third, and most critically, his stamina has a massive bottleneck. Against Chelsea, how did he leave the pitch? He was substituted due to a thigh cramp. Against Aston Villa, why did Wenger pull him off early? Because Wenger knew his energy was depleted and feared an injury. A playing style requiring full-speed sprints and explosive bursts takes an enormous toll on the body. He's only 18, his stamina reserves definitely can't last 90 minutes. Hearing their manager's analysis, everyone's eyes lit up. No long shots. Ball-hogging tendencies. Stamina issues. No long shots. That was merely the instinctive burst from his Kaka template, coupled with his hidden long-range shooting attribute of 86, yet to reveal its fangs. Too selfish. Who was to blame when the system awarded him €1,000 per successful dribble? As for stamina, the golden Iron Man talent in the shop was one Součen was already saving points to acquire, using mortal logic to deduce a cheater without limits. The rain at White Hart Lane was destined to wash away all of Tottenham's pride. Boss, what's our plan then? Jesus quickly asked. Pochettino snapped the marker in his hand. Turn White Hart Lane into a giant meat grinder. In this match, we don't need to match his technique. We fight with intensity, with pace, with stamina. Pochettino's tactical core boiled down to 4 words: running and smothering. Have Dembélé and Deer as double pivots stick to him like glue all match. The moment he gets the ball, get physical immediately. Don't be afraid to foul. Well, wear him down with relentless high-intensity combat. Cut off his connection to teammates, force him to keep dribbling. Trap him in the quagmire of our 3 defensive lines. From the first second the referee blows the whistle, we push the tempo to the max. Pochettino clenched his fists, his face flushed. I want to drain this Chinese kid's stamina within 60 minutes. Once his legs go weak, Arsenal's shaky defense won't stand a chance against Kane and Eriksen. There is only one king in North London. We will crush them and end Arsenal's winning streak. Součen was acutely aware of his own weaknesses. During this period, he had been sweating profusely at the Coney training ground. While consecutive hat-tricks were exhilarating, he understood all too well the treacherous nature of the upcoming fixtures. Arsenal was currently storming through the league, but in doing so had become the prime target for every other team. Main quest: secure 5 consecutive Premier League victories. The quest reward was the god-tier skill cannon strike. Having already vanquished Chelsea and Aston Villa in the previous 2 matches, the looming FA Cup and Champions League group stage fixtures posed a significant threat of physical exhaustion. Not to mention the impending North London derby. He knew the playing style of Tottenham Hotspur's men all too well. Their current manager Pochettino was a madman who worshipped high-pressure pressing. Spurs' midfield was packed with brutal meat-grinder types like Dembele and Deer. Their strategy was clear: use physical confrontations and tactical fouling to completely drain their core engine. Suchon leaned back on his apartment sofa and opened the system shop in his mind. He quickly scrolled through the item list, his gaze locking onto the consumables section. Advanced Stamina Recovery Potion upon use immediately clears all lactic acid buildup in the body, forcibly restoring the stamina bar to 100% with effects lasting for half an hour. No side effects. Price €1,000,000. This item was a lifesaver, but its price was exorbitant. Previously, Suchen's system account barely held 70 to 80,000 euros. He couldn't afford it at all. But the situation had changed. The signing bonus from yesterday's astronomical contract, a €10,000,000 down payment, had just been deposited into his personal bank account this morning. The system had indicated upon full activation that real-world currency could be exchanged for system funds at a certain rate for purchases. Suchen didn't hesitate for a moment. He initiated the currency exchange immediately. €1,000,000 without even batting an eye. He threw it all in. Ding. Purchase successful. Advanced Stamina Recovery Potion has been deposited into your system inventory. $1,000,000 gone just like that. In the past, Suchon would have felt a pang of heartache. But now, looking at the several million remaining in his bank account, he felt nothing. As long as he crushed Spurs at White Hart Lane and maintained his winning streak, the goal-scoring rewards from the system and the massive bonuses from Arsenal would easily recoup that million. Spending money to enhance strength, then earning it back 100 or 1,000-fold on the pitch. This was the ultimate virtuous cycle. A stamina bottleneck. If Pochettino truly intended to exhaust him with high-pressure pressing, he would be facing a monster with an inexhaustible energy reserve. Suchon closed the panel, stood up, grabbed his coat, and strode out the door. Off to White Hart Lane. The North London derby. Even before the match began, the fierce, palpable hatred between the two sides was on full display. The sky over London was a dreary grey today. Rain poured down in sheets. The moment Arsenal's red team bus entered the Tottenham district, it faced an unprecedented and frenzied ambush. On both sides of the street, there was a dense sea of Spurs fans in white jerseys. Their numbers were incalculable. Those fanatics who hadn't managed to get tickets had all gathered on the essential route to the stadium. White Hart Lane could only hold a little over 30,000 people, but the streets outside were clogged with at least 40 or 50,000. The London police had deployed riot officers. Hundreds of police officers holding riot shields and riding tall horses struggled to clear a path ahead. The sounds of sirens, curses, and horns blended into a cacophony. Go back to your South London. You traitors. Break that Chinese kid's leg. Arsenal can go to hell. Outside the windows, countless contorted faces pressed against the bulletproof glass, howling. Then bang, bang, bang. Beer bottles, coins, cans, even red smoke flares, billowing smoke. They rained down like hailstones on the windows and roof of the Arsenal bus. The noise was deafening. Everyone inside the carriage could feel the violent tremors. This was a real war. To escape conflict, Arsenal had forcibly moved from South London to North London all those years ago. This historical territorial dispute had destined the two clubs for an eternal, bitter rivalry from 100 years ago. Every encounter was like a collision of planets. Suchen sat by the window, coldly watching the Spurs fans outside, who were frantically flipping him off. The oppressive atmosphere of this away game was 10 times more terrifying than Stamford Bridge. See that? This is the most savage side of English football, said Jack Wilshere, the midfield enforcer sitting next to him, raising his voice to be heard. They're trying to break our mentality before the game even starts. Suchon turned his head and gave a light laugh. This is nothing much. The glass hasn't even broken. That's not a big scene. Wilshere paused for a moment, then gave a thumbs up. I love this fearless arrogance of yours. Ignore them. Once you're on the pitch and you stick the ball in their net, these idiots will shut up. Saying this, Wilshere lowered his voice and winked suggestively. By the way, how are things progressing with that supermodel Catherine from the night before last? The sun has already spilled all your secrets. Young fullback Bellerin, sitting in the front row, immediately perked up his ears. Suchen rolled his eyes helplessly. I just went to her place for a cup of Kopi Luwak coffee. Where do you get all this gossip? Wilshere pursed his lips, clearly unconvinced. Brother, you need to be careful. I heard Catherine's mother is a diehard Spurs fan. You slept with a Spurs fan's precious daughter. Those people in the stands at White Hart Lane today want to eat you alive. Suchen raised an eyebrow. Was that it? No wonder the Spurs fans outside were cursing so viciously. It wasn't just because of the club rivalry. There was also this personal grudge involved, like a stolen lover. Escorted by riot police, the team bus finally managed to struggle into the underground tunnel of White Hart Lane. The massive iron gate slammed shut, cutting off the bloodthirsty howls from outside. The players let out a long sigh of relief. Wenger stood at the tunnel entrance, his face ashen, clapping his hands. Everyone perk up. All this outside provocation is just a sign of their insecurity. Answer them with, go. Change in the locker room. Meanwhile, on the other side, the atmosphere in the Spurs' home locker room was like boiling. Manager Pochettino was delivering his final pre-match pep talk. The tactical board was covered in complex running routes. Remember, this is White Hart Lane. This is our turf. Pochettino paced back and forth, his voice echoing in the room. Arsenal has been getting too cocky lately. And that Chinese kid wearing the number 14 is even cockier. Do they think they can rule North London just because they have some kid? What a joke. Pochettino stopped abruptly, his eyes fixed on his two defensive midfielders, Dembele and Deer. Both were over 185 centimeters, tall, muscular giants built like oxen. Musa, Eric, you two have only one task today. Pochettino pointed at the red dot on the tactical board representing Su-Chun. From the first second of the kickoff, stick to him like glue. Use your body. Pull him. Slide tackle him. Don't give him any space to accelerate. Don't be afraid of getting a card. Use every means necessary to drain his stamina. Dembele cracked his thick knuckles, producing a sharp sound. Don't worry, boss. They'll show him just how hard the Premier League turf really is. Just then, Spurs captain and French national goalkeeper Loris stood up. Wearing his goalkeeper gloves, he pounded his chest and declared loudly, everyone just go and cause havoc up front. Leave the rest to me. Loris' eyes burned with intensity. I've watched the kid's footage. He only knows how to put his head down and dribble, just trying to round the keeper. Today, if he dares to break into the box, I will rush out and smother the ball at his feet. In this match, he won't get a single step past my goal. Loris had the right to be arrogant. He was one of the Premier League's most agile and decisive top-tier keepers. The type most adept at neutralizing dribblers who like to take the ball into the 6-yard box. Hearing their captains vow, the Spurs players cheered loudly. A derby match didn't require too much tactical maneuvering. When two armies meet on a narrow path, the only option is to fight. Over in the Arsenal away locker room, Wenger's tactical setup was equally direct. Counterattack. The old manager drew two long, solid lines on the board. Spurs will press forward frantically at the start, trying to overwhelm us with home advantage. The entire defensive line must drop deep. Santi, you'll need to take on more defensive duties today. Wenger turned to look at Su-Chun, who was sitting in the center tying his boots. So you don't need to track back. Stay near the center circle, ready to receive the ball. Once the counterattack is signaled, the entire team will feed the ball to you. This is your first North London derby. Are you ready to silence this stadium? Su-Chun stood up and stomped his studded boots firmly on the ground. The red and white number 14 jersey draped over his tall frame exuded an aura of imposing authority. He looked at Wenger and gave a slight nod. Leave it to me. There were no superfluous words. Just then, the referee's whistle sounded from outside, urging the teams to take the field. The two starting lineups met in the narrow, dimly lit tunnel. The air crackled with intense hostility. Su-Chun stood at the front of the Arsenal line, next to Captain Permertz. In the adjacent Spurs tunnel, Harry Kane, Eriksen, Dembele, and the others were all glaring at Su-Chun with extreme malice. Especially Dembele. The burly Belgian deliberately spat on the concrete floor between the two teams. The provocation was blatant. Wilshere immediately flared up, ready to confront him. Su-Chun grabbed Wilshere. He didn't even spare Dembele a glance, just looking straight ahead at the light of the pitch at the end of the tunnel. If a dog bites you, don't bite it back. The right thing to do is break its leg. Led by the officiating team, the starting 11s walked out of the tunnel and stepped onto the White Hart Lane turf. Boom. The moment the players appeared, the already volatile stadium erupted into a deafening roar. Over 30,000 Spurs fans unleashed a piercing, unified jeer. The colossal sound threatened to lift the somewhat aged roof of White Hart Lane. The weather was terrible today. The heavy rain made the pitch exceptionally slick. This kind of weather was perfect for slide tackles, but also increased the risk of injury. This was undoubtedly going to be a brutal, muddy brawl. Su-Chun looked around. On every stand, Spurs flags were fluttering. The entire stadium was enemy territory. But just then, the away goalkeeper Czech suddenly shouted, "Su, look ahead." Following Czech's pointing finger, Su-Chun looked up. In the away section, the loyal supporters stand at the very top of White Hart Lane. There were only 3,000 Arsenal fans. They were surrounded by tens of thousands of Spurs supporters. But at that moment, these 3,000 erupted with astonishing energy. A massive tifo banner was slowly unfurling from the top of the stand. It depicted a giant figure from behind, clad in the red and white of Arsenal. Squad number 14. Messi. At the bottom of the banner, a bright red horizontal streamer was pulled out. Welcome our new king, Su. Go and conquer North London. Shock. Alt. Both the Tottenham and Arsenal players. At this moment, their gazes involuntarily converged upon Su-Chun. This Chinese youth was the sole focus of the entire stadium. In just 1 week and 2 matches, he had stirred a tempest in the Premier League. On the away stand of White Hart Lane, 3,000 diehard Arsenal fans erupted in a roar that pierced the heavens. Playing away their cheers forcibly drowned out the jeers of 40,000 home supporters. Tottenham goalkeeper Hugo Lloris stood on the goal line, his expression grim. Hype from the media, is it? Lloris clapped his gloves heavily together. As the starting goalkeeper for the French national team, he had weathered countless storms. Having studied countless match tapes before the game, he was certain that Su Chin's style of dribbling deep into the box was most vulnerable to a decisive sweeper-keeper's rush. Today he'll personally end the myth of this Chinese kid. Lloris strode with confidence, pacing back and forth within his 6-yard box, brimming with self-assurance. Naturally, Tottenham fans were determined to give Arsenal's new king the harshest welcome. On the left side of the player tunnel at the front of the stand. When Su Chin jogged past during the pre-match warm-up, he received special attention from Tottenham's ultras. Get back to your crappy Arsenal. This is White Hart Lane. Watch your shin bones later. These were the milder remarks. A torrent of profanity and spittle rained down from the stands. Arsenal midfielder Jack Wilshere leaned in, lowering his voice to warn him. These mad dogs are trying to provoke you, make you lose your head on the pitch. Don't fall for it. Su Chin glanced at the seething stand, then nodded. I get it. First time here, just soaking in the local flavor of North London. Hearing this, fullback Hector Bellerin chuckled. Facing such a hostile away ground with the composure to joke showed that Su Chin's nerve was indeed extraordinary. They knew Su Chin's quality all too well. In the training matches at Coney, the kid had haunted Arsenal's entire backline into psychological shadows. Bellerin turned his head, glancing at Lloris in the distance. The French goalkeeper was arrogantly tilting his chin up, stretching. Let Su Chin teach these arrogant fools a lesson. Bellerin thought to himself. Beep. The referee's long whistle signaled the start of the match. The North London derby was about to ignite. Tottenham kicked off first. From the very beginning, Tottenham, leveraging home advantage, unleashed a ferocious the tempo of attack was pushed to its peak. Midfield maestro Christian Eriksen received the ball, and after 2 or 3 crisp passes the ball was spread to the left flank. Left back Danny Rose sprinted forward, took the pass without hesitation, and delivered a low cross. The delivery was pinpoint. Chaos erupted in Arsenal's penalty area. Per Mertesacker leaped with all his might, beating Harry Kane to the header and clearing the ball for a corner. Corner kick. Just a minute into the game, Tottenham had earned a highly dangerous set-piece opportunity. The stands of White Hart Lane erupted with a thunderous chant of support. Eriksen swung the corner in. The ball curved inward through the air. In the center, Harry Kane soared high, out-jumping Arsenal's defenders and powered a header towards goal. The ball skimmed over the crossbar and out for a goal kick. A collective groan of disappointment echoed through the stadium. On the sideline, Tottenham manager Mauricio Pochettino crossed his arms, nodding in satisfaction. This opening surge was exactly what he wanted. To turn the match into a knife fight, overwhelming Arsenal's defense with blistering tempo. Having dodged a bullet, Arsenal quickly organized a counterattack. Goalkeeper Petr Cech launched a goal kick. Holding midfielder Santi Cazorla settled the rhythm in the back, sending a low long pass to Alexis Sanchez up front. Just as Sanchez prepared to turn and dribble, Tottenham right back Kyle Walker closed him down, using his body to muscle him. His path blocked. Sanchez looked up to survey the field. Su Chin was drifting from the center to the right half space to receive the ball. Sanchez decisively pushed the ball to him, then accelerated forward to draw away a defender. Su Chin received the ball with his back to goal. The very instant his toe touched the ball, Tottenham defensive midfielder Moussa Dembele, like a rampaging bull, charged in from the side. Pochettino's tactic was clear. The moment Su Chin got the ball, smother him physically. Dembele even used his hands, grabbing the shoulder of Su Chin's jersey. For any ordinary young attacking midfielder, that challenge would have sent them flying, losing possession. But Su Chin's base was as solid as a mountain. His 99-point core strength exploded. Instead of falling, Su Chin planted his right foot into the turf and twisted his hips with explosive force, forcing himself to complete a 180-degree turn while carrying Dembele's 90-kilo frame. Dembele stumbled 2 steps from the sheer force, losing his grip on the jersey. Free from the challenge, Su Chin dribbled forward 2 paces. Another Tottenham defensive midfielder, Eric Dier, came across to cover. Just as everyone expected Su Chin to lower his head and charge through, Su Chin pushed the ball with the inside of his right foot, squaring it to the vacant space at the edge of the box. There Cazorla arrived on cue and unleashed a thunderous drive. The ball screamed towards goal, only to be punched away by the well-prepared Lloris. On the sideline, Pochettino's brow furrowed deeply. Something was wrong. In the pre-match video analysis, wasn't this kid a lone wolf who dribbled until he lost the ball? Just now, under pressure, he had calmly played a square pass. And Dembele's powerful charge hadn't knocked him down. How was his physicality so strong? The game's dynamics shifted in an instant. Lloris' punch fell to Tottenham's center-back Jan Vertonghen, who cleared it long to midfield. A frantic scramble for the ball ensued in the center of the park. The 4th minute. Arsenal defender Laurent Koscielny slid in dispossessing Harry Kane. The ball rolled to the Suchin arrived, took a touch with his left foot, and prepared to burst into a sprint. Deer chasing back from the side saw Su Chun about to accelerate. He launched into a scissor tackle. Taking both man and ball, he brutally chopped Su Chun down onto the turf. Su Chun rolled twice on the slick grass to absorb the impact. Beep. The referee's whistle blew, signaling a foul, and he issued a verbal warning to Deer. The 40,000 Tottenham fans not only refrained from booing their player, but cheered loudly. Good tackle, Deer. Break his leg. Teach him a lesson. Amid the torrent of abuse from the crowd, Su Chun did not confront Deer, nor did he writhe on the ground in agony to waste time. He pushed himself up with one hand and sprang to his feet instantly. His gaze swept across the pitch. He saw Cazorla making a quick run forward. Su Chun pressed the ball down. Before Tottenham's players could fully retreat into their defensive shape, he took a quick free kick with his right foot. The ball skimmed through Tottenham's midfield line, finding Cazorla with precision. The referee held his arms out, signaling play on. After releasing the pass, Su Chun didn't pause, darting like a white streak of lightning along the right flank into the edge of the box. Cazorla read his intention perfectly. Meeting the ball, he played a first-time pass back to the surging Su Chun. A 1-2 pass. Su Chun received the ball at the right half space of the penalty area. Tottenham's defensive linchpin, Belgian international centre-back Jan Vertonghen, approached, with extreme caution, lowering his center of gravity. Vertonghen knew he absolutely could not let this kid get a shot off near the box. Su Chun controlled the ball with his left foot at high speed. Suddenly, he dropped his left shoulder, feinting a sharp cut inside. Vertonghen shifted his weight to block the... In that instant, Su Chun flicked the ball with the outside of his left boot towards the byline. Elastico. Then with the inside of his right foot, he sharply dragged the ball back inside. Two rapid biomechanically defying changes of direction. The trademark close control of Ricardo Isaacson dos Santos Leite. Vertonghen forced his body to twist twice, but his studs slipped on the slick turf. With a thud, Vertonghen's legs tangled, and he crashed to the ground inside the box. He had been faked onto the floor. Stepping over the fallen Vertonghen, Su Chun had a clear path ahead. But that clarity lasted only a split second, because Tottenham goalkeeper Lloris had already rushed out, just as Lloris had boasted before the match. His charge was alarmingly decisive. Now Lloris had reached the penalty spot, arms spread wide, blocking every angle for a shot. If Su Chun dared to lower his head and dribble or smash a powerful shot, Lloris was certain he could smother the ball. Come on, kid. I've seen through your dribbling tricks. Lloris roared in his mind. But Su Chun didn't even lower his head. In his final step after beating Vertonghen without adjusting his rhythm, he gently prodded the underside of the ball with his left toe. With a flick of force, he chipped it. A delicate lob. The ball traced a beautiful parabola through the air. Lloris, having just launched himself towards the ground, looked up in despair. The ball sailed half a meter above his head, clearing his prized gloves. Then with a gentle drop, it nestled securely into the back of the empty net. Boom. Goal. The scoreboard flashed 0-1. Just 6 minutes into the match, Arsenal lead away. White Hart Lane fell into a deathly silence. The 40,000 Tottenham ultras who had been mercilessly taunting Su Chun moments before now stood with mouths agape, unable to utter a sound. The moment the ball hit the net, Su Chun turned and sprinted towards the byline, facing the stand that had hurled the worst insults. He spread his arms wide and shrugged with an air of dominance. Without saying a word, the subtext of this gesture was clear to the entire stadium. Is that it, eh? The North London meat grinder, is that all? Time rewound 10 seconds. At the very moment Su Chun prepared for a quick chip shot, French goalkeeper Hugo Lloris had already anticipated. Watching Su Chun's dazzling series of moves in the penalty area, sending Vertonghen sprawling onto the turf, Lloris felt a flicker of glee. This Chinese kid was exactly as the match footage had shown. Only knew how to bury his head and dribble straight. Lloris decisively charged out. As a top-tier goalkeeper, the commanding presence displayed when facing an unknown was itself a defensive weapon. Lloris had deeply inherited the art of intimidating forwards into faltering a skill passed down from veteran keepers. Lloris' leg muscles exploded with powerful thrust. His range was vast, 2 steps sealed off most of the angle. He refused to believe this 18-year-old greenhorn could conjure any new tricks at this critical juncture. But fate had other plans. Su Chun didn't even lift his head. The tip of his left foot gently prodded the base of the ball. The sphere soared into the air. Lloris was stunned. He stretched his arms desperately, his glove swiping through the air, but failed to even graze the ball's edge. Turning his head, he saw the ball already bouncing inside the goal. Despair washed over Lloris. That kid's line of sight was mostly blocked by Vertonghen's body. How on earth did he calculate his charge-out timing and steps so precisely? Lloris was utterly baffled. On the sideline, Pochettino leaped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. His mouth hung open, unable to utter a word for a long moment. His face was a mixture of chagrin, fury, and regret. Conceding a goal just 6 minutes into the match. For Tottenham's tactical plan in this game, it was the most disastrous start. So many targeted energy-draining tactics had been arranged pre-match. Now they were all waste paper. Since Arsenal was leading, they could easily fall back to their own half and comfortably play on the counterattack. Where was the promised midfield brawl? They didn't even want midfield control, just giving up possession outright. How could they engage in a war of attrition then? The thought of Suchin's terrifying sprint speed and solo breakthrough ability made Pochettino's scalp tingle. Even he couldn't come up with a decent response now. Throw everyone forward. The defense would definitely be shredded by Suchin's counters. Not push forward. With over 80 minutes left, were they to surrender at home? That would be impossible to justify to the fans in the stands. Pochettino had no choice but to steel himself walk to the technical area and press his hands downward, signaling the Tottenham players on the pitch to steady themselves first. In the stands, 40,000 Tottenham fans erupted in fury. The team falling behind early was infuriated, but that Chinese kid who scored actually ran beneath their diehard section and blatantly spread his arms in provocation. Countless coins, lighters, even plastic cups half filled with beer rained down like a storm, crashing heavily into the corner flag area. Suchin didn't even dodge. He stood proudly in the rain, slapping the gunner's crest on his chest. Then he turned and ran to the other end of the pitch. There 3,000 Arsenal away fans were gathered. Sue, Sue, Sue. 3,000 diehard gunners screamed the new king's name hoarsely. In the Sky Sports broadcast booth, commentator Neville roared. Suchin went straight to taunt the Tottenham diehard fans. He knows the century-old hatred between these two clubs all too well. If I were an Arsenal diehard, I'd absolutely worship him as the team's sole faith now. Carragher nodded vigorously beside him, showing contempt for rival fans after scoring. That's a surefire way to win fans. Now, all the trouble falls on Tottenham's shoulders. In set-piece play, Suchin might be contained by double-teaming, but if it's a counterattack? Carragher paused. Once he gets going, no defender in the Premier League can keep up with his pace. Hearing this, countless Tottenham fans' hearts leaped into their throats. In the studio of China's national sports commentator, He Wei, watching Suchin's defiant figure on screen, was equally effusive. This is a newborn calf fears no tiger. This is the personality the new generation of Chinese players should have. Meanwhile, in a high-end apartment back in China, Ma Dexing, editor-in-chief of Football News, watched the live broadcast with a grim face. Scoring within minutes of kickoff was like slapping Ma Dexing's face with a shoe. He furiously pulled out his phone, opened his Major Weibo account, and quickly typed a few lines, openly provoking the home fans away from home with a dissolute lifestyle off the pitch and nights out. This is your so-called idol, praise to the skies, getting a lucky goal and thinking he's invincible. With such character, he's destined to be a flash in the pan. The moment this slanderous post was sent, Ma Dexing naturally faced a torrent of abuse from fans nationwide. Shameless hack journalist, get out of football? You're just the FA's watchdog. He's tearing it up at White Hart Lane while you tap away in a dark corner. What kind of man are you? Writing such trash, may you have no offspring. Within minutes, the comment section was flooded with the crudest greetings. Ma Dexing couldn't care less. People in his line of work had long since developed skin thicker than a city wall. As long as he kept writing hit pieces and stirring the pot, he could brainwash a batch of mindless haters. When Suchin hit the rookie wall during the long Premier League season and his form dipped, that would be Ma Dexing's perfect moment to strike. Chinese netizens mostly had short attention spans. A few provocations then would drag Suchin into an inescapable whirlpool of public opinion. The scene cut back to the rain-soaked White Hart Lane. On the away bench, Wenger at the moment of the goal was ecstatic like an old child, throwing several combinations of punches in celebration. But the veteran manager was clear-headed. The match had just begun. In a derby, letting the opponent build a rabid momentum was extremely dangerous. Wenger pulled the warming-up fullback Bellerin close. Tell the lads on the pitch, don't completely park the bus. Press hard up front. Launch the most direct attacks after winning the ball. And look for Suchin immediately up front. Got it, boss. Bellerin shouted back, ran to the byline, and relayed the latest orders to the Arsenal players. On the pitch, the fiery atmosphere of the derby, far from being calmed by the early goal, was completely detonated. The tackles in midfield from both sides were terrifyingly aggressive. It was pure hand-to-hand combat. Scenes of players tumbling were everywhere. Within 10 minutes, the referee, to control the game, had to pull out 3 yellow cards. In the 15th minute, Arsenal intercepted in the back. Cazorla launched a long pass forward. Suchin controlled it with his chest, the ball obediently landing at his feet. He was about to accelerate forward when Tottenham center-back Vertonghen charged in from the side and executed a fierce scissor tackle. Man and ball, Suchin was brutally chopped down onto the turf. He rolled several times on the slick grass before fully absorbing the violent impact. The referee's whistle immediately sounded, calling a foul. Vertonghen received a verbal warning. The 40,000 Tottenham fans, far from blaming their defender, erupted in thunderous cheers. Beautiful tackle. Break his leg. Teach him a lesson. Amid the torrent of abuse from the stands, Suchin didn't argue with the referee or writhe in pain to waste time. He pushed himself up from the grass with one hand springing to his feet like a coil. Then he raised his hand high, signaling to Cazorla for the ball for the free kick. This sight amazed commentator Neville. Unbelievable resilience. Look, our Chinese lad isn't scared, he's up and asking for the ball immediately. He has a fearless big heart. On the away stand, Arsenal fans chanted Su Chen's name again. Su Chen was inwardly ecstatic. Afraid of tackles. Afraid of fouls. No way. As long as the ball was at his feet, it was all gleaming euros. The match continued. Up front, Su Chen roamed like a tireless cheetah, constantly making runs, receiving passes, and dribbling past opponents. Ding. Successful dribble. Reward 1,000 euros. Ding. Successful pass. Reward 100 euros. Cumulative running distance, 100 meters. Reward 100 euros. Crisp system notifications rang continuously in Su Chen's mind. Pochettino's tactic to drain his stamina was something Su Chen completely dismissed. With a high-grade stamina recovery potion worth $1 million in his inventory, he had every reason to sprint. In the 22nd minute, Arsenal intercepted and launched a counterattack. Su Chen received the ball at the center circle and charged forward with long strides. Tottenham defensive midfielder Dier slid in from an angle, trying to block with his body. Su Chen nudged the ball wide with his right foot, followed through with his left, and overpowered Dier with pure pace. The two raced in the rain. Dier strained to grab his shirt, but couldn't even touch Su Chen's hem. Reaching the edge of the penalty area, Su Chen didn't hesitate. His left foot planted on the turf, his right instep curled the ball with a dipping arc. The ball headed straight for the top right corner of the goal. Arsenal fans in the stands were already raising their hands to cheer. Then came a dull thud. French goalkeeper Lloris leaped high, spreading like a giant eagle. With one hand, he miraculously tipped the certain goal over the crossbar. What a save. A world-class save from Lloris. Carragher shouted from the commentary desk. Lloris has saved Tottenham. The Tottenham fans jolted with a cold sweat, then offered Lloris a warm round of applause. Just 5 minutes later, Arsenal came again. Winger Walcott sprinted down the flank and sent in a low cross. Su Chen held off Dembele in the box and delivered a powerful header. The ball slammed into the ground and bounced. Lloris went down extremely quickly, deflecting it with his fingertips past the post. Lloris again. A timely save. In the 35th minute, Su Chen beat two men in the box, used a flip-flap to fool Danny Rose, and unleashed a fierce right-footed shot. Lloris decisively closed down the near post, blocking the ball with his thigh. The entire first half became a divine duel between Su Chen and Lloris. Su Chen constantly linked up, dribbled past opponents with abandon, and repeatedly created deadly chances in front of Tottenham's goal. It was fair to say that without Lloris' superhuman saves today, Tottenham would have been shredded at home and sent straight to hell. Amid this relentless onslaught, Tottenham's defenders paid a heavy price. Gasping. The heavy rain washed over the turf of White Hart Lane, stripping away the players' body heat. Su Chen greedily inhaled lungfuls of air. His chest heaved violently. His lungs protested against this superhuman exertion. Continuous dribbles past opponents. Unrelenting short bursts of explosive sprinting. Shot after shot. Sharp turns. Sudden stops. And the brutal physical clashes with muscular giants like Dembele and Dier. These actions were all savagely burning through his stamina reserves. The North London Derby lived up to its fearsome reputation. Almost every player on the pitch was gritting their teeth and fighting to the death. This insane intensity of the match was the fiercest Su Chen had ever experienced since stepping onto the professional field. The 40th minute of the first half. During a dead ball situation, Su Chen rested his hands on his knees, sweat mingling with rain dripping down his cheeks. He was acutely aware of his own weakness. An 18-year-old body, even with core strength enhanced, still had its limits and stamina reserves. Long-distance runs and explosive accelerations consumed the most energy. Moreover, Pochettino was clearly using a human wave tactic to exhaust him to death. The referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. Players from both sides headed towards the tunnel. Tottenham manager Pochettino stood at the tunnel entrance, arms crossed. He stared intently at Su Chen as he walked off the pitch. Watching this Chinese youth, his face etched with exhaustion, panting heavily. Pochettino clenched his fist tightly and pumped it vigorously. Guessed right. This kid indeed has a massive bottleneck in his stamina. After just 45 minutes, he's already this worn out. If not for the chip he stole in the first half, Tottenham's strangulation tactic would have been perfect. The Arsenal away team's locker room. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Despite leading 1-0, everyone knew Tottenham's attacks were coming wave after wave. Especially the immense energy drain. Wenger furrowed his brow, standing silently before the tactical board. Arsenal's fitness coach Lewin quickly approached Su Chen. So your muscles are tightening and lactic acid buildup is severe. Lewin tested Su Chen's legs with an instrument. Boss. Lewin turned to Wenger. Su's energy consumption is off the charts. He can last at most 15 more minutes in the second half. He must be substituted, or there's a high risk of extensive muscle strain. Wenger nodded firmly. He was a coach who cherished his players above all. Even if it meant losing the derby, he would never risk a core player's career. 10 minutes into the second half, start warming up Gnabry. Wenger gave the order. Su Chen sat on the bench, pulling off his soaked jersey. He opened the system panel in his mind. Though he was exhausted like a dog in the first half, the rewards were astonishing. The running distance accumulated over 6,000 meters. Fouls suffered, successful dribbles, passes, and that goal. In the 45 minutes of the first half, Head earned over 50,000 euros. This was making money with his life. Suchin didn't hesitate. With a thought, he directly used the advanced stamina recovery potion lying in the system's inventory. The liquid worth 1 million euros dissolved invisibly into every limb and bone. A miracle occurred. The heavy leaden fatigue was swiftly stripped away. The tight, aching thigh muscles became light again. All lactic acid buildup vanished. Negative status cleared. The stamina bar directly refilled to 100% overflowing state. Not only that, but it was even better than before the match began. Suchin stood up, flexing his ankles. Every muscle in his body was recharged with explosive power. I'm fine. Suchin looked at fitness coach Lewin beside him. Feeling great. Lewin was puzzled. Just a moment ago he was panting so hard, he couldn't speak coherently, and now after a sip of sports drink, he was full of life. Lewin reached out and pressed several times on Suchin's calf. The result astonished him. The previously stiff muscle groups were now soft and elastic, a sign of excellent stamina. This recovery speed. It's freakish. Lewin shook his head. Suchin grinned. Coach, no need for a substitution in the second half. I can play the full match. Play the full match. Wenger was taken aback. He hadn't expected Suchin to make such a request. In a derby of this intensity, even veterans struggled, and an 18-year-old rookie wanted to play the entire game. Let's see first. Wenger waved his hand and turned to ask Lewin, how did his stamina suddenly improve? Lewin pondered for a moment and gave a reasonable explanation. Perhaps it's overexcitement. There have been similar cases in football history. In crucial derbies, players' adrenaline spikes can temporarily mask fatigue. However, pushing through like this will multiply the recovery time needed afterward. Wenger said no more. Since the team doctor saw no immediate issue, he chose to trust Suchin's eagerness to fight. In this rivals away ground, the team desperately needed this flag planted on the pitch. At the same time, in Tottenham's locker room, the atmosphere was entirely different. That kid is running out of steam. Pochettino shouted loudly to all the Tottenham players. I saw it. He could barely walk when he came off. How many turns did he make in the first half? How many collisions did he take? His stamina was already bottomed out. Tottenham's defensive stalwarts Deer and Dembele exchanged glances and breathed a huge sigh of relief. Defending Suchin was a physical grind and a psychological torment. Now learning their opponent's tank was empty, they suddenly felt confident again. Goalkeeper Loris sat in a corner, drinking water heavily. In the first half, he had been bombarded by Suchin's relentless attacks, making saves high and low, exhausted. If even the goalkeeper was tired, how could the forward, who kept sprinting back and forth, not be? Pochettino slammed his hand on the tactical board. Right at the start of the second half. Full press. Take off the defensive midfielder, bring on Lamela. Attack relentlessly. Crush Arsenal in their own half. The 15-minute halftime break passed in a flash. The heavy rain continued unabated. Players from both sides returned to the turf. As soon as the second half kicked off, Tottenham launched an overwhelming offensive. Header. Check. Brilliant one-handed save. Right from the start of the second half, Tottenham have turned the tables. Arsenal are pinned in their own box, unable to move. In the Sky Sports commentary booth, Neville was commentating loudly. Look at this. This is the North London derby. Tottenham don't want to lose at home. They've brought on more attackers. On the pitch, Harry Kane held his head in his hands watching the ball. Cech had punched out for a corner with great regret. He was just a fingertip away from equalizing. But this was already less than 8 minutes into the second half. Tottenham's sixth shot on goal, each one closer to scoring than the last. Arsenal's goal was under siege. Arsenal need to find a solution. They're dropping too deep now. If they keep letting Tottenham dominate like this, conceding is only a matter of time. Carragher, watching Wenger's furrowed brow on the broadcast, pointed out the problem mercilessly. Domestic livestream chat rooms were filled with lament. Arsenal's defense is bound to crack. They're just taking a beating. Where's Suchin? Where did he go? He hasn't even touched the ball in the second half. His stamina's gone. He ran too hard in the first half, probably can't even move now. That old fox Mod Dexing posted on Weibo again, saying Suchin's true colors are showing completely invisible in the second half. On screen, Tottenham won a corner on the right side. Over 30,000 Tottenham fans at White Hart Lane erupted with deafening cheers. Eriksen took the corner. The ball curved sharply inward towards the near post. Near post. Amidst the commentators' exclamation, the tall long-arm Czech leaped high, punching the ball cleanly away with both fists above Harry Kane's head. The veteran Czech landed, took 2 steps forward, and scanned the field ahead. At that moment, he heard a clear shout. Petr. That was the name of Arsenal's goalkeeper, Czech. Czech looked towards the sound. Across half the pitch, in the pouring rain near the halfway line on Arsenal's side, Suchin stood there, raising his right arm to call for the ball. Without a moment's hesitation, Czech wound up his right arm and hurled the ball with all his might. The ball sailed over the halfway line, tracing a long high arc. It landed precisely near Su Chun. Su Chun met the ball's descent, gently cushioning it with the instep of his right foot. The ball obediently settled at his feet. A perfect trap. Then, Turn nudged the ball accelerate forward. Every movement was fluid and seamless without a single pause. The effect of the €1,000,000 potion erupted at this moment. Su Chun was like a raging cheetah that had caught his legs unleashed terrifying thrust, kicking through the mud and water charging straight towards Tottenham's half. How does he look like he's out of stamina? Dembele, who had just retreated to the center circle, was completely dumbfounded. This starting speed was even fiercer than at the beginning of the first half. Tottenham was now fully committed to the attack. Only two fullbacks, Danny Rose and Walker, were left at the back, creating a massive gap. Facing the onrushing Danny Rose, Su Chun didn't slow down at all. 2 meters away, he nudged the ball to the left with his left foot, then quickly followed with his right foot to cut it back. A simple, ruthless change of pace, combined with maximum level explosive power. Like a red whirlwind, he blew past Danny Rose completely. Rose didn't even have a chance to grab his shirt. Walker, the last line of defense, panicked. He watched in disbelief as Su Chun approached the penalty area with beast-like speed. Gritting his teeth, Walker launched into a sliding tackle from the side. He wasn't trying to win the ball. He aimed to take down Su Chun, ball and all. Facing this powerful slide tackle, Su Chun was ready. He stamped his left foot hard on the turf. The immense reaction force lifted his body. He soared over the sliding Walker, ball and all. Cleared the defender. Unknown with the keeper. Beautiful. Beautiful. Neville stood up in the commentary booth, roaring at the top of his lungs. It's a unknown. Su Chun has the ball. Loris is coming out. Su Chun is still accelerating. 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 At the edge of the penalty area, French international goalkeeper Loris, eyes bloodshot, charged off his line. The humiliation of the last chip shot was still fresh. Loris spread his arms, lowered his center of gravity, and blocked all ground shot angles. If you dare shoot, I'll block it with my body. The distance between them closed rapidly. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. Loris decisively dived for the ball at Su Chun's feet. A tenth of a second before Loris' body hit the ground, Su Chun's right toe with extreme delicacy nudged the ball a meter to the left. Then he suddenly pulled his leg back and leaped over Loris' outstretched arm. A nutmeg. Rounding the keeper. Loris grasped at air, lying helplessly on the turf, turning his head to look behind him. Su Chun having cleared Loris. Before him stood a wide-open goal. Su Chun gently pushed the ball with his left foot. The ball rolled into the white net without any suspense. Goal. 2-0. 2-0. Not a chip. He directly rounded the goalkeeper. He turned the French national team's starting keeper into a stationary post. Neville's voice was hoarse from sheer excitement. This is the Chinese Red Lightning. At the moment, Arsenal were most beleaguered at the start of the second half. Su Chun with a 70-meter solo run has shattered White Hart Lane's goal. The previously raucous White Hart, tens of thousands of Tottenham fans, at this moment fell into dead silence. Confusion was written on every face. Wasn't he out of stamina? Didn't Pochettino say this kid couldn't even run in the second half? What kind of monster was that guy who sprinted 70 meters through the mud, shaking off 3 defenders? In the heavy rain, Su Chun paid no attention to the crushed expressions of the Tottenham players. He shook off his teammates coming to embrace him, ran straight to the corner flag area. He ripped off his redand white jersey, turned around, and aimed his back at the broadcast camera in the stands. Number 14. Messi. The rain continued to pour. Beneath the stands where the 3,000 diehard Arsenal fans of White Hart Lane were seated, Su Chun turned around. The rain-soaked red and white jersey clung tightly to his explosively muscular frame. The massive number 14 was conspicuous, glaring. The entire stadium fell into a deathly silence. The over 40,000 Tottenham fans who had been spewing torrents of abuse moments before were now completely muted. Raindrops pelted their faces and also struck the face of French national goalkeeper Loris, who lay sprawled in front of the goal. Loris lay spread-eagled in the muddy water. His gloves were caked with mud. He panted heavily, his eyes fixed intently on Su Chun's retreating figure ahead. He had thought he had seen through Su Chun's tricks. He had thought this was just a reckless youngster who only knew how to keep his head down and dribble. But what was that just now? Starting from his own half. A furious 70-meter sprint. Blazing past Danny Rose. Leaping over Walker's sliding tackle. And finally facing his charge, that infuriatingly delicate nutmeg. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Loris was the starting goalkeeper for the French national team, a veteran of countless storms. Yet in that moment, just now as Su Chun approached, Loris saw in him an unstoppable primordial beast. That completely irrational bulldozer style, it suppressed him utterly in terms of sheer presence. Loris was afraid. Panicked. He covered his face with both hands, burying it deep into the slick turf. In this duel with the Chinese youngster he had lost. Lost completely and utterly. Loris finally pulled himself up from the muddy water, watching the receding figure of the number 14. Next time we face off, I will never let you get past me so easily. Loris clenched his fists in his thick gloves, vowing silently to himself. But this felt more like a pale, feeble self-consolation. This white, ghostly silhouette had already become the nightmare of his professional career. On the sidelines, Tottenham's manager Pochettino was completely stunned. He stood rooted to the spot like a wooden post in front of the dugout. His tactical board lay discarded in a puddle. His mouth hung open, his mind a tangled mess. A 70-meter explosive dribbling assault, interspersed with high-intensity rapid changes of direction. How the hell could a player with depleted stamina do that? Just 10 minutes ago, he had confidently shouted to all his players that Su Chun was out of gas. He had ordered the team to press forward in waves for an attack. And the result? Their defense had been torn apart from the backfield in a single devastating run. Pochettino felt a burning shame on his face. Such speed, such ball control, such damn stamina recovery. Monster. This kid was definitely a mutated freak. Pochettino finally realized how laughable his pre-match plans for a suffocating defense had been. How could you suffocate a perpetual motion machine that knew no fatigue? 2-0. It's 2-0. In front of the Arsenal substitutes bench, assistant coach Bold was so excited he jumped directly onto Wenger's back. The veteran manager Wenger was grinning from ear to ear, raising his hands high to acknowledge the cheers from the away fans. He is our new king of Highbury. Wenger said, his eyes growing a bit misty as he watched the young figure on the pitch. A 70-meter solo run, consecutive bursts of speed, beating the goalkeeper and slotting into an empty net. This was a perfect replica of Henry in his prime, even more domineering and irrational than Henry. Wenger had been on tenterhooks, fearing Su Chin's stamina wouldn't last until the end. Now it seemed this kid's physical makeup was a complete enigma. No matter how intense the opposition, he could always pull something new out of his bag. With such an attacking core, why should Arsenal just fight for a top 4 finish? Wenger's gaze drifted towards the more distant top spot on the league table. A bold idea so crazy it even surprised him began to take root in his heart. Win the title. With Su Chin, Arsenal would absolutely lift that long-missed Premier League trophy this year. At that moment, the online world back home had erupted into a sea of joy. In the sports channel's live stream, the barrage of comments was so dense it completely obscured the broadcast. Explosive. A solo burst of speed. Who can withstand that? What damn Tottenham meat grinder? They're all paper tigers in front of our god Su. Who said he had no stamina? Come out and show yourself. He ran faster than a rabbit just now. Brothers charge. Let's go raid that old scoundrel Mod Dexing's Weibo. In an instant, the Weibo comment section of Mod Dexing, the FA's pet journalist, who had just posted an article bashing Su Chun for showing his true colors and disappearing in the second half, was flooded with over 100,000 comments in 3 minutes. Old dog, is this what you call disappearing? A 70-meter solo run you called disappearing? Kneel and watch the game. Open your dog eyes wide and see the power of a Chinese man. Useless trash kept by the FA. Delete your post and quit the internet to save yourself. In a high-end apartment, Mod Dexing trembled as he looked at the flood of abusive private messages on his phone. His face ashen, he finally couldn't withstand the terrifying torrent of online backlash. With a click, Mod Dexing gritted his teeth and sheepishly pressed the button to close the comment section. On the pitch, the game restarted from the center circle. Being 2 goals down, coupled with the utter humiliation on home turf, completely snapped the already frayed nerves of the Tottenham players. The hatred of a century-old rivalry completely overwhelmed their reason. White Hart Lane had become a true arena of blood. The defensive tackles from Tottenham players began to spiral out of control. Whenever an Arsenal player had the ball, they were kicked and pulled. This was especially true for Su Chun. In the 65th minute of the match, Su Chun received the ball at the center circle arc. He had just brought the ball under control and was about to start his advance when Lamela, the Argentine forward, just brought on by Pochettino, lunged in from the side with his studs showing. A vicious sliding tackle aimed directly at Su Chen's ankle. Su Chun reacted incredibly quickly, jerking his foot up, but Lamela still brought him and the ball down into the mud. The referee's whistle blared loudly. Without hesitation, he pulled out a yellow card and showed it to Lamela. But this single yellow card was nowhere near enough to quell the fury of the Arsenal players. Midfield General Wilshere was the first to charge over. He grabbed Lamela by the collar, spittle flying. What the hell do you think you're doing? Trying to cripple him? What kind of man takes a cheap shot when he can't win? Lamela wasn't backing down either, straining his neck and shoving Wilshere back forcefully. Players from both sides quickly converged, creating a chaotic scene. The referee blew his whistle frantically, forcibly separating the two, and penalized both, showing Wilshere a yellow card as well. Calm down, Jack. Don't fall for it. Cazorla held back the irate Wilshere. Su Chin got up from the mud, brushing the grass clippings off his shorts. His ankle was stinging. These guys were truly desperate, willing to use any dirty trick. But he didn't care at all, because in his mind the crisp sound of falling gold coins was ringing wildly. Ding. Suffered a malicious foul. Reward 5,000 euros. Ding. Successful dribble past opponent. Reward 1,000 euros. What did a foul of this level matter? As long as his leg wasn't broken, this was just money for nothing. Wenger watched from the sidelines, his heart in his throat. 2 goals up, the 3 points were essentially secured. He absolutely could not tolerate his tactical core being injured by these butcher-like players on this muddy pitch. Arsenal's team doctor was already on standby with his medical kit. Gnabry, get warmed up. Get Sue off the field now, Wenger shouted at the top of his lungs. Gnabry took off his training jacket and started doing high knees near the touchline. At the next stoppage in play, Arsenal would make the substitution immediately. The game continued. Arsenal still had possession. Tottenham were pushing everyone forward, leaving vast open spaces in their defense. In the 68th minute, Cazorla made a pinpoint tackle in the defensive half. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched a long ball forward. The ball cut through the rain curtain, flying straight into the heart of Tottenham's penalty area. Their only Su-Chun and Tottenham's defensive midfielder Deer were sprinting for the ball. Su-Chun held his position. Facing the descending ball, he moved forward instead of backward, elegantly arching his chest to meet it. The ball struck Su-Chun's broad chest. It didn't bounce away. Such was the terror of max-level ball control. The ball rolled smoothly down to Su-Chun's feet. Deer was already on him, trying to use his body to overpower Su-Chun. Su-Chun controlled and dribbled past in one motion. He didn't bother tangling with Deer. He nudged the ball with the outside of his left foot and took a big stride with his right. A violent burst of pace. The ball traced a straight white line through the rain, drilling deep into the box. Deer was completely unable to keep up with this inhuman initial burst of speed. By the time he turned to give chase, Su-Chun was already half a body length ahead. Deer panicked. Completely panicked. If Su-Chun got past him again, only the isolated Loris would be left ahead. They were about to be picked apart. With no time to think, Deer inside the penalty area stuck out his right leg. He tripped Su-Chun's standing leg from behind. Su-Chun was brought down hard. He rolled twice on the slick turf, clutching his ankle as he lay in the box. This time Deer had clearly committed a dirty foul. The referee's whistle was sharp and piercing. Without any hesitation, the referee's arm pointed straight to the penalty spot. And it didn't end there. The referee strode purposefully over to Deer. His hand went to his pocket. A yellow card was held high. Then, as Deer's face filled with terror, the referee pulled out a bright, glaring red card. Second yellow-red. Deer was sent off, and a penalty was awarded to Arsenal. The White Hart Lane Stadium exploded in that single second. 40,000 Tottenham fans erupted into a deafening chorus of boos. Cheat. This is a damn cheat. Dive. That kid definitely dived. The Tottenham players went berserk. Loris was the first to sprint out of his goal, his eyes bloodshot. He was running so fast he slipped in the mud. Getting up, Loris along with several Tottenham defenders surrounded the referee. Are you blind? He's acting. He's diving. Loris screamed wildly at the referee, spraying spittle in his face. Lamela even charged straight at Su-Chun, who was still on the ground clutching his leg. Get up now, you dirty clown. Lamela reached out, trying to yank Su-Chun up from the ground by force. Get your filthy hands off him. A furious roar rang out. Wilshere, like an enraged bull, sprinted over from 10 meters away. He delivered a vicious two-handed shove, slamming hard into Lamela's chest. Lamela stumbled back 3 or 4 steps and landed on his backside in the mud. This ignited the powder keg. Tottenham defenders Walker Dembele and others charged at Wilshere with red eyes. Arsenal's Mertesacker, Cazorla and others were not to be outdone, rushing into the box. Substitutes from both assistant coaches, even the usually mild-mannered staff members, all swarmed over the touchline and onto the pitch, pushing, shouting, jersey pulling. The situation was completely out of control. The referee blew his whistle frantically until his face turned purple, but no one paid him any attention. The linesmen also rushed in to try and break it up, only to be elbowed hard by an unknown assailant. White Hart Lane had descended into utter chaos. A brawl. A massive brawl. In the commentary box, Sky Sports commentator Neville was screaming hoarsely, "Oh my God! This is the essence of the North London Derby." Su-Chun won a penalty. He not only sent Deer off, but also completely shattered Tottenham's psychological defenses. The Tottenham players are having an emotional breakdown. This match is becoming unplayable. The head referee blew his whistle frantically, his face turning purple, but no one paid him any attention. The linesman also rushed in to try to break up the fight, but was elbowed hard by an unknown hand. White Hart Lane descended into utter chaos. Minutes later, with the forcible intervention of a large number of security personnel, the massive shoving and shouting match was barely quelled. The head referee, drenched in sweat, issued 2 more yellow cards to the instigating Tottenham and Arsenal players. The match could finally resume. But the atmosphere in White Hart Lane had become extremely tense. All the Tottenham players, looking at Su-Chun standing on the penalty spot, had barely suppressed anger in their eyes, and even a fear they themselves hadn't noticed. Yes, fear. In this North London derby, it was this Chinese teenager wearing the number 14 jersey who had brought all the shame and pain to Tottenham. Su-Chun held the ball and placed it firmly on the penalty spot. Just then, Tottenham goalkeeper Hugo Lloris, "Cheater! You got this penalty with such despicable tricks. You're a coward." Lloris bent down and roared in Su-Chun's face. Su-Chun stood upright, looking at him coldly, trying to provoke him with words and disrupt his penalty-taking mindset. Such petty tricks were too low-level. Seeing this, Jack Wilshere immediately rushed over to push Lloris away. Chun grabbed his hot-tempered teammate and shook his head at him. Loris retreated to his goal line, but refused to shut up. I know which side you want to kick. You don't even have the guts to look me in the eye. Come on, coward. Kick it to me. Loris kept waving his gloved hands. Chun simply ignored him. Seeing Chun completely unresponsive, Loris felt unsettled inside. Was this kid really an 18-year-old rookie? This kind of composure, remaining unflappable even when mountains crumble, was something many veteran players over 30 couldn't achieve. Loris gritted his teeth, forcing himself to calm down. A penalty was a psychological battle between the goalkeeper and the shooter. If he guessed the direction correctly, he was confident he could save the ball. After confirming that only Chun and Loris were inside the penalty area, the head referee blew his whistle forcefully. The world watched with bated breath. All the traveling Arsenal fans stood up. Tottenham fans unleashed a deafening chorus of boos, trying to create noise and distraction. On the sidelines, Mauricio Pochettino and Arsene Wenger both held their breath. Chun took 3 steps back, glanced at the goal. Loris crouched on the goal line, hopping slightly from side to side, trying to confuse him. Chun didn't fall for it. He ran up. His right instep struck the ball powerfully. The ball wasn't a low drive or a feigned pause to change the rhythm. Instead, it soared directly into the air, turning into a streak of white light heading straight for the absolute top left corner of the goal, the precise junction of the crossbar and post. This was the blind spot farthest from the goalkeeper's arm. If it hit that angle, even if the keeper jumped early, he would never reach the ball. Loris guessed the direction correctly, his body fully stretched in the air. But the ball was too fast. The crisp sound of the ball hitting the net echoed around the world through the broadcast microphone. Goal. 3-0. A hat-trick. The Arsenal away stand erupted with earth-shattering cheers. A magnificent strike into the top corner. Chun has completed his hat-trick. Loris had no chance. Chun responded to White Hart Lane's deafening boos in the most powerful way. Gary Neville pounded the desk on the commentary panel. After scoring, Chun didn't celebrate wildly. He turned around and sauntered over to Loris, who was picking himself up from the turf. Chun looked down at the French international goalkeeper and taunted, "Your act was very impressive. Too bad your goal is as wide as a morning highway. Clown." Hearing this, blood rushed to Loris' head. His pride as a top goalkeeper was utterly shattered. He roared and charged at Chun, swinging his fist. Just as the fist was about to land, a pair of strong arms tightly wrapped around Loris' waist. It was Tottenham centre-back Jan Vertonghen. "Calm down, Hugo. Are you crazy?" Vertonghen dragged Loris back. "He's deliberately provoking you. Do you want a red card and leave us with 10 men? Hearing this, Loris shuddered. A cold sweat broke out on his back. If he had landed that punch, it would have been an automatic. Tottenham would have been down to 9 men against 11, leading to an unprecedented massacre. Loris panted heavily, a deep wariness now in his eyes as he looked at Chun. This kid wasn't just terrifying with his skills, his cunning was chillingly deep. Seeing Loris held back, Chun shrugged indifferently. It was a pity he didn't get a red card. He turned around, spread his arms, and welcomed his charging Arsenal teammates. On the sidelines, after seeing the penalty scored, Wenger immediately summoned the 4th official. Substitution. With a 3-goal lead and Tottenham down to 10 men, the outcome was sealed. He absolutely wouldn't allow his precious gem to stay a second longer on this brutal battlefield. During a dead ball, the substitution board was raised. Serge Gnabry replaced Chun. Amidst the wild boos of Tottenham fans and the adulation of Arsenal fans, Chun strode off the pitch. As soon as he stepped off the sideline, Wenger eagerly approached, throwing an arm around his shoulder. "Well done, son. Let Lewin check your ankle quickly." Chun sat on the bench, and team Dr. Gary Lewin immediately knelt in front of him with his medical kit, removing his socks and shin guards. Several purple bruises from stud marks were clearly visible on Chun's ankle and calf. Lewin put on gloves, carefully pressed, and examined them. "Boss, no damage to the bones or ligaments. Just superficial bruises. An ice pack to reduce swelling and dissipate the blood will be fine." Hearing the doctor's conclusion, Wenger let out a long sigh of relief. As long as his core player wasn't injured, this derby was a perfect textbook. He turned his attention back to the pitch. Without Chun's immense threat, the pressure on Tottenham's defense eased dramatically. But the hostility between the two teams had not dissipated. The Tottenham players, now a man down completely, let loose, their tackles growing increasingly brutal. Arsenal responded in kind, retaliating with reckless fouls. For the remainder of the second half, the football match turned into a logging competition. Whistles blew incessantly. Yellow cards flew like snowflakes. Finally, after a lengthy 5 minutes of stoppage time, the referee blew the long final whistle. The moment the referee himself breathed a huge sigh of relief. If the match had continued any longer, a major medical incident would have been inevitable. The post-match statistics were released. Throughout the match, Tottenham received an astonishing 8 yellow cards and 1 red card. Arsenal also collected 6 yellow cards. The combined total of 14 yellows and 1 red directly broke the record for cards in a North London derby over the past decade. In the end, Arsenal, thanks to Chun's hat-trick, crushed their arch-rivals Tottenham Hotspur 3-0 away from home. They secured 3 points. achieving 3 consecutive league wins. Their league ranking surged directly into the top 3. As Suchun, wearing a jacket and escorted by security, walked into the player tunnel, the entire Premier League, even the whole of European football, was rocked by a massive earthquake because of his performances in these 3 matches. 3 consecutive Premier League games. 3 consecutive hat-tricks. This kind of insane goal-scoring efficiency was unimaginable not just for a rookie, but even for peak Messi or Ronaldo if they were to land in the Premier League. The raging red storm of Suchun had completely swept across the European continent. The front-page headlines of all major sports media outlets were unified within half an hour of the match ending. Sky Sports, the Premier League welcomes a historic talent. The new king of North London is crowned. The Sun, 3 games 9 goals. The Chinese bulldozer crushes White Hart Lane. L'Equipe, Loris nightmare. Suchun's 70-meter sprint humiliates the French international goalkeeper. Head coaches of top European clubs all placed Suchun's match footage on their desks. Everyone was studying this Chinese teenager under a magnifying glass. The more they studied, the more their hearts pounded. Speed, strength, explosiveness, ball control, composure under pressure. There were no weaknesses to be found. Renowned English football pundit Gary Lineker made this observation on a post-match live show: a perfect attacking machine is taking shape at the Emirates. Now all the defenders in the Premier League are facing a desperate question. Who can stop Suchun? The match is over. The entire match is over. Arsenal defeated their arch-rival Tottenham Hotspur 3-0 away from home, breaking into the top 3 of the standings. They are tightly biting at Chelsea, who sits in first place. In Sky Sports broadcast booth, Neville roared with a horror. Who could have imagined? Arsenal, whose defense was criticized as fragile at the start of the season under Suchun's leadership, crushed their arch-rival in the most brutal manner. Defeating Chelsea, sweeping Aston Villa at home, bloodying White Hart Lane on the road. In 3 Premier League matches, Suchun has scored a total of 9 goals. Neville suddenly stood up, pressing both hands on the commentary desk, his gaze fixed on the Chinese youth wearing the number 14 jersey on the broadcast screen. It can be said that Arsenal's crazy winning streak is entirely brought by Suchun alone. With this unyielding genius striker, we can have even greater expectations for Arsenal's season. Carragher beside him nodded repeatedly. Carragher had to admit that he was completely conquered by Suchun. At this moment, Carragher began to eagerly anticipate Suchun's next match. He was certain that this 18-year-old youth would definitely become a world-class superstar. Carragher had seen too many rookies who peaked at their debut only to quickly fade away. But Suchun was completely different. Within Suchun's body lurked a beast that never knew fatigue. Carragher now desperately wanted to see just how great an impact this Chinese youth would have on the Premier League by the end. Into the top 3. Awesome. Playing like this, Arsenal will definitely win the title this year. 3 league matches, 3 consecutive hat-tricks. Just ask who else. I'm a bit worried he'll peak at debut and run out of stamina later. Spit, spit, spit. Jinx. Didn't you see him running faster than a rabbit in the second half? On domestic Weibo, the topic of the North London Derby shot straight to number 1 on the trending list. Chinese fans indulged in an all-night frenzy on major forums. Regardless, the Premier League Golden Boot this year is definitely secure. Someone posted assertively, yeah, the highest number of goals for a Premier League Golden Boot winner has been around 30. Now Suchun has 9 in 3 matches. There are still over 30 league matches left. At this rate, he'll break the Golden Boot record in half a season. This is amazing. I never thought I'd live to see a Chinese person win the Premier League Golden Boot. It's a pity those idiots at the Football Association issued a statement expelling him. Going to nightclubs for women, provoking rival fans. What kind of crap reason is that for expulsion? An 18-year-old single guy falling in love? Is that a crime? The Football Association is a joke. That old dog Ma Dexing even closed his comment section. What a cowardly waste. Finally, the comment sections of major sports sections turned into exhibition halls where fans vented their fury at the Football Association and unscrupulous journalists. The match ended in the away team's locker room at White Hart Lane. Arsenal's players wildly splashed mineral water, celebrating the resounding derby victory. Wenger watched his disciples' antics with a smile. Once they had their fill of fun, Wenger clapped his hands, signaling everyone to quiet down. Well done, lads. Tonight you are the kings of North London. Wenger's tone shifted, his expression turning but the celebration ends here. The Premier League has no winter break. To prepare for the upcoming Christmas fixture congestion, we must be ready in advance. In the next 2 months, we have 10 league matches, 2 League Cup ties, and Champions League group stage matches. Wenger tapped the tactical board heavily with his fingers. On average, there's a high-intensity match every 4 days. Our squad depth will face the harshest test. So no holiday tomorrow. 9 o'clock sharp, gather at the Coney Training Center. No one is allowed to be late. Hearing this, the players put away their playful expressions and shouted in unison that they understood. On the bus back to the Coney base, the cabin was quiet, most players wearing headphones and resting with their eyes closed. Su Chun leaned back in the leather seat in the last row, closing his eyes as he opened the system panel in his mind. He began to tally the rich rewards from this North London derby. Cumulative running distance exceeded 10,000 meters. Fouled maliciously 5 times. Successful dribbles 18 times. Plus the hat-trick goal bonuses. After this match, the system account directly gained 7,800 euros. And that wasn't all. Su Chun had just signed that lucrative bonus contract with Arsenal yesterday. Win bonus £100,000. Goal bonus 3 goals £450,000. The single match bonus from the club alone amounted to £550,000. Converted to euros, that directly exceeded 600,000. Plus the system rewards. In one 90-minute match, Su Chun had wildly swept away nearly 700,000 euros. This money-making speed was even more exaggerated than a printing press. Su Chun closed the funds panel with satisfaction, his gaze shifting downward. Main quest: achieve 5 consecutive Premier League wins. Current progress, 35. Only 2 matches remained until he obtained that a rank god-level skill cannon. Su Chun glanced at the upcoming fixture list. The next 2 opponents. Away to Everton. Home to Manchester. Both were notoriously tough nuts in the Premier League. Especially Manchester City, which had been splashing cash on players in recent years, boasting an extremely luxurious squad. Su Chun cracked his neck bones, emitting a clicking sound. No matter who it is, if they dare stand in the way, crush them all. Just then, the phone in Su Chun's pocket vibrated. It was his third uncle, Su Dingfang. Su Chun pressed the answer button, lowering his voice. Hello, uncle. On the other end, Su Dingfang's voice trembled with excitement. Xiao Chun, your performance today was so dominant. Everyone back home is going crazy. Let me tell you something serious. In just these 2 hours, my phone has been blown up by sponsors from home and abroad. Su Dingfang gasped for breath. Nike, Adidas, Puma. All 3 giants have sent their top Asia-Pacific executives flying to London overnight. They want to meet with you in person tomorrow morning. Nike directly hinted on the phone that they're willing to offer a super endorsement contract worth 80 million euros over 5 years. As long as you nod, the money will be in your account tomorrow. Hearing this figure, Su Chun's expression remained unchanged. He knew his commercial value all too well. With a market of over 1 billion people in China behind him, he was now the most lucrative cash cow in global sports. Uncle, keep them waiting, Su Chun said in a steady tone. Su Dingfang was stunned. Keep them waiting? This is 80 million euros. Too little. Su Chun chuckled. I've only played 3 matches. When I win the Premier League Golden Boot and help Arsenal secure the league title, this offer will at least double. Tell those brands that if they want to sign me, they need to come with a sincerity of at least 150 million euros. Otherwise, don't bother. He hung up. Su Chun shifted to a more comfortable position and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, newsstands across England were dominated by photos of Su Chun. The Sun's headline: Chinese bulldozer crushes White Hart Lane. 17-year-old shocks the world with 9 goals in 3 matches. The Times: terrifying consecutive hat-tricks. New king crowned, Arsenal rekindles title hopes. Daily Mail: Loris nightmare. The boy in number 14 conquers the Premier League. For a time, Su Chun's name was on everyone's lips across England. A huge suspense lingered in the minds of all fans and media. This season, can Arsenal really win the title? That evening, inside the live studio of Sky Sports' flagship show Premier League Preview, famous host Gary Lineker sat on the central sofa. Beside him sat 3 special guests. Manchester United's legendary captain, known for his fiery temper and sharp tongue, Roy Keane. Arsenal's all-time top scorer, the king of Highbury, Thierry Henry. And another guest dressed in a deep necktie red dress with a figure so explosive it made one's nose bleed, Britain's famous pin-up goddess, supermodel Catherine. Inviting Keane and Henry was, of course, for the most professional tactical analysis. As for Catherine, on one hand, it was for her devilish figure that could skyrocket ratings. On the other hand, it was because she had recently been photographed by paparazzi returning to her apartment late at night, with Su Chun sparking a sensational scandal. Lineker posed the core question of the evening. Can Arsenal win the Premier League title this year? Lineker looked at the 2 legends. Keane snorted without hesitation. Absolutely impossible. Oh, Roy, why are you so sure? Lineker quickly pressed. Keane crossed his arms, his face full of disdain. Su Chun is indeed very talented and fast, but he's too young. The long Premier League season is extremely brutal. Do you really think relying on an 18-year-old kid can win the league title? Keane pointed at Arsenal's crest. Arsenal is too dependent on Su Chun right now. That's very dangerous. When winter comes and the pitch gets muddy, those relegation-battling thugs will definitely ramp up their defensive tackles. He'll hit the rookie wall soon. What if Su Chun's form drops? What if he gets injured? Arsenal will immediately revert to their true form and rejoin the race for 4th place. Hearing this, Henry, sitting nearby, immediately became furious. Roy, that's pure jealousy. Henry countered without restraint. Dependence. When Arsenal has such a powerful player, why shouldn't they rely on him? 9 goals in 3 matches. Can any of your Manchester United players do that? Henry leaned forward, his presence imposing. Su Chun's 70-meter run at White Hart Lane, his physicality, couldn't even be stopped by a strongman like Dembele. Do you think those relegation teams can stop him? Don't be ridiculous. The two clashed heated. The studio quickly filled with tension. This was exactly what the show wanted. Seeing the two legends about to erupt, Lionel quickly changed the subject, looking at the ever-smiling supermodel Catherine. Catherine, what do you think? Do you believe Arsenal can win the title? Catherine lounged lazily on the sofa, deliberately arching her stunning figure. This gesture made the men in the studio involuntarily avert their eyes. I don't know if Arsenal can win the title. To be honest, I don't really care. Catherine winked at the camera, her smile seductive. What I care about is that man in the number 14 jersey. The way he sprints on the pitch is so dominant. It makes one want to be completely conquered by him. Lionel coughed dryly, quickly reminding her. Catherine, I must remind you, Suchin just turned 18 not long ago. What's wrong with 18? 18 is when a man is strongest and most energetic. Catherine was completely unfazed by public opinion. She turned directly to the live camera and blew an irresistibly tempting kiss. So if you're watching this show, I want to tell you. If you score in the next match against Everton. Catherine licked her red lips, her voice dripping with sweetness. I'll wear your number 14 jersey and throw a private party just for you. Wherever you want, whatever you want to do. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, countless men across England felt their hearts shatter on the spot. Online forums exploded instantly. Damn, this is unbearable. My goddess. She's publicly throwing herself at that Chinese kid on TV. Brothers from Everton, you must defend the dignity of Goodison Park in the next match. Suchin must not score. Take him out. He must be taken out. British male fans wailed online, vowing to cripple Suchin. Meanwhile, Chinese fans were ecstatic. Suchin, you're amazing. Go for the win. Treading on the giants of the Premier League, conquering the Rose of England. This is truly bringing glory to our nation. Suchin has just turned 18. Can his body handle it? As long as he scores, anything he does is right. Fans are that pragmatic. As long as you win and dominate. Even if you hit the nightclubs, every day they'll praise you as dashing and romantic. But if you lose the match, even eating a mouthful of plain rice becomes a crime. Mediocrity is the only original sin in competitive sports. The next morning, Suchin opened his eyes and picked up his phone. WeChat was bombarded with messages. Most were from his third uncle, Su Dingfang. Xiaochun, that British actress, words on TV have gone viral. You must hold your ground. Those capitalist sugar-coated bullets can corrupt the mind most easily. Suchin looked at the screen and typed a reply casually. What are you thinking, third uncle? In the absolute core of Arsenal, the future Premier League golden boot. Would I fool around for a woman? They exchanged a few messages. Su Dingfang was returning to China in a few days to handle the astronomical contracts from several domestic giant sponsors. While I'm away from London, play well and don't stir up trouble. His third uncle urged finally. Suchin put down his phone, freshened up, and headed straight to the Coney Training Center. As he pushed open the dressing room door, Suchin froze. Wilshere and Walcott were standing on benches, leading the charge and banging on the metal lockers. Private party. Private party. Private party. The entire dressing room of Arsenal players erupted into deafening cheers. Amidst this joyful atmosphere, the fatigue from the team's consecutive matches was swept away. Even the usually meticulous head coach Wenger walked in with a smile and patted Suchin on the shoulder. Young man, remember to conserve your energy for the matches. Suchin rolled his eyes dramatically. Boss, Catherine, and I really only had a cup of coffee. No one listened to his explanation. To Suchin's energetic Arsenal teammates, since Catherine dared to publicly declare her affection on live TV, the two of them must have already secretly been involved. Stop pretending, Sue. That's Catherine. Wilshere said. As for Catherine, she was the ultimate dream girl in Britain, a hot, bold figure. Though her remarks might have been a bit of a publicity stunt. Regardless of whether Suchin eventually showed up for the date, Catherine's fame in China was thoroughly established. After the morning tactical drills, the entire Arsenal team boarded the bus, headed to the train station, and took a special train straight to Liverpool. Premier League Round 8, Arsenal was to face Everton away. Everton's home ground, Goodison Park, has always been one of the toughest nuts to crack in the Premier League. This port city had a rugged populace and fanatically passionate supporters. Everton had started the season well, but had gone 3 matches without a win, falling into a slump. The team was under immense pressure. They desperately needed a home victory to stabilize their league standings. For Suchin, this match carried even greater significance. Main quest: achieve 5 consecutive Premier League wins. With a victory over Everton, and then the next opponent, Manchester City, he would earn the coveted A-grade, godly skill heavy cannon shot. Suchin knew well that even with Kaka's max-level template, he couldn't avoid being heavily targeted by opponents. Only by constantly enriching his arsenal could he go further on this bloody Premier League path. And the prerequisite for all this was simply winning continuously. At 8 in the evening, Goodison Park was brightly lit. Before the match, players from both sides lined up in the tunnel, waiting to take the field. Everton's players looked at Suchin with undisguised hostility. In the Sky Sports broadcast booth, commentator Lionel was joking loudly. We all know about Catherine's promise. This will definitely inject extra berserk motivation into Everton's lads. No Englishman wants to see his goddess taken to a private party by an outsider kid. Beside him, Carragher roared with laughter. Liker, you're absolutely right. As a Liverpudlian, I know the atmosphere here. Everton will go all out at home, vowing to stop Arsenal's winning streak. The TV feed cut to the match venue. Players from both sides walked out of the tunnel, led by the referee. On the stands of Goodison Park, Everton fans unfurled a massive banner. This is Goodison. Outsiders, go back to your London. Over 40,000 home fans erupted into deafening. The camera lens locked onto Arsenal's number 14. Suchun, the absolute focal point of this match. In the previous 3 league games, he has scored 3 consecutive hat-tricks. Tonight at Goodison Park, can he sustain this terrifying goal-scoring efficiency? Let's wait and see. The referee blew a long whistle. The match officially began. Everton kicked off first. In this match, Everton's players indeed unleashed 200% of their energy. It wasn't entirely because of that British goddess, but their 3-match winless streak forced them to fight desperately at home. Right from the start, Everton launched a fierce attack leveraging home advantage. Midfield core Barkley frequently delivered threatening passes. Striker Lukaku, the little beast, used his powerful physique to constantly assault Arsenal's defense. Arsenal playing away turned the tables. Wenger had devised a strategy of solid defense and quick counterattacks before the match. Arsenal retreated entirely, tightening their lines, letting Everton control and pass the ball on the periphery. In the 12th minute, Everton crossed from the right flank. Arsenal centre-back Mertesacker leaped high to head the ball out of the box. Defensive midfielder Cazorla won the first ball and booted it to the wing. Suchun sprinted down the right flank, chesting the ball perfectly. Everton's fullback, Baines, immediately closed in, trying to use his body to block Suchun's acceleration. Suchun didn't engage with him. He kicked the ball forward powerfully with his right foot, initiating a Kaka-style explosive burst. His legs unleashed terrifying thrust, overtaking Baines through sheer speed. Ding. Successful dribble. Reward €1,000. Suchun sprinted down the touchline. Everton's centre-back Jagielka hurried over to cover. In full stride, Suchun pushed the ball with the inside of his left foot. The ball skimmed the grass, drawing a straight white line, passing between Jagielka's legs and heading for the far post. Their winger Alexis Sanchez had arrived in time. Facing a largely open goal, Sanchez slotted it home easily. Arsenal took the lead away from home. 80% of the credit for this goal went to Suchun. His unstoppable dribbling momentum made defenders hesitate to tackle. In China's livestream room, comments scrolled like snowflakes. Damn, that speed is insane. Baines couldn't even catch his exhaust. Suchun's assist was so comfortable, Sanchez feasted like a pie eater. Is this the level of Everton's defenders? Want to protect the goddess? Go home and sleep it off. After taking the lead, Arsenal played defensive counterattacks even more comfortably. Suchun frequently created threats up front. His long striding breakthrough style was highly entertaining, captivating neutral fans watching on TV. Everton's defenders were tormented relentlessly. In the 25th minute, Suchun received the ball in midfield and turned. Everton's tough man Barry slid in from behind, tripping Suchun heavily. The referee promptly showed a yellow card. Suchun got up, brushed off the dirt, and was inwardly delighted. Suffered a malicious foul. Reward €5,000. Each time he was fouled, crisp euros rolled in. This thrill of farming money made him oblivious to fatigue. He looked at the furious Barry and shouted, "Keep playing, don't hold back." Barry's face turned ashen with rage, but he had no answer for this slippery Chinese kid. In the 35th minute, Everton had a golden chance to score. Barkley delivered a precise cross from the wing. Lukaku overpowered Arsenal's defender in the box with a powerful header. The ball headed for the far corner. Cech stretched, fully palming it over the crossbar with one hand. A huge groan of disappointment swept the stadium. Arsenal's goal was under siege. Wenger shouted from the sideline, instructing the team to steady themselves. As the first half neared its end, the fourth official held up the board for 2 minutes of stoppage time. Everton pushed everyone forward, trying to equalize before halftime. Barkley's long-range shot from outside the box was punched away by Cech. The ball fell near the center circle. Suchun received it with his back to goal. Everton's defensive midfielder McCarthy charged from behind. Suchun turned calmly, feinting with his right foot outward, shifting his body weight. Then he accelerated instantly, leaving McCarthy in the dust. Ding. Successful dribble. Reward €1,000. Suchun's show continued. Dribbling at high speed into Everton's half, Barry gritted his teeth and slid in. Suchun lightly flicked the ball with his left instep, lifting it. He leaped into the air, jumping over Barry's slide. Past 2 men. By now, Suchun had reached the edge of the penalty area. Everton's last centre-back, Stones, retreated cautiously. Suchun dropped his right shoulder, feigning a burst to the right. Stones shifted his weight. In that instant, Suchun nudged the ball inward with the outside of his right foot. A flip-flap. An incredibly smooth touch. Stones lost all balance and fell awkwardly onto the turf. Suchun stepped over him and entered the box. Facing the on-rushing goalkeeper Howard, Suchun didn't blast the ball. Instead, he gently pushed it with the inside of his right foot. The ball curved around Howard's diving body, kissing the inside of the post and nestling into the net. 2-0. After scoring, Su Chun spread his arms and ran toward the corner flag. The entire Goodison at that moment fell into an eerie silence. Over 40,000 home fans were wide-eyed. A deathly stillness lasted for a full 3 seconds. Clap, 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 clap. From some corner of the stands a sound arose. Then applause linked together, sweeping across the entire stadium. It was spontaneous applause from the Everton home fans. Su Chun, Su Chun, Su Chun. Inside the Sky Sports broadcast booth, commentator Gary Lineker's voice began to rise in pitch the moment Su Chun dribbled past Stones, until the ball sailed past the goalkeeper and nestled securely into the back of the net. His emotions reached a fever pitch. Goal. Beautiful. An unstoppable dribble. A textbook push shot. This is a classic Ricardo Isaacson dos Santos light-style long-range burst. A breathtaking spectacle. So domineering. So exquisite. A world-class goal that maximizes entertainment. Just then, the applause from the entire stadium. Through the high-definition audio equipment of the on-field cameras, it was transmitted crystal clear to the whole world. Countless English fans sitting in front of their televisions were stunned. They had anticipated that Goodison Park would erupt with even fiercer jeers. But the reality was the complete opposite. The on-site director locked the camera firmly on the homestand. In the frame, countless fervent fans clad in Everton's blue jerseys stood up, applauded. They were applauding the opponent who had torn through their own team's defense. They were applauding Su Chun. This unbelievable scene left all the fans in front of their televisions dumbfounded, especially the Chinese fans. A Chinese player, after scoring an away goal, actually received a standing ovation from the loyal home fans. What an honor this was. On the pitch, Su Chun looked around at the stands in surprise. Then his expression turned solemn. He stopped his celebration, raised his hands high, and gently clapped them together, returning the same applause, thanking the live crowd for their love and respect for the beautiful game itself. My goodness. Unbelievable. Su Chun has earned the cheers of the entire home crowd. The Everton fans have been completely won over by him. Lineker exclaimed, clutching his head. Beside him, Jamie Carragher was also utterly astonished. Once at Old Trafford, the theatre of dreams, Kaka conquered the discerning Manchester United fans with an incredible long-range run. Over 70,000 Englishmen stood to applaud that Brazilian. Carragher swallowed hard. And now at the equally fervent Goodison Park, a Chinese player, a mere 18-year-old youth, has also received this exclusive treatment reserved for top-tier superstars. Tens of thousands of Everton fans, though deeply disheartened by their team's 2-goal deficit. At this moment, they were utterly captivated by Su Chun's goal. That relentless, aggressive burst of speed. That intoxicating elastico change of direction. That final cold-blooded push shot against the goalkeeper. All of it was mesmerizing, sending shivers down the spine. Inside the studio of China's national sports channel, commentator He Wei's eyes were slightly red, his voice fervent. This is the most beautiful scene in the history of Chinese football. Perhaps a decade or more from now, when Su Chun has retired from the pitch, this moment will still be brought up time and again by countless Chinese fans, forever etched in our memories. In the domestic live streaming rooms, the barrage of comments was so thick it completely obscured the broadcast feed. The whole stadium is standing and applauding. This is freaking epic. Damn. I can't find any other words besides damn. So awesome. This is superstar treatment. Genuine superstar treatment. Come out and witness the god, you old dogs from the FA. The man you expelled is now being worshipped like a deity by all of England. In that moment, all Chinese fans felt an unprecedented surge of national pride. Their compatriot, China's prodigy, in a hostile away ground in a foreign land with the toughest strength, had conquered the most difficult of opponents. The halftime whistle blew. People were still immersed in the shock of that half-minute ovation. The score was frozen at 2-0. The 15-minute break passed in a flash. The second half began. Roared on by manager Roberto Martinez, the Everton players refused to surrender. They pushed forward en masse, launching a frantic fight back. Barkley and Lukaku frequently created chances up front, putting Arsenal's defense under immense pressure. Faced with this situation, Wenger on the sidelines made a decisive tactical adjustment. He brought on the tall French striker Olivier Giroud, replacing the tiring winger Theo Walcott. The formation directly shifted to a 442, pairing Giroud and Su Chun as a strike duo. For Wenger, this was a bold live experiment. Arsenal's attack was currently too reliant on Su Chun's individual breakthroughs. With a 2-goal lead, Wenger had enough capital to test new tactical routines. The results of the experiment were eye-opening for Wenger, with the 192-meter-tall and physically imposing Giroud leading the line. All the dirty work, the physical battles contesting the first aerial ball, was handled by Giroud. Giroud was the perfect tactical spearhead, with him occupying the attention of two center-backs up front. Su Chun's range of movement became even greater, and his runs became more flexible and free. This chemistry between a tall target man and a fast striker immediately showed its terrifying power on the pitch. Wenger stroked his chin on the sidelines, nodding repeatedly. When the game was deadlocked, the defense could launch a long ball directly to Giroud. Giroud would head it down, and Su Chun would sprint onto it facing the goal directly. This tactical plan B was tailor-made for this forward partnership. As time wore on, under Arsenal's multidimensional attacks, the fighting spirit of the Everton players gradually eroded away. Coupled with immense physical fatigue, the game's tempo began to slow. In the 73rd minute, Wenger's tactical vision received its perfect validation. Arsenal won the ball in defense, and Sani Cazorla launched a 60-meter pass straight to the front. Giroud leaped high at the edge of the penalty area, outjumping Everton centre-back John Stones, and nodded the ball steadily into the left channel. There, a white flash had already torn through the defense, arriving on cue. It was Su Chun. Without waiting for the ball to bounce, meeting the ball laid off by Giroud, Su Chun planted his left foot and struck a powerful swerving volley with the outside of his right boot. Bang! The ball turned into a white blur, smashing into the top right corner of the net. Goalkeeper Tim Howard couldn't even make a save attempt. 3-0. Su Chun had completed another hat-trick away from home. For consecutive Premier League matches. For consecutive hat-tricks. This was a record of sheer madness worthy of being etched into Premier League history. In the stands of Goodison Park, the Everton fans who had been holding on were now covering their faces in agony. The game was over. Completely and utterly over. Against such an irrational goal-scoring machine, any defensive tactic was futile. In his mind, the system's crisp notification sounds rang out frantically. Ding. Goal valid. Reward 1,000 euros. Ding. Hat-trick completed in a single match. Bonus reward 2,000 euros. Su Chun charged towards Giroud, leaping onto the back of the tall Frenchman, and the two celebrated the brilliant team goal with laughter. With a 3-goal lead, all suspense was drained from the match. In the 83rd minute, the fourth official raised the substitution board. Su Chun was replaced by young Serge Gnabry. This was also the first time since Su Chun's arrival in the Premier League that he had played past the 80th minute before being substituted. As Su Chun turned and slowly walked off the pitch, Goodison Park once again resounded with synchronized applause. This time the applause was even more fervent than in the first half. Over 40,000 fans paid their highest respects, bidding farewell to the king who had run rampant on their home ground. Su Chun raised his hands high, applauding in gratitude as he stepped off the turf. Having earned the recognition of the away fans from a bitter rival, Su Chun has shown the absolute potential of a superstar. Lionel exclaimed loudly from the commentary desk. No, remove potential. He is now the hottest superstar in the Premier League. Carragher immediately corrected him emphatically. Brilliantly done, son. As Su Chun walked off, Wenger strode over to greet him. The old manager pulled Su Chun into a tight embrace, patting his broad back firmly. Team Dr. Lewin immediately draped a dry towel over Su Chun's shoulders and handed him a sports drink. Su Chun sipped his drink while high-fiving his teammates on the bench in celebration. In the dying moments of the match, Everton scored a consolation goal from a corner with Lukaku heading it in, but it was inconsequential. The referee blew the final whistle. 3-1. Arsenal had defeated the tough Everton side away from home with relative ease. All 3 points. For consecutive wins in the Premier League. On the updated live standings, Arsenal's points reached 14, keeping them hot on the heels of league leaders Chelsea in second place. Just one step away from the top, Su Chun sat on the team bus and opened the system panel in his mind. Total running distance exceeded 9,000 meters. Fouls suffered 4 times. Successful dribbles 12. Passes completed 30. Plus the goal rewards from the hat-trick. After this match, his system account had gained over 60,000 euros, adding the win bonus and goal bonus from his lucrative Arsenal contract. This trip to Liverpool had netted Su Chun nearly 600,000 euros in massive wealth. He glanced at the progress bar for his main quest. Main quest achieved 5 consecutive Premier League wins. Current progress, 45. He was just 1 match away from the rank legendary skill cannon shot. As long as he won the next game, his Arsenal would receive an epic upgrade. Just as Su Chun was pondering the upcoming, Jack Wilshere, sitting in the front row, suddenly bounded over to Su Chun like a monkey, phone in hand. Su, check Twitter. Check Twitter. Wilshere was so excited his face was red and he was stammering. Su Chun took the phone, puzzled. On the screen was the latest tweet from top British supermodel Catherine. In the photo, Catherine stood inside an exquisitely decorated private party suite. She wore nothing else, except a loose redanned white Arsenal number 14 jersey. The hem of the jersey barely covered the top of her thighs, her long, shapely legs completely exposed. Her alluring figure tantalizingly hinted at beneath the jersey had a lethality that could make any normal man's nose bleed on the spot. The tweet's caption was a single simple sentence. I said what I meant. The party is ready. Address sent privately. Tonight, I am yours. Su Chun. On the Arsenal special train returning to London, Wilshere shoved his phone screen right under Su Chun's nose. In the photo, Catherine wore only that oversized number 14 jersey, her long straight legs delivering a visually stunning impact. Go for it, Su. What are you waiting for? Wilshere yelled, slapping his thigh wildly. The surrounding Arsenal players all crowded around. French striker Giroud stared at the screen, his eyes wide. Good heavens, that's Catherine. The dream girl of every man. She actually posted the address on Twitter. Sue, if you don't go, you're committing a crime. The entire carriage erupted into a sea of cheers. Having just secured a resounding away victory, and now witnessing such juicy gossip, everyone was wildly jeering. Catherine. 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 Walcott led the charge, tapping on the window glass and loudly keeping the beat. Suchun helplessly rolled his eyes. He shoved Wilshire's phone away. Calm down, everyone. It's just a tweet. I need to save my energy for the next match. Boo. The carriage immediately filled with a deafening chorus of boos. Cut that out. Faced with a stunner like her, who cares about the next match? Defender Bellerin retorted loudly. Manager Arsene Wenger, sitting at the front of the train, heard the commotion and shook his head with a smile. The veteran coach knew well how energetic young men could be. As long as they didn't go weak at the knees on the pitch, he never interfered with their private lives. The special train arrived at London King's Cross Station. The players dispersed to go home. Just as Suchin got into the Maybach left by his uncle Su, ding-fong, his phone rang. The caller ID showed Arsenal CEO Ivan Gazidis. Suchun pressed the answer button. Su, good evening. Guess what news I just received? Gazidis' voice was incredibly loud, making Suchin's ears ring. A raise. Suchin asked. The line fell into a dead silence for 3 seconds. Gazidis coughed twice. Ahem. We can talk. You only signed a new contract yesterday. The news I have is something else. You've been nominated. Suchin raised an eyebrow. Nominated for what? The European Golden Boy Award. Gazidis shouted excitedly over the phone. Suchin was stunned. The Golden Boy Award. Of course he knew about this award. Founded by Tuttosport, it's awarded to the best player under the age of 21 playing for a European club. Van der Vaart, Rooney, Messi, Fabregas, Aguero. These names are all on the Golden Boy honor roll. It's the most authoritative award for young players in European football. Winning it is like getting a super pass to world-class stardom. This can't be right. Suchin questioned. I've only played 4 Premier League matches. Can I make the short list already? Gazidis laughed heartily. What about 4 matches? 12 goals in 4 matches. For consecutive hat-tricks. You've blown the entire European football world away. The editor-in-chief of Tuttosport called me personally today. They urgently revised the candidate list and added you in. Gazidis grew more excited as he spoke. Last year's Golden Boy winner was Pogba. This year's favorites were Liverpool's Sterling and PSG's Marquinhos. But you burst onto the scene. As long as you maintain your current goal-scoring rate before the winter break and lead the team to the mid-season title, this year's Golden Boy is definitely yours. No one can take it away. Before hanging up, Gazidis kept urging Suchun to maintain his form. Suchun tossed his phone onto the passenger seat and started the car. The Golden Boy Award. This was indeed an unexpected delight. With this honor, he'd have more leverage when negotiating endorsements with major sportswear giants. Just as the Maybach pulled out of the station parking lot, his phone vibrated again. It was an unfamiliar number with no name saved. Suchin answered the call. Good evening, my invincible Chinese football king. On the other end came a woman's voice, sickly sweet. Suchin immediately recognized it. Catherine. Nice photo on Twitter, Suchin said calmly. Catherine chuckled softly. Just a nice photo. I've already sent the address to your phone, and you still haven't shown up. Catherine deliberately drew out her last words. You're not afraid your legs will go weak in training tomorrow, are you? A provocation. An incredibly low-grade provocation. But Suchin happened to fall for it, since she dared to throw herself at him in front of all England. As a man, he had no reason to back down. He'll be there in half an hour. Suchin said only 5 words before he floored the accelerator. The Maybach let out a low roar as it merged into the vast London night. London's night was long. For some it was a wonderfully exquisite night. The next morning sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows onto the large bed in the luxury apartment. Suchin opened his eyes. He sat up, feeling a soreness in his lower back and his legs heavy as lead. Even with a 99-point core strength, his 18-year-old body was still made of flesh and blood. The madness of the previous night was even more draining than a high-intensity North London derby. Suchun turned his head to glance at Catherine, still fast asleep. Without a word, he summoned the system panel in his mind. He opened the system store, his gaze locking onto the consumable Advanced Stamina Recovery Potion, price, 1 million euros. This item had saved his life at White Hart Lane before. Now it was useful again. Suchin looked at the few €100,000 that had just been deposited into his system account the day before, along with his previous earnings. With a thought, he bought it. 1 million euros were instantly deducted from the account. A virtual potion emitting a faint blue light appeared in his inventory. Suchin immediately clicked to use it. The miracle happened again. A warm current rapidly spread through his limbs and bones. The sore muscles regained their elasticity. The fatigue in his lower back vanished completely. His stamina bar was forcibly restored to a full 100%. Suchin leaped out of bed. He did a couple of high knees on the spot, feeling even better than before the previous match. Spending 1 million euros for a full recovery was well worth it. Dressed, Suchin strode out of the apartment and headed straight for the Coney Training Center. At that very moment, the entire English media landscape had utterly exploded. The Sun had published a set of extremely clear photos on its front page headline that morning. The photos showed Su Chun driving his Maybach into the underground garage of Catherine's private luxury apartment. The caption was highly inflammatory. Chinese football king meets English rose at night. Can an 18-year-old withstand the supermodel's juicer? As soon as this report came out, every man in England was stricken with severe jealousy. Online forums were filled with wails. My goddess, taken by that Chinese kid. It's so unfair. He scores on the pitch and scores off it. Don't panic, everyone. Catherine's famously wild. That kid's only 18, he definitely won't be able to get out of bed today. Right? He'll have to ask for leave from training tomorrow. Arsenal's next match is against City. If his legs are weak, City will eat him alive. English fans online cursed Su Chun for his weak legs. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on Chinese social media was completely different. Su Chun is awesome. He's winning glory for the country. Trampling over Premier League giants and conquering the English rose. This is the real protagonist script. But seriously, after 4 high-intensity matches and last night's escapade, can Su Chun's body handle it? Amidst the public speculation. At the Coney Training Center, manager Wenger held a copy of the Sun, his brow deeply furrowed into a huge frown. The veteran coach was troubled. He didn't object to players having relationships. But their next opponent was Manchester City, the team with the most luxurious squad in the Premier League. Pellegrini's Sky Blues boasted a terrifying bulldozer like Yaya Touré in midfield and a top-class striker like Aguero up front. This was a 6-pointer match concerning the top spot. For Su Chun to spend the night with a supermodel at such a critical juncture, his stamina was bound to be a huge problem. Go get Lewin, Wenger told assistant manager Steve Bold. Team Dr. Lewin quickly arrived. When Su gets here, give him a full fitness test immediately. If there's a risk of muscle strain, he'll have to be on the bench for tomorrow's match, Wenger instructed. As soon as he finished, the dressing room door swung open. Su Chun walked in dressed in a crisp training kit, looking full of energy. The entire dressing room fell silent. Wilshere, Cazorla, Giroud, and the others all stared at him as if he were a monster. Su, you can still walk. Wilshere swallowed. Su Chun grinned. Not only can I walk, I can run too. The morning tactical training match began. Wenger stood on the sidelines, arms crossed, his gaze fixed on Su Chun. Team Dr. Lewin stood nearby with his clipboard ready to intervene at any moment. The whistle blew. The first team faced the reserves. Su Chun received the ball in the center circle. The reserves' defensive midfielder Coquelin immediately closed him down, ready to put some pressure on their supposedly weak-legged star. But Su Chun pushed the ball forward with his right foot. His thigh muscles bulged. He accelerated from a standing start with no hesitation whatsoever. Coquelin felt a blur and a gust of wind past him, failing even to touch Su Chun's shirt. Su Chun drove the ball forward in long strides, charging into the penalty area. Facing the veteran defender Per Mertesacker, who stood at 1.98 m, Su Chun flicked the ball outward with his left instep, then quickly brought it back with his right foot. An incredibly brutal elastico. Mertesacker's center of gravity was completely fooled, and his massive frame crashed to the ground. Su Chun stepped over Mertesacker, faced goalkeeper Ospina, and blasted the ball into the far corner. Bang! The ball hit the net with a loud thud. The entire training ground was dead silent. Coquelin was dumbfounded. Mertesacker got up from the ground, rubbing his sore ankle, his face a picture of utter disbelief. On the sidelines, Wenger's jaw dropped, and he didn't even notice his tactical board fall onto the grass. Team Dr. Lewin looked down at his clipboard, then back at the lively Su Chun on the field. Boss. Lewin swallowed. His sprint speed is faster than it was against Everton yesterday. Wenger what is this kid made of? After a whole night of exertion, he comes to training the next day and toys with the starting. Is that a recovery ability a human should possess? Regardless, the heavy weight in Wenger's heart was completely lifted. As long as Su Chun's fitness was fine, Arsenal had a fighting chance against Manchester City. The scandal that shook all of England had little impact on Su Chun. Even in the training match at the Coney base, Su Chun used a ferocious elastico to directly send veteran Per Mertesacker tumbling to the ground, proving that his physical stamina remained at full capacity. But back in China, those who despised Su Chun were still making their last stand. Ma Dexing, a journalist in the pocket of the Football Association, thought he had seized a golden opportunity. He stayed up all night to publish a lengthy article online. In it, he tried to paint Su Chun as a bad player who was addicted to women and indulging in pleasure to the detriment of his ambition. An 18-year-old player, instead of training hard at the base, spends the night at a supermodel's apartment. This extreme lack of self-discipline is destined to take him nowhere. The competition on the professional field is brutally fierce. A player whose body has been drained like this will surely be exposed for what he is in the next match against a strong opponent. This is the genius you've been praising to the skies. He'll be a laughingstock soon enough. Ma Dexing finished typing these words and smugly hit send. He was fully convinced that this news touching on moral boundaries would completely ruin Su Chun's reputation. As a result, reality delivered a resounding slap to his face. Chinese fans had long seen through Ma Dexing's true colors. The comment section was completely overrun within 10 minutes. What do you know? This is called winning glory for the country. Can you go to England and seduce the nation's dream girl? Old villain, are you jealous of an 18-year-old's vitality? When did Suchin ever claim to be a good boy? He dared to overturn your football association's table back then. A genius with this kind of personality is exactly what I like. As long as he keeps scoring on the pitch, I don't care if it's one Catherine or if he bags all the British actresses. Seeing these comments that completely defied his expectations, Ma Dexing trembled with rage, nearly smashing his computer screen. He could only dejectedly close the comment section again, not daring to confront the overwhelming tide of fans. Time flew by. On Saturday afternoon at the Emirates Stadium in London, the highlight of the 8th round of the Premier League was about to commence. Arsenal, currently second in the league, hosted Manchester City, the Blue Moon, who sat in third place. This was undoubtedly a six-pointer that could decide the title race. Whoever won this match would continue to closely pursue Chelsea at the top of the table. In the away team's dressing room, Manchester City's manager Manuel Pellegrini stood imposingly before the tactical board. As an experienced manager who had coached many top clubs, Pellegrini harbored immense ambition this season. Backed by the financial support of Middle Eastern tycoon City, had purchased a host of world-class superstars. Their goal was the Premier League trophy. And now the suddenly resurgent Arsenal had become their biggest stumbling. To be precise, it was the Chinese teenager wearing the number 14 jersey who had become City's greatest threat. 12 goals in 4 consecutive matches. And 4 hat-tricks. Pellegrini pointed at a screenshot of Suchin's highlights and shouted to all the City players, "This is a goal-scoring rate that terrifies all of Europe." But Pellegrini changed his tone. No player can maintain such an insane competitive state for long. Even a machine can rust. He's only 18. Add to that the scandals he's been involved in off the pitch these past. His stamina and focus are definitely facing a massive low. Pellegrini's gaze swept over the players before him: Yaya Touré, Kompany, David Silva, Aguero. All were renowned tough guys and technical masters. I demand that in this match you completely neutralize him. Pellegrini picked up a pen and drew a massive circle on the defensive half of the tactical board. We will use the tightest defense to wear Arsenal down. As long as we block Suchin's space to sprint, Arsenal's attacking system will be paralyzed on the spot. Cut off the passing lanes. Tighten the defensive formation. In this match, we don't need a beautiful open game. We need to silence him completely. Hearing the manager's tactical instructions, all the City players nodded firmly. For a top club to adopt such a purely defensive posture away from home was indeed somewhat shameful. But this involved tens of millions of pounds in title bonuses and the trajectory of league points. As long as they could win, face was not worth mentioning. At 4 in the afternoon, with the referee's long whistle over 6-0, Arsenal fans at the Emirates Stadium erupted in deafening cheers. The match officially began. This direct clash between two Premier League giants immediately captured the attention of tens of millions of fans worldwide. However, just 5 minutes into the match, the two commentators in the Sky Sports studio were stunned. What is Manchester City? Gary Lineker looked at the broadcast, his voice full of astonishment. They've set up a bus-barking defense at the Emirates. This is the Blue Moon with Aguero and David Silva. Jamie Carragher also shook his head repeatedly. Unbelievable. Pellegrini has actually abandoned the club's pride and ordered everyone to retreat into their own half. This is clearly aimed at Suchin. He's compressing all the space for Arsenal's midfield and attack to break through. On the pitch, the development of the situation fully confirmed the commentators' guesses. City had deployed an extremely conservative 451 formation. Midfielders Yaya Touré and Fernandinho formed a formidable double defensive midfield shield. They didn't cross the halfway line to join the attack at all, anchoring themselves 10 meters in front of the penalty area. Arsenal controlled the ball in the final third. Midfield maestro Santi Cazorla held the ball, looking for passing options. But City's defensive positioning was too tight. The distance between 2 or 3 defenders was no more than 5 meters, forming an impenetrable net. Cazorla could only pass the ball to Alexis Sanchez on the wing. Sanchez tried to cut inside, but was immediately double-teamed by 2 City defenders. His path was completely blocked. Left with no choice, Sanchez passed the ball back to Suchin in the center. Just as Suchin stretched out his foot to control the ball, a massive dark figure crashed directly into him. It was City's midfield beast Yaya Touré. This Ivorian top midfielder, weighing 90 kilograms, had an impact force comparable to a heavy tank. Touré used no technical moves, purely relying on his body to press into Suchin's back. A tremendous sense of oppression hit him. Suchin grunted, his core strength exploding, his legs planted firmly on the turf. He managed to withstand Touré's charge and didn't fall. However, the space Suchin wanted to accelerate into was completely destroyed by Touré's collision. Fernandinho in front immediately closed into cover. 3 City players formed a surrounding triangle, completely enveloping Suchin in the middle. No room to accelerate. No space to change direction. Suchin could only use his heel to knock the ball back to Jack Wilshere, who was providing support from the side. The attack was neutralized again. On the sidelines, Arsenal manager Arsene Wenger's brow furrowed deeply. His worst fear had materialized. Suchen's individual explosive ability was indeed unmatched. However, breaking down a packed defense is a universally acknowledged football problem. When the opponent crams 8 or 9 muscular players in front of the penalty area, giving you no chance to sprint, speed and explosive power lose their greatest advantage. The match continued. Arsenal, spurred on by the home fans, still dominated possession. 70%. The stats looked impressive. But in reality, Arsenal was engaging in pointless passing around the edge of the penalty area. In the 10th minute, Cazorla attempted a long-range shot from 25 meters out. The ball arced through the air, sailing high over the crossbar. It flew straight into the stands. A roar of mockery came from the Manchester City fans section. City goalkeeper Joe Hart casually took the ball from a ball boy, placed it slowly on the ground, wasting time. Manuel Pellegrini sat imposingly on the away team's bench, arms crossed, his face full of a certainty that everything was under control. See, as long as we don't give that Chinese kid room to start, Arsenal is a toothless tiger. Pellegrini turned to his assistant coach and said. The assistant coach nodded repeatedly in agreement. This bus-barking tactic, though ugly, was indeed the most practical strategy for playing Arsenal away. In the 15th minute, Suchon received the ball in the center again. This time he didn't hold it with his back to goal, but faced City's defense directly. He nudged the ball outward with his right foot, quickly following with his left. He prepared to force his way into the box. Yaya Touré immediately slid over to block. Suchon dropped his right shoulder, feinting a drive down the inside. It was the classic Elastico setup. Touré's center of gravity was indeed fooled, shifting inward. Suchon instantly used the outside of his right foot to cut the ball back in the opposite direction. He skillfully bypassed Touré's defensive zone, but before Suchon could accelerate, City's defensive pillar captain Vincent Kompany had already closed in. Not only that, but left-back Gaël Clichy also converged. 3 players were crammed into an area of less than 2 square meters. With so many legs in the way, just as Suchon tried to force the ball through, Kompany's right leg stabbed in with perfect precision, knocking the ball out for a throw-in. Immediately after, Fernandinho deliberately barged into him from behind, sending Suchon ball and all tumbling onto the turf. The referee's whistle blew. A foul was called against Manchester City. The crisp system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Suffered a malicious foul. Reward €5,000. Despite the influx of crisp euros, there was no joy on Suchen's face. He pushed himself up with one hand and stood. A parked bus. This was the most headache-inducing tactic for a dribbler. His playing style fully inherited the template of the peak Ricardo Isaacson dos Santos Leite. Long strides, long-range sprints, high-speed direction changes without slowing down. These skills required open space for depth, a lethal counterattacking opportunity. But against this packed bus in the box, even the strongest dribbling ability struggled to squeeze through the forest of legs of these brutes. Because as soon as you beat one, a second would immediately cover and a third would foul you tactically. Even Ronaldo would be troubled, let alone the Kaka template. The 6-0-0 Arsenal fans in the stands began to grow restless. The singing of support gradually faded, replaced by anxious sighs. Dortmund. Oh, Arsenal's attack has completely stalled. Commentator Gary Lineker shook his head in the studio. Without Suchen's defense splitting long-range runs, Arsenal's passing around the box is just superficial. City's tactic has been a perfect success. They have built a blue-great wall with their tough bodies and dense positioning. Jamie Carragher looked at the broadcast and continued his analysis. Suchon is in a terrible position right now. Every time he gets the ball, he has at least 2 defenders on him. And City isn't giving him any chance to turn and face the goal. If Arsenal can't find a way to break through and City sees an opportunity for a quick counterattack, Arsenal's defense will be in big trouble. On the sidelines, Wenger paced anxiously. The veteran manager kept waving his hands, signaling fullbacks Hector Bellerin and Nacho Monreal to push forward boldly. He tried to use crosses from the wings to stretch City's defense. However, City had Kompany, an aerial dominator, in the box, and the towering Joe Hart in goal. High crosses from the flank were easily headed clear by Kompany. He didn't even give Arsenal a chance to contest this. Arsenal was stuck in the awkward situation of dominating without scoring. The match reached the 25th minute. The score remained a dull 0-0. Suchon rested his hands on his knees, panting. Sweat dripped from his chiseled jawline onto the turf. This was the biggest crisis he had faced since arriving in the Premier League. In previous matches against Chelsea, Aston Villa, Tottenham, and Everton, while the opponents also employed aggressive tactics, most would come out to attack for the sake of home pride. But this wily City team was truly willing to park the bus without any shame. Suchon raised his head, his gaze fixed on City's goal. Joe Hart stood on his line, even having time to adjust. What are the ways to break down a parked bus? Either incredibly intricate small area combination play in the final third, or using a tall striker for relentless aerial bombardment. But the simplest and most direct way to break the ice was a long-range shot, an unstoppable long-range strike. If he could blast a thunderous goal from outside the box, City's defense would be forced to expand outward. Once their formation opened up, that would be his time to run rampant. However, the very thing Su Chun currently lacked was long-range shooting ability. Although he possessed a hidden long-shot attribute as high as 86 that only represented accuracy, the power and suddenness he generated in actual combat fell far short of the requirements for breaking through a defense. Su Chun clenched his fists tightly. The main quest secured 5 consecutive Premier League victories. The current score was 4-5. Only this one match remained. As long as he defeated Manchester City and completed this ultimate main quest, the system would reward him with that level divine skill cannon shot. With that skill in hand, facing such a deeply withdrawn defense, he could directly take a shot from 30 meters outside the penalty area, smashing the ball on a Joe Hart's face with an unreasonable long-range strike. Su Chun gritted his teeth fiercely. Since he had no heavy weaponry, now he would have to use his flesh and blood to forcibly carve a path. Even if a wall stood before him, he would smash it apart with his head. This was not solely for the system's reward, but for the Arsenal fans filling the stands. To prove that all those mockers laughing online were nothing but blind fools. Arsenal regained possession. Wilshere controlled the ball near the center circle. Su Chun quickly retreated from the edge of the penalty area. As he ran, he raised his right hand high. Jack! Su Chun shouted his teammate's name. Watching the figure of the number 14 charging once more against Manchester City's steel defense. Wilshere didn't hesitate. He pushed the ball with the inside of his right foot. The ball skimmed the grass, flying straight towards Su Chun. Wilshere's pass was perfectly weighted. Su Chun cushioned the incoming ball with the arch of his right foot incredibly softly. The ball obediently stopped at his feet. As the absolute offensive core of Arsenal, every time Su Chun received the ball, it drew the attention of tens of thousands of fans. This time Su Chun received the ball in a very deep position. He had even retreated near the center circle. He did this to actively create distance, trying to lure Manchester City's defense out. If anyone followed him, a gap would appear in the ironclad formation in front of the penalty area. But he underestimated Manchester City's determination to park the bus. Pellegrini shouted instructions from the sideline. As long as Su Chun didn't bring the ball into the dangerous area 30 meters outside the box, the Manchester City players simply ignored him. They let him hold the ball in midfield. These multi-million euro stars were determined to be turtles at the Emirates Stadium. Su Chun cursed under his breath. These veterans had truly perfected pragmatic football. In the Sky Sports broadcast booth, commentator Lionel watched the screen and shook his head repeatedly. Manchester City's tactical discipline is too strict. The defensive bus has completely neutralized Su Chun. 30 minutes into the game, Arsenal hasn't had a single decent shot. Carragher chimed in. From now on, this situation will become the norm for Arsenal. Without space to sprint, how will this newly emerged Chinese prodigy respond? Online F-accredited journalist Ma Dexing watched the live broadcast, nearly jumping for joy. He immediately typed his latest comment on Weibo. The truth is out. Against real strong teams, a mindless speedster track athlete can't hack it. Add in the fact that he exhausted himself at a supermodel's place last night. He doesn't even have the energy to charge forward with the ball anymore. This remark instantly sparked a frenzy among countless trolls. On the pitch, Su Chun turned with the ball, effortlessly, because not a single Manchester City player was within 5 meters. After turning, Su Chun looked up. Before him lay an impenetrable steel fortress. Manchester City's defensive system was extremely tight, consisting of 3 layers. The first layer, the front-line pressing duo of Aguero and David Silva. They didn't aim to steal the ball, only to harass and block passing lanes. The second layer, the top-tier double pivot of Yaya Touré and Fernandinho. This was the toughest meat grinder combo in the Premier League, responsible for intercepting any direct attacks. The third layer, the back line, led by Captain Company along with Clichy and Zabaleta, for burly men, blocked the penalty area so tightly that not even a mosquito could fly in. Unraveling layer by layer, Su Chun took a deep breath, summing up his previous experiences of being knocked down by Yaya Touré when charging headlong. He nudged the ball with his right foot and began to dribble forward. To score, he had to completely tear through all 3 barriers. Pass. Against such a defensive bus, passing back and forth would only waste time. Only extreme individual penetration could bore a hole through this iron block. Facing David Silva's press, Su Chun guided the ball to the outside with his left foot. His body suddenly accelerated. A simple change of direction and burst of speed. David Silva was no defensive player. In the blink of an eye, Su Chun forcefully brushed past him. First layer broken. Dribbling past the halfway line, Su Chun arrived at the second barrier. 5 meters ahead, the Ivorian beast Yaya Touré glared at him with fierce eyes. Fernandinho also closed in from the side. The two had sealed off all of Su Chun's angles of penetration. Touré sneered contemptuously. 10 minutes ago, he had knocked Su Chun flat on his back in this very spot. The Chinese kid's physique was nothing against. Su Chun's dribbling pace slowed. His speed dropped sharply. Seeing this, Yaya Touré's tense muscles relaxed. What he feared most was Su Chun using his pace to burn him on the wings. Now that Su Chun had slowed down, he could use his body at any time. At worst, it would be a tactical foul, and Arsenal wouldn't get a free kick in a dangerous position. Touré lowered his center of gravity bending his knees slightly. Su Chen approached slowly with the ball. Throughout this process, Su Chen showed no signs of accelerating. Planning a feint. Teray snorted. Useless. At this slow pace, no feint could escape his vast defensive experience. Just as he thought this, Su Chen suddenly lifted his right foot. A step over. Or a cut. Teray stared fixedly at the ball. He saw Su Chen's right foot not step over the ball, but touch it with the inside. Cutting inside. Teray made the judgment with extreme confidence. His massive frame immediately leaned to his right, ready to block. But the moment Teray shifted his weight, Su Chen's right foot, which had touched the ball, deftly nudged it to the left. The ball instantly skimmed the grass, rolling to Su Chen's left foot. Teray's heart raced. He tried to force his center of gravity back, but it was too late. Su Chen's left foot received the ball and then knocked it forward. A rapid continuous exchange between his feet like two chopsticks swiftly flicking a meatball in hot oil. The La Croqueta. An ultimate La Croqueta. Teray felt as if his old waist was being twisted apart by this continuous change of direction. His massive frame couldn't maintain balance. His legs stood stiffly in place. Fernandinho beside him tried to poke the ball away. Su Chen was ready. He dropped his left shoulder heavily, holding off Fernandinho's arm. His max-level core. Fernandinho not only failed to win the ball, but was also knocked off balance by Su Chen falling directly onto the grass. Without relying on explosive speed, it was purely through changes in rhythm and ball control. Su Chen squeezed through the gap between Manchester City's two defensive midfielders. The second barrier breached. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. The La Croqueta. Good heavens, what exquisite dribbling. Commentator Lionel leaped from his chair. Carragher also held his head in his hands, utterly stunned. Who would have thought that in the most physically intense league, the Premier League, one could witness such an exquisite piece of South American samba-style dribbling? The Emirates Stadium erupted in thunderous cheers. 60,000 fans rose to their feet. In the studio of China's national sports channel, commentator He Wei excitedly pounded the table. He's through. Su Chen has beaten two men. He dismantled Manchester City's toughest midfield duo with incredible finesse. This is a pure talent disparity. He Wei then shifted his tone, speaking with deep emotion. In our domestic youth training system, coaches always teach young players to pass more and not be selfish. There's even a famous saying, you can dribble past people now, but can you do it at the professional level? This saying has stifled so many of Chinese football's talented players. But today, Su Chen has proven to everyone, yes, you can. You absolutely can. On the grand stage of the Premier League, as long as you have the ability, you can solve problems on your own. Domestic livestream chat rooms were flooded with comments. Come out and see this, you traitor Modexing. Who said Su Chen had weak legs? This core strength, this rhythm change. It's a waist cutting of Manchester City. Beating Teray was as easy as crossing the street. So damn cool. On the pitch, the situation changed in an instant. After beating the double pivot, Su Chen faced Manchester City's final defensive line. Four defenders stood in a row. Seeing Su Chen charging, Manchester City captain Kompany was on high alert. The moment Su Chen completed his breakthrough, Kompany stepped out aggressively to close him down. Meanwhile, Clichy and Zabaleta quickly shifted inward. The three formed an extremely tight inverted triangle encirclement. The entire defensive system operated at its peak within 2 seconds. No passing lanes. Wingers Sanchez and Giroud were completely marked. This was the terror of the parked bus. Even if you got past midfield, the penalty area was still packed with bodies. At this moment, Su Chen seemed to merge with the pitch. He didn't need to think deliberately. Kaka's max-level template operated furiously within him. Facing the seasoned Kompany, relying on pure speed to beat him was impossible. Kompany's positioning was meticulous, firmly blocking the only route to the penalty spot. Pass. Pass quickly. Manchester City's defense is set, don't force it. Wenger shouted anxiously from the sideline. The old manager knew Kompany's tackling ability well. Dribbling too much in front of the box risked a counterattack that would be fatal. Passing was always the safest option. But Su Chen didn't play by the rules. Facing the 1-9 Su Chen pushed the ball heavily to his right front, feigning a burst down the line. Kompany sneered. This kid was too naive, thinking he could beat him with pace. Kompany's massive frame slid to his left, preparing to body Su Chen off the pitch. But the microsecond after Kompany shifted his weight, Su Chen's right foot, which had pushed the ball, didn't land. Instead, it twisted eerily in midair, the outside of the foot turning into the inside, hooking the ball. He had just an incredibly violent reverse drag. 2 consecutive changes of direction with no pause. The Elastico, the signature move of Ronaldinho and Kaká. In this congested penalty area where even turning was difficult, Su Chen executed a move that defied the laws of physics. Kompany was completely bewildered. His brain reacted, but his body, due to inertia, couldn't stop. His legs tangled comically on the grass. Thud. The top Premier League center-back fell clumsily in the box. Su Chen stepped over the prone breakthrough, straight into the heart of the penalty area. But it wasn't over yet. The box was full of legs. Clichy on the left had already slid in. Zabaleta on the right was also rushing to close the door. Manchester City goalkeeper Joe Hart charged out, spreading his arms to block the angle. Blocked in front and pursued from behind, there was no space to wind up for a shot. A pause of even a tenth of a second would see the ball stolen. In this critical moment, the instant after completing the elastico, Su Chun didn't swing his left foot. Using only the strength of his toes, he struck the bottom of the ball with incredible speed and concealment. This move caught everyone off guard. No winding up. No run-up. Everything was done in an extremely tight space. The ball became a white line skimming the ground. Incredibly fast. It brushed past the fallen company, passed between the legs of the covering Clichy, and headed straight for the far corner of the goal. Goalkeeper Joe Hart had just lowered his body to save a low shot. He only saw a flash of white in the crowd. The ball had already slipped under his armpit. Too fast. So fast that Hart didn't even make an instinctive arm movement. Joe Hart stood frozen, turning his head in despair. The ball struck the inside of the white net without any suspense, sending up a burst of ripples. As the ball gracefully slipped under Joe Hart's armpit and rippled the white netting, the entire Emirates Stadium fell into a second of dead silence. Commentator Lionel sat in the broadcast booth, mouth agape. His mind couldn't even process what had just happened. No powerful blast. No forceful sprint. Just an incredibly concealed toe poke finish while surrounded by three top defenders. The ball. It's in. Lionel snapped back to reality, raising his arms and shouting in a hoarse voice. Goal. With Lionel's roar, over 60,000 Arsenal fans in the stands leaped to their feet. Red and white scarves waved wildly in the air. Viva Su! The deafening roar swept across the London night sky. In front of the away team's bench, Manchester City manager Pellegrini stood with his mouth wide open, his face extremely pale. He sprang from his seat. With a dull thud, Pellegrini's head slammed heavily into the transparent rain shelter of the bench. It hurt, but he didn't even bother to rub his head. Pellegrini stared at the goal replay on the big screen, completely dumbfounded. What the hell? What was this? That Chinese kid, mocked by the entire English media for having weak legs, had scored from such an impossible dead end. Pellegrini had imagined many ways Arsenal might score, but never in his wildest dreams did he expect Su Chun to carve a hole through solid iron with such pure individual footwork. A double nutmeg past the two defensive midfielders. A sublime elastico to send company staggering. A non-wind-up toe poke that beat Joe Hart. The entire goal involved no raw speed whatsoever. It was all feints and rapid shifts of gravity and absolute mastery over the ball, executed with breathtaking precision. Pellegrini's scalp went numb. Speed and explosive power were already a nightmare to defend. Now you're telling me this kid possesses South American top-tier wizardry with the ball at his feet? What kind of monster is this? Pellegrini's tactical framework lay in complete ruins. The only weakness in his park bus defense was a fear of those superhuman dribblers who could weave through tight spaces. Yet he had assumed Su Chun was merely a track athlete relying on pace. Now trailing on the scoreboard. How could this match continue? The Manchester City players stood on the turf, their faces etched with confusion as they gazed at Pellegrini on the sidelines. Touré buried his face in his hands. Company sat in the mud, pounding the grass in fury. They had stifled Su Chun's sprints only to be humiliated by his samba dance moves. Pellegrini slumped back into his seat, powerless. Panic had seized him too. Inside the stadium, the yellowish-white floodlights bathed the pitch. After scoring, Su Chun spread his arms and sprinted toward the corner flag. Before he could go far, Wilshere lunged from the side and tackled him to the ground. Cazorla, Giroud, Sanchez. Arsenal's players swarmed in a frenzy. They roared and laughed, piling onto the heap. They had been tormented by City's parked bus for over 30 minutes. Su Chun's goal unleashed all the pent-up frustration from their chests. Incredible. How the hell did you? Giroud shouted from the top of the pile. In the media stands, Fang Yiqiu, a special female correspondent stationed in London by a well-known Chinese sports channel, stared blankly at the celebrating crowd below. She held her voice recorder, unable to utter a word for a long time. As a beat reporter, she had heard too many gossipy rumors about Su Chun in recent days. Nightclub supermodels, a drained body. Even Maud Dexing, a domestic colleague, was stirring up negative press. This guy is a downright playboy. Learning bad habits at such a young age. Fang Yiqiu silently reminded herself to stay objective and fair, not to be fooled by the facade of a playboy. When she witnessed that goal like a celestial strike from beyond the heavens. When she saw 60,000 Britons chanting the name of a Chinese teenager. Her heart still raced uncontrollably. That figure in the number 14 jersey blazed brilliantly under the lights, dazzling to the eye. Truly remarkable, Fang Yiqiu whispered softly. In the domestic online live stream, commentator He Wei had already smashed his tactical analysis board in excitement. Crack. The sharp sound of the slap echoed across countless homes. A thunderous applause. This is truly a thunderous applause. He Wei's eyes reddened, his voice soaring. This goal is absolutely worthy of competing for this season's Puskas Award. He tore apart the most expensive defense in the Premier League with the lightest of touches. The barrage of comments was drowned in a sea of exclamation marks. Oh my God, is this a track athlete? It's a reincarnation of the king of football. Double nutmeg followed by an elastico. That core strength. Anyone who said he had weak legs last night, come take a beating. Where's Ma Dexing? Why has that old dog gone silent? In the face of absolute power, all doubts became utter jokes. The match resumed. Trailing by 1 goal, City's parked bus turned into a complete farce. Pellegrini clenched his teeth, strode to the sideline, and waved his hand. Push up. Attack. Falling behind meant suffering. An iron law on the football pitch. City's double pivot finally crossed the halfway line. The defensive line also began to push forward. This was exactly what Suchin wanted to see. The bus formation had disintegrated. The space for Ricardo, Isaacs and Dos Santos Leites' explosive sprints had finally returned. In the 40th minute of the first half, City pressed forward in attack. Aguero's shot from the edge of the box was safely gathered by Cech. Cech rose and launched a powerful throw to Cazorla in midfield. Cazorla, without stopping the ball, played it forward to Suchun. Yaya Touré, on high alert, immediately closed in. This time Suchun didn't slow down. He pushed the ball to the outside with his right foot. His thigh muscles unleashed terrifying thrust. Full throttle on absolute speed. As Touré's massive frame just began to move, Suchun had already glided past him like a white lightning bolt. Too fast. Touré didn't even have a chance for a tactical foul by tugging the jersey. Only a gust of wind swept by. The vast open space ahead became a racetrack for Suchun to gallop freely. Suchun dribbled at full speed. Kompany scrambled back, trying to block the inside line. Suchun lifted his head while sprinting. On the left side of the box, Sanchez was sprinting forward desperately. With a gentle flick of his right foot's outside edge, the ball skimmed the turf, threading precisely between Kompany's legs and slicing through the entire defense. Sanchez arrived on cue. Facing the charging Joe Hart, he calmly slotted the ball into the far corner. The ball hit the net. 2-0. Suchun delivered a lethal assist with a long-range dash. The first half ended. Arsenal returned to the dressing room with a commanding 2-goal lead. The second half began. City grew desperate, bringing on Navas to bolster the flanks. But Wenger was prepared. Arsenal dropped deep and played pure counterattacking football. Whenever they won the ball, they looked for Suchun first. Up front, Suchun was like a tireless perpetual motion machine. Constantly dribbling, constantly drawing fouls. City's players were battered and exhausted. In the 68th minute, Suchun overtook Clichy on the wing. He whipped in a cross from near the byline. The French striker Giroud rose like a mountain in the 6-yard box. Outjumping City's center back, he powered a header. The ball crashed off the underside of the crossbar and bounced into the net. 3-0. The match's suspense was utterly killed. The final whistle blew. The Emirates Stadium became a sea of joy. Arsenal at home had dismantled the invincible Blue Moon of Manchester City with a 3-0 victory. They claimed their 5th consecutive Premier League win. On the league table, Arsenal stormed to the top. In the post-match press conference, the room was packed with journalists from various media outlets. Pellegrini sat before the microphone, his face ashen. Fong Ichio raised her hand and was granted a question. Coach, what is your assessment of Suchin's performance today? Do you have any advice for this young Chinese forward? Hearing the question, Pellegrini shook his head with a bitter smile. Advice? His performance today has completely dismantled my defensive system. What advice could he possibly need? Pellegrini sighed. His footwork was so good we couldn't keep up. I admit our defensive strategy was a total failure. Perhaps the entire Premier League should wake up. An unstoppable whale has been born here. This high praise was frantically recorded by the journalists. The Manchester City manager was utterly humbled. This would surely be the headline across all European sports papers tomorrow. As for Suchin, the man of the match, he had yet to appear for any interviews. Head coach Wenger was fiercely protective of his player. The veteran manager was well aware of the British media's tendency to chase shadows, and Suchin's recent tabloid gossip had just died down. He would never allow these unscrupulous reporters to bait Suchun. In the Arsenal home dressing room, teammates had showered and were leaving one by one. Suchin sat alone in front of his locker. His heart was racing, not because of the victory, but because of the system notifications blaring in his mind. Ding. Match 1. Total distance covered 11,000 meters. Successful dribbles 16. Fouls suffered 5. 1 goal, 2 assists. Match bonus calculated 95000 euros. That was just pocket change. The main event was yet to come. Suchin took a deep breath and opened the main quest panel. The progress bar was full at 55. Congratulations, host. Main quest completed 5 consecutive Premier League wins. Quest difficulty rating S level. Base quest reward issued a rank skill, heavy cannon shot. As the words faded, a blinding golden light exploded in the system inventory. Suchun immediately opened the skill description. Skill heavy cannon shot. A rank description: when the host shoots from outside the box, leg swing power is greatly enhanced. Initial ball speed increased by 30%. Shot power significantly boosted. Slight irregular knuckleball trajectory included. Note the ultimate demolition tool against parked buses. Close your eyes and let power work its magic. Suchun clenched his fists in excitement. With this, from now on, if anyone dared to park the bus against him, he would blast the ball, goalkeeper and all, into the net from 30 meters out. This was a qualitative leap for his arsenal. His original long shot accuracy was already at 86 points. Now the gaps in power and ball speed were filled. He was now a fully armored human self-propelled artillery piece. Yet the surprises were not over. The system's crisp voice rang out again. Ding. Detected host completing the quest with overwhelming superiority, earning an extremely high SS rating. Additional drop rate reward triggered. Extra cash reward issued, 5 million euros. Suchin's breath caught. 5 million euros. He stared at the string of numbers on the system panel, his heart pounding. This fortune, combined with his previous bonus savings, was an astonishing sum. But money sitting in the system account was just dead digits. It had to be converted into tangible combat power. The intensity of Premier League matches was extreme. When trailing defenders grew desperate, they would resort to any dirty tackle. Spending money on protective gear was the wisest move. Suchin directly opened the system shop. His eyes locked onto the equipment section. Elite shin guards price, 300,000 euros. Reduces injury probability by 10%. Appearance can change freely based on real-world items. Elite boots price, 600,000 euros. Increases shooting accuracy by 1%, increases absolute speed by 1%, reduces injury chance by 5%. Appearance can change freely. Buy. Without a moment's hesitation, Suchin deducted 900 euros. A flash of white light. A pair of pure white boots and a set of lightweight carbon fiber shin guards fell into the system inventory. Suchin immediately retrieved them and equipped them. Their appearance transformed into the standard style of Arsenal's current sponsor. The shin guards hugged his calf muscles perfectly with no foreign sensation. The boots felt as light as air on his feet. With these two pieces of gear as a safety net combined with his max-level core strength, for physical battles the risk of injury was drastically reduced. Just then the system's crisp chime sounded again. Ding. New main quest released. System quest: lead the team to win the Premier League half-season championship. Quest: reward a rank skill. Third lung. Suchin's eyes lit up. He immediately opened the skill description. Third lung, possessing a physique equivalent to having 3 lungs. Greatly enhances stamina limits, accelerates stamina recovery during matches, and comes with strong anti-fatigue effects. Stamina. That was exactly what Suchin craved most. Though he could rely on €1,000,000 potions to replenish his energy, that was merely a temporary fix. Once the Premier League's unique Christmas fixture congestion hit, 2 or even 3 matches a week, buying potions alone would drain his savings. With this third lung, he would be equipping himself with a massive reserve. It would also fundamentally reduce the risk of muscle strains caused by fatigue. The strategic significance of this skill was even greater than heavy cannon shot. Half-season championship. Suchin clenched his fists. He had to secure this quest. That night, Suchin declined Wilshire's invitation to celebrate at a nightclub and returned alone to his upscale apartment. His phone screen lit up with a suggestive message from Catherine. Suchin glanced at it and tossed the phone onto the sofa. This was a critical period for building his career and winning titles. He had no time for such distractions. After a cold shower, Suchin lay in bed and closed his eyes. His consciousness sank directly into the system's virtual training ground. The empty green field was brightly lit. Suchin stood before the ball. He wanted to test his newly acquired rank skill, heavy cannon shot, immediately. He placed the ball 30 meters outside the box. He lifted his head and looked at the goal. A strange transformation occurred in his vision. A translucent virtual crosshair floated in the air. The crosshair's color kept shifting. When his gaze strayed from the goal, it was green. As he adjusted his focus to the edge of the goal, it turned yellow. When his eyes locked onto the top right corner, the perfect spot, the crosshair blazed into a piercing crimson. Red indicated a high probability of hitting the target. Suchin took a deep breath and began his run-up. After 3 strides, his left foot planted firmly on the turf, half a meter to the left of the ball. Heavy cannon shot skill activated instantly. The muscles in his right thigh tensed completely, power exploding from his calf as it met the lower middle part of the ball. He struck with a fierce drive. Boom. A tremendous thud echoed across the training ground. Ferocious power surged into the ball, its surface slightly deforming under the immense pressure. Without any need for curve or spin, the ball transformed into a white blur, flying straight as an arrow toward the top right corner of the goal. Bang! The ball slammed violently into the back of the net, stirring up a cascade of white foam. A perfect dead-angle shot. Suchin's heart surged with excitement as he watched the ball still rolling inside the net. With the aid of the aiming assist and power enhancement, long-range shots were no longer a gamble relying on luck. Instead, they had become a heavy sniper rifle ready to be drawn at any moment. From now on, when facing those teams that parked the bus and tightened their defenses, as long as they left him a sliver of space outside the penalty area, he could shatter both their goal and their defensive line. After testing his skills, Suchin did not exit the training ground. His individual abilities were already formidable. He possessed Kaka's template for explosive sprints and Samba footwork in breakthroughs. His shots included the heavy cannon strike. However, match experience and chemistry with teammates still required extensive accumulation. Initiate combat simulation. Suchun directly selected the highest difficulty opponents Bayern Munich and Real Madrid. His teammates were the system's one-tune replicas of the entire Arsenal squad. The match began. Facing elite defenders like Lam and Boateng, Suchun charged again and again. Each time he lost the ball, he started over. Each time a pass failed, he repositioned. In the training ground, stamina could be reset at any time. Suchun tirelessly ran, dribbled, and shot. After dozens of high-intensity simulated matches, Suchun's chemistry with teammates like Cazorla and Giroud reached a level where they could find each other blindfolded. Although physical fatigue was cleared by the system, the mental drain was immense. At 4 a.m., Suchun exited the training ground and slept until dawn. 3 days later, the highlight of the 9th Premier League round was about to commence. Arsenal hosted Burnley at the Emirates Stadium. Burnley, a newly promoted team this season, languished in second to last place, deep in the relegation zone. Based on the two teams' paper strength, it was a one-sided mismatch. However, the British media stirred up frenzy. The Sun ran a bold headline on its front page: Manchester City showed the way. Parking the bus is the only antidote to stop Suchun. The Daily Mail leaked explosive news. Burnley manager Deitch declared he would take a point from the Emirates. Back in China, Ma Dexing couldn't wait to jump in, spouting nonsense on Weibo. Suchun's goal last game was pure luck. Breakthroughs in tight spaces can't work every time. As long as Burnley defends the box tightly, Arsenal will be helpless. Just wait and see the joke. Suchun paid no heed to the outside naysayers. At 4 p.m., the Emirates Stadium was packed to capacity. Over 60,000 home fans sang the club anthem, welcoming both teams onto the pitch. The referee blew the long whistle, and the match officially began. Just 5 minutes and Neville in the Sky Sports commentary box started shouting, "My God, what is Burnley doing?" 9 defenders plus the goalkeeper all crammed into the penalty area. Only one striker loafing around the center circle. Carragher shook his head beside him, full of disdain. Too extreme. This is a blatant 901 formation. Burnley is dead set on grinding out a draw away from home. It seems Manchester City's bus-barking last game gave all the weak teams in the Premier League a huge inspiration. Facing a player with Suchun's terrifying dribbling ability, completely abandoning attack and defending the box is indeed the most helpless yet most effective method. On the pitch, Arsenal passed the ball back and forth in the final third. Burnley's players remained completely unmoved, letting them pass outside the box without even bothering to press. Cazorla held the ball, frustrated by the dense sea of blue shirts ahead. He couldn't pass through. Giroud was sandwiched between two towering defenders with no space even to jump. On the wing, Sanchez had just received the ball when 3 opponents immediately closed in. The Arsenal fans in the stands erupted in loud boos. This was directed at Burnley's ugly brand of football. Suchun stood at the edge of the penalty area, observing Burnley's nonchalant and stubborn stance. He grinned. This was like a pillow arriving just as he felt sleepy. He had been looking for the perfect opportunity to test his new weapon. Suchun took a step back. He retreated to a position over 30 meters from the goal. Within a 5-meter radius, there wasn't a single pass it here. Suchun raised his right hand and shouted to Cazorla. Without hesitation, Cazorla sent a low pass rolling toward him. Suchun cushioned the ball with the inside of his right foot, bringing it to a stop. Burnley's defensive midfielder, seeing Suchun receive the ball so far out, only made a token step forward. 30 meters away. In their view, this was not a conventional shooting distance. Suchun took a deep breath and he gazed at Burnley's goal. The aiming system in his mind activated instantly. Green, yellow, red. The crosshair locked firmly onto the top right corner of the goal. A blinding crimson. No fancy feints. His left foot stomped heavily on the turf. Heavy cannon shot. His core strength exploded. Thigh driving the shin, the instep of his right foot struck the lower middle part of the ball. Boom. A massive blast resonated across the Emirates Stadium. The ball, violently compressed, left his foot as a streak of white light. No dip. Pure linear bombard. The speed was so immense that the stadium cameras barely kept up. Burnley goalkeeper Tom Heaton only saw a flash of white light. By the time he instinctively tried to move, the ball had already slammed into the net behind him. The immense force bulged the net into a dramatic protrusion. The stadium fell silent for half a second. Then a roar. The 60,000-strong Emirates erupted. Goal! Goal! Neville jumped up in the commentary box, knocking over his microphone. My God! Did you see that? Over 30 meters out. An utterly unreasonable super long-range shot. The ball was like a cannonball fired straight through Burnley's goal. Carragher held his head, eyes wide. That power is terrifying. Heaton didn't even make a save attempt. Who said he can only dribble? Who said he has no long-range ability? This is a heavy bomb that destroys the bus. On the sideline, Wenger stared blankly at the ball in the net. The veteran manager turned to his assistant coach, Bold. Steve, that was 30 meters right. Bold swallowed hard, his scalp tingling. Boss, at least 32 meters. When did this kid develop such? That explosiveness is unscientific. On the pitch, Arsenal's teammates charged towards Su Chun. Wilshere leaped onto Su Chin's back, yelling wildly, "That was fucking awesome, Su. That shot numbed my ears." Su Chin smiled and hugged his teammates one by one. Everything was under control. The elite boots' added shooting accuracy combined with the power of the heavy cannon shot made for an unstoppable weapon. On the other side, Burnley's players exchanged bewildered glances. The captain stepped forward, clapping loudly to boost morale. "Don't panic. That was a fluke. He can't hit those wonder goals from 30 meters every time. Keep your positions. Don't give him space to break through." Burnley manager Deitch also shouted from the sideline, "Stick to the plan. Don't push out. Defend the box." In their minds, such a long-range shot was pure luck. As long as the defense held, Arsenal couldn't score a second. The match resumed. After the kickoff, Burnley sent a long ball back to Arsenal and retreated en masse into the box. The formation remained an impenetrable 901. Time ticked by. Arsenal continued passing outside. In the 25th minute, Su Chin again received the ball 30 meters from goal. Burnley's defenders watched coldly. They refused to believe he could fluke another one. The defenders didn't even budge. Su Chin, seeing their suicidal stubbornness, didn't hesitate. He adjusted his stride. The crosshair locked again. A brilliant red glow. He unleashed a ferocious strike. Boom. The same sound exploded across the pitch. A white blur screamed past. The ball with unstoppable force grazed the inside of the post and slammed into the net. Goalkeeper Heaton made a save attempt this time, but the ball flew half a meter above his fingertips. He didn't even touch. 2-0. The stadium erupted again. Burnley manager Deitch hurled his tactical board onto the turf, the plastic splitting in two. He panicked. Completely panicked. The pre-match plan to defend the box had become a total joke. Defenders dropped too deep, leaving the perimeter as a shooting gallery for Arsenal. That Chinese kid wasn't playing by the rules. He could unleash a thunderous shot from anywhere past the halfway line. And that power, that speed, that insane accuracy. Goalkeeper Tom Heaton's hands were trembling so much he could barely hold his water bottle. "Push up. No more retreating." Deitch screamed hoarsely. "Push the defensive line 15 meters outside the box." 2 goals down, cowering in the box was a death sentence. Burnley's players reluctantly began to extend their formation. This played right into Wenger's hands. The veteran manager sat leisurely on the bench, unscrewing his thermos for a sip. The heavy cannon shot wasn't just a direct scoring tool. Its greatest strategic value was forcing the bus to break apart. As soon as you came out, the vast open space behind was Su Chin's favorite racetrack. In the second half, Burnley committed more players forward, attempting to create threats through crosses. In the 60th minute, Burnley crossed from the right. Mertesacker rose like a crane in the box, heading the ball clear. It fell to Cazorla at the edge of the box. Cazorla, without pause, played a direct pass to Su Chin near the center circle. Su Chin received the ball with his back to goal, and Burnley's defensive midfielder immediately pressed tightly. Su Chin nudged the ball with the outside of his left foot, spun his body, and burst forward at full speed. Ricardo Isaacson dos Santos Leites' max explosiveness was unleashed. His thigh muscles pumped, legs driving hard into the turf. He hit top speed from the first step. The Burnley midfielder saw only a flash of white light, unable even to commit a tactical foul by pulling his shirt as Su Chin left him far behind. Su Chin sprinted with the ball, cutting straight into Burnley's half. The 2 center backs hurriedly retreated, trying to compress the space. Su Chin, utterly unreasonable, nudged the ball outward with his right foot in full stride, then cut back with his left. A violent, non-decelerating change of direction. Both center backs lost their balance, collided, and tumbled awkwardly to the ground. Facing the on-rushing goalkeeper, Su Chin calmly slotted the ball into the far corner, rolling it along the turf into the net. 3-0. A hat-trick. The roar from the stands nearly lifted the roof. But it wasn't over. Arsenal crafted a brilliant move in the final third. Giroud held off a defender in the box and laid it off. Su Chin sprinted and executed a perfect La Croqueta in tight space, weaving past 2 defenders. He unleashed a powerful strike with his right foot. The ball hit the underside of the crossbar and bounced into the net. 4-0. A perfect 4-goal haul. As the final whistle blew, in the Sky Sports commentary box, Neville and Carragher were hoarse. For goals, Su Chin single-handedly shattered Burnley's entire defense. 6 matches. This 18-year-old Chinese teenager has scored 16 goals. This is the most insane start in Premier League history. Ultimately, Arsenal crushed the promoted Burnley 50 at home. On Chinese social media, fans celebrated. Meanwhile, the repeatedly outspoken FA journalist Ma Dexing had his Weibo bombarded by furious fans. 100,000 abusive comments forced him to delete his account and flee overnight. The insane goal-scoring rate sent shockwaves through European football. In Spain, Madrid. In the top-floor meeting room of Real Madrid's headquarters, Florentino Perez tossed a thick dossier onto the cover featured Su Chin's photo in the number 14 jersey. "Look at these stats." Florentino tapped 16 goals in 6 games, long-range bombs, exquisite dribbling long-distance runs, and the massive commercial market backed by over 1 billion Chinese people. The transfer department will head to London immediately. I don't care what contract he just signed. I want to see him in Real Madrid's white jersey next summer. At the same time, in Paris, the wealthy owner of PSG signed a blank check and handed it to the club director. Get it done. Money is no object. The entire European elite had been awakened by Su Chun. On almost every top manager's desk, a video of Su Chun's matches was placed. The world outside was in turmoil, but the Premier League schedule mercilessly pressed on. Su Chun's red whirlwind continued to sweep across the British Isles. Montage-like news reports bombarded major sports channels. Bild reports. In the 10th round of the Premier League, Arsenal faced Swansea away. Su Chun delivered an assist and sealed the victory with a powerful shot. Arsenal won 2-0 against their opponents. Dear viewers, this is the national television sports channel. Chinese player Su Chun came off the bench in the English League Cup round of 16, scoring 2 consecutive goals to help his team overturn a deficit and win 4-3, advancing to the quarterfinals. That's right, it's Su Chun again. In the 11th round of the Premier League, Arsenal encountered a muddy rainstorm away at Stoke City. Su Chun's direct free kick in the 89th minute helped the team secure a dramatic equalizer, snatching a precious point. Su Chun scores to save the team. In the 12th round of the Premier League, Arsenal narrowly defeated Southampton 1-0. In the 15th round of the Premier League, Arsenal won big away at Aston Villa. After Su Chun was substituted, Arsenal's defense collapsed, conceding 2 goals to be held to a draw by West Ham United. Time flew by in an instant. Amid high-intensity matches and a congested schedule, the date arrived at December 19, 2014. The 19th round of the Premier League. This was the final decisive battle of the first half of the season. Arsenal challenged Liverpool at Anfield. Before the season began, no one believed Liverpool could be title contenders. But under the guidance of manager Rodgers, the team had sparked a youthful storm with lightning-fast counterattacks. After 18 rounds of play, Liverpool had accumulated 45 points, level with Arsenal. Arsenal only held the top spot by a slim margin of 3 goals in goal difference. In this direct confrontation, whoever won would be the true half-season champion. Although the Premier League has no trophy for the half-season champion, historical statistics show that teams who claim the half-season title have an 80% chance of ultimately lifting the Premier League trophy. This was a clash of titans, a battle for morale and the course of the season. More critically, this half-season battle involved not just Arsenal and Liverpool. Chelsea was breathing down their neck. The Blues, led by Mourinho, quickly regained form after their loss to Arsenal, embarking on a winning streak. Chelsea now had 44 points, just 1 point behind the leaders, sitting in 3rd place. In this round, Chelsea hosted a struggling relegation-threatened team at Stamford Bridge. A home win for the Blues was all but certain. All the pressure fell upon Anfield. If Arsenal and Liverpool drew, and Chelsea won, then Mourinho would overtake them, directly seizing the half-season champion's throne. The Mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. This red-and-white battle allowed no room for error. London. The Coney Training Centre. Su Chun sat in the changing room, gulping down a sports drink. A series of grueling matches had kept his muscles constantly tense. Though his 18-year-old body recovered quickly, it couldn't withstand the relentless, draining warfare of the Premier League. He desperately needed the mission reward promised by the system. Main mission: lead the team to claim the Premier League half-season champion. Mission reward: a level skill, 3rd lung. With the 3rd lung, he could survive the grueling Christmas fixture schedule of a game every 3 days. For this goal, for over a week, Su Chun had shut out the outside world. Supermodel Catherine had posted a dozen private photos on Twitter inviting him to parties in every conceivable way. Su Chun didn't even look, he simply blocked her. Women only slowed down his powerful strikes. Right now his eyes were fixed solely on the goal at Anfield. That afternoon, Liverpool, Anfield Stadium. This historic ground, capable of holding over 50,000 people, had long been one of Europe's most fearsome away venues. As Arsenal's team bus neared the stadium, the streets were lined with Liverpool fans draped in red. Piercing songs, overwhelming jeers, burning red flares. The suffocating pressure was enough to make any visiting team tremble before kickoff. In the changing room, Wenger's face was grim as he made the final tactical arrangements. Hold the line. Liverpool's counterattacks are fast. Cut off their wide connections. The veteran manager slammed the tactics board. Boys, get through this, and we are the half-season champions. The Arsenal players roared in unison, their morale soaring. The match was about to begin. In the player tunnel, the two teams lined up. The tunnel was narrow and dim, the atmosphere oppressively tense. The red and white jerseys stood in stark contrast. Su Chun stood at the front of the line, flexing his ankles. He felt an intensely sharp gaze fixed on him from the side. Turning his head, in Liverpool's line, a short black forward wearing the number 31 jersey glared at him with blatant provocation. Raheem Sterling, Liverpool's hottest rising star, England's homegrown super prospect. Seeing Su Chun turn, Sterling grinned and gave a thumbs-down gesture. Su Chun raised an eyebrow. Beside him, Wilshere leaned in and lowered his voice. Ignore him. He's jealous. Su Chun was puzzled. For this year's Golden Boy award, he and Pogba were the frontrunners. Then you came out of nowhere and blew up the entire European football scene. Wilshere snorted. Sport's predictions have completely changed. This kid was mouthing off to the media the day before yesterday, saying he'd teach you what real Premier League speed is at Anfield. Suchin listened and couldn't help but laugh. Sterling, that famous happy boy, did he really think some flashy tricks would let him talk trash? Suchin looked away, not even bothering to glance at Sterling again. This disregard only made Sterling grit his teeth in fury, clenching his fists. As the stadium prepared for kickoff in the high-level VIP box at Anfield, a man in a black trench coat sat on a leather sofa. He had pulled his baseball cap low and wore a large pair of His outfit was extremely low-key, nothing like an ordinary fan watching a game. Leaning forward, his gaze pierced through the box's glass fixed on the back of Arsenal's number 14 as he walked out of the tunnel. If a live director had cut the camera to him at that moment, it would have caused a sensation across all of England. Chelsea's manager, Jose Mourinho. Inside the high-end VIP box at Anfield, the heating was turned up high, but Chelsea manager Jose Mourinho still wrapped himself in his signature black coat. He pulled his cap low over his head, wore large black-framed sunglasses, and sank into the shadow of the leather sofa. For this crucial match that would decide the half-season champion, the outside world believed Mourinho was commanding Chelsea from Stamford Bridge. No one knew that the special one had secretly come to the home ground of their archrival. His purpose, of course, was not to enjoy Liverpool's anthem. He came for only one person. On the pitch below, both teams were conducting their final pre-match warm-ups. Mourinho's gaze through the one-way glass locked onto the Chinese teenager wearing Arsenal's number 14 jersey. Suchin. Mourinho summoned the dossier he had reviewed countless times in his mind. 18 years old, lightning speed, explosive power, unstoppable dribbling, and changes of direction. In recent matches, he had also displayed incredibly unreasonable long-range strikes. A perfect attacking machine, isn't he? Mourinho turned to the man beside him. Seated next to him was a slightly overweight middle-aged man in a Jorge Mendes, the super agent tycoon who commanded the European football world, holding contracts for a host of top stars and coaches, including Cristiano Ronaldo and Mourinho himself. Mendes looked at the documents in his hand and nodded emphatically. In this half-season, Suchin had played fewer than 20 matches in the Premier League and had already scored an astonishing 22 goals. He had even broken the record for consecutive goals in the Premier League. For a newcomer just 18 years old, this defied all footballing logic. What made Mendes' eyes burn even brighter was Suchin's nationality. Chinese. As a super tycoon deeply versed in commercial operations, Mendes knew all too well what this identity meant. It was a vast market of 1.4 billion people. With the right management, Suchin had the potential to surpass Messi and Ronaldo, becoming the highest-grossing cash cow in global sports. Jose, your eye for talent has always been sharp, but I hear that the fat Italian Raiola has already sent people to London to contact him. Mendes put down his cigar. Mourinho let out a cold laugh. Then you'd better hurry, Jorge. Suchin's current agent is his uncle, who has no professional experience whatsoever. If you sign him, Chelsea's owner Roman Abramovich is willing to pay over £150 million in transfer fees next summer to bring him to Stamford Bridge. Hearing this figure, Mendes raised an eyebrow. £150 million. That would surely break the world football transfer record. Is he really worth that much? Better than your own Hazard or Diego Costa? Mendes asked, uncertain. His understanding of football tactics was far inferior to the special one's. Mourinho burst into laughter at this. You must be joking. You're actually comparing Hazard to Suchin. Mourinho's smile vanished as he spoke, each word deliberate. In my eyes, Suchin is the kind of monster you discuss alongside Pelé, Maradona, or a prime Kaká. Mendes drew a sharp breath. He had worked with Mourinho for years and knew how proud and aloof the special one could be. Hearing the names Pelé and Maradona from Mourinho's mouth was an exaggeration of immense proportions. But Jose, he's only played half a season of top-level professional football. So what? Mourinho crossed his arms. As long as he doesn't get injured, he can tear any defense to shreds. Bring him to Chelsea, and he'll make this team dominate Europe for a decade. Mendes said no more and immediately pulled out his phone to call his assistant. Book me a ticket to London for tomorrow. Find out the home address of Arsenal's number 14 Suchin. I'm going to visit him personally. Hanging up, Mendes and Mourinho both turned their gaze to the pitch. Poaching Arsenal's core player would be a Herculean, but with enough leverage, no deal in this world was impossible. Inside the stadium, Liverpool's anthem, "You'll Never Walk Alone," resounded through the air. Over 40,000 Reds fans waved their scarves, turning Anfield into a sea of red. In the commentary box, Sky Sports lead commentator Gary Lineker raised his voice. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Anfield. This is the 19th round of the 2014-2015 Premier League season. A crucial clash. Arsenal away to Liverpool. This is a six-pointer. Whoever wins this match will claim the Premier League half-season champion. Alongside him was former Liverpool captain Jamie Carragher. Back on his home turf, Carragher was brimming with... That's right. On the current table, both teams are tied on 45 points. Arsenal leads only on goal difference. But at Anfield, Liverpool has every ability to topple the Gunners. Lineker read out the team sheets. Liverpool manager Brendan Rodgers has fielded an aggressive 433 formation. Goalkeeper Minale. Defenders from left to right Enrique Lovren, Skirtle, Glenn Johnson. Midfield trio captain Gerrard anchoring the center alongside Henderson and the Brazilian magician Coutinho. Front three English stars Sterling leading the line, supported by Lalana and Markovic. Carragher added. Rodgers hasn't chosen to park the bus. He's using Anfield's trademark high press and youthful energy to overwhelm Arsenal's defense. The camera switched to the away side Arsenal. Wenger sticks with his unchanged 4,231 formation. The biggest variable remains the 18-year-old Chinese teenager playing in the attacking midfield role. Su Chun. Meanwhile, at China's national broadcaster CCTV Sports, commentator He Wei and guest Zhang Lu were conducting their pre-match analysis. Today's match is not just about the half-season title for these two teams. It's also a crucial battle for Su Chun to win this year's European Golden Boy Award. He Wei said, looking at the screen showing the players shaking hands. Zhang Lu immediately chimed in, hee, that's right. The two main contenders for the Golden Boy Award are Su Chun and his opponent today, Liverpool's forward Sterling. They're playing on the same pitch. Whoever performs better will have a decisive advantage in tomorrow's voting. In the online livestream, domestic fans' bullet comments were already overwhelming. That happy-go-lucky Sterling dares to compete with our god Su for the Golden Boy. You must be joking. Don't underestimate them. Liverpool's home ground is cursed. Sterling has been fast this season, and he even taunted Su Chun with a thumbs-down gesture as they entered the pitch. Crush them. Su's cannon is ready. At that moment, within the live chat room of the national television sports channel, millions of Chinese fans surged in frantically. Su Chun, go for it. Crush Liverpool. Wow, Zhang Lu, the commentator, is also here. This match has the ultimate lineup. Hurry up and start. I can't wait to see Su Chun wipe that smug look off Sterling's face. Daring to give Su Chun a thumbs down before the match. That happy-go-lucky boy must not know how to spell death. Take down Liverpool. Claim the half-season championship. Arsenal will surely win the Premier League this year. Su Chun is incredible. Let Anfield hear the roar of the Chinese dragon. The entire comment section was a flurry of excitement. Dense bullet comments completely obscured the live broadcast screen. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the screen. Upon the Chinese youth clad in the number 14 redanned white jersey, standing alone within the center circle. Everyone was expecting Su Chun to once again unleash a frenzied, slaughterous performance in this daunting away stadium. Su Chun's feet pressed into the slightly slick turf of Anfield. He jumped in place repeatedly, working his leg muscles. He had to win this match. Winning this would secure the half-season championship. The system's reward, the A-grade skill third lung, would then be safely obtained. With that skill, he could easily navigate the grueling Christmas fixture schedule that lay ahead. The head referee glanced down at the timer on his wrist. He took a deep breath. Then he sharply blew the long whistle, signaling the start of the match. Bzzz, the whistle cut through the clamor above Anfield Stadium. Midfield core Santi Cazorla kicked the ball out, passing it to Jack Wilshere, who had dropped back to receive it. The moment the whistle blew, Su Chun exploded with power in his legs, sprinting at full speed towards the deep territory of Liverpool's half. Don't mess around on my turf, yellow-skinned kid. Just as Su Chun reached the outer edge of the penalty arc, a low, harsh voice came from the side. He turned his Liverpool's main centre-back Dejan Lovren was closing in with large strides. This Croatian giant, standing at an imposing 188 meters, bore a fierce face. His body was as solid as a brick wall. In this Premier League season, Lovren had made countless strikers suffer with his aggressive pressing and tough style. To enhance his verbal intimidation, Lovren deliberately lowered his center of gravity, pressing his thick arm firmly against Su Chun's back. He wanted this 18-year-old rookie to feel the terrifying pressure of Anfield's defense. Su Chun smiled. He had encountered this tactic of trash-talking at the start of matches many times in the Premier League. Those towering center-backs always liked to assert their territory this way. It was nothing but meaningless verbal threat. I hope your footwork is tougher than your mouth. Su Chun tossed out a remark. Then his body suddenly lunged forward. Lovren was startled, completely unprepared for Su Chun's decisive burst. He hurriedly stretched his long legs, forcefully moving to block him. He intended to use his weight advantage to shove Su Chun aside. Just as their bodies were about to collide violently, Wilshere from the backfield saw the opportunity and delivered a grounded through ball. The ball sliced through Liverpool's midfield line, rolling rapidly towards Su Chun's feet. Lovren's eyes lit up as he extended his right leg, attempting to intercept from the front. At that very second, with his back to the incoming ball, Su Chun seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Without turning, he used his right heel to precisely strike the ball, knocking it backward with force. This touch completely defied conventional ball reception logic. The ball changed direction, skimming the cold turf, and shot straight between Lovren's parted legs. Nutmeg. An incredibly audacious nutmeg move while turning his back. The next second, Su Chun's maxed-out core strength fully erupted. His waist and abdomen twisted violently, and he forcefully squeezed past Lovren's left side. Lovren was completely unable to react. The change in rhythm was too fast. His vaunted physical strength was rendered useless against Su Chen's slippery, eel-like movements. By the time Lovren turned around and tried to give chase, despair set in. Su Chen's absolute speed was like a the distance between them stretched to 3 body lengths in half a second. Su Chen caught up to the ball. He was now standing on the edge of the penalty area. The path ahead was wide open. In his mind, the aiming system for cannon shot activated on its own. Green, yellow, red. A piercing red crosshair locked firmly onto the top right corner of the goal. Su Chen had no intention of dribbling into the box. He planted his left foot heavily on the turf. His thigh muscles bulged to the maximum. The instep of his right foot met the lower middle part of the ball. An incredibly ferocious, explosive shot. Bang! A thunderous crack louder than the opening whistle detonated in the air above Anfield. The ball, deformed by the immense compressive force, transformed into a white blur shooting straight up before plummeting rapidly downwards. Liverpool goalkeeper Simon Mignolet saw only a flash. Instinctively his knees buckled, and he didn't even attempt to jump. A loud clang echoed. The ball smashed violently against the white crossbar. The entire goal frame shook. The rebounding ball flew high, landing within the 6-yard box. A shaken Mignolet scrambled frantically to pound. He clutched the ball tightly to his chest. Lying on the turf, Mignolet gasped for air for a good 5 or 6 seconds before getting up, relieved to see no Arsenal player nearby for a follow-up. This warning shot from Su Chen sent a cold shiver down the spines of Liverpool's entire defense line. What are you doing? Mark him. Don't let him take such an easy shot again. Mignolet jumped up, pointing at the retreating Lovren and cursing him out without restraint. Lovren's face was ashen. He lowered his head repeatedly, raising his hand in apology. Then he fixed a gaze like looking at a monster on Su Chen, who was jogging back. Su Chen held his head, running his hands through his hair in frustration. He had been too focused on power, not pressing his ankle down enough, causing the shot to be about 10 centimeters too high. This cannon shot was powerful, but the technique for striking with full power in a real match still needed more refinement. Even without a goal, this raid, less than a minute into the game, had stunned the Reds fans in the stands. The originally overwhelming chorus of the club anthem in the stands paused for a full 3 seconds. Then a huge gasp erupted. My God! Su Chen has the ball. A backturn nutmeg. In the Sky Sports broadcast booth, commentator Gary Lineker shouted into his microphone. When the ball hit the crossbar, Lineker slammed the desk in excitement. The crossbar. That damn crossbar stopped Su Chen's brilliant goal. What a pity. Such a pity. So close. Arsenal nearly pulled off a 30-second blitzkrieg at Anfield. Jamie Carragher sat nearby, tugging at his tie, a fine layer of sweat on his forehead. As a former Liverpool captain, he was genuinely nervous for his old club. Su Chen's explosiveness is simply unreasonable. Lovren looked like a clumsy wooden post in front of him, Carragher commented, still shaken. In the away team's dugout, Arsene Wenger jumped up from his seat, clutching his head, his face full of regret. The veteran coach let out a long sigh. If that goal had gone in at the start, Arsenal could have comfortably played on the counterattack for the remaining 90 minutes wearing Liverpool. However, Wenger quickly sat back, down, a glint of excitement in his eyes. This clash of less than a minute had shown no centre-back in the entire Premier League could keep up with Su Chen's freakish rhythm in an unknown defensive situation. Su Chen was the ultimate nuclear weapon on the pitch. In the high-end VIP box, Jose Mourinho abruptly stood up straight. He removed his black-framed sunglasses, his hawk-like eyes fixed on the pitch below. Did you see that, Jorge? Mourinho grabbed the shoulder of the agent Jorge Mendes beside him, his voice urgent. That backturn nutmeg requires an extremely high level of body balance. And that final shot without any rune-up. This kid's core strength is world-class. Mendes was also stunned. He was a shrewd businessman who didn't understand much tactics. But he understood star players. This clean escape, this powerful long-range shot. This was definitely a top-tier performance worth a fortune. Mourinho breathed heavily and sat back down on the sofa. Tell Abramovich to increase next year's transfer budget by another £50 million. No matter how much it costs, I am determined to get this Chinese kid. Back in China, in the studio of the national television sports channel, commentator Zhang Lu's distinctive laughter could be, "Ayaya, what a pity. Too bad." Hiwei was also slapping his thigh repeatedly. That was truly beautiful. Su Chen showed an incredibly fiery, competitive state right from the start. Exactly, Zhang Lu continued analyzing. Everyone watched Su Chen's move, the heel flick, the nutmeg, the acceleration with his back to the goal. 3 steps in one fluid motion without any unnecessary adjustments. Boa. I mean, Lovren is actually a physically strong center-back, but against Su Chen's absolute agility, he was completely outclassed. Hiwei sighed. It's hard to believe that Chinese football could produce such a phenomenal talent. Coach Zhang, where do you see Su Chen's ceiling? Zhang Lu's smile faded, his expression becoming unprecedentedly serious. Hiwei, there are some things I usually avoid saying definitively. But after watching him for most of the season, I dare to make this judgment. Zhang Lu paused, then spoke deliberately. Su Chen is undoubtedly a once-in-a-century football prodigy. His physical talent and on-field creativity are comparable to Kaká in his prime. These words stunned. Millions of fans online were also stunned. Kaká. That was a Ballon d'Or winner, the world's best midfielder, who single-handedly tore apart Manchester United's defense at the Theatre of Dreams. Coach Zhang had placed Su Chun on such a high pedestal. The bullet comments in the live stream exploded. Coach Zhang knows his football. This breakthrough is pure caca. This is China's caca. Where is Sterling? Doesn't even get a camera shot. And he wants to compete for the Golden Boy Award. Su Chun is better with one leg. The focus returned to the pitch. Having escaped disaster, Liverpool began to tighten their formation and play steadily. Minale launched a long kick towards midfield. Steven Gerrard leaped high, heading the ball to Philippe Coutinho on the right. This Liverpool side, built by Brendan Rodgers, had a very distinct tactical style. Lacking top-tier superstars, they relied on the running ability and tireless pressing of their young players, creating a storm of youthful energy in the Premier League. Playing at home after surviving Su Chin's initial shock, Liverpool began to apply pressure on Arsenal using their overall team intensity. The match descended into a high-intensity physical battle. Coutinho received the ball on the wing. The small Brazilian player possessed extremely delicate footwork. With several step-overs, he shifted the weight of Arsenal's left-back, Nacho Monreal, before delivering a precise curling cross. The ball flew towards the center of the box. Striker Raheem Sterling, using his agility and speed, got ahead of Per Mertesacker to attempt a header on goal. But the header was too central. Arsenal goalkeeper Petr Cech punched it out for a corner. Liverpool had a corner kick. The Anfield crowd found their voice again, their massive cheers echoing through the sky. Sterling ran out of the box to take the corner. As he passed Su Chun, he deliberately puffed out his chest, casting a provocative glance at him. The message was clear: see that? That's a striker's instinct. Su Chun looked at Sterling's back and shook his head. This guy must have a screw loose. Showing off a header that didn't even score. However, as the match progressed, Liverpool, leveraging their home advantage, temporarily suppressed Arsenal. Gerrard's wide-ranging distribution in midfield, Coutinho's runs into the half spaces, and Sterling's frantic movement up front forced Arsenal to retreat entirely. Their formation was compressed deep within their own 30-meter zone. This is the confidence that has Liverpool near the top of the league this season. Lineker narrated, observing Arsenal's defensive posture. Arsenal relies on Su Chin's individual brilliance to break down defenses. Liverpool relies on the extremely compact team unity of their three lines. When Liverpool's entire team is running, denying Arsenal space to pass, Arsenal finds themselves in a tough battle. Carragher nodded in agreement. The situation looks unfavorable for Arsenal now. Wenger's team fears this kind of high-intensity full-court press the most. If they continue to be this passive, conceding a goal is only a matter of time. In the commentary box, Lineker and Carragher were analyzing the match's progression for millions of viewers watching. The first half had reached the 12th minute. During this period, except for Su Chin's violent long-range shot that nearly shattered the crossbar in the opening minute, the masters of Anfield Stadium had completely seized absolute control over the entire pitch. Liverpool, bolstered by the fearsome aura of their fortress home, unleashed a storm-like onslaught against the Gerrard orchestrated the play with sweeping runs in midfield, while Coutinho wove through the half spaces in search of gaps. Arsenal's defense retreated deep. It was a reluctant necessity. Su Chin's individual prowess was indeed otherworldly. Yet he remained a solitary spearhead at the very front. A lance is meant to pierce the enemy's heart. Using it as a shield is a sacrilege. With Arsenal's entire defensive line compressed flat, Su Chun lingered near the center circle, awaiting a single lethal strike. This forced Arsenal to compensate for their numerical disadvantage in the defensive half with sheer manpower. Over 40,000 Reds fans on the Anfield terraces roared their anthem, the waves of support rising ever higher. The initial panic Su Chun had instilled at kickoff had long been washed clean by the fervent atmosphere. The camera panned, locking onto the visiting manager Arsene Wenger seated on the bench. To the astonishment of countless Liverpool fans glued to their screens, the veteran French manager, who had helmed the Gunners for over a decade, displayed none of the anxiety they anticipated. Instead, Wenger sat with legs crossed, firmly planted in his... He even had the leisure to unscrew his thermos and take a sip of hot water, utterly unconcerned by the battering his team was enduring on the pitch. In truth, Wenger had done his homework meticulously, having calculated today's scenario long before. Anfield away was always the toughest nut to crack in the Premier League. Liverpool's young guns, once fired up, possessed boundless energy and ferocious pressing. If Arsenal had traded blows with them heating from the start, it would have played right into Brendan Rodgers' hands. Points were the sole criterion for the mid-season crown. To secure victory, Wenger set aside the pride of a technical giant and laid a massive trap for Liverpool. His starting lineup was listed as a 42-31 on the pre-match sheet. But once the match began, the two speedy wingers Sanchez and Walcott had dropped deep into the midfield and defense. Arsenal's actual formation was an extremely conservative 451 bus. 5 men were packed into midfield. They built an impenetrable defensive net with a single purpose: to keep Su Chun isolated up front. When Liverpool committed everyone forward, they left an expansive, gaping expanse behind their defensive line. That was Su Chin's favorite racetrack. One mistake from Liverpool, and that open terrain would become their graveyard. Meanwhile in London, at Stamford Bridge, a match with little suspense was unfolding concurrently. Chelsea at home faced relegation-threatened Karlsruhe. In the executive box, European super agent Jorge Mendes glanced at the latest push notification on his phone. He turned to the Chelsea manager Jose Mourinho wrapped in a black coat. Jose, great news. Hazard just won a penalty in the box and converted it himself. Chelsea leads 1-0 at home. Hearing this, Mourinho nodded slightly. A smile of assured control graced his usually stern face. With that goal, the live standings underwent a major reshuffle. Chelsea, taking all 3 points, reached 40. They leapfrogged both Arsenal and Liverpool, who were drawing at Anfield, to seize the mid-season championship. This year's Premier League trophy would surely bear Chelsea's name. As for the deadlock at Anfield between Liverpool and Arsenal, Mourinho leaned back into the leather sofa, snorting coldly. Rodgers' tactics, though flashy, were riddled with flaws. A team without world-class stars, once cornered, had no one to turn the tide. A truly elite club needed not only a rigorous tactical system, but also a superhuman monster capable of irrational, game-changing plays in desperate moments. And Arsenal now possessed precisely such a monster. As long as Su Chun got a single decent run at goal, Rodgers' defense would be ground to dust. Just as Mourinho was mentally simulating the match's progression, Mendes suddenly exclaimed, "A red card." Good heavens, the referee has shown a red card. Hearing this, Mourinho lunged forward, his gaze fixed on the pitch below through the massive one-way glass. On the field, half a minute earlier, Liverpool's attack was still flowing smoothly. Forward Raheem Sterling had received a pass from Gerrard on the left flank. The young English star, who had brazenly taunted in the tunnel before the match, was burning to prove himself. He danced with dazzling, intricate steps. Feinting twice, he opted for a forceful cut inside and unleashed a thunderous shot. The ball was blocked by Arsenal's centre-back, Per Mertesacker, who stretched out his long leg to clear the danger. Given the spectacle of Sterling's move, the TV broadcast smoothly cut to a slow-motion replay of his. Gary Lineker was still raising his voice in the commentary box. Brilliant dribble. Sterling is in top form today. This is the prowess of an English star. But before the praise could settle, the broadcast feed was abruptly cut. After a violent shake, the camera snapped back to the center of Anfield. A cacophony of piercing, shrill boos from the Anfield fans filled the air, so loud they nearly overwhelmed the broadcast equipment's limits. At the center of the frame, the referee stood with a grim face, his right hand raised high, brandishing a red card. A straight red. It was aimed at Liverpool's defensive stalwart Dejan Lovren. Fans in front of their TVs were dumbfounded. One moment the director was showing Sterling's replay, the next the referee had pulled out a red card. What earth-shattering event had occurred in those 10 seconds? Why on the edge of the box? The broadcast director frantically called up the full-angle replay of the incident. On the big screen, the entire sequence was laid bare. Rewind 30 seconds. Sterling's shot was cleared by Mertesacker's boot. The ball landed perfectly at the feet of Arsenal's defensive midfielder Jack Wilshere. Wilshere glanced upfield. Without hesitation, he pushed a lethal through ball with the inside of his right foot, skimming across the grass at speed. The ball, like a blade, sliced through Liverpool's midfield line, which had pushed up for the attack. Near the halfway line, Su Chun, wearing the number 14 jersey, had already started his run. He cushioned the incoming ball with a delicate touch of his left instep, completing a turn. With Liverpool committing so many forward, only centre-back Lovren remained in defence. Ahead lay a vast, unobstructed green prairie. This was the battlefield the cockatemplet craved most. Su Chun strode forward, kicking the ball far ahead with his right foot. His thigh muscles exploded with terrifying force. His legs pounded the turf. From the start, he hit top speed. The wind roared past his ears. Su Chun became a white lightning bolt, piercing Liverpool's heartland. The moment Lovren saw Su Chun turn with the ball, cold sweat burst out on his forehead. The fear of being nutmegged by Su Chun within the first minute once again gripped his heart. Lovren dared not commit to a tackle. He clenched his teeth, retreating with his bulky frame, trying to slow Su Chun's advance. The distance between them shrank rapidly. 30 meters. 20 meters. The edge of the box. Lovren knew he had no more room to fall back. He lowered his center of gravity, bent his knees, and fixed his eyes on the ball at Su Chun's feet. In full sprint, Su Chun suddenly dropped his left shoulder. He feigned a burst to the left. Lovren screamed internally, "It's a fake. Don't bite." He held his ground, firmly blocking the inside lane. If Su Chun cut in, he would foul him, even if it meant taking a... But Lovren had completely misjudged Su Chun's intent. The feint to the left wasn't a bluff. Su Chun's right foot struck the side of the ball with force. Using his terrifying forward momentum, he nudged it to the right. His left foot dug into the ground. He changed direction. It was an irrational full-speed cut. Lovren panicked. He tried to twist his massive frame to give chase. But in this high-speed duel, his knees couldn't withstand the torque that defied physics. He stumbled. Lovren's bulky frame staggered awkwardly on the turf, losing his defensive position completely. Su Chun surged past Lovren's zone, entering the box. Only the onrushing goalkeeper Ronaldo stood ahead. An absolute unknown chance. Lovren watched the fading, white number 14 jersey. A wave of immense fear and despair washed over him. He couldn't let him score. Liverpool absolutely could not fall behind. His mind clouded with heat. Lovren lost all rational judgment. He charged from behind, leaving the ground with his studs raised. A reckless, career-ending scissor tackle. Bang! Lovren's studs missed the ball entirely, crashing into Su Chen's calf, even with the system's elite shin guards. The tremendous impact sent Su Chen in full stride, completely off balance. He tumbled through the air and hit the turf heavily inside the box. A shrill whistle echoed through Anfield. The referee sprinted to the scene without hesitation. His hand went straight into his pocket. Red card, no doubt. His arm pointed decisively at Liverpool's centre-back Dejan Lovren. Anfield erupted into chaos. Liverpool captain Steven Gerrard led all the players in red charge. They surrounded the referee in black, arguing loudly, applying immense pressure, trying to use the home advantage to sway the final decision. But it was futile. The referee pushed Gerrard's arm away, his stance resolute. He had seen it clearly. Lovren had tackled from behind. With no chance of reaching the ball, he had brutally brought down Su Chen. It was a tackle from behind, plus denying an obvious goal-scoring opportunity. According to FIFA's rules, it was an undeniable straight red card. From the surrounding stands, over 40,000 Reds fans unleashed piercing boos loud enough to rupture eardrums. But it couldn't change the cold reality of playing a man down. On the stadium's big screen, the director began showing the slow-motion replay of the foul. In the high-definition close-up, Lovren's massive frame was completely airborne. His raised metal studs landed squarely on Su Chen's shin. The entire action was brutal. In the Sky Sports studio, Gary Lineker gasped. The red card is absolutely deserved. This is a malicious attempt to end a player's career. Jamie Carragher shook his head beside him. As a former Liverpool captain, he couldn't defend Lovren's actions. The challenge was too reckless. Lovren completely lost his head. Su Chen's speed forced him into the worst possible decision. All Arsenal fans held their breath. In the rough-and-tumble Premier League, a scissor tackle like that aimed at the standing leg could end an 18-year-old prodigy's career. But the next second, the image on the big screen stunned all of England. Su Chen sat on the turf, pulling at his red sock. He rubbed his calf twice. Then with one hand on the grass, he stood up. He even hopped twice. Even Arsenal's team Dr. Lewin, who had rushed onto the field with his medical kit, was waved off by Su Chen. Others didn't know, but Su Chen knew it like a mirror. Money well spent. After the last match, he had splurged €9,000 on system equipment, which now proved its worth. Elite shin guards plus elite boots. A 15% reduction in hard injury, coupled with the top-tier muscle fibers and core strength from the maxed-out Kaka template. He endured it. Lovren's career-destroying tackle only left a white mark on his carbon fiber shin guards, not even a scratch. In the high-altitude VIP box, Chelsea manager Jose Mourinho slapped his thigh. "Jorge, did you see that?" Mourinho turned to the super agent Mendes beside him. "This kid's resistance to injury is a miracle. Any other technical forward would be in the hospital for half a year from that." Mendes clicked his tongue in astonishment. A player with blazing speed, razor-sharp breakthroughs, and the durability of an armored vehicle. This was the perfect footballer every coach in the world dreamed of. Mourinho sat back, down, his gaze burning even brighter. Bring him to Stamford Bridge at any cost. The chaos persisted. Lovren kept frantically gesturing at the referee, but the official had already lost patience, signaling Liverpool manager Rodgers to make an immediate substitution to fill the gap. Short one centre-back. The defense was leaking. Rodgers shattered his tactical board on the sidelines, seething with rage, yet left with no choice. Soon the fourth official raised the electronic substitution board. Red numbers lit up, substituted off. Number 31. Raheem Sterling. Seeing that number, the entire Anfield fell silent for a second. Standing up front, the English star Sterling was utterly dumbfounded. "Substitute me. You must be joking." He had been itching to compete with Su Chen today, even giving him a thumbs down in the tunnel before the match. Now, less than 20 minutes into the game, he was being pulled off. As a forward, he had become a sheer tactical sacrifice to plug the defensive hole. Sterling was furious. This was an utter humiliation. He dawdled toward the sideline, and as he passed Sterling looked at Su Chen expectantly, hoping to see mockery, or at least a hint of sympathy in his eyes. If Su Chen just spoke, he could fire back instantly and salvage some pride as England's prodigy. But alas, his hopes were misplaced. Su Chen didn't even turn his head. Not even a sidelong glance. A nobody, hardly worth Su Chen's attention to his feelings. It was like a resounding slap across Sterling's face. The happy-go-lucky boy hung his head utterly deflated and slunk off the grass. Substitute centre-back Kolo Touré sprinted onto the pitch. The match resumed. The referee sprayed white foam to mark the spot. It was a free kick quite far from the goal, just outside the arc on the left, roughly 30 meters away. Arsenal's midfield maestro Cazorla winger Sanchez and holding midfielder Wilshere stood by the ball, hands over their mouths, discussing how to handle the set piece. "Shoot directly." Cazorla immediately shook his head. "Too far. From over 30 meters, striking a quality curling shot was too difficult. Too much power, and it would fly over the bar, too little, and the pace would be too slow for the keeper to easily collect. Cross it into the box, find Giroud for a header. Cazorla proposed the plan. Sanchez nodded in agreement. Liverpool's goalkeeper Mignolet stood on the line, convinced Arsenal would never shoot directly. So he casually called for only 3 defenders to form the wall, and they stood loosely, all turning to watch the box for aerial balls. Suchin stood nearby, taking it all in. His eyes lit up. The opponent hadn't thickened the wall. He didn't need to figure out how to curve the ball over their heads. Most of the goal was exposed in plain sight. A heavy cannon shot. If not now, when? Suchin strode. Hold on. Suchin patted Cazorla on the shoulder. Leave this one to me. At that, Cazorla and the others were, Wilshire's eyes widened. Since when do you take free kicks? Suchin had never claimed a set piece since landing in the Premier League. Even at the training ground, no one had ever seen him practice free kicks. Suchin grinned. A free kick from this distance is just a long-range shot without defenders right. Cazorla and Sanchez exchanged glances. A long-range practice shot. That was arrogant. But recalling Suchin's 2 unreasonable long-range rockets against Burnley last match needed fastball speed, freakish accuracy. Letting Suchin take a crack seemed like a solid option. Then you take it. Cazorla stepped back half a pace. Need me to make a decoy run beside you? Wilshere asked. Suchin shook his head firmly. No need. Everyone stepped back. In the China National Sports Channel studio, commentator He Wei saw the feed and raised his voice. Ladies and gentlemen, Suchin is stepping up to the ball. He's repositioning it on the grass. Could he be shooting directly? Zhang Lu chimed in cheerfully. Oh my, this is 30 meters away. Suchin has snatched the free kick. But he just scored a long-range goal last match. His foot is hot. No harm. The livestream chat exploded with comments. Holy crap. The cannon's coming. 30-meter shot as practice. That's so badass. Sue God smashed Liverpool's goal. Let Sterling see real shooting from the bench. On the sideline, Arsenal manager Wenger and assistant coach Bold exchanged glances. Has this kid ever practiced free kicks? Wenger asked, rubbing his chin. Bold shook his head. Boss, he drives straight home after training every day. No way he practices. Probably just a whim to test his touch. Wenger nodded, choosing not to interfere. Since Suchin wanted the ball, under the gaze of 60,000 pairs of eyes, Suchin set the ball and began to step back. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He retreated deep, a full 6 or 7 meters from the ball. He stopped, arms hanging naturally. Liverpool keeper Mignolet saw Suchin's exaggerated run-up distance. His heart sank. He shouted, add 2 more. Tighten the wall. Despite his confidence in his saves from 30 meters without deflection, Suchin's long-range reputation had spread across the Premier League. He had to be cautious. 5 Liverpool players in red formed a wall. Suchin stood still, waiting for the whistle. A crisp long whistle exploded over Anfield. Suchin launched forward. Faster and faster. His body leaned slightly forward. Judging by his stance, there was no intention of a tactical play, just a brutally powerful drive. With long, he reached the ball. At that moment, the heavy cannon shot skill fully activated. In Suchin's mind, a translucent crosshair moved above the goal. Green, yellow, red. In just a tenth of a second, a piercing deep red crosshair locked onto the top right corner of Liverpool's goal. Suchin slammed his left foot onto the grass beside the ball. His body tensed like a bow drawn to its limit. The terrifying thrust from his maxed-out power core surged through his core to his right leg. His right leg muscles bulged. He swung it back high. Then, pivoting at the hip, his right instep carved a powerful semicircle through the air, striking the lower middle of the ball without reservation. Boom. A piercing dull roar like a truck tire blow. The ball, squeezed by the terrifying force, physically deformed for an instant, along with a large chunk of turf, all sent flying. Grass clippings scattered. The ball soared up, tearing through the air with a whistling whoosh. It became a white blur, too fast to track, hurtling straight for Liverpool's goal. Whoosh. The 5-minute, but too slow. The ball was far too fast. The wind from it ruffled Coutinho's hair at the edge of the wall. The ball cleared the wall's heads. Keeper Mignolet's eyes widened, pupils contracting sharply. The speed surpassed his comprehension. By the time he reacted, reflexively pushing off his legs to fully extend his body, it was all futile. Mignolet was midair, arms reaching out, but only midair, because the ball had already beaten him. It slammed heavily into the white net behind him. The force was so immense that the ball hit the deepest part of the net, stretching it into an exaggerated cone-shaped bulge. The entire stadium of over 60,000 people fell into dead silence. The dead silence at Anfield lasted for less than a second. Then the away fan section, subdued for 20 minutes, erupted with the wildest roar since kickoff. Thousands of Arsenal supporters sprang from their seats, brandishing red and white scarves and unleashing hysterical shouts. The Arsenal players on the pitch went berserk. Wilshere lunged in from the side, wrapping his arm around Suchin's neck. Cazorla, Sanchez, Giroud. Everyone charged toward the corner flag, like madmen, piling on top of Suchin. This brutally unreasonable goal had set their blood ablaze. Suchin, who had just taken the shot, rose from the ground. The immense recoil from his cannon shot skill had nearly caused him to lose his footing after that powerful strike. But that force transfer to the ball yielded an absolutely unstoppable destructive power. In the Sky Sports broadcast booth, legendary commentator Gary Lineker tore at his tie, leaning over the desk, screaming wildly into the microphone. "My God, what have I just seen? It's in. The ball is in. A direct free-kick goal from 30 meters. This isn't football, it's launching a missile straight into Liverpool's goal." Beside him, Reds legend Jamie Carragher held his head in his hands. His eyes were as wide as saucers. Too fast. That ball speed definitely exceeded the reaction limit of any human goalkeeper. Mignolet hadn't even completed his jump before the ball was already in the net. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. Carragher shook his head repeatedly. He had thought Liverpool had a chance to beat Arsenal at home today. But Součen's strike had shattered that illusion into pieces. The stadium's big screen began a slow-motion replay. In high definition, the frame where the ball left Součen's right instep showed a clear, violent physical deformation. As the ball sailed over the wall, Coutinho on the far edge felt a gale whip past his ears. Liverpool goalkeeper Mignolet knelt on the goal line. He stared blankly at the ball still spinning in the back of the net. His composure was utterly shattered. He was renowned in the Premier League for his quick reflexes. But just now his brain had sent the command to dive, yet his body couldn't keep up with the ball's trajectory. This overwhelming sense of powerlessness made the Belgian international wonder if his eyes were deceiving him. Was this truly the power an 18-year-old could generate? To make matters worse, Lovren had been sent off. With Liverpool was not only a goal down, but also faced a relentless 17-minute bombardment from Arsenal while playing a man short. How could they possibly play this match? Up in the high-end VIP box, the heating was on full blast. Chelsea manager Jose Mourinho abruptly rose from the leather sofa. He clapped his hands vigorously, the crisp sound echoing in the room. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. The special one made no secret of his admiration for the goal. "Jorge, take a look at this kid." Mourinho turned to his agent Mendes. That clean leg swing, that terrifying core strength. No superfluous tactical tricks, just raw power to overwhelm. He's not only got Kaká's long-range sprints, but also a world-class cannon like this. If he comes to Chelsea, I can turn him into the most fearsome goal-scoring machine in the world. Mendes took a deep breath and stubbed out his cigar in the ashtray. He was a businessman. What he valued went far beyond on-field performance. "Jose, you might have missed a statistic just now." Mendes pulled out his phone from his suit pocket, opened an interface, and handed it to Mourinho. "With this goal, Součen has now scored 23 goals in the Premier League this season." Mourinho looked down, his eyebrows. 23 goals. That was an incredibly staggering number in itself, especially considering the Premier League season hadn't even reached its halfway point. Mendes continued. "That's not the main point. The key is on the live standings for the European Golden Shoe. Součen is ranked first." Hearing this, even the seasoned Mourinho was taken aback. The European Golden Shoe is awarded to the top goal scorer in all of Europe. The goal coefficient for the top 5 leagues is the highest at 2. Mendes swiped his finger on the screen. Second place right now is Cristiano with 21 goals in La Liga. Third is Messi with 19. Součen is outshining the 2 greatest superstars in the world right now. Mendes put his phone away. His breathing grew heavier. This kid is from China. He has a market of over 1 billion people behind him. And now he's statistically overwhelming both Messi and Ronaldo. The European Golden Boy, the European Golden Shoe. As long as he stays healthy, it's all within his grasp. I can't wait until tomorrow. I'm going to London to intercept him as soon as the match ends. Mendes' eyes gleamed with the prospect of lucrative opportunity. As long as he could sign Součen to his agency, even if it meant paying a hefty commission up front, it would be a guaranteed profit. On the pitch, the match resumed. Liverpool manager Brendan Rodgers stood on the touchline waving his hand. The tactics changed instantly. Total retreat. Playing a man down against Arsenal's attack, pushing forward, would be suicide. Liverpool's formation shifted to a flexible 441. The edge of the penalty area was packed with defenders in red shirts. Wenger remained motionless on the sideline. Arsenal began to dominate possession completely. Cazorla received the ball in midfield, surveying the dense defensive line ahead. Instead of crossing, he pushed the ball with his right foot to Součen, who was 30 meters from goal. Součen controlled the ball. There were no defenders within 3 meters of him. Liverpool's holding midfielder Henderson could only watch him from the edge of the box. Without a moment's hesitation, Součen locked his sights on the goal, the cannon shot crosshair flashing. He pulled the trigger. A thunderous strike. Boom. The deafening sound echoed again. The ball transformed into a streak of white light hurtling towards the goal. Henderson gritted his teeth and threw his massive frame in front of it. Thud. The ball slammed viciously into Henderson's shoulder, deflecting out for a goal kick. Henderson cried out in pain, rolling on the turf twice while clutching his shoulder. The force was immense. The muscles at the point of impact went numb instantly. Arsenal took the corner, but it was cleared by a Liverpool defender. The loose ball fell again to Součen. He controlled it, then pulled back his right foot once more. Boom. A low-driven cannonball. The ball skimmed the outside of the post and flew into the stands, smashing against the advertising boards with a loud bang. Mignolet stood in goal, his face pale with fear. Continuous long-range suppression. For others, a shot from 30 meters might be a wasteful pot shot. But for Su Chun, with his cannon skill, it was a high-frequency sniper rifle. He didn't need to score every time. As long as each long-range strike pounded against the psychological defenses of the Liverpool players, the goalkeeper's mentality would crumble and the defender's stamina would be drained by constant blocking. For the remaining 20 minutes of the first half, the air over Anfield was filled with the dull thud of Su Chen's powerful strikes. The Liverpool defense was in a state of panic. Finally, the referee blew the halftime whistle. The players from both teams headed towards the tunnel. Liverpool's players walked with their heads down, gasping for air. They felt those 20 minutes had been longer than an entire. In the home team's locker room, the atmosphere was stifling. Lovren sat in a corner, his face buried in a towel. Rodgers strode in, slapping the tactics board hard with both hands. Heads up, lads. We're only one goal down. Rodgers scanned the room, his tone carrying a hint of certainty. Did you see that? What did that Chinese forward do in the last 20 minutes? He was shooting wildly. He was taking mindless long shots from 30 meters out. What does that tell you? It means they can't break down our compact defense. It means they're getting impatient. This is pure disrespect. Rodgers took a big gulp from his water bottle. This is our chance. We'll stick to the counterattack in the second half. As soon as his long shot is blocked, we need to get the ball up front as fast as possible. Coutinho, I'm putting you in charge of that. Gerrard, you need to protect the area in front of the box. We have a chance to turn this around. The Liverpool players' eyes lit up again after hearing this analysis. That's right. As long as they blocked that one shot, Arsenal's backline would be completely exposed. Meanwhile, in the away team's locker room for Arsenal, the atmosphere was relaxed. Wilshere laughed and patted Su Chun on the shoulder, praising the free kick he had just taken. Wenger walked in. The old manager clapped his hands with a stern expression, signaling for everyone to quiet down. Good work in the first half. But I have an announcement to make. Wenger turned to look at Su Chun. Su, from now on, in any match, as long as the foul occurs in the area 30 to 35 meters outside the opponent's penalty box, all free kicks will be yours to take. Upon hearing this, Cazorla, Sanchez, and several other attacking players nodded. Having witnessed that terrifying ball speed, no one would compete with Su Chun for this duty. It effectively gave Arsenal a regular weapon to break down defenses. After Wenger finished detailing the tactics, his voice grew louder. Fellas, this is the last 45 minutes of the first half of the season. Liverpool are down to 10 men. This is our best chance to extend the lead. Win the first half title, take control, and keep it in our hands. Go smash their goal. The second half was about to begin. The air in the away team's locker room was scorching hot. Manager Wenger stood in front of the tactics board, slapping the table repeatedly, spittle flying everywhere. Boys, get through these last 45 minutes. Win this, and we are the undisputed first-half champions. Think of the media who laugh at us. Think of that Chelsea lot. The initiative is in our hands now. Go and bring back the 3 points. Wenger craved this title. After this match, the first half of the Premier League season would be over. Winning the first half title wouldn't just secure a points advantage, it would be a massive morale boost for the team. Arsenal desperately needed this kind of confidence to challenge for the ultimate league trophy. The players roared in unison, their morale soaring. Su Chun sat on the bench, adjusting the shin guard in his sock. He was calculating clearly in his mind. They had the lead now, and Liverpool were a man down. The situation was favorable for Arsenal, but he refused to believe the game was over. The reward for the first half title was the third lung, a god-level stamina booster that was absolutely crucial for him. Although the Kaka template was powerful, the long striding runs it demanded consumed an astronomical amount of energy, coupled with the upcoming grueling Christmas schedule in December. Without the third lung, he couldn't possibly endure the high-pressure grind of a match every 3 days. He had to secure this reward. He had to score again to completely crush any thoughts of a Liverpool comeback. The referee's long whistle blew. The second half began with the teams switching ends. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the 10-man Liverpool did not choose to sit back and defend. Manager Rodgers wildly waved his arms from the sideline, signaling his team to push forward. Liverpool were playing with a frantic energy. Amidst the war cries of over 40,000 fans at Anfield, the Red players displayed astonishing grit. Coutinho, Gerrard, Henderson. These men ran tirelessly in midfield and attack, pressing and harrying, effectively cutting off Arsenal's passing lanes. In the 68th minute, Liverpool had their best scoring chance of the match. Gerrard executed a beautiful sliding tackle in the center circle, dispossessing Wilshere. The captain played a low straight pass. The ball found Coutinho perfectly on the left flank. The diminutive Brazilian received the ball, faced Monreal's defense, and executed 3 dazzling stepovers before cutting inside with force. 25 meters from goal, Coutinho curled a magnificent arc with his right instep. The ball sailed over Mertesacker's towering frame, heading straight for the top corner. It was a powerful shot with an incredibly tight angle. The Liverpool fans in the stands rose to their feet, ready to erupt in celebration. Arsenal goalkeeper Czech dived horizontally. The tips of his gloves barely brushed the edge of the ball. Thud. The ball deflected off its original path, smashing heavily against the outside of the post and bouncing out for a goal kick. My God! In the Sky Sports commentary box, Lionel cried out. Czech has saved them. He has saved Arsenal. On the pitch, Coutinho, having missed the chance, fell to his knees, pounding the turf in despair. So close. Just that little bit closer. If that ball had gone in, Liverpool would have pulled off a remarkable feat of holding Arsenal to a draw with 10 men. Once the momentum shifted, Anfield might even have witnessed a great comeback. A thunderous groan of disappointment erupted from the Liverpool fans, followed by applause to encourage the team to keep attacking. Suchon watched from the center circle. Momentum was a tide that ebbed and flowed. Arsenal's defense was being torn apart. They had to quell the opponent's fire as quickly as possible. Suchon raised his right hand and shouted to his teammates at the back. Give me the ball. In the 73rd minute, Czech took the goal kick. After a header from Cazorla, the ball came to the edge of the penalty arc. Suchon, with his back to goal, cushioned the ball with his chest. The defensive pressure behind him arrived instantly. Liverpool midfielder Henderson was pressed tight against Suchon's back, tugging at his shirt with his hands. Meanwhile, in front of him, substitute centre-back Kolo Touré was poised, ready to close down and make the tackle. Trapped from front and back. Suchon initially thought about turning and dribbling through. But a bold idea flashed through his mind. They had him marked so tightly, the space to turn was completely sealed off. He now possessed the Kaka template. He wasn't just a brute who could only barge his way through. Act on instinct. Suchon didn't turn, nor did he pass to the running Sanchez. He suddenly extended his left instep towards the bottom of the ball. With incredible delicacy, he flicked it upwards. The ball left the grass, obediently rising into the air. Henderson behind him was completely baffled by the move, frozen in place. In that split second of Henderson's hesitation, Suchon pivoted on his left foot, unleashing the full power of his core. He completed a magnificent 180-degree turn in midair, facing the goal. The ball fell perfectly to the right height for him to strike. The cannon shot skill activated silently. The muscles in his right thigh tightened, completely meeting the ball in midair. A volley. Boom. A deafening thud exploded across Anfield. No settling touch. No run-up. Pure, unadulterated power from his twisting core. The ball struck by this unreasonable force became a white blur. It carried no arc, smashing straight into the absolute top right corner of the goal. Liverpool goalkeeper Mignolet was still standing in the center of his goal. His brain hadn't even registered the need to dive. Only when he heard the massive tearing sound of the net behind him did he turn his head, dazed. The ball was wedged deep in the corner of the white netting, still spinning rapidly. A goal. No one had reacted. The usually raucous Anfield suddenly fell silent. Over 40,000 Liverpool fans stared, mouths agape. A full 5 seconds passed. Then from the away end, where over 3,000 Arsenal fans were seated, a deafening roar erupted. Goal! Goal! In the Sky Sports commentary box, Lionel jumped onto the desk, tearing at his tie and screaming wildly. What more can we say? What more can we say? Magnificent. Brilliant. Insane. Suchon has blown the Liverpool goal apart with an unbelievable turn and volley. Carragher sat nearby, clutching his head, his face pale, forgetting to breathe. This move is crazy. Under close marking from 2 defenders, he didn't even let the ball touch the ground. This is a goal worthy of being etched into Premier League history. Lionel's voice was nearly gone. The Puskas award race for this year can be called off early. There's no suspense left. Unless a miracle happens, this is the best goal in the world this year. On the goal was replayed over and over. Flick with the left foot. Turn. Volley with explosive power. The movement was fluid and seamless. It was not only a supreme test of balance and core strength, but also a perfect display of top-tier ball control. The Liverpool fans watched the replay in silence. A wave of crushing defeat washed over the red stands. Against this kind of individual brilliance, any tactical play or ironclad defense seemed utterly futile. Meanwhile, back in China, the studio of the national broadcaster's sports channel had erupted. The famous commentator He Wei was pounding the table in excitement. Goal. Suchon has scored the decisive goal. This is a phenomenal individual performance. Who would believe this move was made by an 18-year-old Chinese lad? Analyst Zhang Lu was beaming from ear to ear, clapping his hands repeatedly. Ayaya, this goal is incredible. This is pure talent. Henderson has become a premium background prop. Suchon's imagination on the pitch is on par with the world's best midfielders. The entire Chinese internet was boiling over. Every major forum, bulletin board, and Weibo was flooded with discussions about the goal. A 5-second GIF of the goal was shared tens of millions of times in just half an hour. Millions of Chinese fans watched in awe. What kind of celestial being is this? A turning volley cannon. I watched the replay on my knees. That core strength is inhuman. Sterling. Is the happy boy crying on? So awesome. The Premier League first half title is secure. After the initial ecstasy, fans suddenly remembered something. The pent-up frustration finally found an outlet. A massive wave of fans mobilized, flooding towards the official Weibo account of the Chinese Football Association. The latest post on the CFA's account was from yesterday. It was a boilerplate article about CFA boss Chung leading a delegation to inspect the preparations for the Chinese Super League. The photo showed a portly Chung beaming with a ruddy face. The fans didn't care what was posted, they unleashed a torrent of abuse in the comments. Get out here and apologize. Are you blind? Su Chun is top of the European Golden Shoe rankings, and you pigs are still pretending to be blind. Get out here, old dog Chung. Didn't you say Su Chun just runs around randomly? Go ahead and randomly run your way to a Puskas award then. Keep the national team spots for your pay-to-play cronies. Oh, our God, Su doesn't care. Within 10 minutes, the post comments had exceeded 100,000. All of them were cursing the CFA leadership. The top trending topic was taken by storm. Su Chun volley smashes Premier League, CFA pretends to be dead. In Beijing, inside the chairman's office on the top floor of the CFA building, Chung sat behind a large mahogany desk, his face ashen, trembling with rage. Bang! He grabbed his purple clay teacup and smashed it onto the carpet. Tea splattered everywhere. His assistant stood nearby, too afraid to even breathe. Rebellion. Total rebellion. Chung panted heavily, his eyes fixed on the torrent of abusive comments flooding his screen. These past few days, Su Chun had slapped the CFA's face raw back and forth. Every weekend after a match, if Su Chun scored, the CFA would be internet bullied again. He thought hiring a journalist to smear Su Chun would suppress it. But that reporter Ma Dexing had already been cursed into deleting his account and fleeing. Now no writer dared take the job of badmouthing Su Chun. Facing a terrifying striker averaging nearly 2 goals a game, consistently topping the scoring charts in Europe's top 5 leagues. How could they smear him? They couldn't. Even a blind man could see Su Chun's current value and level had far surpassed the scope of Asian football. Go. Shut down the Weibo comments. Chung ordered through gritted teeth. Boss. Shutting comments will only make it worse. It's like burying our heads in the sand, the assistant reminded him quietly. Then what can I do? Publicly apologize to that brat. Chung slammed his hand on the table. I'm the head of the CFA. Don't I have any face left? If I apologize, who will be running this association in the future? Chung collapsed into his leather swivel chair. Facing the unstoppable tide of public opinion and Su Chun's explosive performances, he could only resort to the CFA's fine tradition, playing dead. As long as he stayed silent, the heat would eventually die down. In the high-altitude VIP box of Anfield Stadium, the heating was ample. But Chelsea manager Jose Mourinho abruptly sprang up from the sofa. His eyes, usually defiant and unruly, were now wide open. Even though his praise for Su Chun had soared to the heavens, and he had witnessed the birth of countless superstars, he still hadn't anticipated that Su Chun, under the tight double-teaming of 2 defenders, would forcibly blast the ball past Liverpool's goalkeeper with an almost unreasonable spinning volley. Clap, clap, clap. Mourinho clapped his hands vigorously. The crisp applause echoed endlessly in the box. Jorge. Mourinho spun around abruptly, fixing his gaze on the super agent Mendes beside him. His voice carried an irresistible fervor. Call Abramovich immediately. Tell that Russian billionaire £200 million. As long as he brings Su Chun to Stamford Bridge, I guarantee Chelsea will win every championship trophy in Europe. Mendes took a deep breath and nodded emphatically. A transfer fee of £200 million would absolutely shake the entire European football world to its core. But he knew the Chinese teenager downstairs wearing the number 14 jersey was worth that price. Down on the pitch, Liverpool manager Rodgers covered his face in despair. This match was unwinnable. At this critical moment, when the defense needed to be solid most. At this juncture, when Anfield's momentum was about to turn the game around, Su Chun, in the most domineering and morale-crushing way, completely extinguished the faint flame of Liverpool's counterattack. The match resumed. 2 goals down, and playing with 1 man less, Liverpool's formation fell into complete disarray. The veteran captain Gerrard was still trying to rally his teammates to hold their ground. But the young players' mentality had completely collapsed. Some hung their heads low, their steps heavy, hoping only to minimize the loss. Others were hot-headed, recklessly charging forward in a desperate attempt to salvage some pride at home. With unity of thought lost, Liverpool's renowned high-pressure pressing became riddled with holes. Vast empty spaces appeared between their defensive lines. For Arsenal, this was a gift delivered on a silver platter. Wenger waved his hand from the sidelines. Counterattack. Obliterate them completely. The match reached the 82nd minute. Arsenal's fast break once again bore down on the goal. Su Chun received the ball near the left edge of the penalty area. The moment he stopped the ball, Liverpool's defenders pounced on him like startled birds. 3 men. A full 3 players in red jerseys surrounded Su Chun in a semicircle. Left, center, right. All of Su Chun's dribbling routes and shooting space were completely sealed off. The pressure Su Chun had exerted on them throughout this match was immense. Liverpool's defenders would now rather leave other Arsenal players unmarked than give Su Chun even the slightest chance to shoot. 3 defenders were less than a meter from Su Chun. They lowered their center of gravity, not daring to breathe heavily. Faced with this tight encirclement, Su Chun trapped the ball under his right foot with no intention of forcing his way through. He looked up, his gaze sweeping rapidly across the entire penalty area. On a football pitch, each side has 11 players. But with Lovren sent off, Liverpool had only 10. Now 3 were all piled on him. So elsewhere there must be a vast, unguarded area. Sure enough, on the far right side of the penalty area, a redanned white figure was sprinting forward at high speed. Suchun firmly pressed the outside of his right foot against the side of the ball, flicking his ankle with extreme subtlety. This pass had no preparatory motion. The ball skimmed the turf, shooting through the narrow gap between 2 Liverpool defenders. It turned into a white line zipping straight across the entire Liverpool penalty area. Suchun's pass. What incredible vision. Sky Sports commentator Lionel roared. The broadcast camera on the right side of the big box. Arsenal's prodigal son Jack Wilshere arrived on the scene. Ahead of him lay a vast expanse of undefended space. Even goalkeeper Minale had focused his attention on Suchun just a second earlier. Faced with this spoon-fed pass, Wilshere met the ball and gently pushed it with the inside of his right foot. The ball crossed the goal line without any suspense, nestling into the net. 3-0. Jack Wilshere. Arsenal seals the victory. A remarkably selfless assist. Suchun drew all of Liverpool's defensive fire. In the commentary booth, Carragher fell completely silent, his face ashen. After scoring, Wilshere was ecstatic. He sprinted towards Suchun, jumping onto his back and roaring loud. What a pass, Su. We've won. We're going to be the winter champions. Arsenal's players surged towards the corner flag, piling into a towering celebration. The 3,000 diehard Arsenal fans in the away end were singing the Gunners' anthem at the top of their lungs. In front of the away team's bench, manager Wenger was punching the air vigorously. His lined face was alight with undisguised ecstasy. Suchun had 2 goals and an assist. In this current Arsenal squad, Suchun, Wilshere, Chamberlain, and Bellerin were all young men in their early 20s. In this crucial battle for the Winter Championship, these youngsters had withstood the pressure of Anfield's devilish home ground, tearing Liverpool's own youth storm to shreds. Wenger took a deep breath of the cold air. With Suchun as a tactical nuclear weapon, as long as they had another half season to gel, this Arsenal team absolutely had the strength to dominate the entire Premier League, even to compete on the European stage in the Champions League. In the stands, a large number of Liverpool fans began to leave early. A red card. 3 goals down. Less than 10 minutes remaining. A comeback. That was a fantasy found only in fairy tales. Large swathes of red seats were empty, the entire Anfield Stadium losing its usual clamor. Only the away fans were reveling wildly. On the substitutes bench, England's star Raheem Sterling buried his head under a towel. He didn't even have the courage to glance at the big screen. His pre-match provocation now seemed like the antics of a clueless clown trying to steal the spotlight. The referee glanced at his watch. Without any added time, he blew the long whistle to signal the end of the match. The score was frozen at 0-3. Following convention, the home team was listed first. Arsenal had trampled over Liverpool's corpse away from home, taking all 3 points. With these crucial 3 points, Arsenal's tally reached 48 points, leapfrogging Chelsea to sit firmly at the top of the Premier League table. Winter champions. The moment the whistle blew, all of Arsenal's substitutes and coaching staff rushed onto the pitch. They embraced each other, shouting with joy. They had endured so much doubt and ridicule over this half season. Today they had finally reached the summit. Suchun was surrounded by his teammates at the very center. Just as the match ended, a crisp mechanical system voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Main quest completed. Lead the team to win the Premier League Winter Championship. Quest evaluation perfect. Starting reward distribution, a grade skill 3rd long. As the system notification faded, a wave of intense warmth exploded from within Suchun's chest. It flowed rapidly through his limbs and bones. The muscle soreness, the cramping in his thighs, and the burning sensation in his lungs from this high-intensity match. Under the scouring of this energy vanished without a trace. Suchun's breathing became extremely steady, and his heartbeat returned to normal. He clenched his fist tightly. It felt as if a spare fuel tank had truly been added inside him, with inexhaustible energy surging wildly. This was definitely a super cheat for battling through the Christmas fixture congestion. In high spirits, Suchun opened his mouth and shouted loudly to his teammates around him. To hell with the Winter Championship. We're going to win the league title. We're going to lift that real Premier League trophy. Hearing this, the Arsenal players around him were stunned for a moment. Then they erupted completely. That's right. Screw the Winter Championship. We want the overall championship. There's only one team in London. Arsenal are champions. Dozens of players formed a large circle, jumping and cheering on the Anfield turf. In the high-altitude VIP box, Mourinho had put his black trench coat back on along with his baseball cap and large dark-framed sunglasses. He was bundled up tightly. Let's go, Jorge. Mourinho pushed open the door of the box. He had come to Anfield. If the Fleet Street paparazzi caught him, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. He didn't want to land himself in big trouble during Chelsea's crucial title race period. Jose, wait a moment. Mendes stopped, looking down at the screen of his phone. His breathing suddenly became extreme. Even the fingers holding his cigar were trembling slightly. You'd better see this first. Mendes handed the phone directly to Mourinho. just now right after the match ended. What happened? Did Chelsea get a last-minute equalizer? Mourinho No. Mendes looked up, his eyes sparkling with extreme excitement and fervor. The official Twitter account of Italy's Tuttosport just released an announcement. The final winner of this year's European Golden Boy Award has been officially decided. Inside the high-level VIP box at Anfield, Jose Mourinho stared intently at the phone screen that Mendes handed him. It displayed the official Twitter page of Tuttosport. On the bright red background was a photo of Su Chun wearing the number 14 jersey. Below it, a line of bold English letters read, 2014 European Golden Boy Award winner, Arsenal's Su Chun. Mourinho let out a loud snort upon seeing the result. He tossed the phone back onto the sofa. If the Golden Boy Award isn't given to Su Chun, it would be a crime against all of European football. Mourinho snorted coldly. This bunch of hypocritical judges waited until now to announce the list. I reckon many of them were unwilling to award this honor, which symbolizes the highest talent to an Asian, let alone a Chinese person. Mendes sneered repeatedly from the side. According to past conventions, the European Golden Boy Award was usually presented before a home game of the winner's team. It should have been officially announced as early as the beginning of December, not delayed until after the entire first half of the league season was over and the winter break was about to begin. This was nothing but deep-seated arrogance and prejudice at work. But what could be done about it? Su Chun had scored 23 goals in half a season in the Premier League. His stats surpassed all the top strikers across Europe. Even Real Madrid's Ronaldo and Barcelona's Messi were firmly beneath Su Chun on the live Golden Boot standings. If they didn't give it to Su Chun, these judges would be publicly discrediting themselves. Forget these boring judges, Mendes said, adjusting his expensive suit and stubbing out his unfinished cigar in the ashtray. His gaze returned to the celebrating Chinese youth down on the pitch. He saw a gold mine, a super gold mine capable of tapping into a market of over 1 billion people. Jose, keep an eye on your Chelsea. I'm heading to London now. Mendes strode toward the box door without looking back. Tonight, I must secure my golden boy. In the mixed zone of Anfield, the entire Arsenal team had originally planned to board the team bus and leave. But the tunnel entrance was already packed solid by hundreds of media reporters from all over Europe, each holding cameras and microphones. All eyes were fixed on one person, Su Chun. If it had been previous matches, manager Arsene Wenger would have frowned and shielded Su Chun from all interviews. But not today. The old manager Wenger smiled warmly and patted Su Chun on the shoulder, signaling that he could say a few words. The Golden Boy Award was confirmed. The mid-season championship was secured. In such a glorious moment, the core player had to bask in the spotlight. This was also an essential part of the journey to becoming a top superstar. Su Chun nodded. As soon as he stepped in front of the advertising backdrop, the flashbulbs of hundreds of cameras went off simultaneously, turning the white light into a continuous blaze. Fang Yiqiu, a special correspondent for China Sports Channel, stood in the front row. Looking at this 18-year-old youth drenched in sweat, yet radiating a powerful aura, her heartbeat uncontrollably quickened. A reporter from Sky Sports UK was the first to hand over the microphone. Su, congratulations on leading the team to the Premier League mid-season title. What are your thoughts on this 30 victory? Su Chun smiled. Taking all 3 points, this is a perfect victory. Another French reporter immediately followed up with a tricky question. Su, what is your personal ultimate goal for this season? The question was a trap. Answering conservatively would lead the media to claim he lacked ambition. Answering arrogantly would be written off as conceit. Su Chun didn't hesitate. Premier League champion, League Golden Boot, and the season's best player. The reporters gasped. Such bold words. Any one of these 3 honors was incredibly difficult to achieve. This Chinese kid wanted them all. Yet looking at his absolute dominance on the Golden Boot table, who could say? Fang Yiqiu squeezed forward and shouted, Su Chun. Just 10 minutes ago, Tuttosport officially announced this year's European Golden Boy winner. Can you guess who it is? Su Chun looked at Fang Yiqiu and chuckled lightly. Is there any need to guess? As his words, all the reporters present laughed knowingly. Indeed, there was no need to guess. With 23 goals in 12 Premier League matches and numerous assists. If the Golden Boy Award wasn't given to Su Chun, the Tuttosport editorial office would surely be trashed by angry fans tonight. Congratulations, Su Chun. You are now the true European Golden Boy. Fang Yiqiu said, her voice choked with emotion. What would you like to say to your fans about this award? Su Chun's smile faded. He looked at the dense array of cameras before him, his gaze sharp. I want to say this is far from the end. Su Chun paused for 2 seconds, then dropped a bombshell that would shake the football world. I hope that one day this Golden Boy trophy can turn into the Ballon d'Or trophy. Boom. Dead silence fell. All reporters were stunned by his words, their hands holding the recording devices trembling. The Ballon d'Or. That was the ultimate honor representing the world's best footballer. At that time, it was the exclusive domain of the 2 superstars Messi and Ronaldo. An 18-year-old Chinese youth, just 5 minutes after winning the Golden Boy Award, had issued a direct challenge to the throne of the world's #1 in front of the European media. Click, click, click. The flashbulbs erupted wildly. The reporters went completely crazy. This was definitely the super headline that would shake the global sports world tomorrow. Just half an hour later, the interview video spread like wildfire on Twitter and YouTube. The entire European football fan community exploded. Many rushed to the world's most authoritative football valuation website, Transfermarkt, to leave frantic comments. At that moment, Suchin's valuation had just been updated. The price tag, 30 million euros. As soon as this figure appeared, the comment section below was flooded with angry rants from hundreds of thousands. 30 million? Are you kidding me? One of Suchin's legs is worth more than 30 million. Chelsea's owner is willing to pay 200 million pounds to poach him. Paris Saint-Germain's blank check is ready. Is the editor blind? Change this ridiculous figure immediately. The fans knew it well. Suchin was now undoubtedly the most expensive rising star in world football. If Arsenal ever loosened their grip, his transfer fee would surely shatter the 100 million record set by Bale. Back in China, the late-night internet was ignited by countless sleepless fans. The European Golden Boy Award. For the first time ever, a yellow-skinned man, a Chinese man, had claimed this immensely prestigious accolade. This was a historic moment for all of Asian football. The headlines of every major forum turned crimson. Amid their cheers and jubilation, fans surged en masse towards the official Weibo account of the Chinese Football Association, continuing their barrage. 100,000 comments swelled to 300,000. All were cries of condemnation, demanding the FA leaders step down. Inside the Beijing Football Association office, Arsenal's team bus sped along the highway. The cabin was utterly silent. After such an intense North London derby, the players had long since slumped into their seats, fast asleep. Suchin hung up his father's call and tossed his phone onto the empty seat beside him. Old Su's temper hadn't changed a bit. The entire conversation was filled with trivial chatter about which local leader had come to visit the family and how much face he gained while grocery shopping. These domestic trifles were a headache. Yet they also gave Suchin a profound sense of grounding. Leaning back in his seat, he closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking inward. He summoned the system panel. It was time to settle the spoils of the Anfield battle. Ding. Calculating match. Completed a Puskas-worthy volley. Scored a powerful 30-meter free kick. Successfully dribbled past opponents 12 times. Caused an opponent's red card. Achieved the highest match rating. Issuing match funds 155,000 euros. Suchin watched the balance in his account climb. Combined with the 5 million cash reward from completing the main quest for winning the half-season championship and his previous savings, his total deposits had now smashed through the 15 million euro mark. The first thing upon returning to London would be to view properties in the affluent district along the Thames. He would buy a large villa with an indoor training ground, move his parents over, and put an end to their days of renting once and for all. Inventory check complete. The focus was on the newly acquired rank skill, third long. Physical condition is the critical factor determining the length of a professional footballer's career. Many of football history's most gifted South American stars frequently suffered injuries after turning 25, their form plummeting off a cliff. The root cause was muscle fatigue and strains from inadequate stamina. Ronaldo, especially with his explosive straight-line bursts, heavily taxed his thigh muscles. Once stamina hit the red line, ligament tears became a tragic inevitability. Suchin no longer had to worry about this aspect. He carefully examined the attribute feedback of the third long. In the final 10 minutes of the last match, his thigh muscles had been stretched to their absolute limit. But the moment the third lung's energy was injected, all the soreness and lactic acid buildup were drained away. It was like installing a massive reserve fuel tank for his body. With this stamina cheat combined with the system's recovery mechanism, he could run the opposing defenders into the ground during the upcoming Premier League Christmas fixture pileup, even with the high pressure of 3 games a week. Just as he was mulling this over, the system's crisp mechanical voice sounded again. Ding. Detected host has won the European Golden Boy Award, international fame skyrocketing. Commercial value fully activated. Issuing new main quest, Golden Empire. Quest requirement: within 1 month sign the host's first top-tier commercial endorsement contract of his career. Quest reward: a rank skill, knuckleball. Knuckleball. Seeing those 2 words, Suchin's spirits immediately soared. This was exactly the free kick killer move he urgently needed. Today at Anfield, he had scored a 30-meter free kick with a powerful blast. But a power shot has significant limitations. What if the foul occurred right on the edge of the penalty area, only 20? At such close range, the straight trajectory of a power shot would simply slam into the defensive wall. Dealing with close-range free kicks usually requires the taker to strike a curving, bending moonshot with an exaggerated arc. But those shots are slower, and against the top goalkeeper they are easily anticipated and caught. The knuckleball perfectly solves this problem. Using the explosive power of the calf muscles to strike the lower middle part of the ball spins not at all, rising in a straight line with immense initial velocity. After clearing the wall influenced by high-altitude air currents, its trajectory becomes incredibly erratic, swerving left and right. Finally, right before the goalkeeper, the ball loses all lift and plummets straight down, smashing into the net. The goalkeeper simply cannot predict it. With this rank skill completing his arsenal, any set piece from any position on the pitch would become a nightmare for the opposition. As long as they dared to foul, it was as good as conceding a penalty. However, regarding the commercial endorsement, Su Chun rubbed his chin. He wanted the most top-tier endorsement contract. Such negotiations involve complex clauses regarding image rights, commercial shares, and liquidated damages. Su Dingfang was just an amateur who had come into this halfway. Playing mind games with behemoths like Nike and Adidas would see Su Dingfang completely outmaneuvered. He needed a professional operator who knew the ropes and had a strong hand. That person was currently eager to meet him. At 4 a.m. in China, the night was deep and most office workers were still asleep. But the domestic internet platforms had already exploded. CCTV Sports urgently cut off the scheduled Champions League replay program. They cut directly to a breaking news screen with red text on a white background. The host, not even dressed in a proper suit, held a freshly printed document. Viewers, breaking news update. Official announcement from the authoritative Italian media Tuttosport. China's 18-year-old player Su Chun, with his dominant record of 23 goals in 18 Premier League matches in the first half of the season, has officially won the 2014 European Golden Boy Award. This is the first time a Chinese player, and indeed any Asian player, has received this top international honor. The moment the news broke, major domestic social media platforms experienced a total crash. Forum servers went down consecutively. The top 10 trending topics on Weibo were all dominated by Su Chun's name. Chinese fans went absolutely wild. This was the Golden Boy Award. Messi, Rooney, Fabregas. These were the past winners. Now a Chinese name stood alongside these titans of world football. After over a decade of frustration, Chinese fans finally had their day of celebration. Large numbers of fans spontaneously gathered in forums, flooding them with posts. Awesome. This is the real Golden Boy Award. This is what you call a meteoric rise. Who dares to say China can't produce football talent now? European Golden Boy. Let's see those pigs at the Football Association dare to spout nonsense now. While domestic celebrations raged, hordes of fans even organized to use VPNs to raid the football forums of Japan and South Korea, rubbing it in their faces. Fans in those two neighboring countries were already green with envy. Their proudest overseas stars, after playing in Europe for years, couldn't even touch the threshold of a Golden Boy nomination. Now Su Chun had brought back this trophy, symbolizing the highest talent in world football. He was also topping the European Golden Shoe standings ahead of Ronaldo and Messi. On the largest South Korean football forum, sour comments abounded. Aish, how could a football desert like China produce such a monster? There must be foul play. Our players are the true Asian stars. Seeing these comments, Chinese fans directly posted Su Chun's Premier League stats. Keep crying. 23 goals in 12 Premier League games. Can your players score that many in 10 years combined? Open your eyes wide, this is just the appetizer. Su Chun said his goal is the Ballon d'Or. 4 days later, London, the Emirates Stadium. It was another home match day for Arsenal amidst the grueling Christmas fixture schedule. Yet the theme of today was far grander than an ordinary Premier League clash. The Emirates Stadium, capable of holding over 60,000 spectators, was packed to capacity. The stands had transformed into a surging sea of red and white. Colossal floodlights blazed down onto the center of the pitch. The chief editor of Europe's Tuttosport had personally flown to London, standing on the red-carpeted turf. In his hands he held a trophy gleaming with radiant golden light. Upon its base rested a football model crafted from pure gold, the European Golden Boy Award. Su Chun, dressed in a sharp Arsenal matchday jacket, strode confidently toward the center of the pitch. The moment he reached out, accepted the weighty Golden Boy trophy, and raised it high above his head with a spin. Boom. Over 60,000 Arsenal home fans erupted into a thunderous, earth-shaking roar. Godsu, European Golden Boy, our king. The stands were a forest of banners, all inscribed with praise in both English and Chinese. Thousands of cold sparklers ignited outside the stadium, crimson smoke drifting through the London sky. Camera lenses zoomed in frantically. Click, click, click. Countless camera flashes merged into a blinding daylight, dazzling the eyes. An 18-year-old Chinese youth, brimming with confidence, hoisted the golden ball, symbolizing the world's greatest footballing talent, with one hand. This visually striking photograph within minutes topped every global social media headline. Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, Weibo. An overwhelming wave of shares ignited a global frenzy among fans. Spain, Madrid, the top floor of the Real Madrid club headquarters. That impactful image was now magnified on a massive LCD screen. Real Madrid's president Florentino Perez sat behind his mahogany desk, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the Chinese youth on the screen. This godfather, who wielded immense power in European football, breathed heavily. 18 years old Chinese. Standing before the desk, Real Madrid's sporting director Jorge Valdano pointed at the data report on the screen. Sir, he not only possesses blistering speed and finishing comparable to a young Kaka. More importantly, behind him stands an entire nation of 1.4 billion people. Once he dons the white jersey of our Real Madrid, he will become the most colossal cash cow in world football with the largest fan base. Our shirt sales and broadcasting revenue in Asia could easily triple or more. Florentino nodded him. Nonsense. He was a shrewd businessman and an ambitious club president. Barcelona's dominance in La Liga had become unbearable for him. Messi, Neymar, Suarez. Just hearing the names of that Barcelona lineup sent shivers down one's spine. Real Madrid desperately needed a superweapon capable of crushing Barcelona Hedon. What was Mendes' response? Florentino crossed his hands and inquired. Valdano opened a file. Mendes conveyed Mourinho's assessment to us. Mourinho believes Součan is a monster comparable to prime Pelé and Kaká. If he goes to Chelsea, he could make them dominate Europe for a decade. Hearing this evaluation, Florentino stood up. For the special one, Mourinho to bestow such high praise was ample proof of Součan's unparalleled quality on the pitch. We cannot let Abramovich get ahead of us. The Godfather stopped pacing and slammed his hand on the desk. Chelsea has money, but Real Madrid has even more. Contact Arsenal's management immediately. Tell them we want Součan at the Bernabeu in the winter window. A transfer fee of 100 million. If they refuse, we can increase it to 150 million euros. Valdano drew a sharp breath, but dared not hesitate, turning to carry out the order. At the same time, inside the manager's office at London's Coney Training Center, bang! Arsenal manager Arsene Wenger slammed his red landline phone heavily onto the desk. The phone's casing cracked from the impact. The veteran manager's face was ashen, his chest heaving with rage. In just the past half hour, he had received a call from Real Madrid's sporting director. After hanging up, Chelsea's executives also called in. All of them were waving checks worth 1 or 200 million euros, brazenly attempting to poach Arsenal's absolute core player. Arsenal's club CEO, Ivan Gazidis, pushed open the door and entered. Gazidis was a ruthless executive, always prioritizing profits. Arsene, why are you so furious? Gazidis rubbed his hands together. I heard about the offers from Real Madrid and Chelsea. 150 million euros. That's far more than what Tottenham got for Bale 2 years ago. With that money, we could build a new stadium or buy 10 top. Wenger glared coldly, fixing his eyes on Gazidis. Don't even think about it. The veteran manager was practically roaring in Gazidis' face. Are they mad, or are you mad too? Sell Součan. You would be single-handedly destroying the only hope for Arsenal's resurgence. Wenger pointed a finger at the training ground outside the window. Do you understand football at all? Součan isn't just an ordinary player. He is a system. He is a nuclear weapon who can single-handedly elevate the entire team by 2 levels. If you sell him, do you believe the Emirates stands will be set ablaze by furious fans tomorrow? Gazidis was intimidated by Wenger's aura, shrinking back a step. But it's 150 million. Get out of here. Wenger roared, pointing at the door. As long as I remain in the manager's seat regarding this transfer. Even if it's 200 million, 300 million euros. It's absolutely out of the question. Gazidis slinked out of the office. Wenger collapsed into his chair, exhaling a long, turbid breath. The Giants' picks and shovels were already swinging. Arsenal currently only held a half-season advantage. To make Součan stay committed, they had to deliver a true Premier League championship trophy. By the Thames River in central London, inside a private high-end cafe with extremely tight security, Součan sat by the window, a steaming cup of black coffee on the table. Across from him sat a slightly overweight middle-aged man in a bespoke high-end suit. Jorge Mendes. This super agent titan, who controlled half of European football, was now beaming at the Chinese youth before him. The match at Anfield had just ended late last night. Mendes had chartered a flight to London overnight, rescheduling meetings with 3 heavyweight clients just to secure Součan before anyone else. I'm delighted you gave me this opportunity. Mendes slid a very thick folder in front of Součan. I dislike wasting time when doing business. This is the top-tier commercial endorsement contract you've always wanted. Consider it the first stepping stone of my sincerity in working with you. Součan opened the folder. The first page bore Nike's iconic red giant swoosh logo. It wasn't some regional Asian endorsement. It was a draft contract for a global top-tier lifetime endorsement deal for Nike's entire product line. These are the terms I fought tooth and nail for with Nike's global headquarters in half a day. Mendes explained in detail. An annual signing fee of 20 million euros, plus a 5% royalty on global sales of your personal signature shoe line. You retain 100% of your image rights. This is the highest tier Nike has offered, second only to Cristiano Ronaldo. Součan meticulously examined the core clauses of the contract. Truly a cunning old fox. To win him over, Mendes had spared no expense with this letter of fealty. An annual sponsorship fee of 20 million euros, plus substantial shoe sales royalties. This single deal alone was worth several years of his combined salary, most crucially full retention of image rights. Under the exploitation of top clubs, this was practically a privilege. Just as Součan closed the file, in his mind the system's exceptionally crisp and pleasant notification sound rang out precisely on cue. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the prerequisites for signing a top-tier commercial endorsement. Congratulations, host. Main quest completed. Golden Empire. Quest rating perfect. Commencing reward distribution. A level skill. Knuckleball. Boom. A complex series of striking techniques and calf muscle control memories were forcibly instilled into Su Chen's brain and limbs like a sudden enlightenment. Su Chen's calf muscles involuntarily tensed for a moment. He felt his right foot now brimming with explosive. Just by standing before the ball, he could rely on the terrifying instantaneous vibration of his calf to unleash a shot that defied aerodynamics, producing a bizarre trajectory and a rapid plunging drop. The ultimate dipping knuckleball. The knuckleball. Now his free kick arsenal was complete. Even for close-range free kicks within 20 meters, he no longer had to worry about hitting the wall. Suppressing the ecstasy within, Su Chen looked up at Mendez across the table. A very good contract, Jorge. He pulled a pen from his pocket and signed his name on Nike's sponsorship letter of intent. Subsequently, he also signed his name with a flourish on an authorization contract for Mendez Agency. From this moment on, Jorge Mendez officially became Su Chen's exclusive commercial and transfer agent in Europe. Seeing Su Chen put pen to paper, a barely contained fervor flashed in Mendez's eyes. Secured. His commercial empire had finally set foot on that eastern continent of 1.4 billion people. With proper management, this Chinese kid would be his top cash cow for the next decade. Pleasure doing business with you, Su. Mendez extended his hand, first shaking Su Chen's firmly. This is just the first one. Next, he'll secure the highest prices for contracts with giants like Adidas and Pepsi. Mendez put away the contracts, his expression turning serious. He lowered his voice, dropping the second bombshell. So now that the business side is settled, we need to talk about your career planning. Just now, Real Madrid's Godfather and Chelsea's Abramovich both called me simultaneously. Real Madrid offered a transfer fee of 150 million. If you agree, you could wear the white number 10 jersey at the Bernabeu for the second half of the season with Benzema as your wingman. As for Chelsea, Mourinho promises you the absolute core tactical role with a direct transfer fee of 200 million euros. Mendez stared intently into Su Chen's eyes. For 99% of professional footballers worldwide, these were offers maddening enough to make anyone pack their bags and force their current club to sell. Going to Real Madrid meant being the heir to the Galacticos. Going to Chelsea meant becoming the true leader of the new resilient Blues. But Su Chen's reaction completely defied Mendez's expectations. Su Chen picked up his black coffee and took a gentle sip. Please thank the Godfather and Mourinho for their misplaced affection. He placed the cup back on its saucer with a crisp clink. His tone was utterly calm. I'm not going to either of those clubs. Not going anywhere. Su Chen's words made Mendez gasp sharply. Mendez was stunned, his eyes wide as saucers. The offers from Real Madrid and Chelsea would make any player in the world submit a transfer request on the spot. And Su Chen had directly refused. The Godfather personally called to recruit you. A 200 million euro transfer fee. You're not tempted? Mendez raised his voice. Su Chen leaned back into the leather chair. Real Madrid held no allure of a superclub for him. This was purely a rational career decision. Real Madrid was indeed an all-star lineup. But the dressing room there was chaotic. The Spanish clique, the Portuguese clique, the French clique. Going there meant not only handling high-intensity matches, but also navigating internal politics and relationships. That wasn't going to be the tactical core, that was going to a palace intrigue. Was Real Madrid's annual label of round of 16 kings in the Champions League due to a lack of squad quality? It was purely internal friction. Moreover, buying him was definitely to make him a supporting star for the existing superstars. Su Chen demanded absolute freedom to shoot, not to be a bridesmaid for others. As for Chelsea, Mourinho was indeed a top-class coach. But his current tactical core was hazard. Going there would mean fighting for dressing room influence all over again. Completely unnecessary. At Arsenal, Wenger had already established him as the absolute core. All tactical setups revolved around him. This was a tactical status no other giant could provide in such a short time. Real Madrid is great, but I'm not considering a transfer at this stage. Su Chen interlocked his fingers, meeting Mendez's gaze. Mr. Mendez, watch. Within 2 seasons at most, I will win the Champions League with Arsenal. Mendez took several deep breaths. This young man's mind was far too clear. Faced with the financial temptations of giants, he hadn't been swept away at all. He could objectively analyze the pros and cons. Fair enough. Mendez nodded, ceasing his persuasion. Arsenal is also an excellent platform. You're too young. Going to Real Madrid now would indeed risk getting embroiled in dressing room quagmires. With talent and intellect, such a person was destined to reach the pinnacle of football. The two of them finalized the competition route. Mendez cut to the business topic, picked up Nike's letter of intent from the table, and pushed it towards Su Chen. Su Chen had only uncapped his fountain pen and held it above the paper without signing. Just sign this 20 million contract from Nike, and the first year's payment will hit your account tomorrow. Mendez urged. Su Chen put away his fountain pen and pushed the letter of intent back to Mendez. This contract is void. Su Chen stated decisively. Mendez stood frozen. Are you insane? 20 million euros a year in cold hard cash. That's the second highest price in football right now, next to Cristiano Ronaldo. They even kept your image rights. Suchin shook his head. Others didn't know, but as a reborn man, he was international giants like Nike and Adidas would act atrociously in the Chinese market in the future. When the cotton incident broke out, how many domestic stars were forced into unilateral breaches and massive penalties. He would never be a spokesperson for such brands. Mendez, you don't understand China at all. Suchin tapped the table. I want you to contact domestic Chinese brands immediately. Antal Li Ning or any local brand. Tell them I want a lifetime endorsement for their entire product line. Domestic Chinese brands. Mendez waved his hand repeatedly. Can they afford the astronomical price of 20 million euros a year? Go negotiate. Go with the titles of European Golden Boy and Premier League top scorer. Suchin laughed. They'll offer no less than Nike if not more. Mendez was skeptical, but he was a professional. The client's demand was the highest directive. He put away Nike's contract. All right, leave this to me. Also, I have 2 more endorsements. Mendez opened his briefcase and pulled out 2 new documents. Siemens from Germany, 4 million euros a year for endorsement. BMW 5 million euros a year plus a latest custom supercar for commuting. Mendez briefed quickly. These are all carefully selected international giants. Suchin took the documents, scanned the core terms, and signed his name with a flourish. 9 million euros directly credited. Even his transportation was sorted out. Mendez carefully stored the documents and stood up. I'm heading back to the company now. They'll set up a European division and a China division specifically for you. Your business empire officially starts today. Mendez extended both hands and firmly grasped Suchin's. Then he turned and strode away. Suchin paid the bill and walked out of the cafe. He pulled out his phone and called the top local real estate agent. Half an hour later on the banks of the Thames in London's affluent Kensington district, Suchin stood with his hands in his pockets before a sprawling standalone villa. A suit-clad agent hawked enthusiastically beside him. Mr. Su, this property totals £12 million. It comes with a private indoor heated pool and a top-tier gym. Most importantly, the backyard has a standard 5-a-side natural turf football pitch. Security patrols around the clock, guaranteeing your privacy. Suchin walked to the backyard, gazing at the turf smooth as a green carpet. He made the decision on the spot. He'll buy it outright, process the paperwork, and hand over the keys today. The agent bowed repeatedly in excitement and quickly contacted the legal team for the transfer. Buying this house meant he could bring his parents from China to live here, firmly establishing his roots in London. More crucially, with a private pitch as cover, he could slip into the system's full reality green training field anytime without raising suspicion. The next day at London's Coney Training Center, a light drizzle fell, temperatures neared freezing. The turf was slick. The Premier League's grueling Christmas schedule officially kicked off. Arsenal faced a high-intensity run of 3 matches in 8 days. The entire training ground was tense. Manager Arsene Wenger stood on the sidelines clutching a tactics board, barking out player positioning. In the next Premier League round, Arsenal would face West Ham United away. They were known as a lumberjack team with rough play and outrageously aggressive defending. West Ham's defenders will definitely use fouls to stop our advance in the box, Wenger warned the team loudly. Tactical drills ended and the live scrimmage began. Suchin was placed on the main squad in red vests against the reserves in yellow. 10 minutes into the scrimmage, Suchin received the ball at the center circle and surged forward with long strides. The unreasonable explosiveness of the Kaka template was fully unleashed. 2 reserve defenders were bypassed in a single step. Suchin drove the ball to the edge of the penalty area about 23 meters from goal. Defensive midfielder Coquelin slid in from behind with a dirty tackle, taking down both Suchin and the ball. It was a tactical foul simulating West Ham's defensive intensity. The referee blew his whistle. Free kick. 23 meters. This distance was in an awkward zone, too close to the goal. There wasn't enough space for the ball to arc through the air. A powerful drive would likely smack into the wall or sail over the bar without dipping. Usually Arsenal's free kicks from this range were taken by Cazorla. He jogged over, bending down to pick up the ball. Suchin stood up and placed his hand on the ball. He'll take this. His tone was calm. Cazorla froze. At Anfield, Suchin had stunned the Premier League with a 30-meter thunderbolt. That required a long run-up and ample space. But this was only 23 meters. No room to wind up for a powerful strike. So it's too close. The ball won't have time to dip after it rises. Cazorla advised kindly. Let me try curling it with my instep. Who says a free kick has to be a curve? Suchin grinned. He placed the ball on the spot. Reserve goalkeeper Szczesny stood on the line, waving his arms and shouting to organize the wall. 6 men stood side by side, blocking the near post completely. Szczesny positioned himself at the far post, knees bent, center of gravity low. He was confident in his reflexes on the line. With the short distance, a powerful shot would never clear the wall. Suchin stepped back. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The run-up was pitifully short. Wenger frowned on the sidelines. Such a short run-up couldn't engage the thigh muscles for a powerful strike. What was this kid planning? The referee's whistle blew. Suchin started. 3 steps, steady pace. Reaching the ball, he planted his left foot firmly half a meter to its left. His body leaned slightly forward. The muscles in his right calf tensed abruptly like a coiled spring. No wild swing of the thigh. Pure explosive snap from the calf. The inside of his instep struck the ball squarely at the lower middle valve. Thud. The impact was unusually dull. The ball left the turf at a terrifying speed, a blur streaking toward the wall. But most bizarrely, the high-velocity ball had no spin at all in midair. The logo and pattern were clearly visible to everyone. The ball rose straight up, just clearing the tallest man in the wall, Mertzacker's head. Szczesny locked his eyes on the ball's trajectory. At this initial speed and ascent angle, it would surely sail over the crossbar and into the stands. Szczesny even gave up on jumping. He straightened up, ready to turn and call for the ball boy. The moment he stood upright, the ball in midair at its apex lost all aerodynamic lift. It was as if an invisible giant hand had punched it downward. The ball plummeted abruptly. It traced a steep parabola that defied physics, arcing over Szczesny's head. Boom. The ball slammed into the far corner of the net, sending the white mesh flying high. Silence. The entire training ground was so quiet you could hear raindrops hitting the grass. Szczesny stood rigid, his neck craned stiffly to look behind him, staring at the ball still rolling in the net. What happened? Why did the ball suddenly drop? Cazorla stood beside Suchun, mouth agape, speechless for a long. On the sidelines, Wenger's tactics board slipped from his hand and splashed into a puddle. Muddy water stained his tailored suit trousers, but he didn't notice. Knuckleball. Wenger's throat went dry. He forced out the words. This was a rare free-kick mastery. No curve, relying solely on instant impact to cancel spin, using airflow for a sharp dip. In today's football world, those who could execute a knuckleball this perfectly could be counted on one hand. An 18-year-old striker capable of blistering long-range runs, able to break through with thunderous long shots, and now mastering this unsolvable set-piece technique. West Ham liked to use foul tactics, didn't they? If they dared to foul near the box, Suchun's knuckleball would shatter the goalkeeper's mentality. Suchun turned to look at Wenger on the sidelines. Their eyes met. Suchun brushed the grass clippings off his hands. Boss, in tomorrow's match, let's earn a few more free kicks. After a day of training, Suchun drove his newly purchased commuter car back to his standalone villa in the affluent Kensington district. Tossing his coat onto the sofa, he immediately opened the system's mission panel. As expected, after signing the commercial licensing agreement with Mendes, the prerequisite mission for commercial endorsements was completely marked as complete. The rank skill knuckleball, which could defy air resistance for a rapid descent, was now fully integrated into the muscles of his calves. Immediately after, the system's mechanical chime echoed in his mind. Ding. Please select the next main storyline mission for the host. Option 1, lead the team to qualify for next season's UEFA Champions League. Mission reward, €5 million in cash. Option 2, win the FA Cup. Mission reward, randomly draw one rank skill. Option 3, win the double this season Premier League title plus FA Cup. Mission reward, S-rank skill, steel bones and iron sinews. Steel bones and iron sinews, an S-rank passive defensive skill. Skill description: the host will possess bone density and muscle fiber toughness that surpasses human limits. In standard football competition, facing conventional malicious fouls, reckless tackles, and collisions, the existing strength of the human body can no longer inflict substantial fracture damage to the host's bones and ligaments. Suchun stared at the panel and immediately stood up from the sofa. Steel bones and iron sinews. What did this mean? It meant that under the protection of this skill, he was essentially immune to the most lethal physical injuries on the pitch. What is the greatest nemesis of a footballer's career? It is those brutal defenders who aim to break legs with malicious tackles. How many exceptionally talented superstars have had their entire careers destroyed by a single vicious tackle from behind? The Kaka template indeed eliminated natural muscle wear and tear, but if someone shattered his shin bone with a set of studs, he would still be confined to a hospital bed for over half a year. Now, with this skill as a safety net, human strength was simply insufficient to break his leg. This was an ultimate cheat that completely disregarded any form of harsh defense. Without hesitation, Suchun clicked on option 3. This season, Arsenal must win the double. In the following week, the Premier League ushered in the world-famous Christmas fixture congestion. This was a hellish test of squad depth and stamina for all Premier League teams. In just 10 days, Arsenal had to play 3 high-intensity league matches in a row. The key players of every Premier League team were utterly exhausted, with their running distances dropping significantly. Suchun was the sole exception. With the support of the rank skill third lung, he started every match. Playing the full 90 minutes, he barely even broke a sweat. By the 85th minute, the opposing defenders were gasping for air, hands on knees. Suchun, however, could still execute a 30-meter explosive sprint on the front line. This superhuman physical display left the entire English football world stunned. While he soared on the pitch, his commercial ventures off, it also exploded. Mendes acted with remarkable speed. He assembled a dedicated core business team of 30 people and personally flew to China, following Suchun's strict order to only accept domestic brands and reject foreign ones. Within a week, Mendes signed astronomical global exclusive endorsement contracts with China's Antas Sports and Huawei Communications. Anta offered a sponsorship fee of 25 million euros per year, specifically creating a new independent product line called Morningstar for Su Chun. Huawei in turn invested heavily to sign Su Chun as the sole global brand ambassador for its entire line of high-end smartphones. The signing press conference was broadcast globally over the internet. When the news reached home, Chinese fans went wild. So proud. The European golden boy endorsing our local brands. Even if I have to sacrifice next month's meal money in buying a pair of God's Su signature boots. This is the power of China directly challenging Nike and Adidas. On the day the advertisements officially launched, commercials featuring Su Chun in his Arsenal kit played around the clock on the big screens in commercial centers of major cities across China. 100-meter-long queues formed outside Anta's physical stores. Before the trucks dedicated to restocking could even stop, they were swarmed and emptied by frenzied fans. Su Chun's signature boots on the online store sold out just 3 seconds after going live. The backend data crashed instantly. All 3,000 pairs of inventory were snapped up. Sales of Huawei's new phones directly shattered all sales records for the quarter. This terrifying ability to drive sales made the corporate bosses who had been on the sidelines slap their thighs in regret, waving their checkbooks as they lined up to go to London to negotiate with Mendes. Inside the office of the Football Association building in Beijing, Director Chung sat in his executive chair staring at the dominant endorsement poster of Su Chun on his computer screen. He smashed the ashtray on his desk into pieces in a fit of rage. 25 million euros a year in endorsement fees, and that was just from one company. Such a golden goose had been completely pushed to the opposite side because of his own arrogance and prejudice. Now not only was the FA unable to get a single cent of benefit, but it also endured the curses of hundreds of thousands of netizens daily. This made Director Cheng's envy nearly unbearable. But he was utterly helpless, left only to glare in frustration. With the arrival of the winter break, the European transfer window officially opened. Arsenal's club building was bustling with activity these days. Real Madrid's godfather Florentino directly dispatched 2 executives, slapping a formal offer of 150 million euros onto the desk of Arsenal's CEO. Chelsea's Abramovich was even more ruthless, stating outright that no matter how much Arsenal wanted, Chelsea would add 20 million to Real Madrid's offer. Manchester United and Manchester City also sent astronomical inquiries. Facing these spendthrift tycoons, Arsenal manager Arsene Wenger displayed unprecedented firmness. At a press conference, hands on his hips, he declared loudly to dozens of cameras, "Not for sale. Not a single one. Even if you put a mountain of gold here, Arsenal will absolutely not let Su Chun go." Wenger not only held onto this gem tightly, but he also quietly made a targeted signing. A few days ago at the end of training, Su Chun casually mentioned something. When he charged forward on the front line, there had to be a tireless sweeping defensive midfielder behind him to cover the defense. He also named an obscure black player from the French Ligue 1 team Cannes. Wenger took Su Chun's advice very seriously and immediately sent scouts to France for evaluation. It took only one day. Arsenal spent a mere 8 million euros to bring the midfielder, who stood only 1.68 meters tall, to London. N'Golo Kanté. This future world-class defensive midfielder was picked up by Arsenal at a bargain price before anyone else realized his value. When Kanté first reported to the Coney training base and saw Su Chun, the shy French lad immediately ran over to ask for an autograph. He was completely in awe of Su Chun's dominant performances in the Premier League and was content to serve as his dedicated bodyguard. The holiday break passed quickly. The entire Arsenal team regrouped at the Coney base to prepare for the first match of the second half of the season. Players trickled into the locker room in 2s and 3s, all having gained a bit of weight. The team's medical director, the beautiful team, Dr. Eva, walked in holding test forms. "Everyone take off your shirts immediately and go to the testing room. I need to see your muscle fatigue index and cardiopulmonary data." Eva was a notorious workaholic with very strict demands. The players obediently lined up, attached various electrodes, and got on the treadmills for testing. Su Chun stepped onto the treadmill. His body was covered in a dense web of data cables. Eva pressed the instrument switch and directly set the treadmill speed to the sprint setting. 15 minutes passed. Beside him, Wilshere was panting heavily, his sweat soaking through his pants, and the instrument emitted a piercing alarm. But Su Chun continued running on the treadmill with long strides, his breathing rhythm unbroken. Eva stared at the real-time data curve on Su Chun's cardiopulmonary monitor. Her beautiful eyes grew wider and wider. "Stop, stop, stop." Eva slammed the red stop button and grabbed a stack of printed reports. She walked quickly to the instrument, looking Su Chun up and down, her brow furrowed into a tight knot. Su Chun pulled off the electrodes and grabbed a towel to wipe the non-existent sweat. "Is there a problem, Dr. Eva?" Eva ignored Su Chun, clutching the data sheet tightly, as she turned and rushed out of the testing room, jogging all the way to the head coach's office. Pushing open the door, Wenger was sitting at his desk studying the match video for the next game against Stoke City. "Boss, something's wrong. You need to see this right now." Eva slammed the stack of reports in front of Wenger, her face pale. "What's wrong?" Wenger was startled and quickly picked up the reports. This is Su Chin's cardiopulmonary function test report. Eva pointed to a red line rising straight up. Boss, compare this with his data from when he first joined the team 6 months ago. After half a season of high-intensity matches, especially that terrifying Christmas fixture congestion, any human's heart, lungs, and muscles would suffer severe fatigue and wear. But Su Chin's data shows no sign of decline. His lung capacity has even nearly doubled. Wenger listened, utterly confused. His heart and lungs are stronger, meaning he has better stamina. Isn't that a great thing? It's not what you think at all. Eva shook her head repeatedly, her expression very grave. Boss, this completely defies the common sense of exercise physiology. For a normal person's data to skyrocket to this level in such a short time, the only explanation is that his heart has developed severe compensatory hypertrophy, or his internal organs are on the verge of dangerously overloading. If we don't find out the cause, he could suffer a cardiac arrest and collapse on the pitch at any moment. At the words cardiac arrest, the pen in Wenger's hand dropped onto the table with a clatter. The old manager's face turned ashen and he jumped straight up from his chair. Su Chin was now the absolute core of the entire Arsenal team. If his body had such a fatal hidden danger, then Arsenal's newly kindled hope of revival would be completely extinguished. Stop all of Su Chin's training immediately. Wenger roared. Contact the best cardiovascular hospital in London. Have the entire medical team accompany him and take him for the most comprehensive and detailed MRI and blood screening right away. Half an hour later, Su Chin, completely unaware of what was happening, was forcibly escorted by Eva and several team doctors into an ambulance and taken directly to the special care ward of the Royal London Hospital. This whole ordeal took an entire day. Various scans, blood draws, and imaging machines were used, in turn examining Su Chin from head to toe. The next morning, in the meeting room at the Coney base, Wenger paced anxiously on the spot, rubbing his face vigorously with his hands, unable to even eat breakfast. The door was pushed open forcefully. Eva walked in with a thick file folder. Wenger immediately went to meet her, grabbing her arm. How is it? Did you find anything? Is his heart really problematic? Does he need surgery? Wenger's voice. Eva took a deep breath. She placed the file folder on the conference table and pulled out the diagnostic certificate stamped with the hospital's highest level expert seal. Boss, I have to admit my medical knowledge has been completely overturned. Eva looked at Wenger and swallowed. All the test reports show that Su Chin's heart has no pathological hypertrophy. His Botus organs are the density of his muscle fiber arrangement far exceeds that of an average football player. He has no hidden issues from overfatigue. Wenger stood frozen. Then what about the surge in his cardiopulmonary data? Eva forced a bitter smile. The chief physician in charge of the consultation told me, this kid's lung capacity and heart pumping ability are naturally extraordinary. His current oxygen uptake and lactate metabolism rate. Forget about playing a 90-minute football match. Eva paused, deliberately emphasizing her words. He is fully capable of running a full 4 to 12-kilometer marathon and then immediately going onto the field to continue playing a full high-intensity football match with terrifying stamina. This is a medical miracle of unlimited stamina. Outside the special care ward of the Royal London Hospital, Arsenal's medical director, Eva, holding a long list of test results, strode quickly back to the meeting room at the Coney base. Wenger was waiting anxiously and went straight to meet her, taking the report. Boss, I must reiterate. Eva slapped her hands on the conference table, pointing the medical report at Wenger. His physical structure completely defies common sense. His heart shows no pathology. His muscle fiber strength far exceeds normal people. What does this mean? Wenger swallowed hard. It means he has an unlimited reserve of stamina. Eva explained seriously. If he wants to, he can run a full 4 to 12-kilometer marathon in one go. Then immediately put on his boots and go on the field to continue playing a full 90 minutes of high-intensity football. This is a true medical miracle. The entire office was dead silent. Wenger stood still for a full 10 seconds. Then the old manager burst into loud laughter. He slapped the test sheet onto the table. He didn't care whether it was a miracle or not. As long as it was confirmed that Su Chin's body had no health risks and could still support high-intensity matches, that was enough. Wenger immediately called an assistant coach. Bold. Completely overturn our previous conservative tactics. Wenger drew 3 huge forward-pointing arrows on the tactical board. Before, we were afraid Su Chin would burn out his stamina, so we had him drop back less on defense. Now that's completely unnecessary. Let's practice the new tactic. Full court high press. Push the game tempo to the maximum. Bold looked at the tactical board, clicking his tongue repeatedly. Boss, this high-pressure, fast-paced tactic is a test for the whole team's stamina. Bold analyzed. But with Su Chin up front acting as that tireless perpetual motion machine, constantly harassing the opponent's backline, it will definitely create a ton of unknown chances with the goalkeeper. Just then a team assistant coach pushed open the door to report. The new signing the club had just bought in the winter window, defensive midfielder N'Golo Kante from the French League One team, had arrived at the Coney training base. Wenger immediately waved his hand. Excellent. We just needed him to reinforce the hardness in the back. Tell him to change into his kit and join the first team training directly. On the training pitch, Kante, standing only 1 meter 68 tall, wearing a brand new Arsenal training kit, looked a bit shy. He was a reserved French black lad. Newly arrived at such a top Premier League giant, he knew he had to quickly figure out the locker room hierarchy. He's in this star-studded team, boasting internationals like Cazorla and Sanchez. The biggest star was the 18-year-old Chinese striker, Su Chun. When Wenger announced the new tactics, he was completely biased. For coordinated pressing up front, Su Chun has absolute freedom. Wenger shouted commands through a megaphone. He can choose to close down and tackle or lurk in space. Whenever you win the ball in the back, your first passing option must be Su Chun. All attacking combinations up front must ultimately create space for Su Chun. Kante listened, shrinking his neck. In his time playing in League One, he had never seen a club dare to give such high tactical freedom to a young player. This was essentially staking the entire team's fate on one person. Kante dared not object. He was assigned to the substitute group, tasked with marking Su Chun, who wore a red bib. As soon as the whistle blew for the practice match, Kante immediately closed in. He wanted to test the mettle of this Chinese golden boy, but less than 10 minutes later, Kante was completely convinced. Su Chun received the ball with his back to goal. Kante had just lowered his center of gravity. Su Chun nudged the ball with his right foot, utterly unreasonable, purely relying on explosive power to blow past him. Kante only saw a flash of white before him, and he was left 2 meters behind. Then Su Chun unleashed a violent strike from outside the penalty area. The powerful shot blasted the substitute goalkeeper Szczesny ball and all into the back of the net. Then came the free kick practice. From a distance of 25 meters, Su Chun struck the ball with the power of his right calf. The ball spun, not at all flying straight into the air. After clearing the wall, it suddenly lost lift and plummeted rapidly, smashing into the bottom corner of the goal. Szczesny didn't even make a move to save it. He just stood there and shook his head. Kante was panting heavily on the sidelines, completely convinced in his heart. Incredible speed, unreasonable shooting, and this terrifying knuckleball weapon. Kante no longer had any thoughts of testing. He understood his task was very simple. Just run hard, win the ball, and then faithfully pass it to Su Chun's feet. Following this kind of big brother, winning the championship would be a sure thing. Then came the week of the world-famous Christmas fixture congestion in the Premier League. Teams played every 3 days. A large number of players collapsed with cramps from exhaustion. Arsenal traveled to face West Ham United. West Ham's head coach had specifically arranged for 3 players to double-team Su Chun, resorting to dirty tackles whenever he got the ball, planning to use brutal lumberjack tactics to stifle Arsenal. But they couldn't even touch Su Chun's shirt. In the 35th minute, Su Chun dribbled past 2 defenders and was fouled at the top of the penalty arc. A 24-meter free kick. Su Chun deployed his devastating knuckleball weapon. The ball dipped wickedly into the corner of the net. West Ham goalkeeper Adrian lay on the turf for a long time without getting up. In the second half, West Ham's defense completely collapsed. Su Chun used his tireless stamina to overwhelm the opposition. A comprehensive 30 victory. 3 days later, Arsenal returned home to face Stoke City. With the game in the 88th minute, the Stoke City players on the field were exhausted, hands on knees, barely able to walk. But it was then that Su Chun launched a sprint. He ran 70 meters from the backfield, strode past 5 defenders in great bounds, and slotted the ball into the empty net. The fixture congestion ended. Arsenal secured consecutive victories, firmly holding the top spot in the Premier League standings. Fans across China went into a frenzy online. This stamina is insane. Everyone else is dead tired, and he's still overtaking people in the 89th minute. Did you see that knuckleball? The goalkeeper was stunned. He turned the nightmare fixture list into an ATM. No wonder he's the European golden boy. The league took a brief break. Then the draw for the 3rd round of the English FA Cup was officially announced. When the draw guest opened the 2 white plastic balls, the entire British media went into a frenzy. The North London Derby. Arsenal would travel to face Tottenham Hotspur. This was a match unrelated to league points, only about a century-old hatred of fight to the death. The 2 teams are from the same neighborhood. For over 100 years, every encounter has drawn blood. German media and English Sky Sports covered it extensively. Most media were pessimistic about Arsenal, because Arsenal had just endured a brutal fixture congestion. Their key players had expended a lot of energy, and now they had to play away at their rivals White Hart Lane. Tottenham manager Pochettino fired shots at the pre-match. "We are well rested and ready." Pochettino leaned back in his chair, full of arrogance. Wenger relies too much on that Chinese kid. He has played several full matches in a row. His stamina must be completely drained now. This is White Hart Lane. I'm going to give the entire Arsenal team a nightmare they'll never forget. Tottenham captain and starting goalkeeper Loris also publicly posted on social media, tagging Su Chun's account. "I guarantee in front of the goal at White Hart Lane, you won't get a single shot on target." At the entrance of the Coney Training Center, dozens of reporters completely blocked the road. Just as Su Chun parked his car, microphones were thrust into his face. "So what do you have to say in response to Pochettino's provocation? Can your stamina endure this high-intensity derby match?" Su Chun pushed aside the microphones in front of him. "A lifelong, unforgettable nightmare," he said in a calm tone. Didn't he watch the news last match? I hope he can still smile after the game. As for Loris, Suchin looked into the camera. His mouth is indeed tough. I hope his movements fetching the ball from the net will be just as tough during the match. On January 9th, at exactly 8 o'clock in the evening local time, White Hart Lane in North London was brilliantly lit. This historic stadium hosted the season's most crucial showdown. 36,000 diehard Tottenham fans clad in their white home jerseys filled the stands to capacity. As Arsenal's team bus arrived outside the stadium, a barrage of debris and deafening abuse greeted them. Security was raised to the highest level with riot police lining the streets. Both teams lined up in the players. Neither side even bothered to glance at the other. The atmosphere was tense and explosive. At the tunnels, the players stepped onto the pitch. The stadium DJ began announcing Tottenham's starting lineup met with thunderous cheers from the home fans. When Arsenal's starting lineup was announced, the entire stadium erupted into frenzied boos. Number 14. Suchun. The DJ roared out the name. The noise in the stands suddenly surged threefold. 36,000 people produced a piercing cacophony in unison. It was the most intimidating home field pressure in the entire Premier League. An ordinary rookie player couldn't even control the ball in such an environment. The broadcast cameras zoomed in for an extreme close-up of Suchen's face. The hostility at the Veltins Arena paled in comparison to that at White Hart Lane. On the big screen, Suchun faced the overwhelming boos with no extra expression on his face. He jogged briskly towards the center circle, lowering his head to feel the turf beneath his feet. In the Sky Sports commentary box, Gary Lineker announced loudly, "Both teams are in position. The entire focus is on Suchun. Everyone wants to know if this 18-year-old golden boy still has the stamina to breach Tottenham's defense." In the broadcast studio of China Central Television's sports channel, millions of Chinese fans staying up late clenched their fists before the screen. A barrage of comments flooded the screen. "Go Suchun. Send these Tottenham guys back home. Crush them. What's White Hart Lane? We'll still wreck the play." By the sideline coaching area, after shaking hands, Wenger and Pochettino returned to their seats. Pochettino immediately crossed his legs, betting everything on Suchin's depleted stamina. He firmly believed that by seizing possession from the start and bombarding with home field momentum, Arsenal wouldn't last 20 minutes. Beep. The referee's long whistle cut through the air above White Hart Lane. The match officially began. Tottenham striker Harry Kane passed the ball back to the midfield. Tottenham midfielder Moussa Dembele received the ball. He was about to lift his head to observe the runs of his teammates up front, intending to slow down the pace. But in the next second, Dembele's view was completely blocked by a figure in a red and white jersey. Suchun. As soon as the whistle sounded, Suchun didn't stroll in the front field waiting for the ball as usual. He immediately shifted into full gear, sprinting over 10 meters at a 100-meter dash speed, pressing right up to Dembele's face. Caught off guard by this close-quarters man marking from the kickoff, Dembele hastily passed the ball to his side fullback Walker. Suchun didn't stop. He immediately changed direction and continued to apply full pressure on Walker. It wasn't just Suchun. The entire Arsenal team had gone mad. Alexis Sanchez, flanked from the left, Jack Wilshere pressed forward quickly on the right. Behind them, N'Golo Kante had crossed the midfield line, blocking all of Tottenham's passing routes. High pressure, fast pace, all-out aggressive pressing. Just 1 minute into the match, Tottenham's defense was torn apart by Arsenal's irrational and ferocious momentum. Forced by Suchin's pressure, Walker could only hoof the ball out for a throw-in. The boos from the stands were abruptly silenced. Over 30,000 Tottenham fans were stunned. Pochettino immediately uncrossed his legs. He sprang from the coaching bench, rushing to the edge of the technical area. His eyes were wide as saucers. What the hell? Pochettino stared intently at Suchun, who was tirelessly running and demanding the ball up front. Wasn't it said that Arsenal's stamina was exhausted after a grueling fixture schedule? This kid's speed and pressing intensity showed no sign of fatigue. He was running even harder than someone just back from a long break. Watching Arsenal take a quick throw-in with Suchun again striding into Tottenham's penalty area, a sudden ominous premonition of impending disaster rose in Pochettino's heart. Arsenal had an absolute reason to defeat Tottenham. Suchun needed to win the double to obtain that S-level invincible defensive skill. Wenger also had his reasons to beat Tottenham. He wanted to lead Arsenal to trample over their archrivals at White Hart Lane, to establish their dominance in London once and for all. As for Tottenham, facing this sudden high-intensity pressing from the sky and the utterly suffocating fast-paced runs Arsenal imposed on them, the entire team was bewildered, especially when they saw Suchun, whom the outside world claimed was running on empty, charging like a mad cheetah, even rushing directly at goalkeeper Loris to try and steal the ball at his feet. Former Borussia Dortmund manager Jurgen Klopp once made a name in the Bundesliga with this aggressive pressing style, and today Wenger had transplanted this tactic directly onto the Premier League stage. In the Sky Sports commentary box, Gary Lineker immediately spotted the difference. Arsenal's playing style has completely changed. Lineker shouted into the microphone. Wenger has abandoned the slow possession game. They are now playing the most extreme form of pressing football. pushing the attacking starting point as far forward as possible to the edge of Tottenham's penalty area. Jamie Carragher shook his head beside him. This tactical philosophy comes at a huge cost. That is stamina. But how long can Su Chen's stamina sustain playing like this? The eyes of the entire stadium were fixed on Su Chen. Tottenham's build-up play from the back is in huge trouble. Lionel continued his commentary. Amidst his words, the ball was passed back to goalkeeper Loris' feet. Loris trapped the ball and shouted at his flustered defenders, "Everyone hold your positions. They can't keep running like this for long. That Chinese kid charging like that will cramp up and go off before halftime." Loris didn't care that Su Chen was just over 10 meters away. Hearing Loris taunt, Su Chen didn't respond. Cramping up in the first half. What a beautiful daydream. Loris spotted a gap and launched the ball long towards the midfield. Then he turned, spreading his hands towards Su Chen. "Don't waste your energy." Loris laughed loudly at Su Chen. "With your stamina reserves, if you keep running like this, I'm afraid the medical staff will need to bring a stretcher on to fish you out." Su Chen stopped, turning his head to look at Loris. "You said in the pre-match press conference that I wouldn't get a single shot on target." Su Chen's tone was very calm. "Of course." Loris raised his chin. "Good." Su Chen nodded, then turned and ran back towards the midfield. "Get ready to pick the ball out of the net." At that moment, the ball launched long by Tottenham was firmly intercepted by Kanté. The small Frenchman leaped high, heading the ball forward to Wilshere. Arsenal's players didn't waste any time with unnecessary dribbling. They launched a stormy attack directly forward. Wilshere carried the ball past the halfway line. Su Chen immediately dropped back to receive the pass. Wilshere delivered a low-through ball. Su Chen cushioned it with his right instep, distributing it to Sanchez, who was overlapping on the left. Completing his turn, Su Chen strode powerfully, cutting deep into Tottenham's penalty area. Sanchez understood the intent, slotting a through ball that pierced Tottenham's defensive line. Su Chen perfectly muscled off the defender Walker beside him, meeting the ball as it arrived. Without any adjustment, he unleashed a powerful shot with his left foot. Bang! The football skimmed across the slick turf of White Hart Lane, a hurtling straight for the bottom left corner of the goal. Loris reacted with lightning speed, executing a desperate dive to his side. He managed to parry the ball with one hand. The ball changed direction and was booted out for a corner by a retreating Tottenham center back. Loris scrambled to his feet, his heart pounding wildly and his chest still shaken. Su Chen didn't even spare him a glance, striding directly to the corner flag to prepare for the set piece. Tottenham's manager Pochettino stood on the sidelines, his brow furrowed into a deep, troubled knot. His pre-match plan was to leverage home advantage and superior stamina to launch an all-out attack against Arsenal. Now Arsenal was dominating, battering Tottenham relentlessly in their own half. Over 30,000 Tottenham fans in the stands erupted into a cacophony of deafening boos, all directed at Su Chen. Every touch he made, every run he attempted was met with a torrent of abuse. Yet Su Chen's possession rate accounted for half the team's total. Thanks to the reserve energy tank provided by the system, he felt incredibly light on his feet, as if he could fly. His movements covered the entire midfield and forward line, his constant off-the-ball runs creating vast expanses of space. The match clock ticked to the 23rd minute. Receiving the ball on the left flank, Su Chen suddenly accelerated and cut inside. The terrifying first step explosive power of the Kaka template left the defender trailing by a full body length. He swung his right foot, unleashing a powerful swerving shot. The ball traced a white arc through the air. Loris roared, launching himself high with a powerful push from his legs, punching the ball clear out of the box with both fists. Su Chen shoots. Beautiful. Loris has made a world-class save. Su Chen's strike once again threatens Tottenham's defense. Loris is in phenomenal form today. The commentator bellowed from the broadcast booth. The Tottenham faithful in the stands gasped initially, then rallied to cheer loudly for their captain. Great save, captain. Show him what a super goalkeeper we have. That Chinese kid won't breach this goal. After completing the save, Loris leaped to his feet, clenched his fist, and roared to the sky, psyching himself up wildly. Su Chen stood at the edge of the penalty arc, watching the cleared ball. His form was indeed impressive. Even Wenger, who had already raised his arms in anticipation of a goal, could only lower them helplessly and shake his head at Loris' miraculous intervention. Loris is on fire today, assistant coach Bold muttered quietly beside Wenger. Football can be so irrational. Once you face a goalkeeper in a state of grace, no matter how precise your shot, he can claw it out. It's devastating for a striker's morale. Bold even worried that Arsenal's persistent failure to score might invite a counterattack from Tottenham. However, Wenger's gaze remained fixed on Su Chen. Don't worry, Wenger chuckled. There was no trace of anxiety or frustration on Su Chen's face. This put Wenger's mind completely at ease. For a young player, the greatest fear is having their mentality shaken and their technique compromised after a series of saved shots. Su Chen, however, was completely unaffected. He didn't even sigh, simply jogging back to his position. He possesses an incredibly rare big heart, Bold remarked following Wenger's gaze. Wenger nodded. He had initially thought stamina was Su Chen's biggest weakness, but that miraculous medical report on his physical condition had dispelled all his concerns. Since stamina was no longer a constraint, what in the Premier League could possibly stop this goal-scoring machine? Wenger couldn't think of an answer. He's on the express train to becoming the world's best, Wenger said, watching Su Chun on the pitch, his voice filled with pride. What good is a goalkeeper in peak form? Faced with absolute talent and strength, even a superhuman performance can only hold out for so long. By the 35th minute, Pochettino's face was as black as thunder. Tottenham was completely suppressed. The ball couldn't even be passed out of their own half. Their formation was like a spring pressed flat, unable to spring back. If not for Lloris's extraordinary performance, Tottenham's goal would have been riddled with holes. Pochettino glared at Su Chun, who was still sprinting at full speed. What on earth was going on? The entire English media had analyzed that Arsenal had pushed Su Chun to his limits over the past fortnight, predicting his stamina would be critically low. But the winter break had just ended. This 18-year-old Asian lad showed no signs of fatigue. On the contrary, he was getting faster. Boss, you need to see this. A data analyst from Tottenham hurried over to Pochettino with a tablet. What is it? Pochettino asked impatiently. It's the real-time running data for Arsenal's number 14, the analyst said, his voice trembling as he pointed to a steadily climbing red line on the screen. In just 35 minutes, he's already covered 5 kilometers, including 15 high-speed sprints. Pochettino gasped sharply. His eyes bulged nearly out of their sockets. 5 kilometers in less than half a game. And this wasn't a leisurely jog, it was on the chaotic physical Premier League pitch. Constant challenges, sudden stops, changes of direction, being fouled, getting up, and sprinting again. Any normal player running like that would have their lungs burst. And Su Chun. Pochettino looked up to see Su Chun, who had just completed a 30-meter recovery run, not even breathing heavily. His face remained eerily calm. Damn it. Pochettino kicked a water bottle in frustration. Has Arsenal's medical team pumped this kid full of stimulants? Pochettino cursed loudly. But he knew it was impossible. No top club would risk a continent-wide ban, especially since Su Chun's market value had already surpassed 100 million euros, making him Arsenal's most precious asset. Boss, what do we do now? The analyst asked timidly. What to do? Pochettino gritted his teeth. Defend, he roared. Tell the players to hold on at all costs for these last 10 minutes. Just as Pochettino ordered a defensive lockdown, Arsenal intercepted the ball again in midfield. Kanté delivered a precise short pass to Su Chun, who had dropped back to receive it near the center circle. Su Chun controlled the ball. Tottenham's midfield anchor Dembele immediately tensed up. Dembele lowered his center of gravity, blocking Su Chun's path. Su Chun feinted a shoulder drop, pretending to cut inside for a long-range shot. Dembele shifted his feet to block the angle. In the split second, Dembele committed his weight. Su Chun flicked the ball with the outside of his right foot, bursting past Dembele's weaker side like a cannonball. His explosive power was unleashed. Dembele was beaten cleanly without even time to turn and chase. Allowing Su Chun to charge through would leave Tottenham's defense exposed. In a rash decision, Dembele reached out. He grabbed Su Chun's jersey collar from behind, hanging his entire weight. At the same time, he stuck out a leg and tripped Su Chun's ankle viciously. Bang! Losing balance at full speed, Su Chun crashed heavily onto the turf, ball and all. He rolled several meters. The referee immediately blew a sharp whistle, reached into his pocket, and showed Dembele a yellow card. The traveling Arsenal fans erupted in angry protests while the Tottenham supporters cheered loudly, considering it a perfectly executed tactical foul. Su Chun patted the grass clippings off his shirt and stood up. He flexed his kicked ankle. A dull pain throbbed. Su Chun's gaze turned cold and hard. This was the price of fame. Every defender in the Premier League now knew the threat of his dribbling. Their first instinct upon being beaten was to use dirty tackles and pulls as tactical fouls. They didn't care if the actions were dangerous. This made Su Chun even more eager to complete the main quest and acquire the steel bones and iron muscle skill. Only by surpassing human limits in bone and muscle hardness could he tear through opponents without restraint on this meat grinder of a pitch. The foul occurred just outside Tottenham's penalty area, slightly to the left, about 25 meters from goal. It was a perfect position for a direct free kick. Arsenal's designated free kick taker Cazorla carried the ball to the spot. He placed it on the turf, adjusted the grass, and began to step back. Su Chun walked over. Santi, he said, tapping Cazorla's shoulder. Let me take this. Cazorla hesitated. He looked at the distance, then at Su Chun. Su, this spot is too close to goal. Your powerful drives will struggle to dip over the wall. Cazorla kindly reminded him. In Cazorla's mind, Su Chun's specialty was long-range power shots. This position required a highly accurate curving ball to bypass the wall. No need for power, Su Chun said, taking the ball from Cazorla. Leave it to me. Seeing Su Chun's insistence, Cazorla nodded and yielded the spot. In this team, Su Chun had unlimited shooting rights, a privilege granted by Wenger. Su, this ball is yours. Cazorla picked up the ball and handed it to Su Chun. He rested his hand on his thigh, swinging it with wide strides. The calf muscles of his right foot suddenly tightened like a spring compressed to its limit. With his knee as the axis, the inside of his instep struck the ball solidly. Then he patted Su Chun on the shoulder and stepped back to provide cover. 25 meters from the goal. The lower middle part of the ball. Bang. A dull thud echoed across the entire half. The ball soared into the air. The initial speed was terrifyingly fast. Tottenham's defensive wall leaped with all their might. The center-back position was too close for a long-range strike and lacked enough space for a curling shot. Vertonghen felt a gust of wind rush past his head. The ball directly cleared the highest point of the wall, a true test of the kicker's technique. Above White Hart Lane, a deafening roar of boos rained down. Did it go over? Loris saw the ball fly high, and his tense nerves relaxed. Even though he had vowed before the game to shut out Su Chun, he knew better than anyone that this Chinese player was hurling himself at him. Over 30,000 Tottenham fans created noise at maximum volume. All sorts of obscenities poured from the stands, knowing how terrifying the young man's shooting was. As long as the ball flew toward the stands, he would have successfully defended once. But before Loris could finish that breath, the ball, still midair, cascaded down from above the stands. Su Chun picked up the ball and walked to the foul spot. He lowered his head and nudged the ball with his boot. After clearing the highest point of the wall, a bizarre change suddenly occurred. There was no spin from air resistance. The UEFA logo on the ball was clearly frozen in Loris' sight. Then the ball lost its upward momentum, and he kicked the turf, placing the ball steadily on the leveled grass. Not far from the goal, all upward propulsion vanished. A sharp drop. It was not a gentle parabola, but a straight plunge toward the ground. During the descent, the ball wobbled left and right in the air. There was no way to predict whether the landing point would be left or right. Loris' body went stiff. His feet seemed nailed to the ground as Tottenham captain Loris roared hoarsely. Form the wall. Kane stay nailed to the turf. He didn't even attempt a diving save. He could only watch helplessly as the ball curved over his head. Boom. It smashed into the bottom left corner of the net. You stand at the far left. Dembele. Block that gap. Keep your hands behind your back. Loris fumbled to direct the defense as the white net bulged into a dramatic arc. Goal. Arsenal led 1-0 away from home. My God. The Sky Sports commentary booth erupted into chaos, scrambling to direct the defense. Having just saved a shot from Su Chun, his outward arrogance masked inner fear as Lionel leaped from his chair, screaming madly into the microphone. The ball is in. The ball is in. Su Chun's long-range penetrating power was known throughout English football to prevent Su Chun from scoring. My goodness, what kind of divine shot is this? A knuckleball. An undeniable knuckleball. Loris stood like a wooden post, completely dumbfounded. To block a low drive, Loris had left back Danny Rose lying flat on the turf at the base of the wall. Above his eyes, Arsenal leads. The scorer of this brilliant goal is the invincible Chinese golden boy, Su Chun. Carragher shook his head beside him. It's utterly unreasonable. With 5 tall players blocking above and Rose covering the ground ball. Loris retreated to the center of the goal line. This style of striking defied all goalkeeper save instincts. Tottenham's goal had been torn open. In China, late-night fans spammed the live chat until it lagged. Holy crap. Holy crap. That's enough. He clapped his gloves and shouted loudly at Su Chun. Come on, Chinese kid. Your knuckleball has returned to the scene. This is way too cool. The ball didn't spin at all. It just smashed straight in. Wasn't Loris talking big before the game, saying he wouldn't let Su Chun have a single shot? The broadcast cut to the Sky Sports commentary booth. Lionel stared at the screen, frowning slightly. Su Chun took the initiative to claim the free kick. That's an unexpected choice. His face was slapped red. Su Chun took the initiative to claim the free kick. That's an unexpected choice. This is the consequence. Too strong, hitting an unstoppable wonder goal from 25 meters, truly bringing honor to us Chinese. The broadcast replayed the goal repeatedly. Lionel analyzed quickly. Su Chun had scored a free kick from over 30 meters before. From the camera behind Loris, the ball's downward trajectory in midair was terrifying, relying on sheer power. But now this position is only 25 meters from the goal. Carragher nodded beside him. Pochettino kicked the turf hard on the sideline. His face was extremely grim. He never expected Su Chun's Arsenal to hide such a devastating weapon. Shaking his head, a violent strike from this distance won't work. The ball doesn't have enough flight distance to complete its descent. What kind of monster crawled out of this rock? Pochettino gritted his teeth. On the other side, Wenger hugged his assistant, bowled excitedly. Boss, he really kicked it. It would definitely go straight in. Arsenal should have had Cazorla take it, curving it with the inside of his foot. A knuckleball. A knuckleball in a real match. Bold shouted. Wenger grinned from ear to ear. This deal for Arsenal was a steal. Unlimited stamina combined with an all-around finishing method was the ultimate weapon on the pitch. The judgment of 2 professional commentators represented common sense. The Chinese national broadcast room was in an uproar. On the field, Su Chun couldn't even be bothered to celebrate. He turned and walked toward the center circle. Passing the slumped Loris on the ground, he stopped. Duan Xian stared intently at the screen, his voice high-pitched. Facing Loris' wild provocation, Su Chun chose to stop. Remember to fish the ball out of the net. Leaving that remark, Su Chun strode away. Loris' face turned crimson, too humiliated to utter a word. The match resumed with Su Chun taking it himself. This is Arsenal's best chance to score in this match. The match restarted. The mentality of the Tottenham players now trailing had subtly shifted. They became hesitant in defense as millions of fans' comments scrolled wildly. Can Su-Chun even take close-range free kicks? I've never seen him use his foot before. Because they discovered a fatal problem, they simply couldn't defend Su-Chun. If you try to block his dribble, his terrifying explosive speed would blow right past you. If you dropped back 2 steps to defend his breakthrough, he could just wind up and fire a powerful long-range shot. Who cares? Power creates miracles. Just blast the wall and ball into the goal together. What if they used a tactical foul to bring him down? The previous knuckleball had already provided the answer. As long as a free kick was given to Arsenal near the box, it was a guaranteed goal. That Tottenham goalkeeper was too arrogant. Su-Chun needs to teach him a lesson. This free kick was like a direct gift of a goal. How were they supposed to play this? Dembele and Vertonghen exchanged glances, seeing deep despair on each other's faces. To make matters worse, the match had already reached the 40th minute. If this ball goes in, I'll eat my roommate's smelly socks tonight. On the sideline, Pochettino stood with his hands in his pockets. Su-Chun was still tirelessly sprinting across the front line. The Kaka template combined with third lung meant he had no idea what fatigue was. Every time Arsenal attacked, Su-Chun was always the one running at the front. Kante won the ball in the back like a sticky piece of gum, and without even looking he stuffed it into his pocket, eyes fixed on the field. Even though Lineker said Su-Chun wasn't good at this kind of ball, the ominous premonition in his heart grew stronger. In the 43rd minute, Su-Chun received the ball again on the right side of the box. Too many inexplicable things had happened with this Chinese kid. Wenger passed the ball. Su-Chun dropped his right shoulder, feinting across to the far post. Left back Rose defending him immediately slid to block the passing lane. But Su-Chun flicked his ankle, while Wenger stood with arms crossed looking composed. At the Coney training ground in the rain, he had witnessed the power of that move firsthand. Su-Chun pulled the ball back a sudden stop, and turned that left Rose sliding 2 meters away. Su-Chun dribbled that move with devastating effect. The referee checked both sides were ready. He raised his hand, put the whistle to his lips. Beep. He cut inside, driving straight toward the penalty spot. Center back Vertonghen panicked. Seeing this, a crisp, long whistle cut through the noise. Su-Chun took a deep breath. His gaze locked onto the top right corner of the goal. Su-Chun was about to face the goalkeeper unknown again when Vertonghen charged in from the side. He dared not make a tackle in the box, fearing a penalty. So he positioned himself half a meter outside the box. Back. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Su-Chun suddenly burst forward. He didn't use the traditional long-range shooting stride. Half a meter away, he crashed into Su-Chun like a wall, using both arms and legs to wrap around Su-Chun's waist. Both men crashed heavily onto the edge of the box. Beep. The referee immediately stepped forward. His left foot stamped heavily beside the ball. The soft turf was gouged into a deep pit. Without hesitation, he pulled out a yellow card and held it up in front of Vertonghen. A direct free kick was awarded 20 meters from the goal. This position was even closer and slightly more to the right, demanding a powerful strike driven by thigh extension. The muscles below Su-Chun's right knee were as taut as steel cables. The 30,000 home fans at White Hart Lane had fallen completely silent. The boos had vanished entirely. Everyone stared intently at the Chinese youth walking toward the spot. In their hearts, they prayed that the previous knuckleball was just a lucky fluke. Relying purely on the terrifying, explosive power of his calf. His toes pointed his instep like a heavy hammer, striking the valve area of the lower middle part of the ball with solid force. Bang! A sound of tension and sweat. This time he directly called for 6 men in the wall. Even forward Harry Kane was called back to be a human shield. Loris constantly adjusted his position, his eyes locked on Su-Chun's every move. A dull roar exploded in midair. The ball shot up, straight into the sky. Loris kept adjusting his position, his eyes locked on Su-Chun's every move. Su-Chun took the ball and placed it steady. He ignored the frantic Tottenham players. He stepped back 3 times again, looked up at the top right corner of the goal. The referee blew the whistle. Start. Step. The calf muscle exploded with terrifying spring force again. It's high. Loris looked up at the ball flying into the air. His tense nerves completely relaxed. Such an exaggerated launch angle would definitely fly straight out of bounds into the stands. The referee blew the whistle. Start. Step. The calf muscle exploded with terrifying spring. Bang. The ball struck by immense force, blasted off. Once again the bizarre trajectory with no spin. Clearing Harry Kane's head, the ball wobbled left and right in midair like a drunken man. Loris didn't even make a jumping save motion. He just straightened up, ready to turn and gesture to the ball boy behind, but just half a second before he turned, he had already anticipated the direction, his legs pushing off the ground, his entire body leaping to the right. He stretched his body to its absolute limit. But the ball less than a meter in front of Loris plummeted straight down without warning. It narrowly avoided the edge of his outstretched glove. It scraped the inside of the right post and slammed viciously into the net. Boom. 2-0. Su-Chun scored a brace. The 36,000 Tottenham fans at White Hart Lane opened their mouths wide in unison, unable to make a sound. The boos had completely stopped. The entire stadium was so silent you could hear a pin drop. Tottenham goalkeeper Lloris slumped on the goal line, staring blankly at the ball. A knuckleball. A free kick from 25 meters smashed into the corner with a knuckleball, and he scored 2 in a row. Was this even a humanly possible technique? Suchin couldn't even be bothered to celebrate. He turned and jogged toward the center circle. Passing Lloris, he didn't even glance at the provocatively challenging French international goalkeeper. This disregard was more hurtful than outright insults. Tottenham manager Pochettino stood on the sideline frozen, like a piece of wood struck by lightning. His carefully prepared defensive tactics had become a massive joke in the face of Suchin's utterly unreasonable set-piece killer instinct. The match continued. Trailing by 2 goals, Tottenham became desperate, pushing forward en masse to counterattack. But they faced a monster whose stamina would never run out. The Kaka template plus the reserve tank of Third Lung allowed Suchin to still sprint at terrifying speeds, even in the 70th minute of the second half. In the 75th minute, Kante won the ball in the back, and without looking hoofed a long pass forward. Suchin burst forward from the center circle. The 2 Tottenham center-backs chased back with all their might. But they despairingly realized that the distance between themselves and Suchin was widening at a visible rate. A pure outrun. He overpowered them with sheer speed. Suchin drove the ball unknown into the box. Facing the charging Lloris, he gently pushed the ball with the inside of his right foot. The ball skimmed the turf, passed through Lloris' legs, and rolled into the empty net. 3-0. A hat-trick. Sporadic footsteps of departing fans echoed through White Hart Lane. Many Tottenham supporters, unable to bear the sight any longer, covered their faces and left early. The referee's whistle signaled the end of the match. Arsenal on enemy turf trampled over their bitter rivals and marched proudly into the next round of the FA Cup. Back in China, the live stream's barrage of comments flooded the screen until it lagged. Suchin is a beast. He stripped Tottenham bare. Where's Lloris? Didn't he boast before the match that Suchin wouldn't get a shot? Now he's conceded 3 goals. His face must be swollen from the slap. Running for 90 minutes without even panting his stamina is monstrous. What a thrill. White Hart Lane has turned into a library. At the post-match press conference, the atmosphere plummeted to freezing point. Pochettino sat before the microphone, his face ashen. The Fleet Street reporters below struggled to suppress their smirks. Mr. Pochettino, you predicted Arsenal would run out of steam, yet Suchin covered a staggering 13 kilometers today. How do you comment on that? A journalist asked loudly. Pochettino ground his teeth and slammed the table. This defies all logic. Pochettino roared, losing his composure. How can an 18-year-old player fresh off a brutal schedule possess such stamina? I seriously question the integrity of Arsenal's medical team. The FA must intervene. The room erupted in shock. An open accusation of doping. Desperate from defeat, he was overturning the table. Once Pochettino's words spread, a storm erupted across. That evening, as Arsenal's team bus pulled into the Coney training ground, 3 black cars bearing the FA's anti-doping committee insignia blocked the main entrance. A dozen officials in white coats holding sampling tubes demanded an immediate urine and blood test on Suchin. Wenger fumed in the corridor, but couldn't halt the official process. Chinese fans exploded online, accusing Tottenham of sour grapes and dirty tricks. 2 hours later, an expedited test report landed on the desk of FA executives. The results were clear. Suchin's blood and urine samples contained not a trace of banned substances, not even residue from common cold medicine. His health indicators were alarmingly pristine. Once the report was made public, Pochettino became the laughingstock of European football. Tottenham issued a late-night apology, admitting Pochettino's remarks were inappropriate. In an interview the next day, Wenger retorted mercilessly, "Some people, being useless incompetents, assume everyone else is the same. Suchin's stamina is a gift from God, envy is futile." This FA Cup controversy thrust Suchin's name back onto the front pages of sports media across Europe. The Times: a knuckleball miracle descends on London. The Chinese golden boy conquers White Hart Lane. Munich Evening News: the perpetual motion machine returns to football. Is there no limit to his stamina? Meanwhile, in China, the national sports channel dedicated a full half-hour special edition of Total Football to Suchin. Duan Xian passionately reviewed each of Suchin's goals on screen. Both in physical stores and online, and Taz Morningstar boot line worn by Suchin sold like wildfire. Every restock vanished within 10 seconds. The 25 million endorsement fee was recouped in less than a month through sales, with profits doubling. At the Football Association headquarters in Beijing, director Chung stared at the sales data on his screen, his eyes burning with envy as he smashed his new purple clay teapot once more. The post-winter break revelry continued unabated. After advancing in the FA Cup, Arsenal refocused on their Premier League title charge. In the 22nd league round, Arsenal faced Sunderland away. Suchin started. In the 60th minute, he unleashed a thunderous strike from outside the box, blasting it into the net. A narrow 10 victory. In the 23rd round, Arsenal hosted Aston Villa. A defensive error saw them concede. As the home fans grew anxious, Su Chen stepped up. He scored once in each half using the explosive power of his Kaka template to burn past the center backs and slot home 2 unknown chances. Arsenal secured a 21 comeback victory. They held their iron grip on the top of the Premier League table. But what truly set English football ablaze wasn't just Arsenal's winning streak. It was Su Chen's terrifying personal statistics. The Daily Telegraph blazed a massive red headline on its front page: "The Miracle Maker. He's one step away from the throne." The entire British Isles were captivated by a long-dormant record, the Premier League record for consecutive scoring games. Previously, the record was held by Manchester United legend Ruud van Nistelrooy with 10 consecutive goals across seasons. Now, Su Chen had scored in every match since the second half of the season began. Counting previous games, he had breached the opponent's goal in 11 consecutive Premier League matches. He had shattered Van Nistelrooy's 10-game record, claiming the throne as the Premier League's all-time best. Moreover, Su Chen's streak continued. His total league goals for the season had reached a staggering 28. This was despite missing the opening rounds due to the FA controversy. With 15 rounds still to play, breaking the Premier League's single-season record of 34 goals seemed almost a foregone conclusion. But before that, all eyes were fixed on the next match. 12 consecutive Premier League scoring games. If Su Chen scored in the next game, he would push this Premier League record to an unprecedented and likely for the traditionally proud English football establishment. This was a seismic shock. A record established since the Premier League's inception, now dominated and broken by an 18-year-old Chinese youth. English media clamored for the next opponent to stop Su Chen at all costs. Arsenal's 24th league was the famously tough Premier League side Newcastle United, known as the Magpies. Before the match, Newcastle's English manager Porto issued a bold statement to dozens of media outlets. "We will not be the backdrop for Su Chen's record. The Premier League's ultimate record should not be taken by an Asian who has only played half a season. I will assign a man to mark him all over the pitch. Even if it takes 3 red cards, Newcastle's goal will not." Porto's words resonated with local English fans. This was no ordinary league match. It had become a defensive battle to protect the dignity of domestic football. On February 15th, at the Emirates Stadium in London, the 6,000-seat arena was packed. Over 2,000 traveling Newcastle fans had made the trip. They held a massive banner reading "The record breaker stops here." In the tunnel, Newcastle's players wore grim expressions and fierce eyes. They had received strict orders. Their sole task today was to disrupt Su Chen's attacking rhythm. Su Chen stood at the front of the Arsenal line, his expression calm as still water. Break the record? He barely considered it a challenge. With a maxed-out Kaka template and limitless stamina, scoring was as simple as eating or drinking. The referee blew the opening whistle. Newcastle had no intention of attacking. They set up an infuriating 541 bus at the back. 2 defensive midfielders clung to Su Chen like Siamese twins, constantly tugging his shirt, trying to wear him down with disruptive defending. Time ticked by. Newcastle fans in the stands began to sing loudly in mockery. "He can't run against the record ends here." Yet the taunting songs had barely begun. In the 8th minute of the match, Arsenal's defensive midfielder Kante made a precise interception on the edge of the box, cutting off Newcastle's aimless clearance. Without hesitation, Kante played a low-through ball to the retreating Wilshere. Wilshere cushioned the ball with his right foot and laid it off to Su Chen, who was double-teamed. Newcastle's 2 midfield brutes immediately closed ranks, intending to body-check Su Chen to the ground. In that split second of the pincer movement, Su Chen's legs exploded with power. His explosive acceleration, rated at 96, was on full display. He planted his left toe, poked the ball forward with his right, and shot through like an armor-piercing shell. Before the gap between the 2 closing defenders could seal shut, he buelled his way through, bursting clear. A violent, overpowering move. The 2 heavyweights, each over 80 kilograms, were sent sprawling by the immense force of Su Chen's burst, landing on their backsides on the turf. A thunderous roar erupted from the stands. Newcastle's vaunted bus, torn apart by Su Chen's relentless acceleration, had a massive hole ripped right through its center. Su Chen surged forward with the ball, charging straight for Newcastle's penalty area. Facing a hastily closing center back, he didn't even bother with a feint, simply nudging the ball to the right and burning him with pace again. A nutmeg. Into the heart of the box. Facing the onrushing goalkeeper, Su Chen drew back his right foot and drove a powerful shot. The ball flew like a white streak, nestling perfectly into the bottom corner. 10. Just 8 minutes in, Newcastle's bus was declared bankrupt. The roar from the Emirates threatened to lift the roof. Goal! Goal! The commentator in the broadcast booth was so excited he jumped onto his desk. 12 consecutive games with a goal. He's done it. He's broken Van Nistelrooy's record. A brand new chapter in Premier League history written by an 18-year-old Chinese youth. Newcastle's manager Porto buried his face in his hands, staring at the ball in the net, his face ashen. All his pre-match bluster was ground to dust by the violent 8-minute takeover. As Su Chun sprinted to the corner flag, raising his arms high to bask in the adulation of 60,000 fans, a deafening system notification exploded in the depths of his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully broken the Premier League record for consecutive goals scored. Ding. Hidden record honor panel activated. Commencing astronomical cash reward distribution, 5 million has been deposited into your account. Ding. Detected host is making history. Releasing ultimate side quest god of strikers. Quest requirement: break the Premier League single-season record of 34 goals before the end of this season. Quest reward conditions are extremely stringent. Upon completion, you will directly draw one extraordinary SS Steer exclusive skill, plus a multi-million cash reward. In the visitors' dressing room at Arsenal, silence reigned, broken only by the relentless patter of rain against the window. Assistant coach Steve Bold slammed the Chelsea starting lineup sheet hard against the tactics board. 5 defenders. Full starting lineup. Wenger stared at the list, his mind racing. He knew Mourinho all too well. That Portuguese madman cared nothing for how ugly the game was as long as he won. But deploying 5 defenders at home, that was just too cowardly. No. Wenger suddenly thrust out his hand, his finger pressing firmly on a name on the list. Chelsea's midfielder Ramirez. Ramirez, nicknamed the Blue Kenyan. His speed was blistering, his stamina absurdly immense. He often sprinted across the pitch tirelessly. Wenger's expression shifted. He looked up at the entire team. Look at Ramirez's position. He usually plays as a box-to-box midfielder. But in this formation, both Fabregas and Matic are on the field. Ramirez has no place. Wenger's voice rose an octave. Bold was baffled. Boss, do you mean Chelsea is going to play with 3 defensive midfielders? Completely lock down the midfield? Worse than that. Wenger gritted his teeth. Ultimate man-marking. This is definitely a man-marking tactic specifically designed for Su Chun. The players in the dressing room exchanged bewildered glances. Wenger drew a circle on the tactics board, framing the names of Ramirez and Su Chun together. Ramirez's speed and stamina can fully keep up with the game's pace. Mourinho's plan is to sacrifice one of his own midfield starters to stick to Su Chun all over the field, trading one man to neutralize our most crucial attacking core. That's his trump card. Wenger analyzed sharply, using a blue-collar workhorse to take out the opponent's golden boy. If Su Chun was locked down, Arsenal's attacking system would be completely paralyzed. How shameless. This wasn't tactical maneuvering, it was outright thuggery. Do they really think one man can mark Su Chun? Bold cursed in anger. Don't underestimate Mourinho's lows. Wenger took a deep breath. Su Chun, are you ready? Today you'll be facing the most tenacious sticky tape in the entire Premier League. Su Chun sat on the bench, tying his bootlaces while listening to Wenger's analysis. Hearing the words ultimate man-marking, Su Chun looked up. He wasn't afraid of being defended, he was afraid the opponent wouldn't try something new. Meanwhile, in Chelsea's home dressing room, the atmosphere was electric. Mourinho stood in the center, roaring at the top of his lungs. Ramirez. Mourinho pointed at the Brazilian midfielder sitting in the corner. Boss. Ramirez shouted back. In this match, I don't need you to organize attacks. I don't need you to drop back and defend. I don't even need you to touch the ball. Mourinho walked up to Ramirez, pressing his hands on his shoulders, and issued the order fiercely. You have only one task. For the full 90 minutes, no matter what happens, the distance between you and that Chinese kid must never exceed 1.5 meters. If he goes for a drink, you stand right next to him. Even if he retreats into his own goal, you follow him in and stand there. Understand? Understood. Ramirez nodded emphatically. Mourinho turned his gaze to Hazard in the front row. In this crucial top-of-feedable clash, Ramirez was the record tasked with locking down the opponent's star player. The remaining burden fell entirely on the other 10 Chelsea players. With Su Chun neutralized, Arsenal is a soulless zombie. Mourinho shook his fist. Hazard, Willian, use your speed to tear their defense apart from the flanks. This is Stamford Bridge. Bury these North Londoners here for good. The entire dressing room erupted in a thunderous roar. 5 minutes before kickoff, the players lined up in the tunnel. Stamford Bridge was packed to the rafters. Over 40,000 Chelsea diehards sang wildly in the stands, accompanied by deafening boos. In the BBC Sport broadcast booth, Lionel and Carragher looked at the starting lineups and immediately started exclaiming in front of the national audience. 5 defenders. Mourinho at home against the league leaders has set up a bus-barking formation. Lionel waved the list frantically. How shameless. Did Chelsea fans buy tickets just to watch them all camp in their own half? Carragher, with his headphones on, stared intently at the monitor. Noticed something odd about Ramirez's positioning. Carragher pointed out the anomaly. On the overhead view, the other Chelsea players were in their respective positions. But Ramirez had crossed the halfway line, jogging straight over to Su Chun, who was waiting for the kickoff at the center circle. My God! Lionel exclaimed in shock. Man-marking. This is an antiquated 30-year-old, full-field man-marking tactic. Ramirez has become Su Chun's personal shadow. Back in the domestic livestream, millions of Chinese fans were watching late into the night, the barrage of comments exploding. Holy crap! The mad one has truly lost it. No dignity of a giant at all. Trading a starter to Mark Su-chun. What a clever calculation. But Su-chun has unlimited stamina. Isn't Ramirez afraid of running himself to death? Ramirez is nicknamed the unstoppable runner. These two are definitely going to clash heat in today. Who cares about a bus defense? Su-chun will just blast the bus to pieces with a cannonball shot. Beep. The referee's long whistle cut through the cold, damp London air. The Premier League's top undefeatable clash had officially begun. Su-chun immediately sensed something was wrong. Arsenal kicked off. The ball was still being passed around at the back. Ramirez closed in on him directly. He wasn't just close, his hands were constantly busy with sneaky fouls. One hand subtly tugged at Su-chun's shirt while the other kept pushing his waist. He even blocked Su-chun's running lanes. Hey. Su-chun turned to look at Ramirez, speaking bluntly. Your defenders are all back in the box, why are you still following me? Ramirez grinned, showing a row of white teeth. Marking you is my job today. The boss said you won't get even an inch of space to receive the ball. Su-chun frowned slightly. The ultimate man-marking tactic. Specifically sending a stamina freak to run all over the field, completely abandoning involvement in overall play, relying purely on physicality and fouls to cause havoc. Quite the honor. Su-chun sneered. He didn't believe it. Su-chun suddenly burst forward, pushing off his right foot, sprinting wildly towards the left flank. Ramirez reacted, instantly turning to follow. The two engaged in a pure speed contest on Stamford Bridge. After running over 10 meters, Su-chun suddenly stopped, halting his body abruptly, then reversed direction and accelerated back. Ramirez slipped, almost falling. But relying on his excellent core strength, he grabbed Su-chun's waist with both hands, using the pulling force to stabilize himself and close in again. Mourinho on the sideline saw this and jumped up in frustration. Ramirez, watch the man. Watch the man. Forget about the ball. Stay glued to him. Mourinho screamed madly in the rain. Cunning. That kid was too cunning. Ramirez wiped the rain from his face. He dared not be careless anymore. He stopped looking at the ball altogether, his eyes fixed on Su-chun's shoulders and hips to anticipate his next move. Whenever Su-chun received the ball, Ramirez would immediately hack it away, never giving him a chance to turn or accelerate. Arsenal's attack ground to a halt. Without Su-chun's link-up play and dribbling up front, Arsenal's midfielders Cazorla and Wilshere could only pass sideways outside the box. Chelsea's five-man defense stood like an iron wall. Several of Arsenal's crosses were headed clear by the towering Terry and Cahill. In the 12th minute, Arsenal, failing to break through, pushed their formation too far forward. At that moment, Chelsea centre-back Terry headed the ball clear from the box. The ball landed perfectly at Fabregas' feet. Counterattack. The 40,000 Chelsea fans at Stamford Bridge roared in unison. The immense wave of sound nearly tore apart the curtain of rain. Cesc Fabregas didn't even lift his head. He delivered a pinpoint-long ball over the top, accurate to the millimeter. The ball sailed over the halfway line, targeting the right flank gap in Arsenal's defense. Their Chelsea's core player Eden Hazard had already begun his sprint. Arsenal's right-back Hector Bellerin chased back desperately, but Hazard's acceleration was too fast. He controlled the ball near the touchline, cushioned it forward with his thigh, and bypassed Bellerin's defense. Unknown with the goalkeeper. Arsenal's defensive midfielder N'Golo Kanté slid in from an angle. Hazard's footwork was rapid. He gently nudged the ball with the outside of his right foot, evading Kanté's sliding tackle. He then drove the ball into the penalty area. Facing the on-rushing Wojciech Szczesny, Hazard didn't get greedy. He used his right instep to fire the ball toward the far post. The ball skidded rapidly across the slick turf. Szczesny dived, but his fingertips didn't even graze the ball's edge. Bang! The ball struck the inside of the far post and nestled into the net. Goal. 1-0. The home team, Chelsea, broke the deadlock. Boom. Stamford Bridge erupted. Over 40,000 fans rose to their feet, wildly waving their blue scarves. The deafening cheers shook the entire stadium. After scoring, Hazard sprinted to the corner flag and executed a long sliding knee celebration. On Chelsea's bench, all the players rushed onto the field for ecstatic embraces. On the sideline, Jose Mourinho was in a frenzy. The special one sprinted from the technical area, his suit thoroughly soaked in the rain. He dropped to his knees heavily on the turf, sliding 5 or 6 meters on the wet grass. He clenched his fists and roared wildly at the sky. This was his tactic. This was his strategy. Lock down Su-chun, sever Arsenal's attacking lifeline. Then exploit Hazard's individual brilliance to strike lethally. In this title decider, Chelsea had seized the initiative. In the Sky Sports commentary box, Gary Lineker held his head and shouted repeatedly, "My God, Chelsea have scored." A classic Mourinho counterattack. Hazard delivered the fatal blow. Jamie Carragher slammed the table. Arsenal are in big trouble. Trailing away from home, Chelsea will now park the bus even more firmly. Su-chun can't even get the ball now. This game looks bleak for Arsenal. In the domestic live stream, a chorus of lamentations. It's over. Conceding first. Chelsea are so dirty. Ramirez fouled Su-chun hard earlier, and the ref didn't even show a card. This is what it's like playing away in the Premier League. The referee clearly favors the home team. Su-chun hasn't even had a chance to shoot from distance today. Ramirez is marking him too tightly. Is the record going to end here? Is Arsenal's winning streak about to be snapped? On the pitch, Arsenal's players looked dejected. Captain Per Mertesacker clapped loudly, trying to encourage his teammates, but his voice barely carried over Chelsea's cheers. Suchin stood near the center circle. Rainwater streamed down his hair, trailing. In this crucial title decider, facing a desperate situation, Ramirez remained less than a meter away from him. Watching his teammates celebrate wildly, Ramirez turned to Suchin and taunted loudly. I told you. Today you won't make a single ripple on this pitch. We've got this game in the bag. Suchin didn't say. He lifted his head, glanced at the scoreboard. 1-0. Looked at Mourinho still making arrogant gestures on the listening to the piercing jeers of 40,000 Chelsea fans nearly tearing their throats out. Suchin's heartbeat quickened. His blood boiled. Since acquiring the Kaka template, he had cruised through the Premier League, dominating everything. Whether it was defenders sliding in or managers playing mind games. In the face of absolute power and speed, all were fragile. But this was Chelsea. This was Stamford Bridge. The best defense, the wheeliest manager-targeted tactics. This was the real challenge. This was football's most thrilling moment. The Bundesliga was too weak, La Liga too soft. The Premier League, a meat grinder, deserved such a fierce life-and-death battle. Conceding first, then just score twice as many back. The scoreline 1-0 hung vivid and glaring on the giant screen above Stamford Bridge. Over 40,000 die-hard Chelsea fans in the stands were lost in ecstatic cheers. Countless blue scarves waved wildly in the rain. Various loud roars mixed with the cold rain crashing down onto the green pitch. At the edge of the field, Chelsea manager Mourinho even slid several meters on the slick turf. His expensive suit was completely soaked in mud, but he didn't care. He pounded his chest with both fists and roared at the TV camera. This was his tactical victory. Just over 10 minutes into the game at home against league leaders Arsenal, he had used the most ruthless man-marking tactic to neutralize their core player, then struck decisively with a sharp counterattack. In this title decider, Chelsea had seized the upper hand. At the center circle, Chelsea's defensive midfielder Ramirez stood less than half a meter from Suchin. He didn't even bother running over to celebrate the goal with his teammates. His manager had given him strict orders. Even if the sky fell, he was to stick to Suchin like glue. Hear that roar? Ramirez wiped the rain from his face and taunted Suchin loudly, smugness dripping from his voice. This is Stamford Bridge hospitality. Arsenal's winning streak ends here. Even if I exhaust myself to death on this pitch, you won't take another step forward. Facing such crude provocation, Suchin didn't even turn his head. He wiped the rain from his eyelids with the back of his hand. Watching the Chelsea players still celebrating wildly in the corner. Had enough of your nonsense. Suchin's tone was flat, his words blunt. There are over 70 minutes left. Hope you still have the energy to bark when you're fetching the ball from your own net later. In the Sky Sports studio, Gary Lineker and Jamie Carragher were frantically gesturing at a tactics board. Disgusting, but highly effective. Lineker exclaimed. Mourinho has thrown all shame to the wind, using a workhorse to neutralize Arsenal's attacking engine at home. We can see that Suchin hasn't had a single comfortable touch of the ball in these first 10+ minutes. Every time he receives it, Ramirez is right there to disrupt. Carragher shook his head repeatedly. Arsenal are in deep trouble now. Trailing by a goal away from home, Chelsea will park the bus even tighter. Facing a 5-man defense led by John Terry and Gary Cahill, once Suchin is locked down, Arsenal's lateral passes outside the box won't penetrate this iron wall. In China, CCTV Sports Live studio, Duan Xian clutched his microphone tightly, sweat beading on his forehead. The situation is very unfavorable for us. After taking the lead, Chelsea's defensive formation has dropped very deep. Suchin is now isolated. Mourinho's man-marking tactic has indeed hit Arsenal's Achilles heel. On the live stream screen, millions of Chinese fans staying up late to watch were in an uproar. Bullet comments flooded the screen. Damn, that madman Mourinho is shameless. A top club playing such a defensive formation at home, using a defensive workhorse to neutralize Suchin. This scheme is so obvious all of Europe can hear it. It's over. Suchin must be so frustrated this game. Ramirez, known as an endless runner, is sticking to him like glue. Why isn't Arsenal's midfield stepping up? Is their winning streak really going to end at the bridge tonight? On the sideline, Arsenal assistant coach Steve Bold was pacing like a cat on a hot tin roof. Boss, we need to adjust immediately. Ramirez has completely tied up Suchin, he can't even turn. If this continues, Chelsea will score another on the counter. Arsene Wenger stood in the heavy rain without an umbrella. He stared at Suchin on the pitch and snorted coldly. Adjust what? Just because Chelsea sent a yapping dog to bite us, we should disrupt our own rhythm. Wenger knew this 18-year-old Chinese striker all too well. Exhausted. Impossible. Outpaced. Even less likely. Did Mourinho truly believe that a brute with stamina could shackle a waking cheetah? It was utterly delusional. The referee blew his whistle. The match resumed. Arsenal kicked off from the center circle. Suchin jogged into the attacking half. Ramirez clung to him like a phantom, his hand covertly tugging at the hem of Suchin's jersey. Everyone thought Su Chun was neutralized, including Ramirez himself. But they had no idea that deep within Su Chen's consciousness in the all-true green training ground, he had already set the defensive mode of man-marking and double-teaming to the highest hellish difficulty, rehearsing it tens of thousands of times. For Su Chen, Ramirez's level of tight marking wasn't even a warm-up. Arsenal's midfielder Cazorla received the ball in the defensive half. Faced with Chelsea's solid defense, he found no forward passing lane and could only pass back to the defender. At that very moment, Su Chun, who had been jogging, suddenly tensed the muscles in his right thigh. His explosive starting power rated at 96 points kicked in fully. The studs of his boots dug deep into the slick turf, splattering mud. There were no feints. It was pure linear acceleration. He charged toward the edge of Chelsea's penalty area like a heavy armor-piercing shell unleashed from a cannon. Ramirez reacted swiftly. Within half a second of Su Chen's burst, he gritted his teeth and gave chase. But after just 10 meters, Ramirez realized in horror that no matter how hard he pushed off the grass or how fast he pumped his arms, the back of the redanned white number 14 jersey was pulling away from him with merciless speed. This was a contest on entirely different planes. It was like a man on a broken tricycle desperately chasing a V8 supercar at full throttle. The gap between them widened wildly. Pass it. Su Chen created a massive space in the open area, raising his hand to call for the ball. Cazorla's eyes lit up, and he delivered a low, long pass that cut through the midfield line, finding Su Chen's feet with precision. Su Chen controlled the ball smoothly. Ramirez finally caught up, gasping for breath. He felt his lungs were about to burst. That 20-meter sprint was more exhausting than running 3 kilometers. Eager to make amends, Ramirez launched into a desperate slide tackle, aiming to take down both Su Chen and the ball. Su Chen didn't even glance at him. With a gentle flick of his right instep, the ball sailed just beyond Ramirez's sliding reach. Su Chen then drove forward with long strides, charging straight into the heart of Chelsea's penalty area. The roar from the Stamford Bridge stands caught in the fans' throats. Chelsea supporters were stunned. Was this the vaunted, tireless Ramirez left in the dust by a straight-line burst? Where was the promised tight marking? He had been bypassed like a training cone. On the sideline, Mourinho's face closed the door. Defenders shut the gate immediately. Don't let him shoot. Chaos erupted inside Chelsea's. Captain Terry and his partner Cahill, seeing Su Chen charging with the ball, rushed forward from the edge of the box in alarm. They approached from left and right, attempting to form a pincer with their robust frames. They left no room for Su Chen to take a long shot. The double team of 2 world-class defenders created an enormous defensive coverage. Mid-sprint, Su Chen suddenly checked his momentum. Terry and Cahill, anticipating a sudden stop and a dribble, lowered their center of gravity and braked. But Su Chen didn't stop the ball. After a mere tenth of a second pause, he pushed the ball with the inside of his right foot, sending it to winger Alexis Sanchez, charging down the left flank. Then without the ball, he cut like a knife straight into the center of the box. Terry and Cahill, thrown off balance by the feint, were a step slow in turning to pursue. Sanchez received the ball near the byline on the left and didn't get greedy. He glanced into the box and without hesitation sent a low cutback cross. The ball skimmed across the slick turf, rolling rapidly toward the center of the penalty area. Su Chen arrived in perfect sync. At that moment, he was surrounded by Chelsea defenders. Terry on the left, Cahill on the right, and Ramirez desperately recovering from behind. The space was so tight it was hard to even turn. Conventionally, a striker's first instinct upon receiving the ball here would be to stop and adjust, or to swing a leg for a powerful shot. But in such a crowded situation, any attempt to wind up for a shot would be immediately blocked. However, Su Chen possessed the incredible ball control from the Kaka template. As the ball rolled toward him, Su Chen feigned a lunge to the left with his upper body. His right leg made an exaggerate, "He's going to shoot." Terry roared, hurling his entire body sideways to block the shot. Goalkeeper Courtois also shifted his weight to the left side of the goal. It was an incredibly realistic shooting feint. In the split second when Chelsea's entire defense was deceived into shifting their weight, Su Chen's raised right leg didn't unleash a powerful strike. Instead, his calf dexterously retracted, and the tip of his toe precisely struck the lower middle part of the ball. No backswing was needed, no long run-up. It was a simple street football move. A concealed poke with the toe. Bang! The ball was struck. Its trajectory shifted instantly. It skimmed across the damp, soft turf of Stamford Bridge like a venomous snake emerging from its den. It grazed the back of Terry's sliding body, wove through the densely packed defensive gap, and hurtled straight for the absolute bottom right corner of the goal. Goalkeeper Courtois, with his towering frame of 1.9 m, was now a complete liability. He had already been deceived by Su Chen's feint. His weight shifted to the left. Now folding his nearly 200 frame to dive right was utterly impossible. Courtois could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed past half a meter from his fingertips. Then it slammed heavily into the white netting. It sent a spray of murky rainwater flying. A goal. 1-1. Arsenal had equalized. Less than 5 minutes had passed since Chelsea's goal. The entire Stamford Bridge Stadium was instantly transformed into a vast silent library of thousands. Not a sound could be heard. Just a second ago, over 40,000 Chelsea fans were mocking Arsenal's goal drought. The next they were all choked into silence by that stroke of genius, a toe poke shot. In the Sky Sports commentary box, Lionel slammed his tactical board onto the table and roared wildly, "It's in! Goal, goal, goal! Good heavens! What finishing! What cool judgment!" In that cramped space, surrounded by 4 defenders, Suchun didn't choose a powerful strike. He used it. Unpredictable. Absolutely unpredictable. Courtois didn't even make a save. Who said Ramirez could mark him out of the game? In that very sprint, Ramirez was like a panting dog led around by the nose by Suchun. Mourinho's ultimate man-marking tactic had completely collapsed. Carragher beside him was ruffling his hair in a mess, too terrifying. This kid's football IQ is incredibly high. Not only does he have freakish physical attributes, but he also knows how to deliver the killing blow with the most efficient method in the most critical moment. In the domestic live stream, the barrage comments erupted into a mad carnival. Holy shit. Suchun, that's what you call a toe poke. Deflecting 1,000 pounds with a 4-ounce touch. He made fools out of the entire Chelsea team. Where's Ramirez? Take a walk. Weren't you boasting about dying on the pitch before the game? You're already panting like a grandpa after just 20 meters. Slap in the face. That's an on-the-spot slap. Mourinho looked dumbfounded on the sidelines. 13 consecutive games with a goal. Suchun's miracle continues. The moment the ball hit the back of the net, the score became 1-1. This was far more than just an equalizer. It was a record-breaking goal. At the same time in China, the news that Suchun had rewritten a decades-old Premier League history with a casual toe poke had completely exploded across the internet. Chinese fans were in a state of unrestrained ecstasy. The top trending topics on all major social media platforms were dominated by the name of this Chinese youth. In the broadcast studio of the national sports channel, commentator Duan Xian pressed his hands firmly on the desk, his throat emitting a completely hoarse roar. The barrage on the live stream was so dense that the screen was barely visible. 13 consecutive games. Even ordinary passers-by who never watched football knew clearly what it meant to shatter a top-tier record that had been admired by Europe's elite strikers for decades. Moreover, the person who created this great miracle was a genuine Chinese youth. Everyone was shocked, overjoyed. At this moment, Suchun had sparked an unprecedented football frenzy across China. He had become the most dazzling role model in the hearts of countless Chinese youths. The power of a role model is infinite. Chinese football, struggling in the darkness for too long, desperately needed this blinding light. The scene shifts back to London. On the streets surrounding Stamford Bridge, a large number of Arsenal fans without away tickets were gathered in the pouring rain. For this crucial title-deciding match, Chelsea's management, aiming to create a home field advantage, had allocated only a meager 3,000 tickets to Arsenal fans. But the number of die-hard Gunners who braved the rain to gather outside Stamford Bridge today had already exceeded 10,000. What to do if they couldn't get into the stadium? Tens of thousands of Arsenal fans stood shoulder to shoulder, pressed tightly against the high red brick wall outside the stadium. They held up portable radios, turned the volume to maximum, and relied on the commentator's voice to listen to the match. They wanted to use their voices to bring strength to the Arsenal players just a wall away. Arsenal intercept in midfield. Cazorla with a long pass. Suchun receives the ball. Through the rain curtain, the commentator's sharp cry came from the radio. Then the commentator's volume soared to its limit, cracking completely. Toe poke. Goal. The tens of thousands of Arsenal fans outside the high wall held their breath. A second ago they were so quiet, they barely dared to breathe, afraid of missing a single word. At this moment, all the pent-up fervor in their chests exploded. The massive roar was like a sweeping tsunami. Suchun, long live. Tens of thousands of people roared to the sky, raised their arms, and cheered in jubilation. Blue and white umbrellas were thrown in large numbers into the air, crashing into puddles. Long live. Long live. Record broken. Long live Arsenal. Long live Suchun. No one cared anymore about what the radio was still blabbering. The outer streets of Stamford Bridge were completely overtaken by the rough, bold singing and roaring of Arsenal. This immense wave of sound pierced through the stadium's thick concrete walls, crashing directly into the airspace inside Stamford Bridge. It even overpowered the noise from the 40,000 Chelsea home fans inside the stadium. On the pitch after scoring, Suchun didn't even bother with Ramirez's ghost-like expression. He pushed away his celebrating teammates, sprinted all the way to the corner flag, and raised his arms high. That broad back, clad in the redand white number 14 jersey, was etched directly into the eyes of every Chelsea defender. Stamford Bridge fell into an eerie silence at that moment. Chelsea captain Terry and vice-captain Cahill stood in the penalty area. They stared intently at Suchun's back, panic and deep helplessness welling up in their eyes. They were the toughest defensive team in the Premier League, the Iron Blue Blues. They had just laid a net spread from heaven to earth, a foreman encirclement plus Ramirez's tight man-marking tactic. And the result? Their opponent's number 10, with just a simple feint and a single unpredictable toe poke, had torn their steel defense apart like paper. This attitude of treating goals as child's play sent chills down the spines of Chelsea's hard men. Heads up, everyone. Pull yourselves together. The game is far from over. Terry clapped his hands forcefully from the penalty spot, shouting loudly at his dazed teammates. Our defense isn't made of paper. That was just an accident. We need to attack them. Push the formation forward. Terry pointed at the slippery turf underfoot and roared with a strained neck. Look clearly. This is Stamford Bridge. This is our turf. Don't be timid and make a spectacle of ourselves. The captain's roar forcefully awakened the scattered fighting spirit of the Chelsea players. That's right. This is our home ground. Why fear a mere kid? Only Su Chun is terrifying. The rest of Arsenal's players are nothing to fear. They high-fived each other, gritting their teeth fiercely. In football, you never give up easily. On the sidelines technical area, Chelsea manager Mourinho stood in the rain, his face ashen to the extreme. He clutched his tactical notebook, his knuckles white from excessive strain. An early lead. Yet the advantage lasted less than 10 minutes. This was utterly disastrous. What should Chelsea do next? Mourinho's mind raced through countermeasures. He suddenly felt that his pre-match defensive strategy was completely wrong. Using a workhorse to man-mark Su Chun. That was pure suicide. Su Chun's current physical state and his ice-cold football IQ made him unstoppable on the pitch. Relying on defense to secure a victory was a pipe dream. So the only way to win was one thing. Attack. Use Chelsea's vast and top-class attacking group to score more goals than Su Chun, no matter the cost. Mourinho took a deep breath. During a dead ball break as the center circle was prepared for kickoff, he waved his hand and called Ramirez directly to the sideline. He didn't make a substitution but changed the formation on the spot. Ramirez no longer needed to stick to Su Chun. He dropped back, directly forming a double pivot with Matic to build an interception barrier in midfield. Fabregas was pushed forward to the attacking midfield position, taking full charge of organizing attacks. Willian and Hazard no longer dropped back for deep defense. They transformed directly into two sharp wing blades. The lethal striker Diego Costa was positioned centrally. A 433 attacking formation with immense midfield hardness and destructive power was formed instantly. In world football, the winger duo of Hazard and Willian was enough to tear apart any top club's defense. Mourinho wanted to unleash all his firepower into Arsenal's half. On the other side, Arsenal's celebration didn't last long. Every gunner knew it in their hearts. Equalizing was satisfying, but the match had only just begun. This achievement was nothing to be proud of. More importantly, even with the score level, although Arsenal still led in the standings, Chelsea could overtake them at any. They needed a victory. An absolute victory to take all 3 points from this century-old fortress. If they only took 1 point today, the initiative in the Premier League title race would slip from their grasp, leaving them to passively pray for Chelsea to make mistakes against other teams. Leaving fate in the hands of others was not the style of a top club. Win. We must win today. Su Chun strode back to the center circle, waving his right fist and barking orders at his teammates. Their defense is a joke. Win the ball and give it to me. We'll trample them here and take the 3 points. We must win. Kanté and Cazorla shouted back loudly. On the sideline, Wenger watched his team, their morale lifted by Su Chun. This usually gentle and refined French old man had eyes full of gratification. He suddenly felt that this 18-year-old youth with the aura of unmatched dominance radiating from him had fully earned the absolute right to wear the Arsenal captain's armband. With a crisp whistle from the referee, the match resumed. The 40,000 Chelsea home fans in the stands also rallied from the blow of the goal conceded. The noise and boos from the stands were even more frenzied than at the start. In today's top-of-feedable clash, neither side would take a step back. After Chelsea kicked off, contrary to everyone's expectations, this Iron Blue Blues team, having been equalized, showed no signs of panic whatsoever. Under Fabregas' orchestration, they controlled the ball with great composure. They began launching wave after wave of oppressive attacks toward Arsenal's half. In the Sky Sports studio, commentator Lionel raised his arm and cheered. Yes, this is Chelsea's pedigree. This is Mourinho's Iron Blue Blues. Being equalized was just a minor accident. Nothing can make them bow their heads. Lionel commented loudly into the microphone. Their current formation is highly aggressive. Control of the game has been seized back by Chelsea. They are very composed. This is why they are a top Champions League contender. Facing Chelsea's tidal wave of attacks, Arsenal didn't blindly retreat. They brought out their most practiced tactical weapon from the past 2 weeks. High pressing. Relentless, all-out pressing. In this regard, Arsenal had absolute confidence. It was their physical advantage. The average age of Arsenal's starting lineup was a full 3 years younger than Chelsea's. More critically, Chelsea had just endured a high-intensity Champions League knockout match midweek, draining their key players' energy enormously. Arsenal, however, had no European commitments that week, allowing the entire team to rest and prepare at their leisure. Especially Su Chun, who tirelessly pressed forward. Television cameras from Germany frequently zoomed in on Su Chun. Football journalists across Europe had long been astonished by Su Chun's stamina. In the fast-paced, high-contact meat grinder of the Premier League, Su Chun played every minute of every match, topping the sprint statistics. He was simply an unscientific physical monster. Even in the last two league games, the FA's anti-doping department had stormed into the dressing room after almost every match, forcibly taking urine samples from Suchin for testing. The results naturally were as clean as a whistle. The two sides engaged in a ferocious, brutal midfield battle. Sliding tackles sent players sprawling in the mud repeatedly. However, experience prevailed. Chelsea's core squad had played together for many years, boasting exceptional synergy.